What the hell, why did you drag me over here? Wasn't I in the middle of a top-secret space assault? Lin Mo, male, 18, an utterly ordinary freshman who had only just evolved into a university student. On a weekend, Lin Mo had stayed home gaming all day. Teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, he used his last resources to go all in on a full set of 6 top-tier gear, charging straight into a classified space operation in the game. On the way, he looted a crate and exploded with luck, obtaining 3 hearts of Africa. Before he could even stash them in his inventory, a burst of gunfire cut him down. His vision went black, and when it cleared, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Lin Mo scratched his chin, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. A sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be that I've transmigrated? System. The next second, a mechanical voice rang out inside his mind. Ding! The Myriad World sign-in system is at your service. The host may obtain all manner of items from the Myriad realms through daily sign-ins. There will also be refreshed sign-in missions. Completing a mission grants an extra sign-in. Lin Mo was overjoyed, leaping nearly a meter high as he exclaimed excitedly, "Hurry, hurry, sign me in right now." Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Anti-Magic Domain. Rainbow. Anti-Magic Domain Rainbow, centered on the wearer, generates a spherical anti-magic domain with a radius of 10 meters, by default freely expandable according to the hosts, will up to enveloping an entire world. Within the domain, all extraordinary phenomena beyond the mundane shall be erased. After reading the description, Lin Mo covered one eye with his hand and burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Invincible. I'm already invincible. Ha ha. Host, there is one bad piece of news and one not so good piece of news. Which would you like to hear first? Lin Mo dragged over a chair by the desk, crossed one leg over the other, and propped both feet up on the table. His body leaned back slightly, the front legs of the chair hanging in the air as he folded his arms across his chest, and said coolly, "Let's hear the bad news first." Within the endless chaos, in order to escort the host safely to this crossover anime world, an accident occurred along the way, causing damage to this system. To better serve the host, this system had no choice but to occupy a portion of your brainpower. This will negatively affect your intelligence. Please forgive the inconvenience. Lin Mo was utterly unbothered. It was just brainpower. If it got occupied, so be it. In any case, he considered himself brilliantly clever. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lin Mo declared, "It's nothing. With my IQ, even if you take a piece of my brainpower, I'll still be peerlessly unrivaled. All right, what's the good news?" "There is no good news." "What?" Lin Mo's eyes widened. "Didn't you say there was one bad piece of news and one good piece of news? How is there no good news?" "Host, I said one bad piece of news and one not so good piece of news." A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Mo's heart. He drew in a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Go ahead. What's the other bad piece of news?" "The system's prize tiers from lowest to highest are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. Rainbow is the highest level of sign-in reward with extraordinarily heaven-defying power. You should already be aware of this from the description." Lin Mo nodded. The anti-magic domain he had just signed in for was indeed ridiculously overpowered. It could directly affect an entire world. "Go on," Lin Mo said. "This anti-magic domain's effect also applies to the host himself." Lin Mo asked curiously, "So what?" "In other words, the host likewise cannot use any transcendent powers. Moreover, I, the system, am also classified as belonging to the transcendent side, and thus cannot draw upon the world's power to repair myself. I can only remain dormant within the depths of your soul." Lin Mo swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "So you're saying I won't be able to use any superpowers?" "Correct. The anti-magic domain is automatically equipped. At the same time, due to the damage the system suffered, I was unable to resist its effect. Until you obtain something that can resolve this anti-magic domain or enough system fragments, I will continue to occupy part of your brainpower and your intelligence will remain affected." Lin Mo slammed his fist onto the table, roaring in fury. "Are you kidding me?" Deep within Lin Mo's soul, a great sphere of light sighed. As expected, this still isn't going to work, is it? Understandable. No one could accept suddenly turning into an idiot. To finally find a host for the first time, only for something like this to happen. It seems I can only learn from the cat guest system and resort to paying with my body. The big light sphere shifted and transformed, using its last strength to shape itself into a little white-haired reedy lowly. In a soft, adorable voice, it called host. Before it could finish, Lin Mo spoke up again. "All those flashy over-the-top abilities of mine are useless now. How am I supposed to show off anymore? Damn it, refund." The system fell silent. So his intelligence really had been affected. He did not even care that he had turned into an idiot. The system said, "Host, there is no need to worry. Although this system is currently suppressed, the most basic sign-in function remains intact. I can also use my remaining authority to increase the probability that you encounter sign-in missions. As long as you keep signing in one day, you'll definitely be able to solve this problem." Lin Mo thought it over. That did make sense. His system might be a bit of a failure, suppressed by its own reward, but that in itself also proved how powerful the sign-in items were. As long as he kept signing in, then one day, he would be able to loudly and confidently proclaim, "I don't eat beef." Thinking of this, Lin Mo waved his hand with a grin. "Forget it. I, being magnanimous, won't hold it against you. System, tell me about my current identity. I've just arrived after all. I should at least get familiar with my starting status. By the way, did I transmigrate with my soul or my whole body?" "It was a bodily transmigration. Before you crossed over, I even did a special optimization for you. Haven't you noticed you're more handsome now? Lin Mo replied with a look of pure disdain. My handsomeness is innate, all right. And besides, no matter how handsome I get, I'll never be as handsome as the reader in front of the screen. The system muttered, utterly speechless. What a shameless guy. That aside, does lowered intelligence make people narcissistic? Lin Mo wondered. The system cleared its throat. In any case, the host's current body is extremely healthy. All of your cultivation aptitudes are maxed out. Your training speed is like riding a rocket. Those prodigies Huolin Fei and Luoluo are worthless in comparison. They wouldn't even be able to eat your dust. Lin Mo's face lit up with delight. Really? Guaranteed, the system said. Anything released by the system is guaranteed premium. You'll see for yourself in time. Lin Mo's eyes shone. That's great then. System, when are you going to give me a few cultivation manuals so I can become a peerless sword immortal roaming the world and upholding justice? The system froze for a moment. Before the anti-magic domain was resolved, all of that was just empty talk. But seeing the eager look on Lin Mo's face, it puffed out its tiny chest and said, rest assured, host. As long as your luck is good, you might sign in a cultivation manual as soon as tomorrow. With your aptitude, never mind 7 days. 3 days will be enough for you to punch through to another dimension. Stuffed full with this giant pie of promises, Lin Mo felt bloated with satisfaction. Imagining himself in just 3 days grabbing hold of the world's will and subjecting it to ultimate humiliation, he could not help grinning as drool leaked from the corner of his mouth. Peeking through a tiny system window at Lin Mo's drooling expression, the system glanced around guiltily. Tricking an idiot isn't against the law, right? After a while, Lin Mo sucked the drool back and wiped his mouth with his hand. System, hurry and give me the cultivation manuals. I want to be a sword immortal. The system replied, host, you've already used up today's sign-in. You'll have to wait for future sign-ins. Only then did Lin Mo remember that his system was a sign-in system, not some almighty cheat. A little crestfallen, he said, all right then. System, when the time comes, make sure you crank up the drop rate for cultivation manuals to the max so I can cultivate as soon as possible. Keep explaining my identity. Rest easy, host. Guaranteed. The system thumped its tiny chest in assurance, even as it secretly adjusted the probability for fantasy-side items to a value infinitesimally close to 0. The system said, host, you must have played games before. Your identity is like a background NPC, only a rough outline exists, but everything can be traced from it. It continued, the specifics are as follows. Lin Mo, male, 18 years old, enrolled at Zhongwu High School, which starts tomorrow. His parents are dead, his legal guardian has disappeared, and he has lived on his own since childhood. At 18, all financial support is completely cut off. His personality is roughly the same as in your previous life. The system finished, that is all the information about you at present. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and said approvingly, not bad, clear and simple. Since things are already like this, I'll eat first. Before transmigrating, I hadn't eaten for a whole day and night. I'm starving to death. Lin Mo walked into the kitchen, glanced over the neatly arranged cookware, and nodded in satisfaction. At least it would be convenient to cook. Then, realizing there were no seasonings at all, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He rushed to the refrigerator, and sure enough, it was practically brand new. Yet not a single scrap of food inside. Grr, his stomach growled. Clutching his belly, Lin Mo said, system, explain. What exactly is going on right now? The system replied, host, as you know, your identity has been generated directly as a background character. In other words, you currently have only this house and nothing else at all. Lin Mo's eyes widened. What about money? Didn't the background description say my guardian would give me money? The system responded, host, aren't you already an adult? Lin Mo fell speechless, then said through clenched teeth, then what about the money from before? There's no way I didn't save a single coin. The system replied calmly, that was only part of the background description. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before saying, system, if you want to starve me to death, just say it outright. Right now there's no food and no money. How am I supposed to survive? The system answered, my deepest apologies. Rest assured, this system will absolutely not let you starve to death. I'll issue a mission immediately and turn the drop rate of money and food up to the maximum. Lin Mo raised his middle finger and snapped, useless system, just leave the group already. The system muttered to itself, enduring it. I'll tolerate it. I won't stoop to the level of an idiot. A chime sounded. Ding. Sign-in mission, snatch a grade schooler's lollipop. Mission reward, obtain 1 sign-in opportunity. Staring at this absurd mission, Lin Mo roared, system. What kind of person do you take me for? You really think I'd do something so shameless? Even if I starve to death here today, I will never carry out this mission. The system replied, host, the sign-in missions are generated from the myriad thoughts within your mind. In other words, this idea already existed in your subconscious. Lin Mo fell silent. To be honest, robbing a grade schooler's lollipop did sound pretty cool, but he would never admit he had ever thought of it. Stubbornly, he retorted, you're slandering me. You're defaming me. I'm such an upright and above-board person. How could I possibly have such a vile idea? The system said, then shall I cancel this mission and generate a new one? Lin Mo said quickly, that's really not necessary. No need to make it so troublesome. As the saying goes, if I don't descend into hell, who will? Although this is highly immoral, if I don't rob a grade schooler's lollipop, I can't survive. So in the end, it's irresistible. In the park, Lin Mo lurked about, furtively scanning his surroundings for a target. It was a little after 9 in the morning. One couldn't say there wasn't a single person around, only that not one of them matched the requirements. Sitting on a swing, Lin Mo complained, system, there's something wrong with this mission. I've already circled the school and the park, so how come I haven't seen a single grade schooler? The system replied, it's written in your background description you start school tomorrow. Naturally, the elementary schools also haven't started yet. Lin Mo snapped, you've got some nerve. And yet you tell me to rob a grade schooler's lollipop. What are you really plotting? The system said, I already told you I could cancel it. You were the one insisting on doing this mission. Lin Mo snapped, nonsense. If you hadn't bewitched me with your misleading words, how could I possibly accept this mission? The system, sounding mentally exhausted, said, fine. I'll cancel it now and issue a new mission. Lin Mo countered, that's where you're wrong. How can anyone quit halfway? If every mission were abandoned just because it's difficult, what would be the point of missions at all? Might as well loaf around and wait to die every day. Relax, I already have a brilliant idea in mind. The system fell silent. With you talking like that, there was nothing left to say. What can I say? After a moment of silence, the system finally said, as long as you're happy. Lin Mo went home to fetch an empty cardboard box, tore his only bedsheet into strips, and tied them to a wooden stick. In the middle of the park, he rigged up a trap, then picked up a marker and wrote boldly on the box, treasure hidden below. The system watched in shock. It had only occupied a portion of his mental power. Granted, it might have affected a bit of his intelligence and turned the host into a fool, but surely not to this extent. Any normal person would never fall for this. The system said, host, no matter how I look at it, no one is going to be tricked by this trap. Lin Mo replied with a look of profound wisdom, that's where you don't understand. Although this trap looks simple, there's actually a method to the madness. Once they see what I've written, they'll definitely be curious what's underneath, especially grade schoolers. Their curiosity is overflowing. They'll start digging under the box, and when the time comes, all I have to do is yank the rope, and I'll capture them successfully. If they want out, they'll have to obediently pay me in lollipops. At that point, completing the mission will be a breeze. The system said, host, if this really doesn't work, let's just change the mission. Leaving aside whether your trap will work at all, even if it does, your sign is written in Huaxia characters. How many people in Sakurikoku would even understand it? Puzzled, Lin Mo asked, Sakurikoku, aren't I still in Huaxia? The system fell silent for a moment, then said, host, did you actually listen to what I told you before? Lin Mo replied, of course I listened. You said I transmigrated. The system asked, and then, where did you transmigrate to? Lin Mo answered without hesitation, Huaxia. Seeing Lin Mo's absolute confidence, the system suspiciously scrolled through their chat logs, then couldn't help but shout, I never said you transmigrated to Huaxia at all. It's a composite anime world, a cross-anime universe. Do you even know what that is? It's a two-dimensional world filled with all kinds of anime heroines. Lin Mo said in shock, impossible. The system pressed on, look at the chat log. I never once said this was Huaxia. I expected you might get dumber, but I didn't expect you to get this dumb. Lin Mo retorted, who are you calling an idiot? I'm sharp as a tack. The system replied, come on, it's the two-dimensional world. A composite anime universe. The real question is, are you stupid or not? Lin Mo argued, all the store signs outside are written in Huaxia characters. How could this possibly be Sakurikoku? The system countered, have you considered the possibility that Sakurikoku language mastery was given to you for free and your brain is automatically translating everything into something you can read? Lin Mo silently picked up an instruction label on a piece of exercise equipment and studied it. After confirming it was written in the Sakurikoku language, he laughed sheepishly and said, haha, my bad. You know my brain doesn't work too well. So could you explain this world to me one more time? The system took a deep breath, forcing down its anger. Don't get mad, it told itself, though after all it bore a large part of the responsibility for the host ending up like this. It said, as I told you at the very beginning, this is a composite anime world formed by the fusion of many of the anime series you knew in your previous life. Those two-dimensional protagonists, male and female alike, have all become real people in this world. And my mission is to make you invincible and help you build a harem. Do you understand? Lin Mo replied quickly, I get it. Simply put, I'm the protagonist now, right? The system said, that's not entirely wrong. In any case, put away that trap of yours that couldn't even fool a 3-year-old. I'll give you a new mission so we can solve your food problem as soon as possible. Lin Mo replied, you're right, but I refuse. The system fell speechless. System, destroy it quickly. Lin Mo said sharply. I Lin Mo enjoy telling those self-righteous fools no. System, feeling exhausted, replied, as long as the host is happy. Lin Mo patted his chest and declared, no matter how difficult the task is, I will never give up easily. I will definitely complete this task. If one gives up merely due to some minor setbacks, then what is the meaning of such youth? True youth is about burning oneself to achieve seemingly impossible goals. System, don't get unnecessarily fired up over such matters. Lin Mo, in any case you can trust me. Then Lin Mo hid behind the slide and fell asleep, deeply focused. System, so this is what you call youth. As time passed, little by little, it was now afternoon. Lin Mo was sitting in the shade, having slept until now. Although everyone found it strange that Lin Mo was sleeping here, they did not bother him and walked away. At that moment, a little girl approached wearing a white dress with long black hair. She crouched beside Lin Mo and carefully poked him with a twig. Lin Mo waved the twig away and said, don't mess around. After confirming that he was alive, the little girl sighed in relief and pushed him, saying, big brother, wake up. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the hunger in his belly. He felt weak all over and murmured, so hungry, goo. His stomach echoed appropriately. The little girl asked, did you faint from hunger? Lin Mo replied, I'm so hungry, The little girl rummaged through her pockets, but found no food. Looking around, she said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I'll go buy you a bread." Bread? Lin Mo immediately perked up, looking around and asking, "Where's the bread?" The little girl replied, "I haven't bought it yet." Lin Mo stared blankly at the little girl, rubbed his chin, and asked, "Are you an elementary school student?" The girl was taken aback, wondering if this was a new way of asking. She still introduced herself honestly. "My name is Yukinoshita. I should be in the 6th grade this year." "What's your name, big brother?" Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he heard she was indeed an elementary school student, and he exclaimed, "That's fine. Little May, do you want treasure?" Yukinoshita, seeing Lin Mo's excited expression, took a cautious step back and said, "Big brother, my name is Yukinoshita, not Little May, and I'm not interested in treasure." Lin Mo replied, "Okay, Little May, I understand, Little May." Hearing this, Yukinoshita wanted to turn and leave, but being kind-hearted, she ultimately couldn't harden her heart and sighed, saying, "Big brother, just wait here, I'll go buy you something to eat." Lin Mo quickly grabbed her hand, saying, "No need, no need. Do you see that box? There's treasure underneath. Once you dig it out, the treasure will be yours. What do you think? Are you happy?" Surprised. Looking at the paper box that had been blown aside and the rope made of bed sheets extending here, Yukinoshita couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This scene indeed sparked her interest. Why not take a look? What if there really is treasure? Plus, this big brother looks a bit silly. He probably isn't a bad person. After all, how could a bad person faint from hunger in a park? Determined, Yukinoshita nodded and said, "Then it'll go over." Lin Mo, filled with anticipation, said, "Go ahead. As long as you dig out the treasure, it will be yours." Yukinoshita carefully observed the paper box, then looked at Lin Mo, who was intently focused, confirming there was no danger before moving the box aside. It revealed the dry yellow earth below, hard and difficult to dig with her hands. "Huh, gotcha." Yukinoshita's pupils constricted as she looked up at Lin Mo, who was laughing triumphantly. He suddenly yanked the rope, causing a nearby stick to fly towards him. The stick traced a graceful arc in the air and accurately struck Lin Mo on the head, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Yukinoshita remained vigilant for a moment, realizing there was no danger, and relaxed. She seriously examined her surroundings. The stick was tangled in the strips of cloth along with a paper box. Suddenly, Yukinoshita remembered a type of trap she had seen on TV and looked at Lin Mo in shock, wondering if this was a bird-catching trap. "And this trap is meant to catch me." Lin Mo rubbed his aching forehead, which was slightly swollen, but it did not hinder his next actions. "Lin Mo, damn. How dare you scheme against me? System, no matter how you think about it, it's all your own doing." "Lin Mo, but it doesn't matter." He quickly stood up with the force of a tiger descending the mountain, jumping in front of Yukinoshita with a fierce expression, shouting, "Robbery." Yukinoshita was startled by this sudden scene and froze in place. However, due to being hungry for too long, Lin Mo was already weak and soft. After that strong leap, his legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Yukinoshita. "Robbery." They locked eyes, both stunned. "Ga, ga, ga." The system provided a fitting sound effect. After a while, Yukinoshita took a step back, hands guarding her chest, paused, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Are you an idiot?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was filled with rage. He couldn't stand being called an idiot. After all, he considered himself quite clever. Just as Lin Mo was about to show her his prowess, his stomach unexpectedly growled again. Goo. Lin Mo felt weak all over and fell forward onto the ground. "So hungry. So you really are an idiot." Yukinoshita sighed, suppressing her urge to walk away. Her kind-hearted nature prevented her from leaving someone in distress. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, this is an idiot. He shouldn't be a bad person. After comforting herself in her heart, Yukinoshita said, "Idiot big brother, I will go buy you something to eat right away. You must hold on." Lin Mo suddenly grabbed her ankle firmly, saying, "Robbery. Hand over the lollipop." Yukinoshita replied, "Don't eat sweets at a time like this, I'll go buy you bread." Lin Mo insisted, "Lollipop. I want a lollipop." Yukinoshita struggled a few times, but couldn't pull her foot back. She sighed again and said, "Fine, I'll get you a lollipop when I come back, but let go quickly." Hearing this, Lin Mo finally released his grip, peacefully drifting off to sleep. After confirming that Lin Mo was still breathing, Yukinoshita hurriedly ran towards the store, hoping to buy food as soon as possible. "System, host, you really are humiliating yourself like this." Lin Mo scoffed. "I see you're just jealous of my talent." System, yes, you're right. The system had figured it out. It couldn't counter Lin Mo because once it did, he would desperately try to lower its intelligence and then defeat it with his rich experience. The best approach was to go along with him and coax him like a child. Only then could his thoughts be changed. "System, so the incredibly wise host, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Mo said, "Of course, I'm just waiting for Xiao Mei to obediently deliver the lollipop. I must say I truly am quite clever. I not only completed the task, but also obtained food. System, please do not set the sign-in rewards to money and food, change it to something better." "System, the multiplier has already been adjusted. It cannot be changed." Lin Mo raised his middle finger and said, "Trash system, just leave the group." About 10 minutes later, Mei returned after shopping with a plastic bag containing a loaf of bread, a box of milk, and a lollipop. Just purchasing these had nearly exhausted all her savings. Mei said, "Silly big brother, here's food for you." Lin Mo snatched the bag, dug out the lollipop, and arrogantly laughed. "Ha ha, I got the lollipop." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning a sign-in. Lin Mo immediately used this sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 Sakura coins. Just then a strong wind blew and 10,000 yuan bills came crashing down on Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo stared blankly at the 100 Sakura coins in his hand, feeling insulted by money. The system quickly explained, host, due to the influence of the magic suppression zone, I cannot directly send it to your pocket. I can only use this method to deliver it. The system would never admit that it had done this on purpose because it couldn't handle Lin Mo. Lin Mo once again cursed the trash system in his heart, then took out 100 Sakura coins and stuffed them into Lin Mo's hand, saying, here, this is the treasure you dug up. Then he tore open the bread wrapper and began to eat. After being hungry for so long, he really would starve if he didn't eat now. Lin Mo stared blankly at the money in her hand for a while before reacting, saying, the money you found should be given to the police, otherwise the owner will be very sad. Lin Mo took a sip of milk and replied, this money is mine, there's no owner. Besides, even if you give it to the police, they won't return it to the owner, instead they'll pocket it as extra income. Rather than that, it's better to keep it myself. After all, it's better to keep the profits at home. Or maybe give 100 to the school for the teacher's praise, give another 100 to my parents for their approval, and keep the last 100 for myself. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, but ultimately stuffed the 300 Sakura coins into her pocket. It wasn't that she wanted to follow Lin Mo's way, but she realized that Lin Mo's reasoning seemed quite valid. It would be very difficult to find the owner if she gave the money to the police. But she couldn't bear to receive praise from the school and parents through dishonest means, so she decided to keep it for now, oh, who knows when it might come in handy. Lin Mo saw that Lin Mo quickly finished the bread and milk and immediately asked, silly big brother, what's your name? Lin Mo picked up the trash and said, given that you treated me to a meal, I'll overlook you calling me silly. I am a person of astonishing wisdom, so refrain from saying such insulting things about my intelligence. Lin Mo asked, so what is your name then? Lin Mo replied, I am Lin Mo, just an ordinary passerby, oh, remember it. Lin Mo said, okay, silly Lin Mo, got it, silly Lin Mo. System puffed, host, don't you feel like this scene is somewhat familiar? Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves and said, hey, with my bad temper, Xiao Mei, don't think just because you treated me to a meal, I won't dare to hit you. Lin Mo puffed up her cheeks and said, I am Lin Mo. You can call me Jian or Li Mei, but not Xiao Mei. Silly Lin Mo. Lin Mo said, Xiao Mei, Xiao Mei, Xiao Mei. That's what I'm called. Li Mei replied, silly Lin Mo. Silly Lin Mo. Silly Lin Mo. Lin Mo shouted, Xiao Mei. Li Mei exclaimed, silly Lin Mo. The two stared into each other's eyes, lightning flashing in the air, attempting to overpower each other with their gazes. System. To be honest, it really didn't expect its host to argue with a child. Just as their faces were getting closer, about to touch, Lin Mo's stomach growled again. Goo. The previous meal was simply not enough, and perhaps due to the system optimizing Lin Mo's body, he felt that his appetite was several times larger than before. Puffed. Li Mei laughed while holding her belly, saying, no wonder you are silly Lin Mo, you truly are a Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face turned red with anger, not expecting his stomach to betray him like this. He had just eaten and it growled again, especially in such a serious moment. It was truly embarrassing time to leave the group. Of course, no matter how angry Lin Mo was, he would never hit Li Mei. After all, he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. He took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and smiled, saying, Xiao Mei, I am already an adult. I won't bicker with a childish person like you. I have a great heart and forgive you for your offense. Now big brother has a business deal worth 10,000 to discuss, so farewell. The urgent matter was to fill his stomach quickly. He still had 7 Sakura coins on him, which should be enough for this meal. Seeing Lin Mo turn and leave, Li Mei didn't chase after him. After all, they were just passing by. She softly murmured, what a strange person. Oh no, I must hurry home, or mom will worry. At a noodle shop holding a competitive eating contest, Lin Mo, under the astonished gazes of everyone, finished his 7th bowl of ramen. After gulping down the soup, he put down the bowl and loudly shouted, boss, bring me another bowl. My God, that's already the 7th bowl. You've completely broken the record. Damn it. Why can't I have an unbeatable stomach like that? Why? Is this time for the competitive eating title to change hands? It's like a starving ghost being reincarnated. The boss was very happy. Although Lin Mo ate many bowls, the cost of one bowl of noodles was actually quite low and he could earn it back in a day. Moreover, he could attract more customers through this, so why not? Boss, sir, here's your ramen. System, Psy host, you already have money. Why participate in a competitive eating contest? Lin Mo replied as he ate ramen. System, you wouldn't know the hardships of running a household. 7 Sakura coins seem like a lot, but it's still not enough for one meal. Rather than spend it all on one meal, it's better to pay a small registration fee and eat to one's fill at once. The system lamented, host, you are truly smart. Lin Mo said, of course, I've always said that I am quite clever. By the way, why is my appetite so big? System, host, you know that I have optimized your body. Having a large appetite is inevitable. It's just using the energy from food to maintain the basic functioning of your body's talents. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he said, so I am constantly getting stronger. The system awkwardly replied, at first yes, but you also know that the magic suppression zone nullifies unconventional things. So your overeating is just to maintain the basic operation of your body's talents, preventing them from being countered by the suppression zone. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and focused on eating. Still the same line, trash system, just leave the group. After eating 8 bowls, Lin Mo finally felt full and received a cash reward of 1,000 Sakura coins. Lin Mo held the big eater trophy in one hand and a lollipop in the other, satisfied as he said, "Indeed, there are still many good people in the world. I am full, and I got a bonus bill. Come again next time." System, the big eater competition isn't always available. Host, you should consider another way. Lin Mo shrugged, clearly understanding this reasoning. After spending some time at home, he reached into his pants pocket only to find it empty when he was about to take out his phone to scroll through some videos. Lin Mo, system, where's my phone? System, it's not here. You came into this world wearing clothes, but didn't bring anything else. Not even the outfit you are wearing now was brought by you. I generated it. Lin Mo, damn it, what about my phone in this world? System, you know that's just a backdrop. Lin Mo angrily raised his middle finger. Useless system. Surely I wouldn't be without even an identification document. System, don't worry about that. You have the basics. It's in the drawer of your bedroom desk. Lin Mo opened the drawer and pulled out a few documents. Everything else was empty. After taking his identification, he went out to buy a phone and get a SIM card, and just like that he spent over 100,000. Lin Mo fiddled with his new phone side and said, "Indeed, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to digest." System, hey, it's as if you've experienced it yourself. Lin Mo, get lost. This useless system has nothing to offer, and it's just a hindrance. What good are you? System, that statement is incorrect, host. Once my energy is restored, you will have everything you desire. Lin Mo, true, let's stop chatting. I'm going to sleep. System, host, you've been sleeping all day. Are you still going to sleep? Lin Mo, what do you know? I'm just adjusting to the time difference. System 6. In truth, Lin Mo wasn't really tired. He had just bought the phone, had no games, and all his accounts were gone. He was too lazy to deal with it. Oh, why not just sleep? Early the next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the system's alarm. Host, wake up quickly. You're going to be late for school. Lin Mo startled awake, quickly dressed, while saying, "Damn these ungrateful kids. They didn't call me for the early class at 8. Just as he finished dressing, Lin Mo realized he had crossed over. What school was he going to? He cursed out loud, "Useless system. What school am I going to after crossing over? Wasting my feelings and going back to sleep." System, host, did you not listen to what I said yesterday? Your identity in this world is that of a high school student, and today is the first day of school. Moreover, if you check in at school, there's a good chance you will discover some great things. Lin Mo clapped his hands and shouted, "Going to school makes me happy. I love going to school." He quickly tidied up and set off, but after walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and said, "System, where's my school? I don't know the way." System, wait a moment, let me check the map. You've taken a wrong turn. I turn back now and take a left at the second intersection. Thus, guided by the system, Lin Mo finally found the correct path. Everyone around was wearing uniforms from Zhongwu High, while Lin Mo stood out in casual attire, looking particularly odd. However, the people around did not pay much attention, merely treating him like a vagrant. Lin Mo, speaking of which, system, did you swallow one of my outfits? Where's my school uniform? I only have this set of clothes right now. System, if you had just looked in your wardrobe, you wouldn't have asked such a silly question. Your school uniform is right in the wardrobe. Lin Mo, big guts. You actually kept this from me. What are your intentions? System, it's common sense to check your room first and get familiar with your future residents, isn't it? Lin Mo, where did you hear this common sense? I slept just fine without checking the room. System wearily said, as long as you're happy. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang. Ding. Sign-in task, save the little dog about to be hit, named Hikigaya Hachiman. Task reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo, what the hell is this task? Where am I supposed to find a little dog named Hikigaya Hachiman? System, let's say there's a possibility of you saving both the little dog and Hikigaya Hachiman. There's no time to elaborate. I've already marked the task for you. Here it comes. Sable. A little dog was happily running through the crowd, breathing in the freedom, completely oblivious to the oncoming car. Even as the driver slammed on the brakes, it was still too late, and the dog was about to be hit. In this critical moment, Lin Mo took action, kicking Hikigaya Hachiman away just in time. He held his breath, and the world seemed to slow down at that moment. This was the effect of his talent. Lin Mo inadvertently discovered a skill. As long as he concentrated, he could activate a 3-second turbo mode. Within those 3 seconds, he was practically superhuman. Lin Mo dashed over with lightning speed, delivering a flying kick that sent the little dog, named Sable, flying. Watching the car slowly approach him, Lin Mo smirked, prepared to brace himself on the hood for a spectacular flip. But, by a twist of fate, Lin Mo, who had awkwardly placed his hand on the car emblem, felt a sharp pain and instinctively withdrew his hand, thus getting thrown away. Hikigaya Hachiman in pain stood up. He had come to school an hour early, ready to enjoy a wonderful high school life, hoping for a different development from middle school. When he saw that dog nearly getting hit, he was prepared to rush over to save it, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed, and the person who ambushed him was now lying not far in front of him. Hikigaya Hachiman moved closer. Although the other party had kicked him from one perspective, it actually saved his life. After all, without that kick, he would have likely been the one lying on the ground. Hikigaya Hachiman, are you okay? Lin Mo lifted his head, shakily raised his thumb, and showed a brave smile, as if to say that this little injury was nothing, then collapsed to the ground the next moment. System, oh dear host, don't die. What happened here quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, as it is human nature to watch the excitement. People whispered, discussing this luxury car accident. In the spotlight, Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively wanted to escape. He was simply not used to being watched by so many people. However, his innate kindness compelled him to stay. After all, from one perspective, Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground, was his savior. Inside the car, Yukinoshita Yukino looked at the scene in terror, her heart in turmoil, her mind blank, unable to even muster the courage to get out. Yukinoshita Yoshino said, "Yukino, just stay in the car, don't go anywhere, I'll handle this matter." Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Yukinoshita Yoshino and softly murmured, "Sister." Yukinoshita Yoshino smiled slightly, opened the car door, and stepped out. Yet, Yukinoshita Yukino ultimately could not bring herself to step out, looking through the window at Lin Mo, who had collapsed on the ground. Her heart was filled with guilt, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt as she bit her lip tightly. "I'm sorry." The unfamiliar ceiling. This was the first sentence Lin Mo uttered upon regaining consciousness. "System great. Host, you finally woke up." Lin Mo, frustrated by his failed act, said, "I feel terrible. Am I not the protagonist? How could I get hit by a car?" "Great, you're awake." A lively voice came from beside him. Lin Mo turned to see a short-haired girl with a friendly smile. She said, "Hello, I'm Yukinoshita Yukino. The car that hit you belongs to my family, but don't worry, we will take full responsibility for this matter. What's your name?" Lin Mo held up his left hand showing 6 fingers and his right hand showing 7, while he stomped his left foot in circles and kicked with his right, exclaiming, "Compensation! Compensation! Compensation!" Having dabbled in the second dimension, Lin Mo naturally knew of the illustrious Yukinoshita Yukino. Her family was quite wealthy, and coincidentally, they had just hit him. What a coincidence! Yukinoshita Yukino twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth. Although the doctor said it was just a mild concussion, the situation before her didn't seem to be just a concussion. Could he have bumped his head too hard? Or was he always like this? To be safe, Yukinoshita Yukino quickly called for the doctor. As the doctor witnessed the bizarre situation before him, he immediately became serious and called out to the nurse beside him, "Quickly prepare a sedative. The patient might have injured his brain nerves and he needs a detailed examination." Lin Mo quickly reverted to normal and said, "Doctor, what are you talking about? I was just joking." He had just woken up and didn't want to fall asleep again. But the doctor evidently wouldn't listen. He insisted on performing an examination. Even if Lin Mo had extraordinary strength, he couldn't withstand a sedative, especially since he had already used his overclocked mode. Thus, he successfully fell asleep. The unfamiliar ceiling. System great. Host, you're awake. Lin Mo frowned, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if there was a woman named Yukinoshita Yukino beside him. Lin Mo quickly turned his head, and indeed found Yukinoshita Yukino. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that he was trapped in a time loop? Yukinoshita Yukino asked with concern, "Lin Mo, how are you feeling now?" During Lin Mo's unconsciousness, Yukinoshita Yukino had already sent someone to gather information about him. The data showed that Lin Mo had always been a normal person and wasn't as abstract as he had just been. Moreover, after a detailed examination by the doctor, an abnormal shadow was found in Lin Mo's brain, compressing his brain nerves and leading to a slight decrease in his intelligence. Thus, the previous car accident had turned the person before her into a fool. This meant that when Lin Mo held up his left hand showing 6 and his right hand showing 7, he was not acting, it was genuine. Realizing this, Yukinoshita Yukino's pupils constricted. This news absolutely could not be known by others, otherwise they would surely exploit it and heavily attack the Yukinoshita family. She had to pacify Lin Mo. Resolving herself, Yukinoshita Yukino smiled and said, "Lin Mo, dear brother, do you feel unwell anywhere? If you do, you must tell me, and we can go find a doctor for treatment." Lin Mo scoffed coldly. Indeed, he had fallen into a terrifying time loop. He hadn't told Yukinoshita Yukino his name, so how did she know it, and even call him brother? Thus, there's only one truth. The Yukinoshita Yukino before him was fake. Lin Mo abruptly stood up and shouted, "Bold demon. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Die. Take my Leo kick." Watching his host's ridiculous actions, the system somewhat broke down and shouted, "Host, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Mo attempted a Leo kick, but due to the long preparation time, and having shouted out the name before attacking, coupled with Yukinoshita Yukino having learned some self-defense techniques, she immediately reacted and dodged to the side, causing Lin Mo to successfully fall flat on his face. Lin Mo wiped the blood from his nose and said earnestly, "I didn't expect you to be so formidable. It seems I can't let you go. Prepare yourself, I will unleash my strongest attack." Although Yukinoshita Yukino didn't know what Lin Mo was going crazy about, she immediately assumed a defensive posture upon hearing about the strongest attack, and said, "Wait. Lin Mo, dear brother, why are you attacking me? If I did something wrong, you can tell me. Your body isn't well, there's no need to fight." As Yukinoshita Yukino spoke, she walked over to the intercom and pressed the button. "Lin Mo, stop talking nonsense. Take this." Lin Mo suddenly jumped up and performed the dragon dance, shouting, "I am Belial. I am Belial." The sudden turn of events left Yukinoshita Yukino dumbfounded. Her mind raced, but she couldn't figure out what Lin Mo was trying to do. Seeing the bewildered expression on Yukinoshita Yukino's face, Lin Mo knew his plan had succeeded. He turned and ran out laughing arrogantly. "Ha! This is my escape route." He was just an ordinary person without any fighting ability, while the one opposite him could transform into anyone. If he didn't run now, when would he? Damn. However, coincidentally, Lin Mo collided with a nurse holding a sedative. Looking at the sedative injected into him, Lin Mo let out one last furious shout before passing out. The unfamiliar. Wait, why do I feel like I've said this sentence more than once? Just as Lin Mo wanted to rub his head, he found himself bound tightly to the bed. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that others discovered he had superpowers and wanted to conduct experiments on him? Damn. Indeed, he was too outstanding. He had tried desperately to hide himself, yet he had still been discovered. At that moment, the system stepped forward to explain, "Host, you suddenly went insane and attacked Yukinoshita Yukino. For your safety and that of others, you are now tied up." Lin Mo then recalled what had just happened and asked, "System, isn't this from the last cycle?" System. System, host, you can't really have turned into a fool, right? Why are you bringing up cycles? Lin Mo explained what happened, and after hearing the explanation, the system fell silent for a while before speaking. "Host, there's no such thing as a cycle. Oh, everything is merely your imagination. Initially, you were trying to act your part to extort money, but after being sedated, you underwent a thorough examination, which is why you woke up a second time. Who knew you would overthink so much, and upon waking you attacked Yukinoshita Yukino again. Now look, you are locked up, and until your safety is confirmed, you can't escape." Lin Mo, impossible. An endless cycle must exist. I understand now, you are fake, and you are also a system impersonated by those monsters. After all, the system is so useless that impersonating it would be easy. Didn't expect it, did you? My astonishing wisdom has already seen through your scheme. System, is it still possible to change hosts now? How did I end up with such a foolish thing? In the end, the system played the VCR, and Lin Mo finally believed it was just a moment of foolishness on his part. Lin Mo stubbornly said, "Even if I bear 99 of the responsibility, don't you have at least one? Setting aside the facts, isn't this entirely your fault?" The system understood that dealing with someone like Lin Mo required no leniency and directly showcased the strength of version T0. So what if it is? Lin Mo responded, 6. Just then the door opened and Yukinoshita Yukino walked in again. Seeing Lin Mo's vacant eyes, she was startled and hurriedly approached him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Lin Mo, can you hear what I'm saying?" Lin Mo gave the system a middle finger in his heart, then snapped back to reality and said, "Sister Yukino, I'm fine. I just had a moment of foolishness that scared you, right? By the way, I don't need compensation. Oh, just let me out of the hospital directly." Yukinoshita Yukino sighed in relief, glad that Lin Mo hadn't completely turned into a vegetable, and it seemed he had already recovered quite a bit. However, just to be safe, she decided to observe him for a while longer. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, Lin Mo. For your safety, you need to stay in the hospital for at least a week. But don't worry, during this time, if you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them." Lin Mo's eyes widened immediately. "Really?" Yukinoshita Yukino affirmed, "Of course it's true. This is compensation for us colliding with you." "Great. I want 100 million. The system interjected, "Foolish Lin Mo, why not be bolder and just ask for 100 billion? Off. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise, "Am I dreaming right now?" This phrase was spoken aloud. Yukinoshita Yukino paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Lin Mo, you should rest. Asking for 100 million is too much for me to manage. I can only satisfy some reasonable small requests. Think it over, I have some matters to attend to. See you later." The system remarked, "Host, I was clearly mocking you earlier. How do you manage to overinterpret when you shouldn't and underinterpret when you should? What are you babbling about? Can't you speak properly?" Lin Mo retorted. The system replied, 6. Lin Mo shot back, 7, keep counting. The system thought, forget it, the host is an idiot, the host is an idiot, the host is an idiot. He'll be magnanimous and not hold it against him. The system changed the subject. "Host, you have 2 sign-in opportunities left. Do you want to sign in?" Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise, 2. Completing 1 task gives me 2 sign-ins. As expected of me. The system sighed, "Sigh, host, you haven't signed in today yet. Adding the task sign-in, that makes 2 in total." "Oh, I see. What a false alarm. System, let's sign in for both." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Kashiwa Timeline Color Mastery in Dance Techniques Green. Kashiwa Timeline Color, please do not be alarmed. This is a very Kashiwa timeline, where it is normal for January not to be followed by February, where the first is not followed by the second, and where spring is not followed by summer. It is also normal for 20 years not to complete a year, and for the Scarlet King to appear is normal too. In short, with it, even if you don't consume strange pills, you can achieve immortality. Mastery in Dance Techniques Green dancing is your strong suit. With it, no dance in the world can stump you, and you can dance freely." Upon seeing the sign-in items, the system was utterly astonished. "Whoa, host, what incredible luck do you have. 2 consecutive sign-ins yielding colored items, truly extraordinary. You must know that the drop rate for colored items is 1 in 10 million. Lin Mo smugly replied, "What can I say? That's just my strength. Look whose life is this again. Come on, system, introduce me to the sign-in items." The system replied, "Are you blind? Can't you read for yourself? Big deal. I'm your host. Can't you even listen to what I say? I see you're just envious and jealous of me, but it's okay. Ooh, I generously forgive you." The system remained silent. The item description is directly projected onto the retina, meaning that whether Lin Mo opened or closed his eyes, he could see it. Letting it read aloud was just a way to pass the time, and the system wouldn't fall for it, so it directly muted itself. The system expressed its frustration. Lin Mo called for the system a few more times, but when he found it unresponsive, he pouted and hummed a tune to himself. "Truly, I am remarkable. Ooh, I've shown once again. My future days are definitely going to be colorful. Being restrained is truly uncomfortable." Just 5 minutes and Lin Mo couldn't endure it anymore. Of course, Lin Mo also had mild hyperactivity. He was a person who couldn't stay still. Fortunately, Yukinoshita Yukino returned after about 10 minutes, preventing Lin Mo from going into another episode. Lin Mo hurriedly said, "Sister Yukino, you finally came back. Hurry, untie me, I really can't hold on any longer, this is so uncomfortable." Before Yukinoshita Yukino could speak, the doctor who followed her spoke up first. "I can untie you, but can you guarantee that you won't attack others again?" Lin Mo immediately guaranteed. "Hey, how could you say that? I'm not unreasonable. How could I just attack someone randomly?" Yukinoshita Yukino widened her eyes slightly. "Then let me ask you, am I not a human?" Lin Mo noticed Yukinoshita Yukino's gaze and awkwardly chuckled. "Sister Yukino, is one of us not an outsider?" The doctor chuckled and said, "I hope you can keep your word. However, before I untie you, I need you to cooperate with me for a bit." "What?" Lin Mo asked. The doctor replied, "For the next 7 days, you need to cooperate with us for daily checkups and actively participate in treatment." "What is this?" "I agree, let's consider it a physical exam. As long as I can get untied, I don't mind 7 days, even 7 months is fine." "No need for 7 months, a 1 month is sufficient." "In this month." Lin Mo interrupted. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said it won't take 7 months. Lin Mo clarified. "I meant the previous sentence." The doctor responded, "I meant in the next 7 days." Lin Mo earnestly stated, "I agree." The doctor added, "A person must keep their word. If we agreed on 7 days, it should be 7 days, 1 less day is fine, 1 more day is not." The doctor couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Understood. Someone please untie him." As soon as the words were spoken, 8 nurses rushed in from outside, and they looked quite formidable. They entered while stuffing tranquilizers into their pockets. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo swallowed hard. Luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively. If he had lost control again, he would probably be asleep until next year. Once all the restraints were removed, Lin Mo rubbed his sore wrists and said, "Sister Yukino, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Yukinoshita Yukino replied, "Of course there is. What do you want to eat? I'll arrange for someone to bring it over right away." Lin Mo shyly said, "I have quite an appetite. 1 portion might not be enough. They'll get you 2 portions. Lin Mo replied, "2 portions aren't enough either." Yukinoshita Yukino asked, "Then how about 3 portions? 8 portions. Yukinoshita Yukino responded. The doctor remarked, "Alert." Seeing the eager look in the doctor's eyes, Lin Mo quickly said, "I was just joking. I noticed the atmosphere was a bit heavy and wanted to lighten it up a bit. Just bring me 2 servings of pork chop rice." The doctor, somewhat disappointed, replied, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "Goodbye, Dr. Jujong. Now Lin Mo, please follow me. Your ward is not here." Lin Mo pouted and said, "Even if you let me stay here, I would find a way to get out. I don't want to experience that feeling of being tied up again. Such bondage play is better left for others to enjoy." Yukinoshita Yukino laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it's not like I wanted to do that. As compensation, I'll get you the best pork chop rice." Lin Mo replied, "You're just bragging. I've never heard of anything being called the best in my life." Yukinoshita Yukino remained silent, thinking, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. After all, it was my family's car that turned the other person into a fool. Just endure it." Taking a deep breath, Yukinoshita Yukino smiled and said, "Lin Mo, you're really not cute. It's just an exaggerated expression to convey my desire to treat you to a meal." Lin Mo said, "What does a man like me need to be cute for? Being handsome is enough." "Yukino, you're not confused about genders, are you? I think you should see a doctor. Maybe you have some gender identity disorder." Yukinoshita Yukino clenched her fist and forced a smile, saying, "Let's not talk about that. I'll take you to your room now." Lin Mo replied, "Okay. I want a luxury single room and then arrange for a maid." Yukinoshita Yukino replied, "Sorry, this is a hospital. We don't have those things here." Lin Mo said in surprise, "Isn't your family rich? Can't you just give a bit of money to sort out such small matters? Or is your family going bankrupt?" Yukinoshita Yukino could no longer hold back and coldly said, "If you keep talking about this, there will be no pork chop rice for you. You wouldn't want to starve just because you can't get your pork chop rice, would you?" Lin Mo immediately made a zipping gesture with his mouth, nodding to indicate he wouldn't speak again. After all, he was really hungry and didn't want to miss out on a free meal. While waiting, Lin Mo finally received his 2 servings of pork chop rice. After finishing, he patted his belly and thought, well, although it wasn't the best pork chop rice, it was indeed not bad, just a bit lacking in portion. Yukinoshita Yukino said, "Lin Mo, I have some matters to attend to, so I can't stay with you for long. I will make time to visit you this week. If you need anything, you can speak directly with the doctor. Of course, it must be a reasonable request. The Yukinoshita family will cover all expenses." Lin Mo replied, "Oh." Yukinoshita Yukino waited for a moment, but didn't hear anything further and forced a smile, saying, "Don't you have anything to say?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and remembered he had just acquired a skill called dance mastery. He clapped his hands and said, "Since we're about to part, let me perform a dance for you, Yukino." Yukinoshita Yukino's expression changed as she recalled the previous flying kick from Leo and quickly said, "No need, thank you." Lin Mo stood up and said, "Why are you being polite? We're like sisters." Ignoring Yukinoshita Yukino's objections, Lin Mo began to dance the pure land of ultimate bliss. Lin Mo eagerly asked, "How is it, Yukino? Am I dancing well?" Yukinoshita Yukino replied flatly, "It looks good." The dance was indeed impressive, not inferior to some professional dancers, but it was a bit eye-watering. After hearing this, Lin Mo excitedly expressed that he wanted to perform another segment, but Yukinoshita Yukino quickly refused, saying she had matters to attend to, and immediately left. Lin Mo smiled and said, Yukino must be captivated by my dancing, deeply infatuated with me. I'm truly a man of great sins. System, I think you've grossed her out. Lin Mo replied. System read me the introduction to the sign-in items. The system angrily said, no way. Host, I've recorded the video of your dance just now. Quickly call me System Master, or I'll post the video online. You wouldn't want the whole world to see you dance such an eye-watering performance, would you? Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. What a nice surprise. The system replied. Lin Mo cleared his throat and said, I will never yield to evil. If you have the guts, go ahead and post it. Whoever backs down is a dog. The system shocked said, Host, I thought you were just a fool, but I didn't expect you to be both a fool and a pervert. How did I end up choosing such an abstract thing as a host? Lin Mo shyly said, maybe it's because of my charm. The system retorted, what are you shy about? Lin Mo replied, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to the previous topic. Go ahead and post it. I will never submit to evil. The system replied 6. Lin Mo added 7. The system said, to be honest, sometimes the system really wants to call the police. How did I end up with such a person who is neither human nor ghost as a host? No matter how much intelligence is occupied, it shouldn't turn into this, right? The system stated, Host, do you know what your evaluation in my heart has dropped to? Lin Mo replied, by the way, farting. The system responded, in the initial stage of human form, slightly understands human nature. Lin Mo shyly said, don't praise me, I'm shy. The system shouted, damn. I wasn't praising you at all, I was scolding you. Lin Mo replied, so what? The system exclaimed, I'm so angry. I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Mo exclaimed, no way, no way. Are you mad? The system replied, really, host, do you really have emotional intelligence? Lin Mo replied, of course I do. Who wouldn't call me the charming young master with high emotional intelligence? My emotional intelligence is definitely maxed out. The system said, I really didn't see that coming. Lin Mo cleared his throat and said, let me give an example of playing basketball with the boss. 1. First, assess the situation and timely notice the leader's emotions, stepping forward to ask, are you in a hurry? 2. Next, give the leader some face, proving that the leader still has strength and asking, is this all you got? 3. Then calm the leader's emotions, allowing them to feel involved, and say, let's say you won, okay. 4. Finally, let the leader gain a sense of achievement from other aspects, saying your skills are average, but your temper is quite big. Then lean closer and whisper, be careful, I might respond with high emotional intelligence. The system said, host, you didn't get beaten to death. That's truly a miracle. Lin Mo proudly said, of course. After all, I'm the main character. However, the next moment his stomach growled. Goo. He hadn't eaten breakfast at all and had only consumed 2 servings of pork chop rice for lunch. It simply wasn't enough. The system mocked. Oh, does the main character get hungry too? Lin Mo replied, don't call. Whose fault do you think this is? If it weren't for your uselessness, would I be starving? By the way, system, if I eat the same amount of food as a normal person every day, will I starve to death? The system replied, that won't happen. Simply put, the energy you consume is supplied to your body's talent. Although you won't starve to death, the feeling of hunger will persist, and you'll turn into an ordinary person. Don't even think about the overclocking mode. Lin Mo raised his middle finger angrily and said, trash system, get out of the group. Feeling quite bored in the hospital, Lin Mo retrieved his phone from the nurse and borrowed a charging cable, then began to surf the internet. As night fell after a simple dinner, Lin Mo continued to browse online. At 10:30 p.m. his phone was confiscated. Nurse, it's getting late, you should go to sleep. Lin Mo protested. Miss Nurse, I am already an adult, I should have some autonomy. Nurse, this is for your safety. After all, you suffered a head injury and should pay attention to rest. Being allowed to play for so long is already quite understanding. You were supposed to sleep by 9:30. Lin Mo, Miss Nurse, I swear my mind is perfectly fine. Please give me back my phone or just let me watch for one last hour. Nurse firmly refused, saying no. All right, I'm leaving. Good night. Lin Mo, no. How about I dance for you? However, the nurse had no intention of listening further and turned to leave. After all, the doctor had already instructed that this patient's mind was somewhat troubled and there was no need to indulge him too much. The system immediately jumped into mock. Oh, isn't this the host? Haven't seen you for a moment. Why do you look so down? Lin Mo, useless system. If it weren't for you, would I be in this situation today? Your body optimization is simply toxic. The feeling of hunger keeps gnawing at me, making it impossible to sleep. Originally, having my phone would have diverted my attention, but now I have nothing. System, what can I do? If you're hungry, just deal with it. Lin Mo, is this how you treat your host? I want to report you. You aren't fit to be a system. System, hey, how can you say that? It's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I am also helpless. You can only blame your luck for being too good to have entered a forbidden magic domain on your first try. Lin Mo sighed. Alas, there's nothing I can do. This is the treatment of a protagonist. No more talk, time to sleep. System, host, didn't you say you couldn't sleep because of hunger? Lin Mo, if I truly couldn't sleep from hunger, I would have died in the orphanage. The orphanage had dozens of people and the grandfather director supported us with his meager pension, so going hungry was common. It only got better after media exposure. At least it wasn't 3 days without food anymore. Hearing this, the system couldn't help but feel moved. Host Lin Mo remained silent, staring out the window, softly murmuring, System, I miss Grandpa Director. System, don't worry, host. One day you will sign in and obtain a way to return to your original world. Lin Mo, return to my original world. Why would I want to return to my original world? Isn't the two-dimensional world delightful? The system exclaimed in shock. Didn't you say you missed Grandpa Director? Lin Mo, just because I miss him doesn't mean I want to go back. Grandpa has been gone for 5 or 6 years, and everyone from the orphanage has scattered to different places, each starting their own lives. I'm the only one drifting aimlessly. What would I even go back for? I might as well find some fun here. System, then why did you suddenly bring this up? Lin Mo, it's nothing new, I just suddenly thought of it. As time passed, Lin Mo drifted into a deep slumber, lying in a tie shape under the covers, occasionally letting out a silly laugh, making one think he must be a genius. Wake up, Lin Mo, little brother. Yukinoshita Yukino's voice came from one side, looking at Lin Mo with a beaming smile. Lin Mo opened his eyes, looking bewildered at the figure beside him, taking a moment to react, and saying, Yukino-senpai. Seeing Lin Mo's silly and cute expression, Yukinoshita Yukino lightly poked his cheek and said, it's me. No more sleeping, the sun is already shining on your backside. It's time to get up and change your clothes. They'll take you home. Upon hearing the word home, Lin Mo immediately woke up, standing up and saying, I knew it. Did that quack doctor get caught? I'm so smart, how could there be anything wrong with my mind? Yukinoshita Yukino, don't say that about Dr. Kikukawa. He has worked hard for you these past 7 days. Lin Mo pouted and said, he probably can't wait to cut me up for research, looking at me with those eyes like a pervert, obviously coveting my beauty. Lin Mo picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to change. He quickly came out ready to handle the discharge procedures. As they walked and talked, Lin Mo suddenly realized something was off, turning around in shock and saying, 7 days. Yukinoshita Yukino asked in confusion, what's wrong? It's been 7 days since you were hospitalized until today. Lin Mo's eyes immediately sharpened. I was only hospitalized yesterday. How can I be discharged today? Could someone have used the Crimson King? At the same time, he frantically tagged the system in his mind, checking if his memories had been tampered with. System, host, don't be afraid. This is a normal phenomenon. It's the effect of the Kashiwa timeline where all time sequences get scrambled, as mentioned in the summary. Lin Mo finally understood and smiled at the wary Yukinoshita Yukino, saying, I was just joking. I was just lamenting how quickly these 7 days passed. Yukinoshita Yukino slightly relaxed her doubts and smiled, saying, so that's how it is. I thought Lin Mo, little brother, had lost his memory. Alas, it seems his mind has indeed been affected. He even forgot the time. Forget it, I should take care of him more from now on, treating him like a real little brother. I already gave him 5 million. That should be enough for him to live on for a while. However, Yukinoshita Yukino did not know that due to the Kashiwa timeline, Lin Mo had no memories during that period, so he didn't know about the 5 million, nor did he know where he had put it. All the way, Lin Mo acted normally, as he certainly didn't want to be sent back to the hospital. Upon returning home, he declined Yukinoshita Yukino's plan to visit, locked himself in his room, and vented angrily, useless system. What is this Kashiwa timeline? Jumping through time is one thing, but why don't I have any related memories? Isn't this pure torture? What if someone thinks I'm an idiot? System, even if you had memories, others would still think you're an idiot. System, this is an unavoidable situation. Although the Kashiwa timeline is colorful, it's slightly inferior to the forbidden magic domain, but because it is Kashiwa, it has still successfully influenced the world. However, due to the protection of the forbidden magic domain, the host's cognition will not be affected, and thus there are no related memories. Lin Mo, well, I still can't avoid the hurdle of the forbidden magic domain. Does that mean others have gone over 20 years without any changes while I've aged 20 years? System, no, your cognition just won't change. Everything else will be as it should be. Lin Mo sighed in relief, saying, at least I haven't lost any years, otherwise I would have been at a loss. System, in any case, the host doesn't need to worry at all. Think about it. Now you are the only one who knows the correct timeline. Doesn't that mean while the world is drunk, you are the only one awake? Lin Mo thought for a moment, his eyes shining brightly as he said, that's true. I am indeed a born protagonist. As the world falls into chaos, I, with my astonishing wisdom, have seen through the truth. Next it's time to stage a rescue the world drama. Seeing his host endlessly indulging in fantasies of a storyline worth millions of words, the system hurriedly interrupted. Host, you haven't used today's sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Lin Mo waved his hand and said, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 2,000 Sakura coins. Lin Mo, Tongzi, you did well this time, knowing that I'm hungry and giving me money. Without further ado, shall we go eat? System, your will. After school, Hachiman Hikigaya dragged his weary body on the way home, thinking that high school would be completely different and he might even become a social butterfly. But reality gave him a harsh slap. Even in high school, groups formed spontaneously and even more intensively than before, with severe exclusion of those not belonging to their circles. He was not a skilled speaker, making it difficult for him to engage in superficial conversations. As time passed, Hachiman Hikigaya found himself on the blacklist of all group members. Though they didn't say it outright, their distant behavior was unmistakable. In the end, he realized nothing had changed, and indeed people like him would probably be lonely for life. Only the weak huddle together for warmth. True strength lies in solitude, for the fear the weak have of the strong causes them to distance themselves. And he was strong. Comforting himself in this way, Hachiman Hikigaya couldn't help but break into a silly smile. How disgusting. A sudden voice startled him. Hachiman Hikigaya quickly turned around to see Lin Mo, who had just eaten and was disdainfully holding a croquette. Seeing the familiar figure, Hachiman Hikigaya immediately recognized this was the person who had been hit by a car. In a sense, this person was still his savior. Not being good with words, he momentarily didn't know how to respond. His mind raced, and he finally said, "Have you eaten?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hachiman Hikigaya wanted to slap himself. Oh, couldn't he see that Lin Mo was eating a croquette? Lin Mo quickly leaned in and said, "No, why? Are you inviting me to eat?" Hachiman Hikigaya took a step back, feeling a bit flustered, and said, "Do you want to go eat together?" Lin Mo put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Of course. I know a place that is cheap and good, let's go there." And so Hachiman Hikigaya left with Lin Mo looking utterly bewildered. Hachiman Hikigaya, who am I? Where did I come from? Where should I go now? At the noodle shop, where Lin Mo had won the champion of eating, after greeting the owner, the two began to eat ramen. Lin Mo smiled and said, "You're a really nice person inviting me to eat right after we met. Don't worry, from now on you're my little brother, and I'll look out for you." Hachiman Hikigaya awkwardly replied, "No need, my life is fine, and I have no intention of recognizing you as an elder brother." Lin Mo, that's not right. Bullying in schools is quite severe in Japan, and you clearly look like you have no friends. If you recognize me as your elder brother, I bet no one would dare to bully you in the future. Clearly you look like you have no friends. This statement pierced Hachiman Hikigaya's heart deeply. He coughed violently and argued, "I probably still have friends." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Imaginary friends." Hachiman Hikigaya retorted, "They're not imaginary friends. They are real friends. We have line." Lin Mo incredulously asked, "Really?" Hachiman Hikigaya said somewhat proudly, "They added me first." Lin Mo thumbed up and said, "As expected of my little brother, introduce me to them sometime." Hachiman Hikigaya, avoiding eye contact, replied, "Forget it, my friend doesn't like to interact with strangers." Lin Mo, you get used to it after a while. Come on, eat up, if you don't it'll get soggy. Just as Hachiman Hikigaya took a bite, he suddenly remembered that they still didn't know each other's names, feeling a bit awkward. Isn't it a bit late for self-introductions now? We've already started eating together, yet we still don't know each other's names. What was I thinking when I invited him to eat? Lin Mo was already somewhat full, and asking Hachiman Hikigaya to treat him to ramen was merely a way to get to know him better. After all, he quite liked the big teacher. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Lin Mo patted his belly with a contented expression. He had only eaten 2 bowls and didn't drain Hachiman Hikigaya's wallet too much, but even so, Hachiman Hikigaya felt a pang in his heart, as his pocket money was always very limited. Lin Mo, laughingly patting Hachiman Hikigaya on the shoulder, said, "Tomorrow I'm going to school. Remember to welcome me, big brother." "Alright, I want to go back now, goodbye." Hachiman Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Wait. My name is Hachiman Hikigaya, what's your name?" Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at Hachiman Hikigaya with a smile, a powerful aura bursting forth from him. Hachiman Hikigaya's pupils dilated, and he took a small step back, his heart filled with shock. What is this inexplicable aura? Is the truth of this world about to be revealed to me? While feeling scared, Hachiman Hikigaya also had a vague sense of anticipation. Lin Mo extended both hands forward, curling his pinky and ring finger, squatting down, and spoke in a rapt tone, "Since you sincerely ask." Then he bent his knees and jumped, covering his private parts with one hand, while extending the other forward, retreating, as he said, "Then I shall be magnanimous. Tell you." He quickly turned around and attacked with a back-and-forth motion, saying, "To prevent the world from being destroyed." Then facing Hachiman Hikigaya, he jumped into a playful dance, exclaiming, "To protect the world's peace." Then he put his hands together, shaking his hands while electrifyingly stating, "To uphold love and justice as a righteous character." Finally, Lin Mo jumped up fiercely, striking a heroic landing pose, and declared, "I am Lin Mo." "What? You want the next lines?" "I'm still thinking." Note the above is purely dance with no accompanying music. Hachiman Hikigaya was now caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating the most fundamental essence of the universe. Lin Mo was filled with pride. This was a self-introduction method he had painstakingly thought out, absolutely shocking. Didn't he see that Hachiman Hikigaya was already deeply captivated by his dance and had started to daydream? System, host, how did you come up with this outrageous self-introduction? Is this something carbon-based life forms can even imagine? Lin Mo proudly said, "Of course it relies on my astonishing wisdom. So do you have a crush on me?" System host, I love you. Lin Mo, don't be infatuated with me, I'm just a legend. Coming back to his senses, Hachiman Hikigaya felt extremely awkward, nervously scratching the ground with his toes, as if he could dig a hole to hide. Seeing Lin Mo still maintaining the heroic landing pose full of anticipation, he turned his gaze elsewhere and stammered, thank you for saving me. Goodbye." After saying that, he fled, glancing back as he ran, afraid that Lin Mo would chase after him. Lin Mo narcissistically stated, "As expected of me, just a simple self-introduction made Hachiman Hikigaya infatuated with me. Look, even as he leaves, he's still looking back at me with reluctance." System, is it possible that he was scared? Anyone who sees that bizarre self-introduction would run away in fright. Lin Mo would never admit to this. He considered himself a very serious person. How could he possibly be associated with the bizarre? It must be the system's jealousy of his impressive self-introduction. After bidding farewell to Hachiman Hikigaya, Lin Mo headed straight home. Following last night's surfing, he had a rough understanding of the situation in this world. Moreover, he discovered that many well-known works from his past life were missing and there weren't even similar ones to be found. Wouldn't that provide him with a way to earn money? At that point, he could just write a couple of books and achieve financial freedom. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. The system said, "Host, what are you laughing about? You're drooling." Lin Mo instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth and proudly said, "Useless system, I've already found a way to achieve financial freedom. Remove the money aspect from the sign-in rewards." Although the system didn't believe Lin Mo's words at all, it was still a bit curious and asked, "So clever and handsome, host, can you tell me what this method is?" Lin Mo replied, "Of course, it's to become a literary copyist. Yesterday, I learned through the internet that the literary works in this world are vastly different from those in my previous life. Many familiar pieces are nowhere to be found. If I just write a few books when I get rich." Huh. The system had to admit that this was indeed a good plan, but the system said, "Host, I have a question. Do you remember those literary works from your past life?" Lin Mo replied, "Of course. If I didn't remember, how could I be a literary copyist? Enough talk, let's get started. What matters is reality." Lin Mo turned a corner and arrived at the place where he bought his phone last time, preparing to buy a computer for creation. Seeing that even the cheapest computer costs 1,000, he turned around and left. Having almost spent all his money on food, he only had 5,000 left. He decided to buy some paper instead and write his manuscript directly. Lin Mo sat attentively at his desk. In front of him was the work he had brought over the renowned Do Luo from his previous life. The content was as follows: a little candy person was an orphan who learned about hidden weapons. After betraying his sect, he was chased and jumped off a cliff to cross into another world. Having a beastly love for a rabbit, he began an unrestrained life. The system said, "Host, you've been writing the outline for almost an hour. Why haven't you started writing?" Lin Mo tossed the pen aside and said, "Seriously, system, I believe I should not plagiarize others' hard work. That would be disrespectful. How could I, a noble person, become a literary copyist? This is simply outrageous." The system, somewhat speechless, replied, "Your earlier attitude didn't seem like this. Wait." The system glanced at the outline on the desk and said, "Those lines on the table shouldn't be the outline, but rather your written novel content." Lin Mo's body trembled, and feeling guilty, he said, "How could that be? With my intelligence, how could I write such things? I'm not talking to you anymore and I'm going to sleep." This made the system ascertain the truth and directly mocked, "Ah, I thought you really remembered the whole plot. Is this it? Even if you gave a monkey a computer, it could write better than you." Lin Mo covered himself with a blanket and said, not listening, stop preaching. Going to sleep, going to sleep." Finally, this time the system had the upper hand. At 6 a.m., the system alarm clock woke Lin Mo. He yawned long, and under the system's reminder changed into his school uniform and splashed his face with cold water before heading to school. As for breakfast, that could wait until he had money. On the way to school, Lin Mo gradually regained his spirits and said, "System, sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received black silk white. Black silk made from the best materials in the world, handcrafted. Wearing it will be extremely comfortable." Lin Mo twitched his mouth and complained, "System, what use is this black silk to me? Are you suggesting I seek wealth through danger? If I succeed, I become Lin. If I fail, I become somebody else." The system replied, "I told you before, sign-in items come from all realms, and this drop rate is just normal." Lin Mo said, "I think you swallowed my rewards. Quickly return my invincible superpower." The system said, "Dear, it's daytime now. Please wait until night to dream." Lin Mo casually flipped the bird and quickened his pace towards the school. Arriving at the school gate, Lin Mo sighed. It really wasn't easy. "I remember the last time I didn't even see the gate before getting hit by a car." The system replied, "Yeah, it really wasn't easy. Only now are you back on track." Lin Mo said spiritedly, "Zhongwu Hai, your king has returned." This second-rate proclamation caught the attention of many, though everyone just cast a curious glance before hurrying off to class. In the crowd, a girl wearing an eye patch suddenly looked at Lin Mo, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth as she whispered, "I finally found you." Then she quickly walked up to Lin Mo, striking a cool pose, and said, "I am the wielder of the evil king's true eye. I am very familiar with your aura. Reveal your name." Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. What is going on? Could it be that the world is finally opening its doors to him? This is truly just fantastic. Lin Mo exclaimed, "Haha. Finally the day has come. I have finally waited for you all. Listen well. Speak my name, and you shall be startled. I am the one beloved by all, adored by flowers, feared by the world, personally casting curses, the strongest emperor of silence, Lin Mo. What brings you to me?" Niaotai Rikka was taken aback, not expecting this person's setting to be so impressive. She instinctively touched her eye patch and smiled. "So you are the emperor of silence. Although you are strong, the evil king's true eye is the strongest. Come, let's duel. The victor shall claim the title of the strongest." At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, "Ding. Sign in task, transplant the evil king's true eye. The task, reward the strongest evil king's true eye." Lin Mo looked at Niaotai Rikka with excitement in his eyes. The strongest evil king's true eye. This is quite interesting. I won't be polite in accepting this. The system hurriedly said, Wait, host. This task is not to be taken lightly. Don't do anything foolish." Lin Mo didn't care about that anymore and charged straight at Niaotai Rikka, saying, "The strongest evil king's true eye is mine." Niaotai Rikka remained unfazed, pulling out the umbrella tied to her leg, shouting, "Erupt reality. Break nerves." Before she could finish the incantation, Lin Mo, who activated his overclocking mode, directly tackled her to the ground, lifted her eye patch, and looked into her golden, glowing eyes satisfied, as he said, as expected of the evil king's true eye, it looks extraordinary. But soon it will be mine. Once I transplant this eye, I will be the strongest person in the world. Feeling the pain in her body and Lin Mo's body temperature, Rikka quickly blushed and struggled. Lin Mo smiled and said, give up, who in front of me, who possesses the forbidden magic domain, all your tricks will be futile. I must say this curse has really helped me a lot. Just wait patiently for me to transplant the evil king's true eye. Ha! Ha ha ha! The system shouted host. What the heck are you doing? Hearing the words, evil king's true, don't you realize who this person is in front of you? Not to mention how you will transplant the evil king's true eye. With the forbidden magic domain, the strongest evil king's true eye is completely useless. Hurry up and let her go. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. After the system's reminder, he finally remembered who the person in front of him was, a middle schooler lost in her own world, Tsubaki Takamiya. In other words, the evil king's true eye was entirely fabricated. Coupled with the system's logical reasoning, Lin Mo immediately lost interest, feeling it was a wasted excitement. He stood up with a lackluster spirit, reaching out to help Tsubaki Takamiya up and asking, are you okay? I may have been too forceful just now, did I hurt you? Tsubaki Takamiya stared blankly at Lin Mo, who had suddenly changed his demeanor, and instinctively replied, my butt hurts. Lin Mo glanced at the dust behind her and said, relax, pain is normal. It shouldn't be anything serious. I need to head back to class now. After saying that, Lin Mo ignored the onlookers and prepared to walk towards his classroom. Wait, Tsubaki Takamiya suddenly called out. Lin Mo replied, what is it? Do you want me to pay you? Just to be clear, there's no money and I won't give my life. Tsubaki Takamiya shook her head, picked up her umbrella, and seriously stated, this time, it was my fault for not being prepared. This round doesn't count. We will discuss the rightful claim to the title of strongest next time. In any case, I remember you. Lin Mo smiled slightly, leaving the crowd with a cool silhouette as he said, I will give you time to catch up to me until I become unreachable. One must admit this display was indeed impressive to many. Tsubaki Takamiya shouted, the evil king's true eye is the strongest. I look forward to our next duel. It wasn't until Lin Mo's figure disappeared that Tsubaki Takamiya regained her senses, feeling the curious gazes of her classmates, blushing as she ran out. Thus this little episode finally came to an end. Lin Mo curiously surveyed his surroundings and asked system, where is this? The system replied, my dear host, if there's a task next time, could you please ask me first? Do you know how terrifying that was just now? I almost thought you were going to pluck out the evil king's eye. Lin Mo disdainfully said, system, how could you have such a twisted idea? I would never do something so disgusting. The system replied, but your performance just now clearly indicated you were itching to transplant the evil king's eye immediately. If I hadn't intervened in time, you might have succeeded. Lin Mo retorted, come on, I'm not a pervert. How could I do such a thing in public? I was just scaring her, intimidating her, you know. I'm not a ninja, whose eyes can't just be taken and used freely. Of course I have to plan it out. The system replied, in any case, your myriad thoughts are too dangerous. The recent task was a perfect example. When the next task comes up, you must listen to my explanations before acting. Understood. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, are you teaching me how to do things? The system sighed, forget it, with your intellect, you'll surely forget by then. I might as well pay attention myself. I'm canceling this task. Lin Mo said, what do you mean by my intellect? What kind of talk is that? The system replied, of course it's a compliment saying you're smart. In any case, I've canceled the task. Lin Mo said, cancel it, then it's useless anyway. By the way, you still haven't told me where I am. Where's my classroom? The system responded, let me see, you're in class 1B, turn around and take a left. After some time, Lin Mo arrived at his classroom, scanning the surroundings and ignoring the curious looks from others as he walked straight to his seat. In the back row by the window, the kingdom's homeland. Excuse me, classmate. A boy approached carefully and said, this seems to be my seat. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, bullying on campus. Interesting. He showed no mercy, resting his legs on the desk, and arrogantly replied, oh really? Is your name written on it? The boy pointed to the upper left corner of the desk and said, it is indeed written with my name, and the textbooks in the desk can attest to that. Lin Mo instinctively looked over, immediately standing up in shock. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the back row by the window is the kingdom's homeland? Why isn't it working here? Seeing the boy looking somewhat scared, Lin Mo felt a jolt in his heart. Oh no. I've become the bully. Lin Mo quickly apologized, saying, sorry, I'm also a student in this class. I came late due to some reasons, thinking this was my seat. I assumed you were trying to bully me, so I spoke a bit arrogantly. Don't take it to heart. The boy hurriedly replied, no. How could I do such a thing? By the way, you must be Lin Mo that the teacher mentioned, right? I've heard about your story, it's quite impressive. The teacher moved you to the second row, third seat to ensure you wouldn't fall behind in your studies. Lin Mo's expression fell. What is this? Am I not the main character? Shouldn't I be sitting in the last row? Why am I stuck in the second row? How can I slack off under the teacher's nose? Lin Mo exclaimed, system. This is unscientific. Why don't I have the treatment of a main character? They say the back row by the window is the kingdom's homeland. Why did I end up in the second row? What kind of arrangement is this? The system replied, dear, the arrangement I gave you was indeed the back row by the window, but your homeroom teacher was deeply moved by your heroic deeds and moved you to the front. This is all your fault for being so great. My goodness, how can there be such a perfect host in the world? Lin Mo immediately felt flattered, revealing a smile similar to a certain character. Haha. Indeed, even the teacher can't escape my damn charm. After saying that, he returned to his seat. Just as he was about to connect with his future classmates, he caught a glimpse of a very pretty girl with long black hair, walking in her expression cold, giving off an icy demeanor. She walked straight over and sat down next to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't think much and directly said hello. My name is Lin Mo, and we'll be classmates from now on. What's your name? I'm Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukinoshita Yukino paused for a moment before responding and then fell silent. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly. So this is Yukinoshita Yukino. To be honest, she is indeed quite beautiful. By the way, her family hasn't compensated me yet. Should I ask her for some compensation? With Yukinoshita Yukino's sense of justice, she should give me a lot, right? However, the next moment Lin Mo gave up on this idea. Although the feasibility of this method was very high, he wasn't that shameless. Yukinoshita Yukino's handling of the incident was already quite adequate, not to mention it was his own fault for rushing in. There was no need to create unpleasantness. But with such a cold person, Lin Mo really had nothing to chat about, so he turned to get to know others. Seeing Lin Mo turn and talk to others, Yukinoshita Yukino let out a small sigh of relief, taking out her textbook from her backpack to read, using it to cover her internal anxiety. At this point, the scene of Lin Mo being knocked down felt as recent as yesterday, vivid in her memory. Clearly, she bore part of the responsibility, yet she had avoided it at the time, obeying her sister's arrangement and staying in the car without coming out. Although her sister said there was nothing serious, she didn't allow her to visit Lin Mo. From this perspective, how could there be nothing serious? Ultimately, she still couldn't muster the courage to resist her sister obeying her arrangement once again until now they were meeting once more. Yukinoshita Yukino occasionally glanced at Lin Mo from the corner of her eye, contemplating what she should do next. With the sound of the class bell ringing, Lin Mo immediately sat up straight. After all, it was his first time attending class, and he needed to leave a good impression on the teacher. The teacher was an old man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking particularly kind, and he was teaching mathematics. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Sit down. The math teacher opened the textbook, smiling as he said, Students, let's turn to page 23. Lin Mo looked at the empty desk, and then at his classmates' textbooks, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed he didn't have a textbook. When uncertain, he decided to ask the system directly. Lin Mo, system, where's my textbook? The system also just realized, feeling a bit exasperated, that such foolishness could indeed be contagious. Just a few days after binding, it had already forgotten the necessary procedures for school enrollment. However, admitting fault was out of the question. The responsibility had to be pushed onto the host, or else he would definitely take advantage of the situation. The system said, Host, usually shouldn't you contact the homeroom teacher first when delaying enrollment? You came directly to school. Where would you go to collect your textbook? Lin Mo replied, That's true, but why didn't you remind me? The system calmly stated, You might not believe it, but I already reminded you. However, host, you were so eager to learn that you couldn't wait to come to school and probably didn't pay attention. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Could this be true? The system sighed. Host, you are still too eager to learn. You are truly a role model for everyone. That's amazing. Lin Mo slightly puffed out his chest and said with satisfaction, Indeed, that's exactly how it is. The system breathed a sigh of relief, closing the parenting manual in its hands. Indeed, following the book was never wrong. Although he hadn't received a book, Lin Mo couldn't just sit idly by. So he pretended to have a book, imagining he held a pen in his hand, acting as if he were taking notes while listening to the teacher. He looked so serious and his attitude so upright that even the teacher would give him a thumbs up. Yukinoshita Yukino, noticing this scene, was momentarily stunned. What was this? The Emperor's new book. Soon Yukinoshita Yukino reacted, realizing that Lin Mo had not yet collected his books. She raised her hand and said, Teacher. The math teacher adjusted his glasses and asked, Is there something you need, Yukinoshita? Yukinoshita Yukino replied, Lin Mo hasn't collected his textbook yet. To avoid wasting time, can he share a book with me? Only then did the math teacher notice that the previously empty seat had suddenly filled with someone. Lin Mo held his pen awkwardly and greeted the teacher with a smile. Hello, teacher. The math teacher said, Sure, Lin Mo, would you like to go over and share a book with Yukinoshita? Eager to learn, Lin Mo immediately replied, I would. He then pushed the desks together and sat between Yukinoshita Yukino and himself. Yukinoshita Yukino placed the textbook between the two of them for them to read together. The classmates in the class were very surprised by this scene. They hadn't expected the seemingly cold Yukinoshita Yukino to have such a helpful side, which changed their impression of her. Some boys even pounded their chests in regret, thinking that if they had known, they wouldn't have brought their textbooks either, so they could sit next to Yukinoshita Yukino the flower on a high mountain and perhaps spark some romantic chemistry. Of course, there were some malicious voices, but they were very quiet and did not reach the ears of the two. And so everyone began to study. Strangely enough, when Lin Mo pretended to have a textbook, he was particularly attentive, but when he actually had a textbook, he couldn't focus at all. He fidgeted from time to time, scratching here and poking there, unable to sit still. Of course, the main reason was that although he had learned the knowledge the teacher was explaining before, hearing it again felt like reading an ancient script. The more he studied, the more he felt he didn't understand. Noticing Lin Mo's constant movements beside her, Yukinoshita Yukino shot him a fierce glare, warning him not to get distracted and to study seriously. Lin Mo looked at Yukinoshita Yukino's cold gaze and was momentarily stunned. Was she provoking him? She must be provoking him. No, Yukinoshita Yukino shouldn't be that kind of person. He looked again. Then Lin Mo began his little antics again, and Yukinoshita Yukino glared at him once more. Now Lin Mo was finally sure she was indeed provoking him. Interesting. Did she really think that just because she was the protagonist, I wouldn't dare to retaliate? Ridiculous. It is well known that I have two major virtues. First, I never hit women. Second, I treat men and women equally. But the situation hadn't escalated, and Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry to act. He merely glared back, just as fiercely, trying to widen his eyes to show that he was not someone to be bullied. The system, observing its host's mysterious actions, couldn't help but facepalm and sigh, what nonsense has this fool concocted again? Ding. Sign-in task, give Yukinoshita Yukino a good beating. Task reward 1 sign-in. The system widened its eyes in shock, wondering what on earth its host had been thinking. To prevent a repeat of the earlier blunder, the system hastily said, "Host, please calm down. Beating someone up just for a sign-in is not worth it. Not to mention, in such a public setting, isn't that tarnishing your reputation? I think this task template is malfunctioning. Ooh, I'll fix it immediately." "Host, please don't act impulsively." Lin Mo responded a bit speechlessly. "Am I really that reckless? Yukinoshita Yukino only provoked me with her gaze. I wouldn't directly hit her." "Provocation," Lin Mo replied. "Yes, the first time I thought I was mistaken, but I didn't expect her to give me a second glare. It truly is hard to know a person's heart. I didn't expect Yukinoshita Yukino to be like this in reality." After a moment of silence, the system finally spoke. "Host, is there a possibility that your fidgeting disturbed her studies, which is why she glared at you to warn you to study seriously?" Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, but perhaps there was some truth to that. On the other side, Yukinoshita Yukino was startled by Lin Mo's fierce gaze. She felt like she hadn't done anything to deserve such disdain. Oh, why was he suddenly looking at her like that? Before she could react, his gaze became vacant, then turned to confusion, and finally to shock. Watching this series of complex changes, Yukinoshita Yukino stood frozen in place. Was this perhaps the intangible cultural heritage of China, a brother changing faces? Perhaps it was because they had been staring at each other for too long. The math teacher could no longer bear to watch. He cleared his throat and said, "Yukinoshita Lin Mo, please don't whisper during class. Pay attention to the lecture." Yukinoshita Yukino's face turned red, and she quickly sat up straight. It was truly a blunder, as she hadn't expected her excellent self to make such a low-level mistake. Perhaps letting Lin Mo share a book with her from the beginning was a wrong decision. She couldn't let the other person disturb her any longer. She needed to study seriously. Lin Mo also sat up straight, pretending to study diligently again. Although there had been some small interruptions, it didn't prevent him from being a diligent student. "That's right. I, Lin Mo, am a model student." 3 minutes later, Lin Mo expressed with a lack of interest that being a model student wasn't all that great. Living according to others' rules left no room for personal opinions. The so-called rules are meant to be broken. Only by not being bound by rules can one live a better life. Therefore, I might as well be a bad student in the eyes of the teacher. A class quickly passed, and Lin Mo lay tired on the desk, wondering how he got through it, feeling as if he were listening to an incomprehensible lecture, utterly annoyed. Strangely, it wasn't like this before, was it? Just as Lin Mo almost figured it out, the system hurriedly said, "Host, you should go pick up your textbooks and inform the teacher that you've arrived at school." Lin Mo immediately abandoned his previous thoughts, stood up, and followed the system's navigation to the head teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked twice in succession with a 10-second interval, but received no response. Lin Mo, strange. Did I come to the wrong place? Is there something you need? A voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Mo turned around to see someone wearing a distinctive white lab coat, with long black hair, holding a Mandarin textbook. It was clear who she was, the Iron Fist's leftover girl, Pingjong Jing. "Lin Mo, hello teacher. I am Lin Mo. Oh, I came to school today." Pingjong Jing looked at him curiously, patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and said, "So you are Lin Mo. I've heard about you, well done. Huh. You certainly have the spirit of a passionate youth. Come in and tell me what you need." Pingjong Jing opened the door and entered, placing her textbook down, saying, "What do you need?" "Lin Mo, I just enrolled today and came to pick up my textbooks." Pingjong Jing, "Oh, let me see. Because you're the last one who hasn't picked up your textbook, I helped get it for you. That's all." Lin Mo, "Thank you, teacher." Pingjong Jing smiled and said, "No problem. By the way, since you were a week late, you might have fallen behind a bit. I teach Mandarin in class. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office and ask me." "Lin Mo, I might take you up on that. Honestly, I have no interest in the history of inter-village fights." Pingjong Jing sat down, took out a cigarette, and said, "Do you mind if I smoke?" "Lin Mo, why don't you let me have one too?" Pingjong Jing, huh? "Lin Mo, if you won't let me have one, why smoke at all? Is it a lack of courtesy?" Pingjong Jing stood up and walked over to Lin Mo, sniffing the air, noticing no scent of smoke, and asked, "Do you smoke?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "I don't smoke." Pingjong Jing, "Then why did you say you'd join me?" Lin Mo said matter-of-factly, "Isn't it common sense to offer someone a cigarette when smoking? Moreover, secondhand smoke is more harmful than firsthand smoke. Why should I suffer from your secondhand smoke? That's simply unfair. So I want to smoke firsthand, as well let you experience the dangers of secondhand smoke." Pingjong Jing replied speechlessly, "Just say you don't mind me smoking. Oh, why say something that invites misunderstanding?" Lin Mo was silent for a moment and said, "When you reach my age, you'll understand." Pingjong Jing's head instantly filled with question marks, and then, as if she thought of something, she sighed and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." She then turned around and sat back down. Interfered by this, Pingjong Jing had no intention of smoking anymore and said, "What's your phone number?" I tried calling you before, but the number showed incorrect. It was probably a mistake in registration. Let me note it down again. Lin Mo, wait a moment, let me check. After noting down the number, there was nothing else to do, so Lin Mo bid farewell and returned to the classroom. Watching Lin Mo leave, Ping Zhongjing sighed in distress. It seems just as Yang Nai said, he doesn't seem very smart. This could ruin a person's life. Honestly, why do I have to help with this kind of thing? Lin Mo hugged his books and returned to his seat, pulling the desk back to its original position. He glanced at the class schedule, and discovering the next class was English, took out the English book, stuffing all the other books into the desk. Yukinoshita Yukino was not in her seat, probably out for something. At that moment, a boy approached, sneakingly asking him, Lin Mo, may I ask what your relationship with Yukinoshita is? The boy's face turned red beyond anything in the world. Lin Mo immediately understood what he was thinking. He patted the boy's shoulder and said earnestly, young man, the most important thing is to recognize your position. Someone like you, just a passerby, shouldn't fantasize about such things. Be a little transparent. The boy was immediately petrified in place. To him, Lin Mo's words were undoubtedly a declaration of territory. He never expected that his love story would end before it even began. After a long while, he snapped back to reality, reddened eyes returning to his seat. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that he was indeed a good person, helping his classmates see reality while also sparing Yukinoshita Yukino from others' harassment. I am truly amazing. No wonder it's me. Just as I thought about it, Yukinoshita Yukino walked in the next moment. She glanced at the English book on Lin Mo's desk, but said nothing and returned to her seat to read. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Yukinoshita, she truly deserves to be the top of the grade, studying so hard, even during breaks. Upon hearing this, Yukinoshita Yukino felt quite pleased, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up, clearly delighted. Now that he had obtained the textbook, Lin Mo was determined to study seriously in the upcoming English class. Okay, now I just need a pen to take notes. Lin Mo looked around and decided to borrow a pen from Yukinoshita Yukino. After all, they had been desk mates for a class, so this little request shouldn't be refused. Lin Mo, Yukinoshita, can I borrow a pen? I needed to take notes for the next class. Yukinoshita Yukino put down her textbook and turned her head, sighing. Lin Mo, you know studying is a good thing, but why didn't you even prepare the tools for studying? You could use the lack of textbooks as an excuse, but not having a pen is just unacceptable. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Yukinoshita, that's incorrect. I didn't forget to bring a pen. I just forgot to take it. Yukinoshita Yukino, why did you forget to take it? Lin Mo, because I didn't take it. Yukinoshita Yukino, why didn't you take it? Lin Mo, because I forgot to take it. Yukinoshita Yukino was a bit angry. She realized Lin Mo was making fun of her. Yukinoshita Yukino coldly said, the essence of being a student is to learn. If you came to school without a pen, it's like a doctor without a scalpel or a soldier without a gun. What use do you have in school then? Lin Mo, why does that sound so familiar? Didn't I just cross over? Damn, the memories I buried suddenly attacked me. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't reply, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said this will be the last time. She then took out a pink ballpoint pen and handed it to him, which had a cute cat design on it. Lin Mo shook his head, shaking off the unpleasant memories, reached out to take the ballpoint pen, and said, thanks, I'll return it to you tomorrow. Yukinoshita Yukino watched Lin Mo suddenly shake his head and couldn't help but complain internally. He always does some inexplicable actions. I'm really curious what is in his mind. Wait, mind. Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had fallen and injured his head, which was why he was hospitalized. Could it be? Yukinoshita Yukino's pupils dilated sharply, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. No, perhaps things are not like this at all. Yukinoshita comforted herself, thinking that everything might just be a coincidence, and Lin Mo was all along such an abstract person. Yet the thought had already arisen in her heart, despite her efforts to suppress it, she couldn't help but dwell on it. Perhaps Lin Mo was just a normal person at first, but after being hit by his own family's car, he suffered a brain injury, which is why he became so abstract. If everything truly is as she imagines, she genuinely doesn't know how to face it. It would mean that her family ruined a person's life. Yukinoshita clenched her fists, recalling her sister. Why did her sister not allow her to visit Lin Mo? Perhaps that is part of the reason. Yukino glanced at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with guilt. Although everything had yet to be verified, she felt she had already guessed the truth. After all, how could such an abstract person possibly risk their life to save a dog? Meanwhile, Lin Mo fiddled with the pen in his hand, completely unaware of Yukinoshita's psychological changes. Looking at the small cat design on the pen cap, he often felt an impulse to peel it off. However, after giving it some thought, he decided against it. Yukino lending him the pen was a sign of trust. He couldn't let her down. From now on, he would take good notes. Class time arrived, and Lin Mo devoted 120 of his energy to studying diligently, noting down every word. Yet he discovered he was still too naive. The pronunciations here were entirely different from what he learned in his past life, sounding almost indistinguishable from Sakura language. It made no sense. He clearly had mastered Sakura language due to the system. If it was Sakura language, he should understand it, but if it was English, why did it sound so much like Sakura language? Lin Mo listened closely for another 2 minutes, feeling as if his CPU was about to explode. His eyes turned into spirals. He couldn't distinguish anything. Truly, he couldn't. Shaking his head, Lin Mo looked at his clean textbook. Half the time had already passed, and he hadn't written a single note. His grandiose claims before class had turned into a joke. Lin Mo couldn't help but question his life. He was indeed in an English class, yet why did it sound so much like Sakura language? He had put in such earnest effort this time only to fail so thoroughly. Could it be that his brain really got damaged that time? No. How could someone as intelligent as him possibly damage his brain? Or was it that this class was not an English class at all? Lin Mo leaned on his desk and whispered to Yukinoshita Yukino. Hearing someone call her name Yukino, turned to look and found it was Lin Mo. She frowned. Generally, she wouldn't whisper during class, but this person was Lin Mo, and she felt a trace of guilt toward him. Suppressing the urge to ignore him, Yukino glanced at the teacher. After confirming he wasn't paying attention to her, she prepared to listen to what Lin Mo wanted to say. Seeing Yukino glance at him, Lin Mo quickly whispered, "What class are we in?" Yukino's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the English words on the blackboard, and then back at Lin Mo, whose expression didn't seem like he was joking. After confirming that it was indeed the English teacher, a hint of shock crossed her face. Even if he had damaged his brain, he shouldn't be unable to recognize English. Or was it a case of intermittent amnesia? Yukino fell into deep thought. Lin Mo, seeing that Yukino remained silent, said again, Yukino. Finally, the English teacher, unable to endure any longer, tapped the desk and said, "Quiet. This student, please do not disturb others' learning." Lin Mo quickly sat up straight, took his pen, and scribbled randomly in his textbook, leaving a few nonsensical scratches. Occasionally, he would look up to sneak a glance at the teacher and then scribble again. At this moment, Yukino also snapped back to reality, giving Lin Mo a deep look. She needed to quickly clarify Lin Mo's specific situation and understand what had truly happened to him. Realizing that he couldn't study at all, Lin Mo had completely given up on learning and started to slack off. After all, with the system as a safety net, even if he performed poorly on tests, he could have her help. System, don't treat me like a question-answering software. Thus, the entire morning passed, and Lin Mo hurried to the cafeteria, clutching his growling stomach. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and if he didn't eat lunch, he felt he would starve to death. Although he ran as fast as he could, he still had to wait in line due to the geographical disadvantage. After a while, Lin Mo spent all his money to buy 2 lunch portions and began to eat. Before long, he finished both portions, and he wasn't even 3 full. Lin Mo turned to look at the long line at the food counter, sighed quietly, and turned to leave. It was worse than killing him to let him smell the food, but not be able to eat. Lin Mo slowly walked back to his seat, slumping over the desk, feeling the hunger in his belly, and sighed, "I'm so hungry." At the same time, he said in his heart, "System, hurry up and think of a way to get me some food. I'm really about to starve to death." System, okay. I will generate a task right away. Ding. Sign in task, wear black silk and go rob someone. Task reward 1 sign in. System, host, isn't your idea a bit extreme? It's just hunger, there's really no need. Lin Mo said angrily, "Defamation. You are defaming me. It's clearly your own moral decay that generated such a task. How can you blame it on me? No one knows that I am known in the Jianghu as the virtuous young lord with a jade face. If you dare to tarnish my reputation any further, believe it or not, I will send you to the cold palace." Meanwhile, Yukino, who was eating, found Lin Mo's behavior a bit strange. It was easy to deduce that he had gone to the cafeteria after class, but why had he come back? Still saying he was hungry, could it be that he didn't get any food, or that he didn't bring any money? Just as Yukino hesitated whether to help him, she noticed Lin Mo suddenly sit up straight, looking a bit anxious and distressed. She couldn't understand it at all. Oh, perhaps only a brain injury could explain Lin Mo's unusual behavior. System, it's unjust for the host. I have said before that the generation of tasks comes from your myriad thoughts. In other words, it was your idea that led to this task being generated, and it has nothing to do with me. Lin Mo slammed the table, still dare to argue. Yukino, who had just picked up her food, was startled, and her food fell onto the table. The system was exhausted. Whatever you say is fine, just solve your hunger problem yourself. Lin Mo raised his middle finger. Useless system, you are completely worthless. In critical moments, I still have to rely on myself. He then took out a pair of black silk from his pocket and put it on his head, ready to randomly pick a lucky person to rob, since with the black silk on, no one would recognize him. Yukino, who witnessed all of this, fell silent. Had she encountered a pervert? Lin Mo had just intended to take action when he turned his head and saw Yukinoshita Yukino frozen in place. The two exchanged awkward glances, creating a moment of tension. Lin Mo's heart sank. When did Yukinoshita Yukino get here? Damn it, he hadn't even started his mischief before being caught. And it was by the highly principled Yukinoshita Yukino. Would she report him and get him locked up? Ding. Sign in task, eliminate a witness. Task reward 1 sign in. System, damn it. Host, can't you think straight for once? Why was he so bloodthirsty every day? When others saw a 2-dimensional heroine in front of them, they would call her wifey, but he had to go and kill them right. Ignoring the system's complaints, Lin Mo's brain raced as he tried to figure out the current predicament, and then he noticed the lunchbox in front of Yukinoshita Yukino. A brilliant idea flashed in his mind. He could totally exploit Yukinoshita Yukino's sympathy to rob her lunch. This way he would complete the task while avoiding being sent in. With this thought, Lin Mo felt like a genius for unraveling such a predicament. Without hesitation, Lin Mo glanced around, grabbed the pen head borrowed from Yukinoshita Yukino, and pointed it at her fiercely, saying, "Robbery. Hand over your lunch. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo's distorted face, squeezed by the black stockings, and his earnest attempt at a fierce expression truly resembled that of a fool. She stood there in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Everything had been fine moments ago. How did it suddenly turn into this? Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino silent for an extended period, Lin Mo thought she might have been scared by his fierce demeanor and couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It seemed he had a talent for whatever he did. Thus, he directly grabbed the lunchbox and dashed out, not giving Yukinoshita Yukino a moment to react. Yukinoshita Yukino stared at the empty desk, glanced at the chopsticks in her hand, and finally looked towards the door, through which Lin Mo had exited, feeling completely bewildered. Who am I? What just happened? What am I doing? In her confusion, Yukinoshita Yukino pondered, then gave up thinking and chased after him. Lin Mo excitedly looked at the lunchbox in his hands, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, snatching something and running was exhilarating. The system, dumbfounded, said, "Host, are you really a genius? I've never seen such outrageous operations before. Lin Mo, I've always been a genius, okay? I've said it before, I'm incredibly clever. System, sign me in." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Advanced Nutritional Liquid 10 Green. Advanced Nutritional Liquid Green, a nutrient liquid produced in a technological world that substitutes for food. 1 bottle can provide an average person with a week's worth of energy. The system, host, your luck seems good. You won't have to worry about going hungry in the next few days. Lin Mo, of course, my luck has always been great. Just as Lin Mo finished saying this, he ran into an unexpected person around the corner, Hiratsuka Shizuka. Seeing Lin Mo's eccentric outfit, Hiratsuka Shizuka immediately shouted, "Stop. Who are you?" Lin Mo thought to himself that this was bad and quickly turned to run back, only to encounter the pursuing Yukinoshita Yukino. At this moment, Lin Mo was caught between two threats, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. This was bad. He looked at the panting Yukinoshita Yukino, then at the eager Hiratsuka Shizuka, tore off the black stockings, and with a smile more pitiful than crying said, "I think I can explain." Hiratsuka Shizuka stood frozen, astonished, and said, "Lin Mo, wait, what is going on here? Why are you dressed like this?" Lin Mo frantically called out to the system in his mind, "System, hurry and save me." The system, relishing the moment, said, "Dear, I recommend cosplaying as a sunny doll. You might still save some face." Lin Mo 6. System 7. Lin Mo. In Hiratsuka Shizuka's office, she looked at Lin Mo with a headache and asked, "So what exactly is going on?" Yukinoshita Yukino glanced at the dazed Lin Mo, organized her words, and said, "Hiratsuka-sensei, Lin Mo stole my lunch because he was too hungry." Hiratsuka Shizuka looked at Lin Mo in shock. Just this. Lin Mo lowered his head, thinking that the floor was really a floor. Gurgle. Coincidentally, Lin Mo's stomach growled loudly. His face turned red, and he lowered his head even more. What an embarrassing situation. His entire reputation was ruined like this. All thanks to that inherently evil little system. System, you can't blame others for your own self-destruction. Hiratsuka Shizuka rubbed her forehead and said, "No matter how hungry you are, you can't rob someone else's lunch. Why not go to the cafeteria to eat?" Lin Mo, no money. Hiratsuka Shizuka, no money. Where did the black stockings on your head come from? When I first saw you, I was startled. I thought a terrorist had entered the school. Lin Mo, I found the black stockings at school. I thought I'd take a risk for wealth, but you know how it turned out. Hiratsuka Shizuka said with a headache, "How should I put this? Even if you're poor, you can't rob someone else's lunch." Yukinoshita, what do you think? Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a moment and said, "Lin Mo, no matter how poor you are, you cannot take someone else's belongings. This is wrong behavior. We should use our own hands to obtain what we want." Although it was just a lunch robbery, many illegal actions accumulate from small misdeeds. Once you cross the line in your heart, you may very well walk down the wrong path. I hope you can understand this and not make the same mistake next time. By the way, are you really short on money? Lin Mo reached into his pocket and dropped a 50-cent coin. Picking it up, he said, "This is my last bit of savings." Hiratsuka Shizuka exclaimed in surprise, "That can't be true. Where's your guardian? Doesn't he take care of you?" Lin Mo sighed and said, "I haven't seen him much growing up, let alone since I turned 18. I have no idea where he ran off to." Hiratsuka Shizuka paused for a moment, then recalled Lin Mo's situation and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. This child is truly pitiful. Not only does his guardian neglect him, but he also suffered a head injury at the start of school. Perhaps it's because of that injury that he ended up doing something like this. I wonder how Yukinoshita Yukino will handle it." Lin Mo looked up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. "It's just a bit of hardship." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "Hiratsuka-sensei, given Lin Mo's situation, he can apply for school poverty assistance, right?" Hiratsuka Shizuka replied, "Indeed, but just the paperwork will take a long time and won't solve the immediate problem." Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "I see. Hiratsuka-sensei, you can apply for poverty assistance from the school, and in the meantime." Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, although I'm very angry about you stealing my lunch, given the circumstances, it'll give you a chance to make amends. I can introduce you to a job. Before you get paid, I can lend you some money to help you get by, and after you receive your salary, you can slowly pay me back. During this time, I will decide whether to forgive you based on your performance. What do you think?" Pingjong Jing was quite satisfied with Yukinoshita Yukino's response. Although she was quite reclusive in class, her heart was at least kind. The handling of this matter was also very appropriate. Instead of directly giving money, she chose to solve the problem at its root, which bore a bit of Yukinoshita Ayano's style. Pingjong Jing nodded and said, "I will do my best to apply for the poverty subsidy as quickly as possible." Lin Mo scratched his head and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter how much the salary is as long as it can cover meals, and it's the kind that fills you up. For my appetite, a month's salary might not be enough for me to last a week, let alone considering I am a part-time worker." Yukinoshita Yukino asked, do you have a big appetite? Lin Mo replied, to be honest, I've already eaten a lunch meant for 2 people before this. Jing exclaimed, really? Lin Mo shrugged and said, I wouldn't lie about this. If you don't believe me, you can treat me to a meal and I'll prove it to you in person. Lin Mo revealed a knowing smile in his heart, realizing he was quite clever, having found a source of money while also solving the embarrassing situation of being hungry. Jing declared, I still don't believe you can eat that much. Come on, weren't you hungry? Let's go to the school cafeteria, they'll treat you to a meal. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he said, really, teacher? Jing patted her chest and said, don't worry, it's just a meal, I can afford it. Yukinoshita can come too. Your bento has completely cooled down, so it's perfect to see just how much Lin Mo can eat. Yukinoshita Yukino responded, thank you, teacher Jing, but you don't have to worry, I can pay for myself. Jing replied, what are you being polite for? Let's go. Lin Mo looked at the bento on the table and said with a spirit of not wasting food, Yukinoshita, since you're not eating your bento, can I have it? After all, we shouldn't waste food, and I don't mind that it's cold. Yukinoshita Yukino's face turned red upon hearing this, and she hurriedly refused, saying no. Then she walked forward to grab the bento and turned back to the classroom, saying, teacher Jing, you all go ahead, we'll be there shortly. Lin Mo, puzzled, said, what's wrong with her? Jing looked at him with an expression of approval and said, oh, you rascal, are you interested in Yukinoshita? Lin Mo replied, me. Interested in her? Jing said, yeah, otherwise why would you want to eat her bento? How indirect kiss, you're really bold. Lin Mo finally realized that his earlier words could be interpreted this way and couldn't help but say, teacher Jing, I really don't have such thoughts, I simply don't want to waste food. With my stomach not full, how can I talk about romance? Jing leaned in with an understanding expression, saying, no matter how you put it, Yukinoshita is a rich girl, so later on. Lin Mo couldn't help but say, I really don't understand why you, a single dog yourself, are so worried about others. Jing's expression changed, her hand gently resting on Lin Mo's shoulder. She said kindly, you better say that again. Lin Mo gave her a puzzled look, but still complied with her request, saying, I said you are a single dog. Jing's face changed dramatically, her left arm locking around his throat, gritting her teeth, as she said, shut up. Lin Mo quickly patted Jing 3 times, signaling his surrender. Jing released her grip and said angrily, watch your words, don't you know that trouble comes from your mouth? Do you think I don't want to find a boyfriend? You know, watching friends around me getting married early. Lin Mo interrupted, stop. I have no interest in your romantic experiences, teacher. I just want to fill my stomach quickly, okay? Jing snorted and said, what a buzzkill, with that attitude you'll never find a girlfriend. Lin Mo said, survival is always the first priority. I'm almost starving to death, how can I talk about romance? Let's eat. In the cafeteria, Jing and Yukinoshita Yukino looked on in shock as Lin Mo had already eaten 5 portions and was still going. Yukinoshita Yukino quickly rushed over to stop him, anxiously saying, hurry, let's go to the hospital. A normal person's stomach can't hold that much food. You could burst. Jing also reacted at this moment, snatching the chopsticks from Lin Mo's hand. She said seriously, Yukinoshita, call an ambulance. Lin Mo looked confused. It seemed he hadn't eaten that much. He was only about 70 full. It wasn't that serious, right? He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and explained, no need, I was born able to eat that much. My stomach won't burst, you can see I can still eat. Jing did not believe Lin Mo's words. In her eyes, it was highly likely that Lin Mo had hit his head, causing a problem, which led him to feel no sense of fullness, hence he kept eating. This is a problem. It must be treated. So Lin Mo, looking confused, entered the hospital once again. The system said, host, why are you back in the hospital again? Do you like the environment here? Lin Mo replied, get lost. Jing asked, doctor, how is the situation? Dr. Jujiang said, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? After my examination, I found that the food in Lin Mo's stomach is almost digested clean. Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed in shock, what? That's not scientific. Jing replied, I saw him eat 7 portions of food. How could it be digested so quickly? Lin Mo waved his hand with a smile and said, nice to see you again, Dr. Jujiang. Dr. Jujiang also smiled and said, indeed, Lin Mo, did you really eat that much? Lin Mo said, I mentioned it from the start, I have a big appetite. Dr. Jujiang pushed up his glasses and smiled, saying, so that's it, I thought you were joking. You all don't have to worry, although he eats a bit more than others, it's all been digested by his body. There's nothing serious about this. Yukinoshita Yukino breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't some illness, otherwise she would really feel guilty for a lifetime. Wait a minute. Just now Lin Mo said to Dr. Jujiang, long time no see. Does that mean Lin Mo was recuperating at this hospital? Yukinoshita Yukino quickly looked at Dr. Jujiang and found that his attention was entirely on Lin Mo. His eyes slightly squinted, as if he was lost in thought. Jing said casually, fortunately, it was a false alarm, you really can eat that much. Lin Mo raised his head proudly, saying, of course. Go ask around, I'm known as the jade-faced glutton in the Jianghu. Yukinoshita Yukino spoke up, since there's nothing wrong, we should head back. Teacher Jing, may I take a leave of absence? So much has happened today, and I want to rest for a while. Now that it's known that Lin Mo once received treatment here, and she happened to meet the attending physician, such a good opportunity must not be missed. She must quickly figure out what exactly happened to Lin Mo. Jing did not hesitate and immediately agreed, saying, Of course a lot has indeed happened today. After saying that she looked helplessly at Lin Mo, all this trouble was caused by this kid. To have scared herself twice in one day, he certainly has the capital to brag. At the hospital entrance, Ping Zhongjing looked at Lin Mo and said, "After such a commotion at school today, I bet you'll be pestered by various people when you go back. Are you going home directly or back to school?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, "I'll go home first and I need to buy a pen on the way." Ping Zhongjing said, "All right, how far is your home from here? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Lin Mo replied, "Shall do. Please turn on the navigation system. I am the sign-in system, not a navigation system." That may be the case, but the system obediently activated the navigation anyway, as it was one of its few functions. Glancing at the map, Lin Mo responded, "My home is quite far, sorry for the trouble, teacher Ping Zhong." Ping Zhongjing replied, "It's no trouble at all. As long as you're alright, I'm relieved. Let's take a taxi back to school first, my car is still there. Where's Yukino? Will I also give you a ride home?" Yukino shook her head and said, "No need, I can take a taxi back myself." After waiting for a while, Ping Zhongjing took Lin Mo back to school first. Yukino took a deep breath and turned back into the hospital. In the office, Dr. Zhujiang flipped through Lin Mo's files again, occasionally exclaiming, "The mysteries of the human body are truly endless. I thought Lin Mo's physical fitness would gradually improve each day, which was already quite remarkable. I didn't expect him to consume so much food and absorb it so quickly. Could it be that he is converting food into energy to enhance his body? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that his body strengthens even faster? How intriguing, really fascinating." Just then there was a knock on the door. Dr. Zhujiang tidied up the documents and said, "Come in." The visitor was Yukino. "Sorry to disturb you, Dr. Zhujiang." Dr. Zhujiang adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Not at all, I'm usually quite free. Miss Yukino, what can I do for you?" Yukino got straight to the point, saying, "Lin Mo has been under your care these days, right?" Dr. Zhujiang replied, "That's right. I've been taking care of him for a week and know his situation very well." Yukino took a deep breath and said with determination, "I want to know the specifics of Lin Mo's injuries after he was hit. Is he brain damaged?" Dr. Zhujiang replied, "Miss Yukino, the hospital has regulations. We cannot disclose patient information casually." Yukino calmly said, "Not to mention that Lin Mo was sent to the hospital by my family's car, and the medical fees were covered by us. I believe I have the right to know about this matter." Dr. Zhujiang chuckled, "Haha, that's true. Since that's the case, let me explain in detail. First off, to answer your first question, Lin Mo did indeed suffer brain damage. Your sister should be more aware of this than you, as she investigated Lin Mo's previous records, and all evidence shows that he was an ordinary normal person before." Yukino's pupils contracted sharply, a bad premonition dawning upon her. She trembled as she asked, "What's the situation? Is there a chance of recovery?" Dr. Zhujiang shook his head and said, "There is almost no chance of recovery. We detected an abnormal shadow in his brain, which has caused pressure on his brain, nerves, even affecting his intelligence." Yukino clenched her fists tightly. The news crushed her, making it hard to breathe. She should have realized that Lin Mo's various unusual behaviors were far from normal, and it must have been that accident that caused him to become like this. In other words, she was the one responsible for Lin Mo becoming this way. She had effectively ruined his life. "What should I do now? I'm sorry. I truly am sorry." Yukino held back her tears and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you for the information, Dr. Zhujiang. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Watching Yukino leave after a while, Dr. Zhujiang called Yukino's sister Yang Nai. "Miss Yang Nai, long time no see." Yang Nai replied, "Didn't we just see each other yesterday? What do you need from me? Is Lin Mo's illness treatable?" Dr. Zhujiang said, "As I've mentioned before, Miss Yang Nai, with current medical techniques, there is almost no chance of treating Lin Mo's illness. Let's set this topic aside for now. I call to inform you of another matter. Just now your sister Yukino came by and inquired about Lin Mo's condition." On the other end of the line, hearing this news, Yang Nai's expression immediately turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice, "Did you tell her?" Dr. Zhujiang helplessly responded, "Her reasoning is quite valid and backed by the powerful Yukino family. How could a small doctor like me dare to resist?" Yang Nai said, "I see. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Dr. Zhujiang replied, "Nothing else, wishing you all the best." Yang Nai hung up the phone directly. She had no time to waste arguing with Dr. Zhujiang. She needed to rush to Yukino's side quickly. It seemed her sister was starting to overthink things again. Looking at the hung-up phone, Dr. Zhujiang smiled, and then dialed another number. "Father, can you help me contact the Evolution House? I have some experimental materials that I believe they will be interested in." After some time, Ping Zhongjing drove her red sports car to take Lin Mo home. Lin Mo said, "Thank you so much, teacher Ping Zhong. Not only did you treat me to a meal, but you also drove me home. You are such a good person." Ping Zhongjing replied, "Thanks." Lin Mo said, "You're welcome. I'll head home now. Goodbye." Ping Zhongjing got out of the car and said, "Why the rush? Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit?" Lin Mo replied, "If you want to come in, that's fine, but I should let you know that my home is very clean and there's nothing to entertain you with." Ping Zhongjing smiled and said, "I really want to see just how clean it is." Lin Mo's home was a 90-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room lacking any decorations, and indeed looked quite clean. Ping Zhongjing commented, "It's pretty clean here, not a bit of trash in sight." Lin Mo walked into the kitchen, trying to find a cup to get some tap water. Since he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, he searched for a long time without finding one and had to grab 2 bowls instead to collect some water. During this time, Ping Zhongjing carefully observed her surroundings. Although she knew Lin Mo lived in poverty, she was surprised to find there weren't even any decorations in the house. There was no television, no water dispenser, not even a sofa for guests to sit on, let alone decorative potted plants. It looked like a bare shell of a house. Standing in the middle of the living room, Ping Zhongjing noticed that the bedroom door was ajar. She could clearly see the scene inside just by taking a few steps forward. Ping Zhongjing couldn't help but feel intrigued. This was her first time visiting a boy's home, and she felt a bit excited. With a mischievous smile on her face, she took a couple of steps forward. However, after seeing the scene inside, a glimmer of disbelief flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Mo came over with 2 bowls of water and said, "Teacher Ping Zhong, please have some water." Ping Zhongjing exclaimed, "Oh, thank you." She hurriedly took the bowl from Lin Mo's hands and instinctively took a sip, which tasted just like tap water. Lin Mo said, "It's tap water. As long as you don't mind, that's fine." It was then that Ping Zhongjing realized she was holding a bowl instead of a cup, and recalling the bedroom, she just saw her gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with sympathy. Ping Zhongjing stepped forward and hugged Lin Mo, pressing his head against her chest, saying with a loving expression, "It must be tough being all alone." Lin Mo thought, what the heck? Why is Teacher Ping Zhong suddenly saying such things with that expression? And can you please let go of me? I'm almost suffocating. P.S. To clarify, the evolution house is not as ridiculous as it seems in One Punch Man. It just has some biological technology, serving as a transition for the early bosses. Ping Zhongjing's eyes were filled with heartache as she had just caught a glimpse of Lin Mo's bedroom through the crack in the door, a single bed, a set of table and chairs, and not much else. There wasn't even a bedsheet, just a thin mattress. It was hard to imagine how he had managed all these years and how much suffering he had endured in between. And now he had even injured his head. Truly, misfortune seeks out those who are already suffering. Lin Mo struggled to free himself from Ping Zhongjing's embrace, gasping, what was that sudden hug about? Are you trying to make an old cow eat tender grass? Ping Zhongjing was momentarily taken aback, carefully examining Lin Mo's fairly handsome face, and thought to herself that it might not be entirely out of the question. Lin Mo shivered at the thought, noticing that Ping Zhongjing seemed genuinely interested. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "Ping Zhong, teacher, you've seen my home, you've had some water, and it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? I'm not some ferocious beast. Is it really necessary to rush me away so quickly?" Ping Zhongjing replied helplessly. "And forget it, since you've mentioned it, I won't impose further. You have class tomorrow, so remember to rest well today." Lin Mo, "Okay, goodbye, Ping Zhong, teacher." "Goodbye," Ping Zhongjing said with a smile. Initially, after seeing Lin Mo's current situation, Ping Zhongjing had wanted him to move in with her, but she reconsidered. Aside from the issue of reputation, once he moved into her house, who would take care of whom was uncertain. After all, she could hardly be bothered to tidy up herself. Although her home could not be described as chaotic, it certainly wasn't clean either. Compared to this environment, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, Lin Mo had managed to endure in such harsh conditions all by himself, which suggested he was a very self-reliant person. And self-reliant individuals typically have strong pride. If she were to offer help directly, Lin Mo might become angry at feeling pitied and refuse outright. So these matters should be left for Yukinoshita Yukino to deal with. After all, it was her who had caused Lin Mo to end up like this. After sending Ping Zhongjing off, Lin Mo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. That was close. I almost became an old cow eating tender grass. Sigh. It's all due to my damn charm that has nowhere to go. System indeed. Especially when you wear black stockings. Yukinoshita Yukino directly pursues the host. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he angrily said, "Isn't it all because of you? You kept generating all these nonsensical tasks that ruin my reputation. What are your true intentions? System, this system only generates tasks. Whether or not you complete them is your business. Cut the nonsense. Give me another task. After all, I'm just sitting here doing nothing. I want to sign in. System, all right. Ding. Sign in task, steal lollipops from elementary school students. Task, reward 1 sign in. System, host, we must ask, do you still have any shame?" Lin Mo donned the black stockings on his head and said, "Fortune favors the bold. The elementary school students are starting school. Let's do this." After hanging up Dr. Zhujiang's call, Yukinoshita Yano immediately drove to the area below Yukinoshita Yukino's apartment, hurrying over without a moment's pause. Ding dong. A moment later, the door was opened and Yukinoshita Yano smiled, saying, "Long time no see, Yukino. Have you missed your sister?" Yukinoshita Yukino appeared dejected, remaining silent for a moment before turning to her sister and saying, "Sister, since you're here, there are some things I want to ask you." "What is it?" Yukinoshita Yano asked in surprise. "Is it some secret?" "It's about Lin Mo." Yukinoshita Yukino spoke calmly, looking directly into Yukinoshita Yano's eyes with an expression that mingled guilt but more so determination. It was a commitment to the truth. Seeing her sister's gaze, Yukinoshita Yano understood that she probably wouldn't be able to easily evade the issue today. It was clear from Yukino's eyes that she was serious. If she didn't speak up, Yukino would likely investigate everything bit by bit herself. Yukinoshita Yano forced a smile and said, "Yukino, are you really prepared to face the truth?" "I have long been prepared to, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to investigate this matter. Sister, I share part of the responsibility in this incident. I shouldn't run away. I don't want to escape anymore." Yukinoshita Yano was slightly taken aback, then smiled, saying, "It seems Yukino has grown into a responsible adult, speaking such accountable words so different from before. Since you are ready to bear everything, I won't hide anything from you." Here is the information I found about Lin Mo. I'll take a look for yourself. After you've finished, I'll ask you for your thoughts. Taking the phone that Yukinoshita Yano handed over, Yukinoshita Yukino took a deep breath and began to read. Soon Yukinoshita Yukino finished reading, gripping the phone tightly with both hands, lowering her head and asking in a low voice, "So was it that accident that caused Lin Mo to become like this?" Yukinoshita Yano replied, "Yes, but Yukino, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. Oh, no one wanted this to happen. Moreover, under those circumstances, we did well enough. At least we didn't lose our lives. You don't need to feel so guilty. In terms of reason and emotion, we are not in the wrong. I will also do my best to compensate Lin Mo, and you need not worry about his future. I will arrange everything so he can live without worry." Indeed, Lin Mo had suddenly dashed out from the roadside to save a small dog, which was how he ended up being hit. Although the driver had braked in time, it was still unavoidable. In that moment, her sister had dealt with everything at lightning speed. Now Lin Mo had been discharged from the hospital, and everything had settled. Yukino, you were merely an ordinary bystander in the car. You neither drove the car that hit Lin Mo nor urged him to rush out. This was all coincidence, a cruel joke by fate. You were just an ordinary person sitting in the car, no different from the onlookers. You don't need to be so hard on yourself, thinking you must shoulder all the blame, believing you ruined Lin Mo's life, and wanting to atone for it. It's completely unnecessary. This isn't atonement. It's not even sympathy. It's pure arrogance. Arrogantly taking the blame upon yourself to fulfill your so-called recompense, acting solely on your self-awareness without considering other aspects. Moreover, from a certain perspective, we are also victims in this matter. Lin Mo is innocent, but aren't we also innocent? We obeyed the traffic laws, and when Lin Mo suddenly rushed out, we immediately braked to prevent a more severe tragedy. Yet, even so, others will discuss this matter and tarnish the Yukinoshita family's reputation. So Yukino, you really don't need to feel guilty or seek to make amends. From the very beginning, no one is at fault. Perhaps we are all right, yet we are all wrong. If anyone should be blamed, it can only be fate for playing tricks on us. Sister. Yukinoshita Yukino stared blankly at Yukinoshita Yono, never expecting that her sister would speak to her at length one day. Since childhood, Yono had always teased her and had never spoken to her so seriously. This time her sister not only spoke so much, but also completely guessed her thoughts, elaborating on all the reasons and consequences while clarifying the causal relationships. Yukinoshita Yukino had always known that she was very different from her sister, but she never imagined the gap would be this wide. She felt a bit defeated. However, this feeling of defeat quickly faded as her sister was so excellent, and she was constantly striving to improve. The guilt in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes gradually dissipated as she understood the lesson Yukinoshita Yono wanted to convey, and she spoke, saying, "I understand, sister. I will treat Lin Mo like anyone else." Yukinoshita Yono smiled and said, "I'm glad you understand, Yukino. At first I thought you wouldn't heed my advice and would continue to blame yourself." Yukinoshita Yukino said earnestly, "Thank you for waking me up, sister. Since Lin Mo has lived alone for most of his life, he must have a great capacity for psychological resilience. I don't need to treat him differently because of this. I should interact with him like I would with anyone else." Yukinoshita Yono suddenly hugged her and laughed, saying, "Haha, serious, Yukino is so cute." Yukinoshita Yukino instantly blushed and pouted, "Sister." The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Mo's face, and the system alarm clock rang punctually. "Host, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." After a whole afternoon of effort yesterday, Lin Mo had modified the drop rate through the system. In the following period, he gained a substantial amount of money and food, so he wouldn't have to worry about these things for a while. By the way, he also obtained some source power, and the system regained a bit of its ability, but it still couldn't counter the magic restriction field. Lin Mo let out a long yawn and casually took a bun from the system space to eat. After finishing the bun, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then ate another bun. The system remarked, "Host, isn't this unnecessary?" Lin Mo replied with an expression that said, "You wouldn't understand. What do you know?" The system curiously asked, "Could there be some reasoning behind this?" Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, "There is indeed a reasoning behind this. Do you know Einstein's theory of relativity?" The system replied, "I do." Lin Mo said, "That's good. It has nothing to do with it. It's just that my brain is simply not powered on." The system inquired, "Host, do you think you're very humorous?" Lin Mo proudly stated, "Of course. You should ask around him, known in the rivers and lakes as the jade-faced humorous young lord." The system replied, "Weren't you just the jade-faced eater young lord yesterday?" Lin Mo responded, "It's the same. These are all my titles." Enough talk, sign in. The system sighed. "Host, sometimes I really want to pry open your brain and see what exactly is inside." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Angel's Power Gold. Angel's Power, you can transform into an angel and possess the powers of an angel." Lin Mo's eyes widened instantly. "Wow. Golden legend. System, hurry up and use it. I want to fly to school so I won't have to walk anymore." The system said, "Host, is this all the ambition you have? This is the golden level Angel's Power, known as the strongest angel. Michael, do you know?" Lin Mo replied, "I don't know." The system remarked, "I shouldn't have asked you. To put it simply, the Archangel Michael is the first under God, and after using this angel's power, he becomes second." Lin Mo exclaimed, "Wow, that's so outrageous. Hurry up and use it. I didn't expect to stop eating beef so soon." The system awkwardly said, "A host, you know the magic restriction field." Lin Mo remained silent for a while, then gave the system a harsh middle finger and said, "Useless system, just leave the group." The system quickly responded to him, "Host, although I can't let you use the angel's power, it is still possible to turn you into an angel." Lin Mo's eyes widened instantly. Is that true? The system replied, of course it's true. Did you forget that I gained a bit of source power from signing in yesterday? I regained a little bit of ability which can give you an angel form. You can think of it as a skin in a game. Although you can't use supernatural powers, it will make you look more handsome. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, that's fine, let me see what my angel form looks like quickly. The system responded, the angel halo and angel wings are already in the inventory. The host can install them yourself. Lin Mo retorted, so I still have to install it manually. What use are you? The system awkwardly said, host, please understand the magic restriction field. Lin Mo angrily stated, the magic restriction field is way over the top. If it weren't restricted, it would be fun. Don't you know I hate these over-the-top restrictions? The system cautiously said, host, this seems to be your ability. Lin Mo quickly replied to him, actually the magic restriction field is just like that. Oh, it has no attacking capability, just garbage. Lin Mo took the angel halo and angel wings from the inventory, fiddled with them, and asked system, how do I do this? The system replied, just place them in the right spots. Lin Mo walked to the mirror, placed the angel halo on his head, and saw the halo emitting a golden light hovering above him, which piqued Lin Mo's interest. The system hesitated, ultimately sighing, after all he was a fool, so it was better to let him be. Lin Mo covered his slightly dizzy head and smiled, saying, this is somewhat interesting. The system remarked, host, you should change to a new skin. If you keep this up, you'll be late. Lin Mo replied, it's a small matter. Don't you know I have someone at school? He stopped dragging his feet and directly hung the angel wings on his back. Lin Mo exclaimed, system, this isn't right. Why are the angel wings on backwards? Why are there so many feathers at the bottom? The system replied, host, could it be possible that you installed them backwards? Lin Mo slapped his forehead and chuckled, I just got a bit too excited. He adjusted the angel wings to the correct position and looked at his wings sideways. Unfortunately, he couldn't control them. They were just like decorations. Lin Mo asked system, do you think others can pull off my wings and halo? The system assured, host, rest assured, as long as the opponent's power doesn't far exceed the angel's power, it's impossible for them to pull these off. Alright, I've checked out my new skin. It's time to go to class, right? Lin Mo said sharply, system, why are you so eager for me to go to class? Tell me, do you have some sort of conspiracy? The system replied, host, don't add drama to yourself. If you keep this up, you'll really be late. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone rang. Seeing it was an unknown number, he hung up directly. Lin Mo complained, are scammers really this bold nowadays? I haven't even browsed the website information before they leaked it. A second later, the phone rang again. After hanging up, Lin Mo swiftly blocked the number and said triumphantly, you think you can mess with me? Let's see how you harass me. Lin Mo changed out of his extremely comfortable pajamas from signing and put on his school uniform, tidied his hair, nodded in satisfaction, and then prepared to set off. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Mo opened it in confusion, thinking he didn't really have any friends who would knock on his door so early. Upon opening the door, he found a familiar face. Ping Zhongjing said with some irritation, I knew you didn't go to school. Why did you call me and then block me? Lin Mo was slightly taken aback and asked, was that call from you? I thought it was a spam call. You should have said something earlier. I would have unblocked you right away. Ping Zhongjing sighed and said, remember my number this time, don't block me again later. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Lin Mo nodded and replied, I have. Ping Zhongjing said, that's good. I'll drive you. Hearing that he didn't have to walk, Lin Mo quickly smiled and said, thank you so much, teacher. Thus the two of them drove to the school. After bidding farewell to the teacher, Lin Mo walked towards his class and said to Yukinoshita Yukino, Yukinoshita, here's your pen. Thank you for lending it to me yesterday. Oh, I've bought one now. Yukinoshita Yukino took the pen and said, no need to thank me. Ooh, just be more careful next time. Lin Mo replied, haha, don't worry, I definitely won't forget. By the way, your pen is pink and looks nice. Where did you buy it? Yukinoshita Yukino said, it's from the stationery store in the school. Oh, it's on the second shelf, first on the second row. Lin Mo exclaimed, you remember that so clearly. You are truly Yukinoshita. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, this is just basic knowledge. Is there anything else? If not, I'll get back to my reading. Lin Mo said, nothing else, nothing else. I specially bought a pen this time. I will definitely study hard. Thinking of Lin Mo's performance yesterday, Yukinoshita Yukino fell silent for a moment and said, let's hope so. The first class was Ping Zhongjing's language class. Lin Mo put in 120 effort to study, but he soon realized that he might not be cut out for studying. He couldn't concentrate at all, and his notes were disjointed. After class, Lin Mo sighed while resting his head on the desk and said, I'm so exhausted. Studying wasn't this hard before. Why can't I remember anything? Yukinoshita Yukino, who heard Lin Mo's words, stiffened her hand, holding the pen, trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, Lin Mo, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I can help you, and here are my notes. You can copy them. Lin Mo quickly stood up and said, wait for me to go to the restroom. I'll copy them for you right away. The other students in the class, seeing the usually aloof goddess being so proactive, couldn't help but shed envious tears. What's this? She usually acts so aloof, but now she's exposed. Hearing the voices, Yukinoshita Yukino immediately turned her head, searching for the speaker, but didn't find anyone. She frowned, but said nothing in the end. On the way to the restroom, Lin Mo unexpectedly bumped into Hikigaya, Hachiman, and hurriedly greeted him. Hachiman, long time no see. Have you missed your big brother? Hikigaya Hachiman recalled that day's self-introduction with an awkward smile and said, long time no see, Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped forward and hugged his neck, laughing. No need to be polite with big brother. Oh, just call me that. By the way, have you been bullied in class? If you've been bullied, make sure to tell Big Brother. I'll definitely take care of it for you. I'll teach the others how to behave. Hikigaya Hachiman quickly waved his hand and said, no, everyone is quite friendly. Damn, how did I run into this person? I must leave quickly. I can't go through what happened last time. Hikigaya Hachiman said, Lin Mo, I have something to do, I'll head off first, let's talk later. Lin Mo replied, okay. Hikigaya Hachiman quickly walked away, but Lin Mo kept following closely behind him. Was it just a coincidence? Hikigaya Hachiman changed direction, but Lin Mo continued to follow him. He helplessly said, Lin Mo, do you have something to say to me? Lin Mo replied, nothing, just seeing where you're going. Is this stalking? It must be stalking. A big guy like you is following me, is this reasonable? This is too creepy. Hikigaya Hachiman took a barely noticeable step back and said cautiously, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, what a coincidence, I need to go to the restroom too. Together. Hikigaya Hachiman wanted to refuse, but he really couldn't hold it any longer, so he nodded in agreement. He remained vigilant against Lin Mo the whole way in case he did anything strange. Luckily, Lin Mo was quiet and didn't act out. Ding. Sign-in task. While Hikigaya Hachiman is in the restroom, pull down his pants. Task reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo's eyes widened, and he said painfully, system. Hikigaya Hachiman is like a brother to me. What do you mean by issuing this task? What do you take me for? You're trying to sow discord between us. What a malicious thought. The system replied, this system clarifies once again that the issuance of tasks depends on your myriad thoughts, which means that this idea originated in your heart, hence the task was created. Lin Mo said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I do such a thing? The system replied, then I'll just cancel the task. Lin Mo said, I've already said he is my brother, isn't my intention clear enough? This matter requires extra payment. The system replied, your brother is suffering quite a bit. Lin Mo said, that's incorrect. As the saying goes, one would go through fire and water for a brother. I believe Hikigaya Hachiman will definitely understand me. The system replied, I'll increase the drop rate of good items, okay? Lin Mo said, that's more like it. Suddenly Hikigaya Hachiman shivered, feeling an ominous premonition rise in his heart. He quickly looked at Lin Mo and saw him suppressing a smile, feeling that he was hiding something bad. But they had already reached the restroom door, and Hikigaya Hachiman couldn't care less. He quickly took out his business and started to relieve himself. Lin Mo wore a mysterious smile as he approached Hikigaya Hachiman from behind. Hikigaya Hachiman's heart raced as he shouted, what are you doing? Lin Mo patted his backside and said mysteriously, what am I doing? You'll find out soon enough. This is quite a big deal, so be careful. Hikigaya Hachiman's face changed dramatically. Could it be that he's encountering a gay moment? No way, how could he be so unlucky? Without warning, Lin Mo swiftly pulled down Hikigaya Hachiman's pants and burst out laughing as he ran away. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. As the laughter gradually faded away, Hikigaya Hachiman stood there dazed, completely bewildered. What just happened? Why does it feel so cold on my backside? At that moment, a boy walked by to use the restroom, staring in shock at Hikigaya Hachiman, who had his pants down. Hikigaya Hachiman's heart sank. He was completely finished, his reputation was ruined. Lin Mo quickly ran back to the classroom. Seeing that Hikigaya Hachiman didn't chase after him, he sighed in relief and said with a smile, that was thrilling. Yukinoshita Yukino, seeing Lin Mo come back, curious, asked, what happened? Lin Mo replied, nothing. Where are your notes? Please let me copy them, thank you. Yukinoshita Yukino handed over her notes and said, these are all the key points the teacher mentioned. I wrote them in my own way. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Lin Mo replied, okay. Unknowingly, the morning had slipped away. Lin Mo had grown too lazy to rush to the cafeteria for food, opting instead for a nutritional drink, which after careful calculation could provide him with all the energy he needed for the day. Lin Mo took out the nutritional drink from his desk and began to consume it. Seeing that Lin Mo hadn't gone to the cafeteria like he had the day before, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yesterday, in his eagerness to investigate Lin Mo's situation, he had forgotten to fulfill his promise of providing him with meal money for this time. He had no idea how Lin Mo managed his meals for dinner and breakfast, but thankfully it wasn't too late now. Yukinoshita Yukino spoke up, Lin Mo, let me treat you to a meal. Lin Mo replied, no, I'm just fine with water. Just drinking water won't satiate your hunger. Yukinoshita Yukino insisted, firmly standing up. We agreed that I would take responsibility for your meals. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. While the nutritional drink could solve his energy needs for the day, its taste was akin to sweet water, not particularly enjoyable. If he could eat, then he would prefer that. At that moment, the classmates had not yet left, and upon witnessing Yukinoshita Yukino's assertive demeanor, they gasped in astonishment. I never expected Yukinoshita to like this. How infuriating. Where did I go wrong? Is Lin Mo being supported by someone? I wish I could be supported by a rich woman. Hearing the discussions among his classmates, Yukinoshita Yukino's face flushed with embarrassment. It dawned on her how bold her previous statement had been and how easily it could lead to misunderstandings. It was no wonder they were misled. Yukinoshita Yukino wanted to explain the situation, but quickly realized it involved Lin Mo's privacy, and she couldn't just say it outright. Thus, she decided to pull Lin Mo away from this place of gossip. No wonder the rich play around. Who knows how chaotic it is behind the scenes? They always act so serious, but who knows how many people they have been with in secret? The mixed comments darkened Yukinoshita Yukino's expression. She scanned the crowd, but couldn't find the person making those remarks. Lin Mo slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Who the hell started these rumors? Get out here. Are you tired of living?" Everyone was startled into silence. Whether in this life or the last, Lin Mo despised rumors the most. It was infuriating how easily people could spread lies without regard for the truth, believing whatever they heard, without considering the victim's perspective. It's easy to slander someone, but proving one's innocence is challenging. Some individuals unable to bear the psychological pressure resort to drastic measures. And what about the rumormongers? The followers? A casual apology from them would wipe everything clean. One of Lin Mo's siblings had been through a similar experience, nearly committing suicide. If it weren't for the support of others, a tragedy could have ensued. Thus, Lin Mo was determined to get to the bottom of this matter today. He scanned the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze. He sneered, "So you dare to do it, but not to own up to it. You really think I can't find you?" Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "System, mark the person who just spread the rumor. I want to make them unrecognizable." The system replied, "Got it. Rest assured, I've kept track of everything that was said." Lin Mo pointed at a girl with short hair and said, "Did you just say that rich people play around?" The girl turned pale and quickly replied, "I didn't." "Do you have any evidence proving it was me? I could just as easily say it was you." Ignoring her, Lin Mo pointed to another girl with long hair and stated, "You said it gets chaotic behind the scenes." The long-haired girl responded, "Who heard that? Don't speak without evidence, or he'll sue you for defamation." Finally, Lin Mo pointed at a boy and said, "And you? You were the one who made that last remark, weren't you?" "What a surprise." The boy protested, "I didn't. How could I ever say something like that? Evidence. You can't just say things without proof." Lin Mo sneered and was about to charge over saying evidence. "Funny enough, you didn't need evidence to spread rumors, so I don't need evidence to hit you." Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, Yukinoshita Yukino stopped him, shaking her head as she grasped Lin Mo's hand. "If you hit them, you'll get into trouble too. Let me handle this." Yukinoshita Yukino took a step forward. From the expressions of the three, it was clear that they were the ones who had said those things. Yukinoshita Yukino spoke coldly, "You all understand the principle that words can bring disaster, and since you've done this, you must face the consequences. This is a lesson even a 3-year-old would know. As you said, I am a wealthy person, so I trust you are all prepared to bear the consequences." The girl with short hair replied, "Everything must have evidence. What Lin Mo says is just what he says. Without any evidence, isn't he just spreading rumors?" The long-haired girl remarked, "You are being too domineering. Even if this matter is true, just because of a few words don't provoke your family's revenge. Your mentality is too narrow-minded." The boy chimed in, "Right." Lin Mo suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. So now you care about evidence. Where were you before? Now it's too late. Go and discuss it with the Yukinoshita family." Yukinoshita Yukino responded, "Whether you call me domineering or narrow-minded doesn't matter. You are all adults now and must take responsibility for your actions. This is the first lesson I am teaching you, and I believe you will thank me once you enter society." After saying this, Yukinoshita Yukino turned and walked away. Lin Mo smirked and followed her. On the way, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed in relief and said, "Thank you for just now." Lin Mo waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing after all. I can't stand people like that." Yukinoshita Yukino said earnestly, "It may be a small matter for you, but it was a huge help for me. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me much longer to figure out who they were." "Thank you." Lin Mo responded, "That's true. After all, I'm quite clever. Finding a few people is a piece of cake." The system interjected, "Host, this is entirely my credit." Lin Mo retorted, "What do you mean your credit? Even you belong to me." Upon hearing such bold words, the system suddenly blushed and fell silent. Lin Mo rubbed his belly and asked Yukinoshita, "What are we going to do next? Are we heading to the cafeteria for food? I'm really hungry now." Yukinoshita Yukino smiled slightly and said, "Yes, let's continue to the cafeteria. To thank you, we'll treat you to this meal. Oh, I want to take your future wages for it." Lin Mo exclaimed, "Yay. That saves me some money. By the way, what job did you find for me? Will there be enough food?" Yukinoshita Yukino assured him, "Don't worry, there will definitely be enough." Lin Mo said, "That's great. As long as there's enough food, the salary doesn't matter. You know my appetite." As they chatted, they walked towards the cafeteria with Lin Mo doing most of the talking while Yukinoshita Yukino listened, occasionally chiming and creating a particularly harmonious atmosphere. Is this what friendship feels like? It doesn't seem too bad. Looking at Lin Mo's profile, Yukinoshita Yukino thought to herself, "Huh, Lord Imo-tan, we meet again." And just as he sat down after fetching his meal, Yuzuriha Nishiki approached, carrying her own bento box. Ding! In daily quest, transplant the evil king's true eye. In reward, obtain the ultimate evil king's true eye. In the system sighed softly, and she had long since given up trying to make sense of it. Let him do as he pleased. Lin Mo's expression shifted abruptly. He turned toward Yukinoshita Yukino, and sure enough found bewilderment flickering across her face. In with a quiet sigh, he murmured, "So I've been exposed after all." "Exposed to?" Yukinoshita Yukino asked, puzzled. Lin Mo threw back his head and laughed wildly with one hand raised skyward. "Huh? I'd hoped to walk beside you as an ordinary man, but all I earned were scorn and insult. Very well, I cast aside the mask. I am Motion, the unrivaled sovereign of this age who quells eternity itself." Yukinoshita Yukino stared blankly. When exactly had she ever scorned or insulted him? Yuzuriha Nishiki set down her tray then, utterly unconcerned with onlookers, drew forth her umbrella and declared, "Lord Imo-tan, fate has brought us face to face once more. Then let us resume our duel from where we last left off. I shall prove to you The evil king's true eye is the supreme power. And Lin Mo sneered coldly. Humph. How laughable. Were it not for my restraint, I would have transplanted your evil king's true eye long ago. Yes, the evil king's true eye is supreme, but alas, you are not. In recalling her lightning-fast defeat last time, Yuzuriha Nishiki's heart lurched, but she masked her unease with feigned composure. Enough talk. Prepare yourself. This time Yuzuriha Nishiki learned from her past mistake. She uttered no incantations, launching straight into attack. And Lin Mo called out sharply, wait. Her umbrella froze midair. And what is it? She asked, puzzled. It's lunchtime, Lin Mo replied calmly. Let me finish eating first. We'll fight later. Yuzuriha Nishiki placed a hand over her rumbling stomach and nodded seriously. Indeed. We're in a low magic phase right now. Replenishing mana is essential. Very well then. A temporary truce it is. Yukinoshita Yukino watched them in silence, utterly baffled by their dynamic. At first she'd assumed they were enemies. After all, Yuzuriha had charged in without warning. Yet now, inexplicably, they'd just agreed to pause hostilities. How complicated. What is their relationship? And still she breathed inwardly, relieved that at least for now they'd settled down to eat properly. Yukinoshita Yukino exhaled faintly. Though she was always the center of attention wherever she went, this kind of overwhelming, bewildering spotlight was entirely new. Just as she lifted her chopsticks, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a swift pivot he shouted, You're spying on me, aren't you? Hikigaya Hachiman. And onlookers instantly followed Lin Mo's line of sight, to find Hikigaya Hachiman sitting motionless in the corner, staring back with vacant, stunned eyes. Hikigaya Hachiman, wait, how did you even spot me? No silhouette, no footsteps, and you know whether I activated it or not. As dozens of eyes fell upon him, Hikigaya Hachiman offered an awkward smile, then made to slip away. But Lin Mo had no intention of letting him escape. Engaging hyper mode, he executed a dramatic slide tackle, seized Hikigaya's arm and grinned. You see your big brother, and don't even greet him. Come, let's eat together. Hikigaya Hachiman stammered. Ahaha, I'm already full really. Don't want to intrude. Lin Mo ignored his protest, dragging him along. That tiny portion. You couldn't possibly be full. Eat more, with us. And so Hikigaya Hachiman was forcibly seated at the table. A first for him, sharing a meal with two such stunning young women. He sat stiffly, nerves prickling. Two boys and two girls sat opposite each other. And Lin Mo gestured warmly. Let me introduce everyone. This is my junior Hikigaya Hachiman. These two are my friends Yuzuriha Nishiki, the evil king's true eye bearer, and Yukinoshita Yukino, top-ranked student of our year. Hikigaya Hachiman gave them an embarrassed smile. That introduction was way too casual. And I never agreed to be your junior. Evil king's true eye bearer. That sounded like textbook Chinibu nonsense. Yukinoshita Yukino simply offered Hikigaya a polite, reserved nod in acknowledgement. Yuzuriha Nishiki suddenly formed a series of bizarre hand signs, then gazed intently at Hikigaya before declaring triumphantly, Ah, I see through your disguise. You are the great Bodhisattva Hachiman. A faint twitch tugged at Hikigaya's lips. He'd long since left his Chinibu days behind, buried those cringeworthy memories deep in the Mariana Trench. Hikigaya Hachiman forced a strained grin. No, I'm just an utterly ordinary high schooler. Yuzuriha Nishiki tilted her head thoughtfully. I see. So your memories haven't yet awakened. Hikigaya Hachiman, no, not at all. Yukinoshita Yukino interjected politely. Excuse me, I've been unable to follow your conversation since the beginning. Is this some new form of communication? Hikigaya Hachiman, no, they're just plain Chinibu. Yukinoshita Yukino, Chinibu. Lin Mo slammed his palm onto the table. Dare. You dare call me Lord Motion Chinibu. Do you wish to test whether my fist still strikes true? Yuzuriha Nishiki sighed wistfully. Great Bodhisattva Hachiman. Though you've lost both memory and power, and though disbelief is natural, rest assured we will help you reclaim your forgotten self. Yukinoshita Yukino, ever perceptive, observed their exchange quietly, and gradually pieced together the meaning of Chinibu, likely a kind of theatrical roleplay akin to stage drama. Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively shrank his neck, still shaken by Lin Mo's blinding speed. One moment he'd been sitting peacefully, the next Lin Mo stood before him as if conjured from thin air. If they truly fought, the odds would be 3-7. In 3 seconds, and he'd be attending his own funeral. Lin Mo waved dismissively. Enough. Let's eat first. Though the sudden pivot to lunch left everyone mildly confused, hunger had begun to gnaw, so wordlessly they resumed eating. After only a few bites, Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly stiffened, her eyes snapping to Lin Mo. Hadn't he just introduced her as his friend? Yet they'd never formally confirmed such a bond. Or had she misheard? Feeling her intense gaze, Lin Mo looked up. Is something wrong? And she shook her head lightly. Nothing at all. Probably just a mishearing. The moment the meal ended, Hikigaya Hachiman sprang up to leave, desperate to escape. Group activities clearly weren't his domain. He belonged, quite frankly, in the forest, as a solitary bear. Yukinoshita Yukino and Yuzuriha Nishiki ate sparingly. Afterward, they simply watched Lin Mo continue eating. Awe shimmered in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes. Truly, no matter how many times she witnessed it, it remained astonishing. How could such a slender frame hold so much food? It defied all logic. Watching Lin Mo devour plate after plate, Yuzuriha Nishiki felt her competitive spirit ignite, determined to out-eat him. But after pressing a hand to her own stomach, she relented. Impossible. I'm utterly spent. Next time I'll win. Yet why she wondered was Yukinoshita Yukino always the one paying. Campus life is really just that. After a day of playful antics, the time for school dismissal finally arrives. Walking on the way home, Lin Mo said, "System, I still have one more check-in, let's do it." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained MC Infinite Milk Color. MC Infinite Milk Color clears all statuses on you. System, wow, host, did you save the myriad realms in your previous life? How can your luck be this good? Another colorful grade. Lin Mo laughed wildly. Ha. Ha. This is strength. This is luck. This is the luck of a true champion. Ha. System. Speak. System replied, genuinely impressed. Lin Mo said, ha ha. Just then Lin Mo felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a little girl with white horns, probably playing cosplay. Lin Mo casually took out the MC Infinite Milk, squatted down, and smiled. Little sister, would you like to drink your brother's milk? The little girl looked at the milk in the bucket and nodded, saying, I want to drink. Then she picked up the milk and started drinking. Lin Mo smiled and ruffled her hair, thinking it was a good deal for her. He hadn't even tasted the milk himself yet, but he decided not to spoil her mood today. Gradually, Lin Mo noticed something was off. Why was this little girl still drinking? His eyes suddenly sharpened. Could it be? She, like him, possessed the stomach of a king. After drinking for a full minute, the little girl finally set down the milk, looking curiously at it. Strange, why can't I finish it? Lin Mo reached out to touch her head and smiled. Little sister, my name is Lin Mo. What is your name? Kanna Kimui. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Wow, host, I didn't expect you to encounter Kanna. What incredible luck. Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at her carefully, gradually matching her appearance with his memories. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. Kanna, become my dragon maid. I want to be a dragon knight. All meals included. Please, I mean a dragon knight. Who doesn't have a knight dream in their heart, especially since I possess the stomach of a king? How could a dragon knight not be a knight? So this dragon is definitely mine to ride. With the stomach of a king and still a knight, that makes me the rightful heir of Great Britain. Kanna, who had just crossed over from another world, was already starving. She was searching for the scent of Thor in the streets and had intended to ask someone for directions, but who knew she would suddenly be handed a bucket of milk. It smelled particularly good, and without thinking much, Kanna drank it down as she was truly hungry. Once she started, she couldn't stop because it was just too delicious. Moreover, after a few sips, she wasn't hungry anymore, not to mention the powerful energy contained within. But strangely, she could feel that she had reached her absorption limit, yet why couldn't she sense any power at all? Kanna stared blankly at Lin Mo and asked, why can't I feel any power anymore? Lin Mo replied, well, you can rest assured this is just one of my abilities. All supernatural beings around me are nullified. In other words, beside me, you are just a little girl at my mercy. I could easily. He suddenly stopped, realizing he possessed the field of magic nullification, meaning his dream of being a dragon knight could never be fulfilled. Lin Mo knelt on the ground and howled at the sky. No. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling. The system provided a perfectly timed soundtrack. Kanna was startled to see Lin Mo suddenly kneeling, and she hurriedly asked Lin Mo, what's wrong? Are you unwell? After all, this human had invited her to drink milk, so she couldn't just ignore him. Lin Mo said, on the verge of tears, nothing, just my Tao heart shattered. He stood up, retracted the MC Infinite Milk, and turned away, saying, you can go now, it's best if you don't come back. Before him was a living dragon, yet he couldn't become a dragon knight. Was there anything more unfortunate than this? A desire that could not be reached, only to be gazed upon from afar. Heaven above, earth below, why must you treat me this way? Seeing Lin Mo's desolate figure, Kanna stood frozen. She didn't know whether to chase after him, as her goal was to find Lord Thor, but this person had helped her. What a dilemma. Suddenly Kanna felt her strength returning. She instantly made a decision to remember this human's scent, and after finding Lord Thor, she would repay him well. Having settled on her intention, Kanna transformed into her true form and soared into the sky, quickly heading towards Thor. Feeling the commotion behind her, Lin Mo couldn't help but take a glance, only to see a snow-white silver dragon flying in the sky. How dazzling and magnificent. Lin Mo's heart was filled with resentment. If it weren't for that damned field of magic nullification, he could have been a dragon knight. He raised his middle finger furiously and shouted, useless system. Quit the group. System said, how can this be blamed on me? Lin Mo roared, do you know what you made me miss? You have no idea. That was a dragon, a living dragon. I could have been a dragon knight. Do you know how cool it would be to ride a dragon to school every day? It's all your fault, you useless system. It's all gone, everything is gone. Woo! As he spoke, Lin Mo shed tears of anguish, gazing at the sunset, the fading dreams of his life. The system watched Lin Mo gradually break down and roll on the ground exasperatedly, saying, host, can we get up? You're making a fool of yourself. No. You owe me my dragon. You owe me my dragon. Host, no matter what, I can't do anything. I'm trapped in your body. Host, you don't need to be too sad. Although you lost Kanna, it doesn't mean there won't be opportunities in the future. As long as you keep checking in, not only Kanna, even the Emperor of the End will have to obediently be your mount. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise, is that true? Of course it's true. Do you see the angelic power? Do you really think the golden grade angelic power is just a joke? It could easily overpower the Emperor of the End. Lin Mo quickly stood up, brushed off the dust, and said, all right, I believe you. I hope you won't let me down at time to go home for dinner. Looking at Lin Mo, who had quickly put this matter behind him, the system felt as if it had been tricked, but after careful thought, it seemed it hadn't really been deceived. How could it have been tricked? Who didn't know that their host was an idiot? With such intellect, who could they possibly fool? And indeed Lin Mo didn't deceive the system. He was naturally someone who took things lightly. Fortune in life is a blessing, loss in life is a fate. Since he couldn't be a dragon knight, then so be it. Although he still desired it deep down, out of sight, out of mind, oh, let's just pretend it never happened. His previous behavior was merely a release of emotions. On the way home, Lin Mo suddenly sighed and said, my life is like walking on thin ice. System, do you think I can reach the other side? Deep underground in an unknown experimental base, a bespectacled man with a hairstyle reminiscent of the Zongai family keeps flipping through the experimental reports in his hands. His long hair obscured his left eye, but it couldn't hide the excitement in his gaze. His trembling hands, having persisted for so many years, finally glimpsed hope. He was the founder of the Evolution House, who had even deciphered the mysteries of the human body and achieved rejuvenation. He was the genius who aimed to single-handedly propel humanity towards evolution. Kinos exclaimed excitedly, this is it. This ability to grow stronger at all times, to survive in any extreme environment. This is the evolution I've always dreamed of. Just then a large gorilla unexpectedly walked in and surprisingly spoke. Dr. Kinos, that Azura guy has gone mad again. Kanna's expression stiffened as he sighed. Didn't I let him vent last week? Why is it starting again? Forget it, let's send him 100 clones to kill this time. The gorilla said in surprise. Dr. Kinos looked at the test tube containing a milliliter of blood and smiled. I've found a better specimen. There's no need to keep this failed creation, consider it his last indulgence. The gorilla nodded. I understand. After all, the person before him was hailed as the god of biological science, having independently cracked the human mysteries, achieved rejuvenation, and perfected cloning technology with countless clones of himself. Moreover, he led the world in biological modification technology. In the Evolution House, there were numerous talking animals like himself, all possessing formidable strength. The most powerful among them was Azura, who after various tests was found capable of easily slaughtering cities in his normal state. Conventional firearms could not harm him at all, and he was even immune to nuclear radiation. Furthermore, he had a second Azura mode. Once activated, he would fall into an endless slaughter, mindlessly killing for 7 days and nights, with his power increased tenfold compared to the normal mode. Such a terrifying creation was crafted by the hands of Kinos, revealing the extent of his genius. The command was quickly issued, and Kanna's clones changed their expressions upon hearing the news. How could you be so selfish? However, they did not resist. Instead, they trembled as they walked toward the place where Azura was held. In the bright room, Azura was violently pounding the ground, standing at 5 meters tall, an imposing figure towering like a small mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. It had a hard shell, primarily dark brown or black, glistening with a metallic sheen. Its head boasted a massive horn sharp like a spear, thick and sturdy, seemingly able to pierce through any object effortlessly. Its back sported a pair of enormous wings, several meters wide when unfurled, covered with intricate patterns resembling exquisite carvings. This creature, resembling a rhinoceros beetle, was undoubtedly the strongest of the Evolution House. Azura shouted angrily. Kill. I want to kill. Kinos, let me out. I want to eliminate everyone. Kinos. The clone of Kinos trembled as he entered, sweating profusely. Azura. Before he could finish his sentence, he was splattered in blood, leaving the other clones gulping in fear as they entered one after another. Today, cannot let you out. Can kill us. 100 of them. Each pause marked the death of a clone. Although Azura did not respond, he understood the news. Learning that he could kill 100 people, his eyes turned bloodshot, no longer restrained and ready to slaughter. Even the people on the ground felt a slight tremor. Watching the blood in the test tube gently sway, Kinos sighed helplessly. It seemed he had to eliminate this experimental subject quickly. Such a failed creation was a hidden danger. Kinos said, Mosquito Girl, go bring back the person in the data. Remember to bring them back whole, without the slightest harm. He is an indispensable step in pushing human evolution. A woman dressed provocatively and exceptionally beautiful smiled at your command, Dr. Kinos. In order to better survive in human society and handle some matters for the Evolution House, she possessed 2 forms, one human and one monster. One must know the depths of this world are not ordinary. The glaring sunlight shone on Lin Mo's face as he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the bright world before him, his eyes suddenly widening. Oh no, system, what time is it? Let me check, it's 1130 now. Lin Mo hurriedly got up to change clothes, saying, damn it, system, why didn't you wake me up? You've made me late for so long. It's over. Teacher Pingjong will definitely kill me. Don't worry, host, don't you remember you have the ability of the timeline from the Ku study? It's Saturday. I didn't wake you up to let you rest well. Lin Mo paused halfway through putting on his pants, bewildered. Saturday. Yes, the world line is chaotic, host. You could be considered an alternative form of longevity now. Lin Mo checked his phone, confirmed it was Saturday, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, taking off his pants again, changing into floral shorts, flip-flops, and a white t-shirt, lying back on the bed to watch videos. System, host, you've been asleep for so long, shouldn't you find something meaningful to do? Lin Mo took a sip of nutritional liquid and said, system, you don't understand, there are too many colorful things on the internet. I'm training my willpower. The system watched as Lin Mo encountered a beautiful woman's video, saving and liking it, speechless. Just say you're watching beautiful women. Besides, with so many two-dimensional heroines around you, which one isn't better looking than those on your phone? Lin Mo shook his head, looking enigmatic. You just don't understand, beauty is created by distance. But unfortunately before Lin Mo could watch for long the door was knocked on, and he had no choice but to put down his phone and go to open the door. As soon as he opened the door he heard the energetic voice of Yukinoshita Yukino. Good afternoon, Lin Mo brother. And she squeezed in. Lin Mo helplessly said, good afternoon Yukino, is there something you need from me? Yukino smiled and said, of course I just wanted to see how Lin Mo has been doing lately. You seem to be doing well. By the way, have you had lunch yet? Lin Mo no. Yukino, in that case let me treat you to lunch. It's a good opportunity to discuss your work issue. You promised to join, but some people haven't responded for 3 days. Lin Mo looked confused. What are you talking about? Yukino looked at Lin Mo's expression which seemed genuine, and a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. It seemed the after effects of the accident had caused Lin Mo to forget this matter. Signs of this had been evident since he was discharged from the hospital, but she hadn't expected there to be no improvement. Yukino approached and ruffled his hair, smiling. It's nothing, I just wanted to introduce you to an easier job. Stop daydreaming, let's hurry and go out. She then grabbed Lin Mo's hand and walked out, not giving him a chance to refuse. System, what's going on? System magic restriction field. Lin Mo useless system quit the group. Thus Lin Mo bewildered was pulled out until he finally reacted while sitting in the car, puzzled as he said, did I just get head patted as a grown man? Looking at Lin Mo's dazed expression, Yukinoshita Yukino couldn't help but poke his face with her hand, laughing as she said, ha. Patting Lin Mo's head has really brightened my mood for the entire day. Moreover, isn't it quite normal for an elder sister to pat her younger brother's head? Or do you dislike me, your elder sister? Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino's sad expression, Lin Mo indicated that he was not buying it at all, stretching out his hands to mess up her carefully styled hair. Looking at his handiwork, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and said, now we're even. Yukinoshita Yukino still had a bewildered expression, completely unprepared for Lin Mo's sudden action, and by the time she reacted her hair was in a chaotic mess. A dangerous glint flashed in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes as she smiled and said, Lin Mo, come here and let your sister love you properly. Lin Mo naturally would not fall for it and said seriously, Yukino, you might not believe it, but I have a disease where I would die from being loved. Yukinoshita Yukino immediately lunged at him. If you know I won't believe it, then don't say it. As she spoke she reached out to grab Lin Mo's hair, but he hurriedly pressed her head down while leaning back desperately. Yukino, we're even now, stop being annoying or I'll make you pay. Yukinoshita Yukino coldly scoffed, is that so? I don't believe it. Lin Mo said no more and directly activated his super speed mode, adjusting Yukinoshita Yukino's hair until it looked even better than before. Then he had her look in the rearview mirror and asked, does it look good? Yukinoshita Yukino was momentarily taken aback and then saw her beautiful self finally responding to Lin Mo's question with a smile, ha. Yes. I really look great. How long has it been since I laughed so happily? It's been a really long time. Yukinoshita Yukino quickly put away her smile and turned to Lin Mo, thank you. Lin Mo waved his hand proudly. It's a small matter. Anyone who uses my skills knows. Yukinoshita Yukino replied. Then from now on I'll have to ask Lin Mo to help me style my hair. Lin Mo responded. As long as the payment is good, there's nothing I can't do. Yukinoshita Yukino laughed, haha. Alright, I'll pay you later. Let's not chat anymore, let's go eat first. At a relatively upscale restaurant, Lin Mo ate heartily, without regard for his image, while Yukinoshita Yukino rested her chin on her hand, quietly smiling as she watched Lin Mo eat, showing no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Unable to endure Yukinoshita Yukino's stare, Lin Mo finished his last bite and looked up. Yukinoshita Yukino immediately pushed her plate of food toward Lin Mo, smiling as she said, if you're still hungry, you can eat mine first. Don't worry, I haven't touched it yet. Lin Mo shook his head, wiped his mouth, and asked, Yukino, do you have something on your mind? Yukinoshita Yukino was slightly taken aback, but still smiled and replied, why do you think that? Lin Mo replied, just a feeling, but it could also be that I'm mistaken. Yukinoshita Yukino chuckled, haha, Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to have such a clever side. You guessed right, I do have a bit of something on my mind. Lin Mo adjusted his collar and said with some curiosity, ahem. Yukino, if you don't mind, can you tell me about it? I'm known as the little counselor in the world. I can help you process it, and maybe it will come out while we talk. I'm talking about your troubles. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo in surprise, wondering if he had just said something outrageous. Looking at Lin Mo's inquisitive face, she couldn't help but doubt if she had heard him wrong. Surely she must have misheard him. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said, actually, it's not really anything serious. I just feel a bit exhausted. The workload has been quite large lately, so I took some time to relax. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise, work? Can capital even work? Shouldn't it be squeezing employees to the limit? Yukinoshita Yukino retorted angrily, don't compare me to those unscrupulous capitalists. I still have a conscience. And our family business is just a family enterprise, not capital. Lin Mo replied, it's the same, it's the same. Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed, not the same. Suddenly her tone softened, and she sighed, saying, why am I discussing this with you? Just eat your meal, what do you, a little kid, understand? Lin Mo straightened his chest and said seriously, I just turned 18 this year. I'm already a mature expert. Yukinoshita Yukino replied dismissively, alright. So our Lord Lin Mo, can we start eating now? Lin Mo felt very angry at Yukinoshita Yukino's tone, as if she was coaxing a child, but seeing that she was treating him to a meal, he decided not to pick a fight. The two chatted casually, but just halfway through the meal Yukinoshita Yukino's phone suddenly rang. Hello, what? I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Yukinoshita Yukino apologized. Sorry, Lin Mo, I can't continue eating with you. There's been a problem at the company, and I need to go handle it. Lin Mo hurriedly finished the rice in his bowl, stood up, and said, let me go with you, not to mention how I'll get back alone after eating your meal. I wouldn't feel right ignoring your troubles. Don't worry, with my astonishing wisdom, I can easily handle any problems. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded in agreement, since she had no time to explain anything to Lin Mo. She had to take him along first and settle him down once they were back at the company. After paying Yukinoshita, Yukino drove back. In an office of Yukinoshita's family enterprise, a woman with her legs crossed was sipping coffee, quietly waiting for Yukinoshita Yukino's arrival, while beside her stood a sweating general manager. Yukinoshita's family could only lose to powerful enemies, but still held some influence in their territory. However, outside of this place, they had never heard of them, let alone compare to those top-tier groups. So when he heard that people from the Evolution House were coming to the company, he was shocked, thinking they had offended the Evolution House. It turned out they were here to cooperate, and specifically requested to collaborate with Yukinoshita Yukino, which was why he made that call. After a few minutes, Yukinoshita Yukino finally arrived at the company entrance. As she got out of the car, she said, a big shot has come to the company, and I must treat this with caution. You stay in your building. I'll find you once I've handled things. Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, she hurriedly left. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He didn't rashly follow her, and instead stayed obediently on the first floor. He knew how to prioritize. Anyone who could make Yukinoshita Yukino act so cautiously had to have an extraordinary background. Although he possessed astonishing wisdom, this was someone else's family matter, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere. He could only wait until they finished talking and gauge the atmosphere before making a decision. The system sighed. Host, I didn't expect you to have such a big picture perspective this time. Lin Mo exploded in anger. What do you mean? I've always had this perspective, okay? The system quickly reassured. Yes. Host, you're truly clever. Lin Mo replied with satisfaction. That's more like it. Yukinoshita Yukino took a deep breath, opened the makeup mirror to tidy her appearance, and confirmed that there was nothing inappropriate before pushing the door open and walking in. Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino arrive, the mosquito girl put down her coffee and smiled, saying, Ms. Yukinoshita, it's a pleasure to meet you. You can just call me Mosquito Girl. The members of the Evolution House are quite peculiar. They hardly use their real names, but rather code names. Therefore, Yukinoshita Yukino felt no confusion and replied with a smile, Ms. Mosquito, I already knew you wanted to collaborate with the Yukinoshita family before coming. If I may ask, what kind of collaboration is it? Mosquito Girl replied, it's a partnership that will launch your family to great heights. Are you sure you want to discuss it here? Yukinoshita Yukino furrowed her brows slightly, waving her hand to dismiss the bystanders. Meanwhile, a sense of unease stirred within her. Good fortune never falls from the sky without a cost, and she wondered what the hidden price of the collaboration with the Evolution House might be. The manager hurriedly ran out, feeling a wave of relief. After all, he was just an ordinary employee, so why did he have to go through such an ordeal? Once the bystanders had left, Mosquito Girl straightforwardly said, let's cut to the chase. The Evolution House is willing to invest $2 billion in building the Lijiang biopharmaceutical company. The Yukinoshita family only needs to provide a piece of land to gain a 51% stake. What do you think, Miss Yukinoshita? Yukinoshita Yukino's pupils dilated in shock at this incredible news. Her first reaction was not one of elation, but rather an inexplicable fear. Yukinoshita Yukino took a deep breath and calmly asked, then what is the price? Mosquito Girl stepped closer to Yukinoshita Yukino, placing a hand on her shoulder, and softly said, don't worry, there is no price you need to pay. The small enterprises of your Yukinoshita family are of no interest to us. We only need you to help with a small task. Yukinoshita Yukino took a step back, remaining calm as she replied, you think too highly of us. If the Evolution House can't accomplish something, how could we possibly help? Mosquito Girl sat back down and reached for a report from her assistant, saying, do not belittle yourselves. There are indeed some troublesome matters that require your handling. You know Lin Mo, right? A storm surged within Yukinoshita Yukino's heart. She had considered various possibilities, even the complete downfall of the Yukinoshita family, but she never expected a connection with Lin Mo. One was the Evolution House, which held a significant place in the world, and the other was Lin Mo, a mere nobody without parents. How did the Evolution House know about Lin Mo? Moreover, they seemed to value him highly. Yukinoshita Yukino suppressed her shock and smiled, saying, of course I know him. He is my dearest brother Lin Mo. May I ask what business you have with him, Miss? Mosquito. Mosquito Girl handed over the document and said, rest assured, we will not harm him in the slightest, or rather we intend to protect him. After all, he is a treasure of humanity. As long as you sign this document, the conditions I mentioned will take effect immediately, and the only price is for you to hand Lin Mo over to me. You just need to ensure he follows me willingly. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Yukinoshita Yukino's brain raced, as she couldn't understand why the Evolution House had its sights set on Lin Mo, nor why they wanted to go through her to find him. What connection could there be? In fact, Mosquito Girl initially considered taking action directly, but after being reminded by Dr. Kinoshita that Lin Mo grew stronger every day, she realized that even though the efficiency of the blood left his body was decreasing, it could still be deduced that each time Lin Mo grew stronger, it was exponentially. This meant that Lin Mo likely possessed considerable strength now, and forcibly taking him could lead to injury. Therefore, to avoid harming him, Mosquito Girl abandoned her initial plan. After investigating, it was found that Lin Mo had some connections with the Yukinoshita family and seemed to have a good relationship, so Mosquito Girl came to the Yukinoshita family, hoping that she could personally bring Lin Mo to the evolution house. Mosquito Girl couldn't help but admire her cleverness for devising such a win-win solution. Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino in a dilemma, Mosquito Girl said slowly, having him join the evolution house is not a bad thing for him, and on the contrary, it is a tremendous opportunity. And as I mentioned, we will not harm Lin Mo. What are you hesitating for? Moreover, as far as I know, Lin Mo is in urgent need of money. You can easily say that you are introducing him to a job at the evolution house, offering him a monthly salary of 1 million. Yukinoshita Yukino forced a smile and said, Ms. Mosquito, could you give me some time to consider? Mosquito Girl's expression immediately turned cold. I think, Ms. Yukinoshita, you may have misunderstood something. We are not asking you. We are commanding you. Those conditions are just rewards for completing the task. Please weigh the strength of the Yukinoshita family carefully, lest you inadvertently find yourself crushed to pieces. Upon hearing these threatening words, Yukinoshita Yukino broke out in a cold sweat, her mind engulfed in extreme turmoil. Agreeing to her demands, let's not mention that the evolution house could easily crush the Yukinoshita family. She and Lin Mo had only just met, and there was no need to pay such a high price for him. Furthermore, the evolution house had clearly stated they would not harm Lin Mo, but rather treat him as a treasure of humanity. Wait, why call Lin Mo a treasure of humanity? Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly noticed something strange. She had heard many rumors about the evolution house, the most striking being that they were pushing the evolution of humanity. This was also the reason behind their name, as they conducted countless biological experiments in secret, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of many people. Yet they also achieved numerous results. Just the elixir that could extend life was enough to drive most people insane. But why would such a powerful company suddenly seek out Lin Mo? And they even referred to him as a treasure of humanity. Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly recalled Dr. Kinoshita, who had once wanted to work for the evolution house, but was rejected for some reason. And it was only Dr. Kinoshita who had examined Lin Mo, so he must have discovered the anomaly within Lin Mo and reported it to the evolution house, leading to the subsequent events. Yukinoshita Yukino felt she had guessed the truth of the matter, but then she showed a bitter smile. Even if she guessed the truth, what difference did it make? Before the evolution house, the Yukinoshita family truly counted for nothing. The demands they proposed were something she could neither refuse nor dare to refuse. Although they said they would not harm Lin Mo, it was impossible to believe a Lin Mo would inevitably become a subject of the evolution house, lying on the operating table for dissection. Did she really have to sacrifice Lin Mo for the survival of the Yukinoshita family? Yukinoshita Yukino painfully closed her eyes, wondering when she last faced such a choice. Oh, she remembered it was when she faced her mother as a child. At that time, her younger self was also faced with such a difficult choice. Her mother wanted her to go through the same elite education that she had endured for her younger sister. But it was precisely because she had experienced hell that she did not want Yukino to have the same experience. To make her mother abandon this idea, she had to become even more excellent. The price would be the loss of personal time, dedicating every moment to desperately improving oneself, striving to become exceptional, while also losing one's true self, hiding behind a facade to face everything, even one's own family, including the dearest sister. So is it truly worth sacrificing oneself for the normal life of my sister Yukino? I hesitated for a long time back then. The situation back then was so similar to now. Although I haven't known Lin Mo for long, I truly regarded him as a younger brother. Not to mention agreeing to let Lin Mo go to the evolution house, it would be akin to personally killing him. No, it would be even more cruel than killing him. Remembering the cruel experiments of those scientists in the movies, Yukino couldn't help but shiver. Though I am not a good person, I am certainly not a bad one. I simply cannot bring myself to harm anyone, even indirectly. However, if I do not agree to the conditions of the evolution house, the Yukino family will face catastrophe, and even before its destruction, Lin Mo will be captured. What should I do? In an instant, Yukino fell into despair. No matter which option I chose, I would regret it immensely afterward. God, if there is truly a God in this world, please help me, tell me what I should do. Yukino, where's the bathroom? I can't find it even after looking everywhere. With the sound of the door opening came Lin Mo's voice, instantly capturing the attention of both. Especially Yukino, who thought that God had heard her prayers and come to save her. Unfortunately, it was not God who arrived, but a lunatic. Seeing the two staring at him intently, Lin Mo curiously touched his face and said, I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to look at me like that, right? 10 minutes earlier. Bored Lin Mo stared at the distant clock in a daze, suddenly remembering he had not checked in yet, so he immediately summoned the system to start the check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Divine Insight Purple. Divine Insight Purple, when you encounter danger or face significant choices, trust your instincts. Heaven will guide you to make the right choice. The system said excitedly, host, this skill is quite good. It's essentially a sixth sense, meaning it's not under the jurisdiction of the anti-magic field and can be freely used. Hearing that it wasn't restricted by the anti-magic field, Lin Mo rejoiced, saying, quick, I want to use Divine Insight. The system helplessly responded, host, this is just an auxiliary skill. How could you use it whenever you want? Lin Mo replied seriously, no, I feel the skill has already been activated. The system was astonished, really. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he excitedly exclaimed, of course it's true. My sixth sense tells me I need to go to the bathroom. The system facepalmed, thinking, what was I expecting? Thus Lin Mo perfectly avoided everyone's gaze and entered the room where Yukino and the mosquito girl were conversing, directly stating, Yukinani. And the initial scene began. Only then did Yukino react, anxiously scolding, Lin Mo, didn't I tell you to stay downstairs? What chaos are you causing by coming up? Hurry back down. The mosquito girl smiled and said, what a coincidence, Lin Mo, we were just discussing you. Lin Mo scratched his head and replied, oh really? Forget it, none of that matters. Yukinani, where's the bathroom? I've searched everywhere, and I really can't hold it anymore after drinking so much water. Yukino looked at Lin Mo and saw he wasn't joking. She glanced at the mosquito girl, noticing she made no move, and sighed in relief, saying, he'll take you there. The mosquito girl then spoke. I also need to go to the bathroom. Let's go together. Lin Mo paused, saying, isn't that inappropriate? The mosquito girl replied, what's the problem? Lin Mo said, shouldn't a girl go to the women's restroom? Why are you going to the men's restroom with me? The mosquito girl's face darkened, annoyed. She said, I'm going to the women's restroom. Lin Mo patted his chest, relieved, and said, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were a pervert. Yukinani, lead the way. The mosquito girl glared at Lin Mo with a dark expression. How dare he toy with her like this? When they reach the evolution house, he will have a taste of her wrath. Watching Lin Mo enter the restroom, the mosquito girl did not follow. She only came along to be cautious. Miss Yukino, have you made up your mind? Are you really going to sacrifice the Yukino family for a complete outsider? Yukino clenched her fists tightly without providing an answer. The mosquito girl said coldly, if that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, I've already given you a chance, and you didn't cherish it. Lin Mo asked, what opportunity? What did I not cherish? The mosquito girl was startled, asking, aren't you in the restroom? How did you come out? Lin Mo replied, isn't it strange? At first I really wanted to go, but once I entered I didn't need to anymore, so I came out. By the way, what were you two discussing just now? The mosquito girl glanced at Yukino and smiled, saying, of course we were talking about you. I heard you're looking for a job. Coincidentally, the evolution house is in need of people. Would you like to join us? The job is quite easy. You just need to cooperate with research, and the monthly salary is 1 million. What do you think? Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, does it include meals and accommodation? The mosquito girl replied, meals and accommodation included. Lin Mo clapped his hands and said, let's do it. When can we start the onboarding process? By the way, I'm still a student. Can the work hours be adjusted? The mosquito girl smiled, saying, of course. We can handle the onboarding process right now. Lin Mo exclaimed, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. No, you'll die. Yukino suddenly grabbed Lin Mo's hand and shouted. Lin Mo looked at her in confusion, and the mosquito girl shot her a warning glance. Yukino opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Lin Mo stepped forward, touched Yukino's forehead, and worriedly said, Yukinani, are you feeling unwell and running a fever from being too tired lately? Are you talking nonsense? The mosquito girl suggested, perhaps Miss Yukino should take a break. The rest of the conversation can be between Lin Mo and me. Yukino tightly grasped Lin Mo's hand, saying nothing and making no moves, just increasing her grip, her eyes filled with despair. Lin Mo suddenly sighed, taking her other hand and placing it on his head reluctantly, saying, I don't know what's happened to make you frown, but I'll allow you to touch my head. This way you should feel a bit better, right? Feeling the warmth in her hand, Yukino stood frozen, recalling how happy she was when she touched Lin Mo's head in the car. Lin Mo must have let her touch his head for this reason. Perhaps in his heart she thought that just touching his head would make her happy. Truly, he is such a fool. Tears fell unknowingly as Yukino bit her lip, trying not to cry out. Why can't you be a little smarter? Maybe then you would have sensed something was wrong and run away. Why are you such a fool? Perhaps then I could harden my heart and sacrifice you. Huh, maybe we really are siblings. You're a fool, and I'm a fool too. So let it be, let us both be together, or perhaps that is the best choice. I'm sorry, Lin Mo, for being such an incompetent sister. I'm truly sorry. Yukinoshita Yukino abruptly embraced Lin Mo, wiping his tears with his chest, and soon stood up with a smile, saying, Lin Mo, do you mind if I join you? To be honest, Lin Mo actually did not want Yukinoshita Yukino to follow him, as the mention of the evolution home sparked his suspicions. If everything turned out to be as he suspected, then this matter would likely become quite troublesome, especially since it was clear that they were coming to find him. Of course, if it were just himself, he wouldn't be afraid regardless of how he thought about it. After all, he was the protagonist, and there was no way he could lose. Not to mention he had the system as a safety net. However, bringing Yukinoshita Yukino along would undoubtedly add an extra burden, which was not an insult, but a fact. But he instinctively replied, sure miss, when do we set off? Mizuki immediately discerned Yukinoshita Yukino's thoughts, but did not stop her. After all, she was willingly walking towards death. Why should she hold anyone back? Moreover, that thought was too naive. Did she truly believe that upon reaching the evolution home, she could share hardships with Lin Mo to atone for her sins? Don't be ridiculous. Materials with no experimental value like this could probably be discarded and will most likely becoming fodder for Azura to vent his frustrations. So she smiled and said, we can set off now. After about an hour's drive, Lin Mo and the others finally arrived at a hidden base deep in the mountains, rarely visited by others. Lin Mo looked at the lush green trees around him, took a deep breath, and smiled, saying the air in the forest is indeed fresh. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, there's no helping it, after all this world has become seriously polluted. Only in forests like this can one experience the most pristine air. Mizuki said, we have arrived at our destination, please follow me. In this hidden base, there was still a vast underground space, and they took the elevator down to the real experimental base. As the elevator door opened, what came into view was a standing bear. A brown bear walking upright and dressed in human clothing. Yukinoshita Yukino grasped Lin Mo's arm, clearly startled, and Lin Mo reassured her, saying, it's just a bear, what is there to fear? I can handle it with one hand. Upon hearing Lin Mo's arrogant words, the brown bear approached, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson, and said, roar, 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 roar. Mizuki frowned impatiently, saying, what are you doing? The brown bear looked terrified, touched its neck, roared twice more, and hurriedly gestured something. Mizuki disdainfully said, go crazy elsewhere, don't waste Dr. Kanashi's time. She then pushed the brown bear aside and led the two out. Lin Mo curiously reached out to touch its head, but was stopped by Yukinoshita Yukino, who quickly pulled him away, leaving the anxious brown bear at a loss. Roar, 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 fried rice. I can talk again. Hearing the brown bear's roars behind them, Yukinoshita Yukino was so frightened that she didn't dare look back, trembling slightly as she walked forward, tightly gripping Lin Mo's hand, giving him a reassuring smile. That bear was actually wearing human clothing, and it seemed to understand human speech. Oh, perhaps this was a product of the biological modifications at the evolution home. Would that be their fate as well? Yukinoshita Yukino didn't know that all she knew about the evolution home was hearsay. Much of it was unknown, and the unknown often harbored greater fears. She clutched Lin Mo's hand tightly, both comforting him and in a way comforting herself. Lin Mo, however, did not feel afraid. After all, the skills he had just acquired had not prompted him, which meant that he and Yukinoshita Yukino were absolutely safe. Since it was absolutely safe, he no longer needed to worry, and instead curiously asked Mizuki, what was that bear all about? It seems so interesting. Mizuki replied, it's just one of the insignificant experimental subjects at the evolution home. You'll see more in the future. No need to wait for the future. As they progressed, the true nature of the underground base revealed itself before them. Most of the staff ahead were composed of modified animals walking upright with human limbs, orderly conducting their tasks, creating a strange sense of horror. Yukinoshita Yukino's pupils constricted. It seemed the rumors from the outside world were true. The evolution home was indeed conducting forbidden biological modification experiments, and these were likely their experimental subjects. Behind these successful experimental subjects, how many corpses were hidden? Would she become one of those corpses? Arriving at an office, Mizuki smiled and said, we have arrived. Ahead is Dr. Kanashi's location. After saying that, she knocked on the door. Come in. A cold voice came through, and Mizuki directly led the two inside. Seeing Dr. Kanashi sitting in an office chair, resting his chin on his hands, Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes were filled with curiosity. Was this really the legendary Dr. Kanashi? Why did he look so young? Lin Mo stepped forward excitedly and said, you must be my future boss, right? Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Mo, and I just turned 18 this year. He'll be working under you from now on. By the way, boss, what will my job be? Dr. Kanashi extended his hand to shake his, smiling as he said, you can call me Dr. Kanashi. Your job is simple, you just need to assist me in research. Lin Mo patted his chest and said, then you've found the right person. With my extraordinary wisdom, I can surely complete any research perfectly. Rest assured, I will provide you with great value. Dr. Kanashi adjusted his glasses, squinting his eyes, and said, no need to go through all that trouble. What I meant is you just need to assist me in research. Just as he finished speaking, the animal persons who had previously been working suddenly surrounded them, and the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, the system suddenly said, host, are you really confident? You must know that the other party is Dr. Kanashi from One Punch Man, a genius scientist who successfully developed rejuvenation technology and single-handedly created the dragon-level monster Azura. Lin Mo confidently replied, don't worry, I have a way to handle this. Besides, isn't there you to back me up? The system said if it were before, I could indeed back you up, but now with the existence of the anti-magic field, the help I can provide is minimal. But seeing the host so confident, could it be that he had already prepared a countermeasure? Lin Mo suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Oh no, he completely forgot about the anti-magic field skill. He had thought that being the protagonist meant he could not die here, but who knew he had the anti-magic field skill? Now that was problematic. Relying on the system was impossible. Everything would have to depend on himself. Seeing Lin Mo suddenly drenched in cold sweat, the system's heart dropped, and it cautiously said, host, please don't tell me your so-called method is to rely on me to back you up. Lin Mo awkwardly laughed and said, ha ha ha. How could that be? How could I possibly rely on you to back me up? What a joke. I am the unmatched Emperor of Heaven. I have long prepared a perfect plan. A mere Dr. Kanashi is nothing. Just watch me clear this with ease. Hearing this, the system confirmed that its foolish host was in deep trouble. Lin Mo, summon your extraordinary intellect. Think of a solution. Weren't you hailed as peerlessly quick-witted? Why falter now at the very moment of crisis? Quick, review your skills. What use are they? Where did they come from? Forbidden magic domain, useless. Kagoro's timelines, worthless. Angelic power, ineffective. Ah, there it is. Mastery of dance arts. Perhaps he could defuse this peril through dance. After all, his dancing was so captivating that even Yukinoshita and Hachiman Hikigaya had been utterly unable to resist, truly irresistible to all regardless of gender. Ding. Quest: perform a street dance. Reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo smiled faintly. The timing couldn't be more perfect. System: provide background music. Though the system remained baffled by Lin Mo's intent, and how he'd even triggered this quest, it acquiesced. Perhaps this single sign-in would indeed resolve the dire predicament. A rousing melody surged within Lin Mo's mind, sharpening his gaze instantly. Let them witness once and for all what it means to behold the king of Asian dance. Gazing upon Lin Mo's eyes, Dr. Genos remained impassive. This body was merely a clone. The true Genos lurked unseen in the shadows, observing every detail of the scene. After all, knowing full well Lin Mo might possess formidable martial prowess, why would he recklessly expose himself, placing his own life in jeopardy? Moreover, should combat truly erupt, he would obtain invaluable first-hand data, an elegant dual-purpose strategy. As Lin Mo struck an unusual pose, those around him instantly tensed, spines rigid, stances shifting instinctively into defensive readiness. Long before Lin Mo's arrival, Dr. Genos had instructed them to engage him in controlled combat, to assess his strength, yet under strict orders not to harm him. Thus they could only respond defensively. To the pulsing rhythm, Lin Mo's legs began tapping instinctively, and then he burst into street dance. Breakdance, robot dance, hip-hop, all flowed seamlessly. A dazzling fusion of styles unfolded, a breathtaking visual spectacle. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, utterly transfixed, held motionless, as if bound by sheer awe. Feeling their rapt attention, Lin Mo swelled with quiet triumph. His brilliance was undeniable, and his plan undeniably effective. They were already enthralled by his artistry. Soon, with but a single commanding tremor of his aura, they would kneel in reverence. This was the rightful treatment of a protagonist. Fueled by that thought, Lin Mo danced with even greater intensity. Now he would unleash his full mastery, not to fight, but to conquer every soul present through the sovereign language of dance. He was the new king of Asian dance. Hands planted on the ground, he spun 360 degrees, then balanced head down in a whirling gyration, followed by 2 gravity-defying aerial flips, each audacious move executed flawlessly to the soaring beat. In that instant, he reigned supreme over the realm of dance. As the final note faded, Lin Mo struck a triumphant pose. Tears dampened his clothes, a breath ragged. He gazed upon the stunned faces surrounding him, his heart swelling with unshakable pride. His plan had succeeded. System Master, shall we sign in? Lin Mo waved grandly, voice brimming with confidence. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the title King of Asian Dance Blue. King of Asian Dance Blue, you are the undisputed sovereign of dance across Asia. Your renown echoes far and wide. Even ancient beings have heard whispers of your legend. Do you too yearn to dance? System, oh ho. It appears, Master, that today may well be your day to perish. Lin Mo frowned sharply and rebuked. How dare you utter such ill omen? What is your true intent? Can't you see they've already surrendered to my artistry, become my loyal followers? Before he could continue, a dog-headed figure lunged from behind and struck him down with a single punch. Lin Mo, who dares strike from the shadows? Face me openly. Let us fight honorably. The dog-headed figure stared dumbfounded at its own fist. Dr. Genos had warned them Lin Mo possessed extraordinary power, so they'd aimed to gauge his upper limits. Yet a single ordinary blow had felled him. Had Genos's intelligence been flawed, or was Lin Mo deliberately feigning weakness? Lin Mo rubbed his back, grimacing in pain, drawing sharp breaths between clenched teeth. HSS. Huh. Don't you know courtesy demands announcing your attack beforehand? HSS, huh? Have you no martial virtue? HSS, huh? No professional ethics whatsoever. To deceive. HSS. To ambush. Ah. This time I simply misjudged. I didn't dodge. Let's settle this face-to-face. HSS, huh? The dog-headed figure nodded, confirming his suspicion. Lin Mo was undoubtedly concealing his true strength. Having acknowledged his own advantage in the surprise strike, he now advanced for open combat. He charged forward, then threw a punch. Lin Mo absorbed the blow, only to be sent flying once more. Silence fell again. This Lin Mo seemed astonishingly weak. The dog-headed figure examined his fist in bewilderment. Had he unknowingly grown stronger? Dr. Genos's expression darkened. Even without precise instrumentation, he could plainly see Lin Mo was indistinguishable from an ordinary human. This outcome shattered all expectations, prompting deep doubt about the true origin of that blood sample. Once certain Lin Mo posed no immediate threat, the real Genos entered the chamber. He watched Lin Mo curled on the floor, still dazed, then approached, syringe in hand, and drew a vial of blood. In a cold voice he commanded, lock him up. Dog-headed figure, woof. Genosum. Dog-headed figure, woof. Woof, woof, woof. To his horror, he discovered he could no longer speak. Every utterance emerged in his native tongue. Frantically, he turned to Dr. Genos, gesturing wildly to convey his sudden muteness. A cat-head figure attempted to mock him, but opened its mouth only to emit a string of plaintive, unintelligible meows, utterly incapable of human speech. It wasn't just two of them. Everyone present suffered the same affliction. Though they had spoken fluent human language freely moments before, they now found themselves trapped, uttering only their native tongues, yet unable to convey meaning. Dr. Genos stared, disbelief etched across his face. He had long mastered bioaugmentation, so why had speech suddenly failed en masse? Had he made an error? No, impossible. His experiments were flawless, his technology supremely refined. Such a failure was inconceivable. Moreover, their augmentations had occurred at different times. If an error existed, it could not possibly manifest simultaneously across all subjects. So what then was happening? Genos' gaze shifted to Lin Mo, slowly rising to his feet. Could this phenomenon be linked to him? Lin Mo stood upright, body trembling with fury. This defies all logic. They should have been captivated by his charisma. Why attack him instead? He danced Yukinoshita fell for him. He danced Hachiman Hikigaya, became enamored. Thus logically, any dance performed by him instantly inspires infatuation. Such rigorous deduction. How could it fail? Weren't they products of science itself? This was profoundly unscientific. At that very instant, every bioaugmented being vanished without warning, as if erased by an invisible eraser. Not a sound escaped them. Not a flicker of awareness crossed their minds. In the blink of an eye, in the span of a heartbeat, they ceased to exist. Only 4 remained alive: Lin Mo, Yukinoshita, Mosquito Girl, and Dr. Genos. Genos stared numb with shock. What in the world just happened? Mosquito Girl thighs can't be real. Forbidden magic domain Crimson generates a spherical domain centered upon the wearer with a default radius of 10 meters, expandable at will up to encompass the entire world. Within this domain, all anomalous phenomena are nullified. Yukinoshita Yukino stared in shock at the scene before her, completely bewildered by what had just transpired. In the blink of an eye, all those biomodified beings had vanished. Could it be that the divine has heard my prayers? Lin Mo too was taken aback, wondering what had happened. How did they all disappear? Seeing the survivors staring at him, Lin Mo's expression changed, and he quickly exclaimed, I didn't do anything. They vanished on their own, I won't take the blame. At the same time, he questioned the system about what was going on. The system replied, well, it's a bit complicated. The anti-magic field just activated and erased them all. Lin Mo looked utterly shocked. No way. Is it really that powerful? I never expected this trash ability to be so useful. It's just like me. The system opened its mouth, but ended up saying nothing, letting him continue to misunderstand. The ability of the anti-magic field is to obliterate all unconventional phenomena. But the question arises, what constitutes the conventional? Or rather, what is the standard for determining what is conventional? The answer is that it all depends on the user's perception, namely Lin Mo's. Why can airplanes fly? Because of a series of complex scientific principles. Although Lin Mo did not understand the specifics, he had long been accustomed to it, so he deemed it normal that airplanes could fly. However, if you were to produce an aircraft that could truly achieve optical invisibility, then it would be deemed beyond the scope of science in Lin Mo's perception and instead belong to the realm of science fiction. As long as he wished, he could erase it. Nullifying all supernatural powers is merely a passive ability of the anti-magic field. The true power lies in erasing all things that do not align with Lin Mo's understanding. As long as Lin Mo found something unreasonable, he could erase it. In other words, if Lin Mo deemed this world unreasonable, he could erase it with a mere thought. This is the true value of his colorful ability. Yukinoshita Yukino quickly regained her composure and rushed to Lin Mo's side, checking his wounds with concern, asking Lin Mo, how do you feel? Lin Mo, feeling the pain in his abdomen, nodded and said, Sister Yukino, don't worry. I just feel like I might have died a little. Died? Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed, her eyes filled with fear and worry, instantly brimming with tears. You mustn't die. You have to hold on. They'll find someone to treat you right away. With that, Yukinoshita Yukino turned her gaze to Kinoshita. Although she knew he was a mad scientist, the situation was urgent, and he was her only option. Kinoshita quickly composed himself, adjusting his glasses, and saying, don't worry, Lin Mo only has superficial injuries. He'll be fine in 2 days at most. The so-called near-death is just an exaggeration. Yukinoshita Yukino was momentarily stunned. An exaggeration. After striking such terrifying creatures, twice you claim near-death is an exaggeration. Noticing Lin Mo was still in pain, but also lively, she sighed in relief. It seemed he truly wasn't seriously hurt, but it was still necessary to check for any overlooked issues. Kinoshita also looked at Lin Mo, curiously asking, did you do that just now? Hearing this question, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, and he suddenly felt that his waist no longer hurt and his legs were no longer sore. He proudly stated, that's right. This is my ability. As long as I wish, I can erase everything in this world, including the world itself. If you know what's good for you, free me quickly, or I will erase you. Mosquito Girl looked worriedly at Kinoshita. Dr. Kinoshita, we. Kinoshita closed his eyes and thought for a moment before speaking. Are you sure your ability can erase everything in the world? Lin Mo crossed his arms, looking down his nose at Kinoshita, and replied, absolutely. Isn't that amazing? Kinoshita said, if that's the case, why don't we collaborate? Lin Mo was taken aback, confusedly asking, collaborate? Kinoshita smiled and said, that's right, collaboration. Lin Mo incredulously replied, come on, we're enemies. I just wiped out a bunch of your subordinates and ground your face into the dirt. Aren't you supposed to be enraged and send more subordinates to save face? How can you possibly talk to me about collaboration? Are you out of your mind? Kinoshita's expression darkened. Those biomodified beings could be created at will, so there was no need to feel sorry for them. Thus, he did not feel humiliated by Lin Mo's actions. Besides, Lin Mo had already demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Continuing to oppose him would lead to a dead end. It was better to go with the flow and propose collaboration, perhaps leaving a path for himself to continue his research. In the end, being called insane by someone with a few screws loose was an insult to his intelligence. Kinoshita quickly adjusted his mood and continued, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Initially, I was indeed rude to you. I apologize for my previous actions and will make amends. As long as you cooperate with me in research to promote human evolution, I will satisfy all your requests during this time. Power, wealth, beautiful women, whatever you desire I can give you. And you can rest assured your existence is remarkably similar to my ideal of perfect human evolution and even serves to corroborate my theories. I will never harm you. In fact, I will protect you well. After all, you are a treasure of humanity, the only successful product of natural evolution among humans. All you need to provide are some cells. Once I complete the experiment, you can rightfully be called Adam of the New World. What do you think? Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and said, I have to admit you've managed to impress me. Kinoshita smiled and said, then let's collaborate. But suddenly Lin Mo's expression shifted. He struck a strange pose and with piercing eyes declared, I refuse. Kinoshita was left stunned, unable to comprehend Lin Mo's sudden change. Lin Mo continued, what I Lin Mo enjoy most is telling those self-righteous individuals no. He raised both hands, laughing maniacally, ha ha ha. Disappear. Kinoshita's heart sank. Was he going to meet his end here today? How absurd. He hadn't even achieved his ultimate goal yet and was about to die so easily. It was truly frustrating. If he were given more time, he could have accomplished his goal and pushed human evolution forward. Although the Azura was his failed creation, it undeniably possessed unimaginable power. If only he had a bit more time, he could resolve its bloodthirsty nature. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. He was destined to perish here today. It was a classic case of one mistake leading to another. If only he hadn't thought to use Lin Mo for research back then. But how could that be? Upon seeing such perfect cells, how could he not have the thought of conducting experiments? On the end, it was his own greed that led to his downfall. Indeed, his thoughts were not wrong. Humanity has always been a grotesque entity driven by desire. It was precisely for this reason that he was so eager to promote human evolution. However, after waiting for a long time, Kino's still did not meet his demise. He cautiously opened his eyes and saw Lin Mo drenched in sweat. Lin Mo exclaimed, system. What is going on here? Wasn't it said that the forbidden magic domain could erase everything in the world? Why can't I erase Kino's? The system tiredly replied, host, the forbidden magic domain erases only unconventional things. How could Kino's as a human be erased by you? Lin Mo's face changed dramatically. What a joke. Didn't I successfully erase other people just now? Why doesn't it work here? Those were merely bioengineered beings, not true humans. So host, you should count your blessings. Lin Mo was immediately drenched in sweat. This is it. It seemed like things had spiraled out of control again. Seeing Kino's open his eyes again, Lin Mo quickly retracted his raised hands, chuckled, and said, originally, I should have erasing you immediately, but since you were so sincere, I agreed to cooperate with you. Kino's narrowed his eyes. Being clever, he quickly deduced that Lin Mo could not freely control the power of erasure, and that there must be some triggering conditions. Was it emotions? Or perhaps a crisis? Forget it, none of that matters now. At this point, cooperation is the only option. Not to mention Lin Mo's tremendous power, just the research value of Lin Mo made it impossible for Kino's to do anything to him. With Lin Mo as the perfect evolutionary template, Kino's would hardly need to do anything but copy. Thus it was time to deal with Azura. A glint of coldness flashed in Kanna's eyes, quickly masked by a smile as he extended his hand and said, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Mo replied, pleasant cooperation. Kino's added mistress draft a contract to transfer one of Evolution House's shares as compensation. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was just a false alarm. It seemed Kino's had already been intimidated by him. Truly, he was impressive. Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes widened instantly. One of the shares. Though it seemed small, it depended on who you compared it to. This was the world-renowned Evolution House, where all sorts of inventions earn money until one felt weak. This one of shares could easily buy out the Yukinoshita family. Unexpectedly, it was given away so casually. Mistress was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted and went back to draft the contract. Lin Mo had no reaction. Instead, he felt that Kino's was very stingy, only giving one. Truly too petty. Seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, Kino's guessed that he had not yet recognized the value of that one share. So he added, in addition to the transfer of this one share, Evolution House will provide you with 10 million Sakura coins every month for your daily expenses. How much? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes nearly popped out, and he gasped in shock. Kino's remarked, 10 million Sakura coins, mister. Lin Mo, there's no need to be so surprised. Compared to the shares you hold, this is just a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket. Lin Mo couldn't imagine how much that was. He just felt it was an enormous sum of money. In other words, he could achieve financial freedom soon. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but drool, realizing he was going to be prosperous from now on. Yukinoshita Yukino's expression changed, and she quickly shook Lin Mo, worriedly asking, Lin Mo, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly drooling? Don't scare me. Only then did Lin Mo come back to his senses, wipe his drool, and grasp Kanna's hand, smiling, this is fantastic. Tell me, how should I cooperate with your research? Do I need to strap myself to the operating table? Seeing Lin Mo's silly grin, the system couldn't help but shout, host. Where's your integrity? You're the protagonist. Can't you have some dignity? Lin Mo disdainfully replied, dignity. How much is it per pound? He'll sell it. Besides, isn't it your fault, system? If you could have given me unbeatable strength and unlimited wealth from the start, would I have to be in this situation? Still, it's the same thing. Worthless system, just leave the group. After saying that, Lin Mo ignored the system and looked at Kino's with burning eyes. This was no enemy. He was simply a manifestation of wealth in the world. It's simply extravagant. Kinos calmly withdrew his hand and said there's no need for that. I only need some cells from you. How could a treasure that illuminates humanity lie on an operating table? After all, this is a unique original, and it must not be damaged. Lin Mo chuckled, patting Kinos on the shoulder. Look at this. If you had said you only needed some cells earlier, I wouldn't have erased your subordinates. It was such a simple matter, why go through so much trouble? Just say it directly. See what a big misunderstanding. Kinos replied, it's fine, they were just my subordinates. If they are gone, I can just create more. At that moment, Mistress walked over holding the contract and said, Mr. Lin Mo, as long as you sign, one of Evolution House's shares will be yours. Lin Mo picked up the pen and without looking wrote his name. After signing, he smiled and asked, so, where do I collect the money? Mistress smiled and said, don't worry, we will provide you with an account to bind. When the time comes, you can spend it directly. This is your savings card. Ooh, please keep it safe. If lost, you have to come back here to get a replacement. Lin Mo quickly shoved the card into the system space. From now on, he would rely on this card for his retirement, and he must not lose it. Lin Mo smiled and asked, is there anything else I can help with? If I take so much money without doing something, I wouldn't feel at ease about it. Kinos shook Lin Mo's blood in his hand and said, not for now. I've already obtained what I want. When I need something, I will notify you. Lin Mo then recalled that Kinos had drawn his blood while he was injured. Right, speaking of injuries, wasn't he hurt? Why didn't it hurt? Just as he thought of this, a sharp pain surged through his body, and Lin Mo cried out again, it hurts. Hiss. Hi, Yukinoshita Yukino, exclaimed Lin Mo. Kanna's expression also changed. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. What was going on now? Kinos shouted, Mistress, hurry and prepare the laboratory. I need to do a full checkup on Lin Mo. Kinos looked at the report in his hand, furrowing his brow. Yukinoshita Yukino's heart sank. This was the world's most formidable biologist, and even he found Lin Mo's situation troublesome. Yukinoshita Yukino asked Dr. Kinos what exactly happened to Lin Mo. Kinos put down the report and said, strangely, according to the checkup report, besides the initial injury, there are no abnormalities in his body. In fact, he is extremely healthy. Moreover, after this, Kinos had confirmed that the blood provided by Kinos was indeed Lin Mo's. However, strangely, this blood exhibited an inert state within Lin Mo's body. Once it left Lin Mo's designated range, it would reveal its terrifying side. This conclusion was reached when Kinos sent the blood to another laboratory for research. This meant that something in Lin Mo's body was inhibiting his growth. Was it a gene lock? Or something else? Yukinoshita Yukino, filled with worry, quickly asked, and what is that? Kinos shook his head and said, it's nothing. His body is quite healthy and there's no major issue. The reason he acted unfazed earlier was likely due to a surge of adrenaline, which made him overlook the pain. Once everything settles, he'll feel the pain again, which is why he started to scream. But don't worry, this injury will recover in a few days. Upon hearing this, Yukinoshita Yukino felt relieved. It turned out it was just an old injury flaring up, thankfully not the consequence of using that terrifying ability. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. Looking at Lin Mo, who was still whimpering, Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes softened. She stepped forward, ruffled his hair, and smiled, saying, Lin Mo, don't cry. Let me pat your head. Do you want me to massage it for you? Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of tone is this for comforting a child? The system also mocked, useless host, you can't even handle a little injury. Truly pathetic. Lin Mo replied, you're just standing there, it doesn't hurt you. Try taking a couple of punches. I'm just an ordinary person. Whether before or after the transmigration, I'm nothing more than a completely normal person. Everyone feels pain. Oh, when hurt, they scream. I'm already pretty impressive, okay? After taking those 2 punches, I can still stand. Do you believe that if it were someone else, they would immediately kneel and beg the dog-headed man not to let them die? To be fair, if Lin Mo's body wasn't gradually becoming stronger day by day, and if he hadn't initially undergone system optimization, he might not have made it through today. The system, of course, understood this logic, but that didn't prevent it from mocking Lin Mo. How could it be allowed to be mocked for so long without returning the favor? A useless person is just a useless person. Oh, what's there to argue about? Useless host, get out of the group. Lin Mo glared about to rise and engage in a family lineage defense battle with the system, but was pressed down by Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukinoshita Yukino, reproach, your injury has just been treated. You should just rest for a bit. Lin Mo swatted away Yukinoshita Yukino's hand that was reaching to pat his head, displeased. I already said don't touch my head again. Do you believe I'll show you my true colors? Yukinoshita Yukino chuckled and said, all right, I won't touch it then. Lin Mo replied, that's more like it. And just like that, the two suddenly fell silent. Yukinoshita Yukino, with a forced smile, said, Lin Mo, may I hold your hand? Lin Mo didn't speak, silently taking her hand. Yukinoshita Yukino could no longer hold back and cried, but she didn't hug Lin Mo. She feared that she might accidentally hurt him with her strength. With red-rimmed eyes, Yukinoshita Yukino said, Lin Mo, I'm really scared. I'm so afraid you will undergo all sorts of cruel experiments while I can only watch helplessly. I fear that because of my stubbornness, the Yukinoshita family will be completely destroyed. I'm afraid I will die and become one of those inhuman monsters. But I can't show it because Lin Mo is still by my side. I must appear stronger. If I, as the older sister, am afraid, how will we continue to live after this? Lin Mo said, you don't have to be afraid, Yukino. Everything is already over. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, yes, everything is over. If it weren't for your incredible power, and if you hadn't threatened Dr. Genos, we would have all suffered inhuman treatment. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on Yukinoshita Yukino's face. Lin Mo, am I really useless? I came here to protect you, but unexpectedly you ended up protecting me, and you got hurt so badly. Being struck by that monster must have hurt a lot. Lin Mo clenched his fist, flexed his developed biceps, and confidently said, not at all. I'm tough. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, yes. You will definitely be fine. Perhaps her prayer in the office had some effect. The divine truly favored her, allowing both of them to safely get through this crisis. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled as she looked at Lin Mo, growing more convinced that having this brother was worthwhile. Although he had some issues, he managed to bring her happiness in various ways. Perhaps it was because he was a fool that she could slightly drop her disguise and reveal her true emotions. By the way, Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly said, Lin Mo, if we're not mistaken, isn't Yukino in the same class as you? Lin Mo asked in confusion, yes, what's the matter? Yukinoshita Yukino wore an ant-like smile and said, nothing, I was just wondering what you think of Yukino. Lin Mo. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Of course this was for others. For Lin Mo, he simply took a nap, and the Crimson King initiated once again. Lin Mo looked at his room and sighed helplessly. Although everything was settled, and he possessed wealth that would last a lifetime for an ordinary person, he couldn't shake a strange feeling of emptiness. Indeed, compared to having billions, he missed the times when he barely had enough to eat, as only then was he the most carefree. Unlike now, how should he spend so much money? Seeing Lin Mo's mouth curve into a galaxy-defying grin, the system quickly interjected, host, stop thinking about those trivial matters. Money is merely an external object. The most important thing right now is to enhance your own strength. Thus a new day had begun. Are you going to check in? Hearing this, Lin Mo stopped overthinking. He felt that if he pondered any longer, he might grow a brain. So he waved his hand and said, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Demon Power Gold. Demon Power Gold allows you to transform into a demon and gain demonic power. The system, congratulations, host, you've gained another skin. Initially, Lin Mo was quite happy to see the golden legend, but after the system's comment, he felt unhappy again. He wished the system would introduce a decomposition function that could dismantle the forbidden magic domain in an instant. Lin Mo raised his middle finger angrily and said, useless system, get out of the group. After completing the daily check-in, Lin Mo stood in front of the mirror to try out his new skin. Compared to the holy nature of the angel skin, the demon skin had a hint of wickedness. Of course, both were equally handsome. After admiring his stunning looks, Lin Mo grabbed his backpack and headed to school. By the way, Lin Mo noticed that after waking up, his home had already been renovated. According to the system, it was Yukinoshita Yukino who found someone to help with the renovations. Of course, the money was still his. After all, he wasn't lacking in funds now. Sitting in his seat, Lin Mo couldn't help but glance at Yukinoshita Yukino, who had arrived at school early and was reading at her desk. Watching Yukinoshita Yukino's serious expression, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the last conversation he had with Yukinoshita Yukino. Although she hadn't explicitly stated it, her implicit meaning was to matchmake him with Yukinoshita Yukino. Lin Mo found this quite strange. After all, it was Yukinoshita Yukino who experienced the life and death crisis with him, and she was also the one he had the closest relationship with. She was the one who saved him. But why was it her who wanted to matchmake him with Yukinoshita Yukino? Shouldn't she be the one to offer herself instead? Why had it turned into a matchmaking endeavor? Lin Mo couldn't figure it out, so he gave up thinking. Why bother overthinking? Life is about being happy. Although he had some feelings for Yukinoshita Yukino, they were far from the level of love. It was merely an appreciation of her personality. Although I once called Yukino a wife online, and not just her, that was merely on the internet. Reality and the online world must be distinguished. Just like online, Lin Mo can boldly admit he has a lowly fetish, but if he were to meet such a person in reality, he'd rather say, I'm just passing by. The internet is a playground for a second life, where you can fabricate an imagined self, engage in role-playing, and experience a different existence. In this realm, you can speak freely without restraint, unleash your true self, since no one knows anyone else. But one must clearly differentiate between reality and the internet. They do not foolishly believe that being impressive online means the same in reality. Calling someone wife online and doing the same in reality will only make you a clown and a pervert. Lin Mo instinctively said, interrupted in his thoughts. What is it, Yukino? Yukino? Lin Mo exclaimed. What have I become, a pervert? Yukino's face turned crimson in an instant, steam practically rising from her. She was completely stunned by Lin Mo's sudden outburst. She had merely reminded him not to stare at her, yet he boldly declared her his wife in public. What an embarrassing moment. Yes, while Lin Mo was lost in thought, many classmates had already arrived. Though his voice wasn't loud, it was still clear enough for those around to hear what he said, especially those secretly infatuated with Yukino. Wife, that's too bold. Have they really gotten married? How infuriating. Why am I worse than Lin Mo? My goddess, I can't go on living. Lin Mo regained his senses, first wanting to explain, but Yukino suddenly stood up, her face flushed, and shouted, pervert. Then she turned and ran out. What just happened? It's not like she was just too shy. Indeed, being called wife in public is daunting. Listening to their outrageous speculations, Lin Mo's lips twitched. He wished he could travel back in time to slap himself. Why did he speak so hastily? Now look what happened. That was a misunderstanding. Lin Mo stood up and declared, everyone focus your attention on me. I have something to say. Yukino and I are just ordinary friends, nothing as exaggerated as you think. I just had a momentary lapse, but please don't spread rumors. Understood. We all get it. Just ordinary friends, right? Seeing everyone's completely disbelieving expressions, Lin Mo sighed wearily. This truly caused a major blunder affecting Yukino's reputation significantly. How should he apologize? Damn it. All this is the fault of that useless system. Just leave the group. Wait, how can this be my fault? System password. Ignoring the foul language in his mind, Lin Mo did not rashly pursue her. Both of them needed some time to calm down and think of a strategy going forward. After all, given the earlier misunderstanding, if they didn't clarify things, they might be awkward for a long time. Fortunately, Yukino quickly regained her composure and walked into the classroom right as the first bell rang, restoring her usual cold demeanor, though she would occasionally steal glances at Lin Mo and then blush. It's not that Yukino liked Lin Mo. After all, they hadn't known each other for long and hadn't experienced any deeply memorable events, so declaring love seemed too fantastical. The reason Yukino was blushing was simple shyness and embarrassment, since she had always regarded Lin Mo as just a friend. She had thought their relationship was purely platonic, not realizing she had underestimated her own charm. Lin Mo had indeed developed feelings for her and boldly called her his wife. Having finally secured a hard-earned friendship, could it really fall apart like this? What should she do to preserve Lin Mo's dignity and their friendship? Yukino sighed. The burdens of being adorable are truly heavy. She noticed she had been stealing glances at Lin Mo, her face flushing from time to time. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. His allure was indeed as potent as ever. A single offhand comment had deeply stirred Yukino's heart, making her infatuated with him. He had thought he could explain this misunderstanding well, as Yukino was a very rational person who would surely listen patiently to his explanation. With his silver tongue and extraordinary wisdom, he believed he could resolve this perfectly and maintain their friendship. However, he had underestimated his own charm. A mere slip of the tongue had left Yukino captivated, constantly stealing glances at him. If he tried to explain, it would just sound like a whimsical outburst, likely leaving Yukino disheartened. What should he do to protect Yukino's dignity while preserving their friendship? Lin Mo sighed. This damned charisma that has nowhere to go. In the end, both sighed deeply in their hearts, contemplating how to handle this situation. They must find a perfect solution that preserves both their dignity and their friendship. The entire morning passed without any exchange between them, like strangers. Even when they made eye contact, it was fleeting. They quickly turned their gazes away to focus on their own tasks. Though they had little interaction that morning, they gradually formulated a solution in their minds. That was to address the matter directly. Merely making excuses would give the other person a false impression, leading them to think they still had a chance, which could create future problems. Since this was the case, it would be better to speak plainly, clearly stating that they had no romantic intentions and merely regarded each other as friends, hoping to preserve their friendship. After all, sincerity is the best weapon. Having resolved in their hearts, both looked at each other, nodded in acknowledgement, and then looked away. Unknowingly, time slipped by, and they both chose to discuss the matter in the afternoon. When the class bell rang, Lin Mo spoke up. Yukino, can you wait a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with you regarding this morning's incident. Yukino sighed inwardly. Indeed, just as she had suspected, Lin Mo held on to fantasies. If this issue wasn't resolved quickly, it would become increasingly troublesome, so it was time to make a decision. Yukino, I understand. I also want to have a good talk about this morning. Let's go to the cafe. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Indeed, just as he had thought, Yukino took that statement seriously. If they didn't resolve this matter quickly, it would leave hidden issues for their future interactions, which might explode one day, so it was time to make a decision. Yukino absolutely must clarify this matter. Lin Mo, but I can't hurt her pride. Yukino and I need to maintain this friendship. Lin Mo, Yukino, sorry, but I really have no intention of dating right now. The two gazed at each other, their eyes revealing their steadfast determination, sparking lightning in the air. Classmates, you said you were just ordinary friends, yet now you're gazing at each other so affectionately. Without any hesitation, the two packed their things and left together, leaving their classmates whispering. At the Angel Cafe, interrupting the enthusiastic recommendations of the owner, they declined the mixed flavor coffee, each ordering a cappuccino and a slice of cake, sitting in silence. Lifting the coffee in front of her, Yukinoshita took a sip and said, Lin Mo, I feel it is necessary to give you a serious response about this morning's incident. Lin Mo also took a sip of coffee and smiled, saying, I understand it is indeed necessary for us to give each other a serious response. Yukino, you don't need to feel nervous. This is not your fault, it is all my mistake, and there is no need for you to feel awkward. Yukino shook her head and responded, no, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. I also bear some responsibility. Lin Mo said, Yukino, let me be direct. You don't need to take this morning's incident to heart. It was just something I said impulsively, so there's no need to take it seriously. I don't want this matter to affect our friendship. You should understand that, right? Yukino smiled slightly, realizing that the other party probably anticipated her rejection, so she settled for the next best option, to continue being friends. Yukino said, that would be perfect. I also don't want our friendship to end here, so let's pretend nothing happened. Lin Mo smiled slightly, understanding that the other party had grasped his meaning from his earlier words and wanted to continue being friends. Lin Mo declared, wise choice, then let's toast to the enduring friendship between us. Yukino replied, cheers. The two exchanged smiles, each understanding the other's thoughts, and put the matter behind them. Since they had decided to be honest, there was no need to dwell on it, and cherishing the present was the best choice. Lin Mo boldly drank the coffee in his hand, as if it were fine wine, only to spit it out the next moment because it was too hot. Yukino calmly took a sip and realized that he was still as foolish as ever, Perhaps the misunderstanding from this morning's words was partly due to his impulsiveness. Yukino said, "Boss, could you bring some ice? My friend got burned by the coffee." Hearing this, the cafe owner immediately went to fetch ice, while Yukino had Lin Mo hold the ice in his mouth to alleviate the pain. Lin Mo grimaced. He had gotten too carried away treating coffee like liquor, and now he was truly suffering the consequences. System, what a useless host. How could you burn yourself like this? Just quit the group. Lin Mo held the ice in his lips, not wanting to respond to the system, but simply noted this incident down for future retribution. As they passed by a park, Lin Mo saw a little girl sitting alone on a swing. While he originally didn't want to interfere, the system decided to stir things up again. Ding. Sign-in task: steal a lollipop from the elementary student. Task: reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo said, "System, I genuinely worry about your moral standards. You have completely refreshed my lower limits. I disdain you." System, whoever has this thought in their heart knows it. I am merely a transit station. Ultimately, what tasks are generated is still up to you, the host. Lin Mo, enough, there's no need to explain. New explanations are just disguises, and disguises are facts. With my astonishing wisdom, I won't be deceived by your flowery words. As Lin Mo said this, he walked closer to the swing, only to find, oh, it's a familiar face. The person sitting there swinging alone was none other than Nagami Rumi. Lin Mo slowly approached her, hands on his hips, and laughed. Little Rumi, why are you here all alone at this late hour? Rumi, startled by the villainous laugh while in a daze, immediately recognized who it was upon hearing the name Little Rumi, and sure enough, it was the foolish Lin Mo from last time. Rumi said with a look of disdain, "This has nothing to do with foolish Lin Mo, does it?" Hearing her call him foolish again, Lin Mo slapped the top of Rumi's head with one hand, and chuckled. "Little Rumi, you really are rude. Someone my age should be called brother." Rumi swatted his hand away, and said, "All right, foolish Lin Mo, I got it, foolish Lin Mo." Lin Mo pouted, giving up on getting her to change her words, and went straight to the point, saying, "Less talk, hands up. Hand over your lollipop." Rumi froze for a moment, and instinctively said, "Foolish Lin Mo has no money for food. Have you fainted from hunger?" Lin Mo excitedly retorted, "What do you mean? Who said I have no money? Who said I might faint from hunger? I am a billionaire. I use 10,000 yuan bills as toilet paper every day, and you dare say I have no money?" Rumi replied, "You're bragging. Last time you fainted from hunger right here, and I treated you to a meal." Lin Mo, was that fainting from hunger? I just took a short nap. And what do you mean you treated me to a meal? I clearly robbed you, okay? Rumi slightly curled her lips and said, "But you knelt down to me." Lin Mo. Ding. Sign-in task: silence the witness. Task: reward 1 sign-in. Seeing Lin Mo lost and thought, the system hurriedly said, "Host, it's really not necessary. Though everyone has a dark history, no need to kill to silence witnesses. We are righteous characters, it's truly unnecessary." Under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would not choose to complete this task, but who made Lin Mo's mind abnormal? Even if there was only a 1 in 10 million chance, the system didn't dare to gamble. What if it was just a word or two from him? Seeing Lin Mo's grim expression, Rumi felt an ominous premonition, as if she had stepped on a landmine. She cautiously asked Lin Mo, "Are you all right?" Lin Mo suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. He. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Rumi stepped back in fear, saying, "Don't do that. I'm a little scared." Lin Mo said menacingly, "Scared? You should be scared. Hand over all the lollipops. Otherwise I will." He. Rumi looked speechless as she thought something was going to happen, but it was just this. Truly, this is the foolish Lin Mo, capable of such things. Rumi sighed and said, "I don't have any lollipops on me. I stopped eating those a long time ago." Lin Mo's expression changed. "Impossible. You must be lying to me, right?" Rumi shrugged and said, "I really don't have any." Seeing that Rumi did not seem to be lying, Lin Mo looked disappointed. Could this sign-in task really fail this time? This is about robbing an elementary student. Cough cough. This is a sign-in. How can I give up so easily? Lin Mo exclaimed, "Aha." Lin Mo clapped his hands, a brilliant idea surfacing in his mind, looking at Rumi with a sly expression. Rumi curiously asked, "What is it?" Lin Mo proudly said, "Since you don't have a lollipop, it's simple. Just go buy one. That way I can rob your lollipop." He. Jian Li Mei looked at the situation with exasperation, thinking to herself, "What is this? It's just a lollipop, why all the fuss?" Jian Li Mei sighed and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't bring my pocket money with me, so I can't buy the lollipop." Simple, I'll give you money to buy it. You know I'm a billionaire, now a trivial amount of money. I'll just give you 10000. With that, Lin Mo shoved his hand into his pocket, rummaging around, but ultimately only pulled out a 50 yuan coin. So the two stared at each other in disbelief. Damn it. Although he was worth billions, all his money was in the bank, and he hadn't withdrawn any cash, so he only had this 50. Seeing Jian Li Mei's sympathetic gaze, Lin Mo awkwardly smiled. Can 50 buy a lollipop?" Jian Li Mei took the 50 Sakura coins and said, "Just barely enough." "All right, let's be nice and help the fool Lin Mo once more." After going to the store and buying a lollipop, Jian Li Mei handed it to Lin Mo, saying, "Here, your lollipop." Lin Mo did not reach out to take it because he felt no sense of achievement. Instead, he said, "No way. Doing this makes me feel no sense of accomplishment, as if you were just giving it to me. Can you show me a bit of respect in this industry? You know I'm robbing you." "Robbing? You should be acting scared." Jian Li Mei looked at him with disdain and said, "No way. I'm not doing such foolish things. I've already bought the lollipop for you whether you want it or not." Lin Mo said, "Just cooperate with me a little, just this once. Afterward, I'll give you 10000 for your performance, how about that?" Jian Li Mei replied, "No way. Lin Mo pleaded, please. This is my lifelong request. The system chimed in, is your lifelong request this hasty? Looking at Lin Mo's persistence, Lin Mo rolled her eyes and said, if you want me to agree, I can forego the 100, but you have to answer me one question. Lin Mo exclaimed with joy, really? Great. Ask away. I promise to tell you everything, and with my extraordinary wisdom, I can answer any question you have. Lin Mo organized her thoughts and said, well, Lin Mo, I have a friend who used to get along well with everyone, but suddenly got isolated. What do you think she should do? Lin Mo clapped his hands and laughed. Simple. First, according to the formula, your friend is actually you. Then what do you mean by being isolated? You isolated the whole class. That's pretty cool, don't you think? Lastly, if anyone dares to bully you, just deal with it. Lin Mo didn't expect her lie to be exposed so easily, stubbornly saying, that's not me. I said it's my friend. But thank you for your answer, I'll pass it on to her. I believe she will take your advice. Lin Mo patted her shoulder and said, if you can't win, just run and call for help. Just tell me to come over and handle it. You know that connections are also a part of strength. Lin Mo said somewhat angrily, I won't get into a fight. Fighting is bad. Plus, I'm not talking about retaliating, I'm talking about your first suggestion. It's not that they isolated you, but rather that they isolated the entire class. Lin Mo paused for a moment and smiled. I understand. At your age, I also like to show off isolating the whole class. It's cool to think about. Lin Mo puffed her cheeks in anger and said, are you still going to make me cooperate with your act? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Mo quickly replied, yes. You must immerse yourself in your character, express your most genuine thoughts with emotion, understand. Lin Mo said wearily, all right, can we start now? I still have to go home for dinner. Lin Mo said, okay. As the sun slowly set, the evening sun cast a golden glow over the quiet park where Lin Mo walked alone, her eyes filled with indifference, lost in thought. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a shadow suddenly jumped in front of Lin Mo, startling her and making her clench her hands tightly, exclaiming, who are you and what do you want? Lin Mo glared fiercely, his face twisted in a grimace, and said, this mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave some money for the road. Robbery. Hand over the lollipop. Lin Mo replied, here. Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. Indeed, only the plot could provide emotional value. However, just as Lin Mo was about to take the lollipop, he was suddenly ambushed from behind. Stop! Along with a shout, Lin Mo felt a kick to his backside, sending him crashing to the ground in a mess. A golden figure stood protectively in front of Lin Mo with flowing golden hair and a delicate face radiating an extraordinary warmth. The evening sun illuminated her, making her appear angelic. The newcomer was the genuine angel, Jia Bali Huaite. Jia Bali sternly said, stop your evil deeds right now. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen before me. How dare you rob a child of their lollipop? Do you not fear being unable to ascend to heaven after death? Lin Mo was stunned when she saw Lin Mo being kicked away, completely unaware of what had happened, and only reacted after Jia Bali stood in front of her. Lin Mo, Lin Mo exclaimed, and rushed over, checking on Lin Mo with concern. Are you all right? Jia Bali stared blankly at this scene, completely confused as to why things were developing differently than she had anticipated. Wasn't she saving this little girl? Why wasn't she thanking me, and instead was concerned about a bad person? Lin Mo struggled to stand, looking at Jia Bali's luxurious attire, directly gesturing with his left hand in a 6 and his right in a 7, while kicking his left foot in circles and sticking out his tongue, saying, pay up, pay up, pay up. Lin Mo was startled by Lin Mo's bizarre behavior, her eyes brimming with tears. Silly Lin Mo, don't scare me. Wake up quickly. Jia Bali was also startled by this bizarre behavior, wondering if this person had been knocked silly by her kick. I must be deeply sinful. She couldn't care less about hiding her identity as an angel and rushed forward, saying, little sister, you don't need to worry. I'll treat him right away. After saying that, she clasped her hands together in prayer, preparing to deliver an angelic blessing, but suddenly realized that her powers had completely vanished. Jia Bali exclaimed in shock, what's going on? My angelic power has disappeared. Initially, upon hearing Jia Bali was going to treat Lin Mo, Lin Mo instinctively moved aside. However, she soon realized the person before her was just praying, and then opened her eyes to say something about angels, understanding that this person was just a typical delusional kid. Lin Mo pushed Jia Bali aside angrily and said, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, silly Lin Mo wouldn't have ended up like this. He was foolish enough already, and now you've turned him into a fool. Who are you calling a fool? Upon hearing Jia Bali's words, Lin Mo had already guessed the identity of the girl in front of him, none other than the infamous fallen angel Tianjun Huaite Jia Bali. So he couldn't help but recall the plot of the original story. Who knew that Lin Mo would actually call him a fool? Can this be tolerated? You must know that he was quite clever. How could he be a fool? Lin Mo stood up, gave Lin Mo a smack on the head, and angrily said, I've said it long ago, I Lin Mo am incredibly clever. If you keep spreading rumors that I'm a fool, believe it, or not I'll make your backside bloom. Lin Mo clutched her head in pain, staring dazedly at Lin Mo, who had returned to normal, and suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing, that's wonderful. You idiot Lin Mo, you're fine. Lin Mo replied, I've been fine all along, okay. Jia Bali realized she might have misunderstood and hurriedly bowed in apology, saying, I'm sorry. I truly apologize. I won't compensate for this. This is all my savings, please do accept it. Looking at the stack of cash in Jia Bali's hand, Lin Mo thought for a moment, and then took out 2 bills saying, "Since I see you're kind-hearted, I'll take these 2 as compensation for emotional distress." He then pushed He-Jian Liu-mei still in his embrace and handed her a bill saying, "Xiao Mei, hear this, is your performance fee." He-Jian Liu-mei wiped her tears and said angrily, "Idiot Lin Mo, I don't want it." Seriously, she had almost turned into a fool and was still worried about a bit of money. Lin Mo was not soft on her. "If you don't want it, fine, I'll keep it for myself." At that moment, Jia Bailey spoke up. "Hello, I'm Tian Jinhui Te Jia Bailey. You can call me Jia Bailey. From your clothes, it seems you're from Zhongwu High, right? I'm a new transfer student. May I ask what your names are?" Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Was Jia Bailey attending Zhongwu High? The system explained this is the result of the fusion of worldviews. Lin Mo understood and said, Lin Mo, I am indeed a student at Zhongwu High. It seems we'll be classmates from now on. My name is He-Jian Liu-mei. Jia Bailey said, "I am truly sorry. I did not notice the specific situation and caused you great trouble. I will do my best to compensate you." Lin Mo casually replied, "There's no need to be so formal. Besides, the situation is just as you imagined. I was indeed robbing her of her lollipop." "Oh," Jia Bailey exclaimed. He-Jian Liu-mei explained, "It's just that idiot Lin Mo bought the lollipop himself and insisted I cooperate with him to put on this act. What a fool." Lin Mo clenched his fists and said angrily, "Xiao Mei, if you call me an idiot again, I won't be polite." He-Jian Liu-mei retorted defiantly, "But you always call me Xiao Mei." "Idiot Lin Mo, idiot Lin Mo, idiot Lin Mo. It seems if I don't show you who's boss, you won't know the difference between big and small." He-Jian Liu-mei scoffed, "Just an idiot Lin Mo, why would I be afraid of you?" Lin Mo placed his hands on her head, messing up her hairstyle, and laughed, "Hee hee. Once you get home, your parents will see your messy hair and give you a painful lesson. Hee hee." He-Jian Liu-mei exclaimed, "Ah, idiot Lin Mo, I'm going to fight you." Watching the two suddenly start to playfully quarrel, Jia Bailey pondered, is this how people interact with each other? It seems that what I learned from books is too shallow. I still have much to learn. Jia Bailey said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but as an apology for my impulsive behavior earlier, may I treat you to a meal?" While Lin Mo and He-Jian Liu-mei were tugging at each other's faces, they both turned to look at Jia Bailey and then at each other, snorting in unison before releasing their grip. He-Jian Liu-mei crossed her arms and said, "I want needed, and my mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner." Lin Mo nodded and said, "Of course I can. I didn't expect you would treat me to a meal. You're a friend I've decided to keep." Jia Bailey said with a smile, "Yes. Then we are friends from now on." He-Jian Liu-mei looked at Lin Mo and suddenly said, "Idiot Lin Mo." Lin Mo asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Mei?" He-Jian Liu-mei turned her head to look elsewhere, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Are we friends?" She secretly glanced at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with a hint of hope. Once she had many friends and could talk to them about anything. But she didn't know when it started that gradually there wasn't a single person by her side, and those so-called friends began to exclude and isolate her. Though they had once excluded others, He-Jian Liu-mei never expected it would turn to her. They always laughed at her and made jokes at her expense, so she had to pretend to be tough to avoid being bullied. But no one is born to like loneliness. He-Jian Liu-mei had always longed for friendship. Like today, she had originally agreed to go out to play, and she had also told her family about it. But in the end, she was stood up by them. She didn't want her parents to worry about it, so she had to sit alone in the park estimating the time before she would return. Then she met Lin Mo. It was really strange. Even though it was only their second meeting, she felt like they had a close relationship, able to let down her guard and reveal her true emotions. Although the other party often made her angry strangely, she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she was subtly pleased, as if she had finally found someone she could confide in without caring about others' opinions, just being her true self. But what exactly was her relationship with Lin Mo? Strangers. But even though it was only their second meeting, they could freely grab each other's faces and pull at them. Friends? Not necessarily. After all, they had only met twice and only knew each other's names. So what exactly was their relationship? Familiar strangers? He-Jian Liu-mei didn't know, but deep down, she was already looking forward to their next meeting here in this park with a lollipop in hand, waiting for Lin Mo's next robbery. However, when she saw Lin Mo and Jia Bailey easily become friends, He-Jian Liu-mei felt that perhaps she had been overthinking it. In the eyes of that idiot Lin Mo, they probably were already friends. Thus, He-Jian Liu-mei mustered her courage to ask that question, "Idiot Lin Mo, are we friends?" Lin Mo was taken aback by the question, reached out to pat her head, and said, "Strange, you're not even running a fever. Why would you ask such a silly question?" He-Jian Liu-mei swatted Lin Mo's hand away, embarrassed and angry, and said, "Just say whether we are friends or not." Lin Mo replied in confusion, "If we aren't friends, then what are we?" "I think you're the idiot for asking such a question," He-Jian Liu-mei exclaimed, "but we clearly haven't become friends yet." Lin Mo said with an inscrutable expression, "Friendship is not such an inconvenient thing. As long as I want, I can become friends with anyone. Just like how a turtle sees a green bean, if they take a liking to each other, they become friends, but if not, even if forced, their friendship will eventually come to nothing." He-Jian Liu-mei was slightly stunned. Yes, when did making friends become so complicated? Making friends never required any complicated steps. It was simply about the compatibility of personalities. As Lin Mo said, she indeed became friends with them at first, but in the end they all isolated her and nothing happened. Suddenly she found herself excluded. They were indeed her friends, but not the kind of friends she yearned for. Those were merely superficial friends born out of false social interactions, just for the sake of being friends. What she wanted was never just simple friendship, but a friend with whom she could speak freely without pretense, someone with whom she could share her heart. Without having to be cautious about doing something that might annoy them, nor worrying about every word, she said, not suddenly getting angry over inexplicable matters, nor cutting ties without a reason for any mistake made by the other. But even after arguments they would reconcile in the next moment, and even if they joked with each other they wouldn't hold grudges or suddenly isolate you without even a reason. This was the kind of friend she truly wanted, or rather a genuine friend with whom she could open her heart. Jian Lume suddenly hugged Lin Mo and sincerely said, "Thank you, Lin Mo." Although Lin Mo did not understand exactly what had happened, he could guess the state of mind of the girl before him. He gently patted her head and smiled, saying, "Even though I don't know what you're thanking me for, remember this, you are my friend Lin Mo. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will ensure they regret it." "Huh, they'll count on you then. It's getting late, so we'll head home now. Goodbye, Sister Gabriel." "Goodbye, silly Lin Mo." Lin Mo said angrily, "You little devil. Is this how you thank me? Call me brother Lin Mo," he said, sticking out her tongue. "No way. Silly Lin Mo is just silly Lin Mo. Don't even think about calling me brother." Hee ha. After saying that, she turned and ran, leaving behind her cheerful laughter. Lin Mo symbolically chased a few steps before stopping, saying, "Damn little devil, next time it'll definitely make you pay." Huh. Gabriel suddenly laughed out loud. When she saw Lin Mo turn his head, she shyly said, "Sorry, I just found it amusing to see how well Lin Mo and that child got along." Lin Mo pouted and said, "Who is close to her?" System host, that Sundara vibe has faded. Lin Mo get lost. Gabriel said, "Hijime has something on her mind, even I can see that. She seems to really want friends, so thank you Lin Mo for not rejecting her." Lin Mo replied, "I really don't understand what you're thanking me for. I'm leaving. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal?" "I'm starving." Gabriel responded, "I'm new here and unfamiliar with the area, so I'll need your help finding a place." Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he spoke. "What a coincidence. I happen to know a cheap and good place. Follow me." At the noodle shop, where he had his first big eater competition, Lin Mo greeted the owner and started eating. The owner said, "Lin Mo, it's you again. It seems my cooking is quite popular since you come here every day. Who is this beside you?" Lin Mo replied, "This is my future classmate. Uncle, I still trust your cooking, so let's stick to the usual 2 bowls to start." The owner laughed heartily. "Oh, so you're treating a classmate? No problem, I'll give you a discount. What does this young lady want to eat?" Gabriel looked at the menu and finally chose a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. "Do you come here often, Lin Mo?" Lin Mo replied, "I guess so." To be honest, he hadn't been in this world for long, so what the owner remembered was probably from events in the past. Gabriel asked curiously, "Guess so?" Lin Mo changed the subject, saying, "I remember when I first came here I hadn't eaten for 2 days. At that time they were holding a big eater competition, and since I had a big appetite, I won first place to save money and got a prize. That prize really helped me a lot, and after that I started eating here regularly." Gabriel did not expect Lin Mo to have such an experience. She couldn't understand why, despite the prosperous development of the human world, there were still people who couldn't afford to eat. Indeed, some things cannot be understood through books, only through personal experience can one truly discover them. Gabriel said earnestly, "Lin Mo, if you need money I can lend you some, or if you can't afford food I can treat you as well. Please don't refuse, or I hope I can offer some help, however small it may be." Although the fallen Gabriel is a societal waste, she was still very good before her fall, truly capable of selflessly helping others. After all, she graduated as the top student of the angels. Lin Mo smiled and said, "No need to, I've already said that's in the past. Now I'm a billionaire." Gabriel smiled and said, "Then congratulations, Lin Mo." Soon the ramen was ready, and the two finished their conversation and began to eat. Watching Lin Mo devour bowl after bowl, Gabriel was deeply shocked. She couldn't understand how an ordinary person could eat so much. Could he really hold it all? Concerned, Gabriel said, "Lin Mo, are you really okay eating that much?" Lin Mo replied, "Don't worry, I always eat this much. I want burst, and the owner can vouch for me." The owner laughed. "I was shocked the first time I met him too, but I've gotten used to it after seeing him multiple times. Little girl, you don't need to worry. If there were any issues, Lin Mo would have run into trouble long ago." Upon hearing this, Gabriel finally relaxed. Thankfully, everything was fine, otherwise she would have had to reveal her identity as an angel to save him. At this point, Gabriel suddenly remembered she had lost her angelic powers, for angels were forbidden from using their powers after coming to the human world. Moreover, she wanted to help others through her own labor instead of relying on external powers, so she was not overly concerned about this matter. However, Gabriel was still an excellent student and did not show any panic at this moment. Instead, she planned to check things well when she got home. If she couldn't find anything wrong, she would have to ask the principal to help. After witnessing Lin Mo's astonishing appetite, the two parted ways. Lin Mo, holding his full belly, said, "System check-in." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Death Note Purple. Death Note Purple, write the name of someone you dislike on it, and they will die instantly. Of course, you can also design their death. Note, using it on someone with too much power may trigger their awareness. Use with caution." Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the Death Note. He was truly invincible now. From now on, who would dare to oppose him? Is this the Death Note? No. This is the Book of Life and Death. With it, he could summon the King of Hell. Whoever he points at would die. Lin Mo immediately covered his face and laughed wildly. "Ha. Hee hee. System, dear, would you like to understand the anti-magic domain?" Lin Mo's expression stiffened, and he cursed, "Damn." Lin Mo suddenly felt a tug on his clothing. Annoyed, he turned to see a little girl with horns on her head looking up at him, followed by Thor in a maid outfit. At this moment, Thor wore a vigilant expression. The moment she approached Lin Mo, she suddenly felt her power vanish, as if she had become an ordinary person easily slaughtered. Lin Mo asked in confusion, Connor, what are you doing here? Connor replied with a blank expression, Lin Mo, I came to thank you for helping me that day. Thor could not endure the feeling of losing her power. It made her feel very insecure. She was after all a powerful dragon. This deep sense of helplessness was something she had only felt when she was close to death. She didn't want to experience it again, especially with Connor here. She had to protect her. So she urged, Connor, hurry and give me the gift. We need to get home quickly. Little Lin is waiting for us. Connor nodded and handed over the iron bucket in her hand, saying, this is a gift for you so you can store the extra milk. Lin Mo smiled, not expecting Connor to give him an iron bucket. One bucket was enough for his milk. He didn't need a second one. However, since it was the thought that counted, he accepted it. Lin Mo took out MC's infinite milk and said, do you want to drink my milk, Connor? Seeing Lin Mo pull something from thin air, Thor's pupils dilated, and she immediately protected Connor behind her. Connor asked in confusion, Thor looked at Lin Mo very seriously and said, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in getting close to Connor? Lin Mo seemed to trigger a mysterious switch, striking a cool pose and saying, since you're asking sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. I am the unparalleled Emperor of Silence, Lin Mo. Thor's pupils contracted and she exclaimed, you are the Asian Dance King, Lin Mo. Asian Dance King Blue, you are undoubtedly the Asian Dance King. Your fame resonates far and wide. Even some ancient beings have heard of your deeds. Do you want to dance as well? P.S. The stockpile is gone. Future updates will be around 9 p.m. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Although he did not understand why the other party knew his title, he still maintained a cold expression and said, do you also want to dance? Hearing Lin Mo's indirect acknowledgement of his identity, Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was well known that the Asian Dance King Lin Mo was a fool who loved to dance. Thor said, I sincerely apologize. Ever since the beginning I have felt powerless, and with you suddenly using spatial items, I thought you intended to harm Connor. Lin Mo replied, that's my passive ability, the magic banishment domain. As long as one is within a radius of 10 meters around me, no supernatural powers can be used, including my own. Thor said in astonishment, such power exists. This is truly unbelievable. Lin Mo suddenly brightened up and leaned closer, saying, by the way, Thor, I heard that you dragons love to collect treasures. Although Thor was curious about how the other party knew his name, he didn't dwell on it since he had misunderstood him. He replied, it's not entirely like that. Most dragons actually enjoy fighting quite a bit. Lin Mo exclaimed, that's great. So, can you give me some treasures? Treasures that allow me to use supernatural powers. I want to experience supernatural abilities too. Please, this is a lifelong request of mine. The system responded, your lifelong requests seem to be too many. Thor replied, but isn't it true that you cannot use any supernatural powers near me? Even if I give you a powerful treasure, you won't be able to use it. Lin Mo's face stiffened. He had been so focused on obtaining treasures that he forgot about the magic banishment domain. Damn it, Lin Mo said furiously, system. Hurry up and give me a disassembly function. I want to disassemble the magic banishment domain. The system replied, sorry host, that function does not exist. Watching Lin Mo change expressions like a Sichuan opera performer, Thor wasn't curious. After all, whatever a fool did was reasonable. Lin Mo calmed his frustrated emotions and looked at Thor and Connor, who seemed uninterested, saying, if that's the case, then forget it. Do you have any other matters? If not, I will be heading home. Thor said, nothing else. Connor interjected, I do. Facing the two's gazes, Connor firmly declared, I want to drink Lin Mo's milk. It's sticky and very delicious. Lin Mo generously handed over the MC infinite milk he had been holding, saying, drink. Drink it until you can't anymore. If you finish it, it'll let you be a human knight. Thor asked, human knight. Lin Mo explained, literally a dragon rider is called a dragon knight, so a dragon that rides a human is called a human knight. Thor couldn't help but think of Shaolin. Since Shaolin was a dragon knight, could he also be a human knight? Riding on Shaolin, he could do whatever he wished. Hee. Seeing Thor drool, Lin Mo stepped back in disdain, realizing that this was another fool who would drool in public. He had to keep his distance because fools are contagious. What if he turned into one himself? Coming back to reality from those taboo images, Thor looked at Lin Mo, who was over 5 meters away, wiped his drool, and curiously asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you so far away? Lin Mo replied, it's nothing. Fools are contagious, so I keep my distance from you. Thor nodded. His impression of Lin Mo improved a little. He didn't expect him to have some self-awareness, keeping his distance to avoid turning into a fool. This person is really great. Thor smiled and said, don't worry, the wisdom of dragons is not so easily tainted. Connor, we should. Looking at Connor still gulping down the milk, Thor was shocked. She knew Connor's appetite well, and that she wouldn't eat small bites. This huge bucket of milk would probably be finished in seconds, so why was she still drinking? And it seemed like she hadn't decreased at all. Realizing the temptation on the other side, Lin Mo secretly delighted. Keep it low-key, it's just milk with infinite attributes, nothing worth mentioning. Infinite. Thor didn't believe Lin Mo's words. Not to mention that using the infinite attribute on milk was a waste, but a mortal like Lin Mo could not possibly possess such a treasure. Once the news leaked, it would attract various powerful beings to snatch it. Oh right, he was not a mortal. He had the magic banishment domain. No supernatural powers could be used near him, which made it understandable why he could possess such a treasure without it being stolen. But wasn't it said that he couldn't use any supernatural powers near him? Why could the milk still not be finished? Could it be that the infinite attribute surpasses the magic banishment? That must be the case. Having realized this, Thor seriously said, things with infinite attributes would even tempt my father the End Emperor. You should keep it well, and don't take it out casually. Lin Mo nonchalantly replied, it's just a bucket of milk, what's there to steal? I also have a death note that can kill anyone whose name I write. I want to see who would dare to steal my things, even if your dad came he'd still die. Thor didn't care about the mention of his father. After all, their father-daughter relationship wasn't great. However, he was half convinced about Lin Mo's death note. Thor said, I've reminded you, so be careful. Connor, that's enough. We need to go back to have dinner, leave some space in your stomach. Connor quickly put down the iron bucket, burped, and said, I understand. Thank you, Lin Mo, for treating me to milk. Lin Mo retrieved the milk, patted her head, and said, no need to thank me. You can come to me whenever you want to drink more. Goodbye. After the three bid farewell, Lin Mo hummed a little tune as he returned home, having made a significant gain this time. Truly it was worthy of himself. With just a slight effort, he shocked the dragon. The system sighed helplessly and said, host, you are really carefree. Don't you know not to reveal your wealth? You've disclosed your abilities without any reservations. Aren't you afraid of being targeted in the future? Lin Mo suddenly broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly laughed. Ha! Who am I? I am the unparalleled Emperor Mo of the ages. Lin Mo declared, am I afraid of her? The system replied, host, please don't tell me you never thought of this. Lin Mo insisted, what a joke. Of course I thought of this, I just don't care. Even if they know my abilities, they won't be able to easily kill me. The system wearily said, host, just keep acting. Fortunately, the other party is Thor, who is still somewhat trustworthy. If it were a force from the chaos side, the moment you finish speaking, they would probably pull out a gun and shoot you. Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and casually said, it's just a bullet that can't harm me in the slightest. Alright, system, you're talking too much today, mute. Damn, he had been careless. He forgot that the magic banishment only banned supernatural powers and hot weapons couldn't be banned at all, which meant he still couldn't withstand a bullet. He was too reckless. But the feeling of showing off was really wonderful, especially seeing the shock and disbelief in the other party's eyes upon hearing of his abilities. It felt fantastic. The system understood what Lin Mo was thinking. After all, when it informed him about his diminished intelligence, he was immediately worried that he couldn't show off. The system silently raised the drop rate for good items, hoping to obtain a gun with infinite bullets early on. Combined with the magic banishment, it could barely provide some self-defense. Looking at the carefree Lin Mo, the system sighed again. If it had known earlier, even with the source damaged, it wouldn't have occupied the host's brainpower. This way, he wouldn't have turned into a fool. But everything had already happened, and it was too late to say anything now. After all, he was the chosen host, so what could it do? Of course it would indulge him. Returning home, Lin Mo watched some videos, occasionally chuckling to himself, then liked and commented, going to bed promptly at midnight. Waking up naturally after a long sleep, Lin Mo stretched and yawned, glancing out at the bright sunshine. Suddenly he froze and jumped up, exclaiming, oh no. System, you didn't even bother to wake me up this late. I'm late for school because of you. The system replied, host, today is a holiday, no need to attend class. What nonsense. With your level of intelligence, you thought you could trick me. I only had one day of class. How could it possibly be a holiday already? Bold system, how dare you set me up? What are your true intentions? Just confess. The system, not wanting to speak, projected an introduction to the Kishua timeline before Lin Mo, who remained unfazed, remarked, what is this rubbish? Stop sidetracking me, hurry up, and tell me why you didn't wake me. The system could no longer hold back and shouted, damn it, can't you see the panel in front of you? Having the ability of the Kishua timeline, isn't it normal to take a day off after one day of class? Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed forgotten he had such an ability, but he couldn't admit he was wrong, so he shifted the blame. Even if the timeline is chaotic, couldn't you have informed me in advance? Can't you wake me up on time, every day? If you had told me earlier, would I have misunderstood? You're simply unreasonable. Forget it, I'll be magnanimous and not nitpick, I forgive you. The system was almost laughing out of anger. Just as it was about to initiate the clan protection battle, it remembered that the other party was an idiot who had become one. Because of itself, suppressing its anger and gritting its teeth, it said, I understand, host. From now on, I will wake you up on time every morning. Now you have a sign-in chance. Do you want to sign in? Lin Mo replied, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Transmigration Card None. Transmigration Card None, randomly transmigrate to a world, can freely travel back and forth, and the time ratio can be adjusted freely. The system said excitedly, host. You are simply a reincarnated lucky star. You even drew this thing. With another world, it means we can obtain more sign-in tasks, and the system recovery is just around the corner. Lin Mo played with the transmigration card in his hand, and suddenly asked, by the way, system, how were you injured amidst the endless chaos? The system paused for a moment and awkwardly said, well, host, you know we systems like to collect treasures across the multiverse to convert them into system energy, which can turn into anything. It's the best choice for home and travel. Lin Mo impatiently said, cut to the chase. Before I came here, I saw a sleeping Pangu and casually drew some blood. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly woke up and I was caught off guard and got injured by an axe before coming to this world. Lin Mo sneered, system, are you really that weak? That's a misconception. The essence of the system is quite fragile. While having granted us the ability to generate system energy, it also made us pitifully weak. We transcend the rules, but are also constrained by them. If a Tao-level powerhouse were to come, they could easily shatter us, so we can only adopt a symbiotic approach for mutual benefit. Not to mention that I am a newly born system, you are my first host. I still have to protect your body, and since I have no original accumulation, being able to escape was already quite a stroke of luck. Lin Mo's expression changed. So you're saying without my knowledge, I faced a life-and-death calamity. The system felt a sudden sense of foreboding and cautiously replied sort of. Good job, system. It's one thing to send me here without permission, but you almost put me in danger. What punishment do you deserve? The system understood that Lin Mo was fishing for benefits and helplessly said, host, I truly have no choice. Under the suppression of the magic ban field, my permissions are indeed pitifully limited, but I swear once I get free, I will make it all up to you. Surely the clever, charming, magnanimous, polite, and the universe's best host would agree, right? Lin Mo, feeling somewhat flattered by the praise, grinned and said, haha. That's right, that's me. Consider this a debt you owe me. It's never too late to repay it later. Now that you have a transmigration card, we could go to another world for some opportunities. Who knows, we might find something good that could restore the system. Lin Mo slapped the table and exclaimed, great idea. The system added so. Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed, striking a very exaggerated pose as he said, but I refuse. The system, exasperated, said, don't play with me at this time. That's not what I meant. I'm not playing around, it's just that I haven't had enough fun in this world. Why rush off to another world? I'm not going, I'll talk about it when I have time. Alright, as long as you're happy, host. Just then there was a knock on the door. Lin Mo opened it to find Yukinoshita Yukino standing there. Lin Mo quickly stepped aside and said, oh, isn't this Sister Yukino? What wind brought you here? Come in. I'll get you some tea. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled and said, haha, long time no see, Lin Mo. I have something to do, so I can't come in. I'm just here to ask you for a favor, is that okay? Lin Mo patted his chest and said, of course, no problem. What do you need? Yukinoshita Yukino replied, great. I was worried you might not be free. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Originally, I had planned to go out with Yukino, but suddenly there was an emergency at work that I need to handle. However, Yukino has already arrived at the agreed location, and I thought of you, Lin Mo. Since you are classmates and know each other, could you please meet Yukino on my behalf? Lin Mo replied, that's completely fine. What's the big deal? It's just going out to have fun. Everyone knows I am known in the world as the playful young master with a jade face. This small matter is on me. I will definitely ensure Yukinoshita has a great time. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled at Lin Mo, pleased with the plan, and said, that's wonderful. Quickly get ready, I'll drive you. Lin Mo replied, all right. Looking at Lin Mo in his floral shorts, flip-flops, and white shirt, Yukinoshita Yukino said, Lin Mo, are you going to meet her dressed like that? Can't you be a bit more formal? Lin Mo glanced at his outfit, puzzled, and said, isn't this formal enough? This is the best outfit I have. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said, forget it, since there's still time, I'll take you to buy a proper outfit. Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, as he indeed had very few clothes. He had only the casual outfit he wore when he first transmigrated the system's sign-in clothes and a school uniform. That was all. After spending an hour, Lin Mo inexplicably acquired several new outfits and was dropped off by Yukinoshita Yukino near the aquarium. Yukinoshita Yukino said, Lin Mo, I'll keep the rest of the clothes for now. Oh, I will deliver them to your home when I have the chance. Remember to seize the opportunity. I wish you a great time with Yukino. Lin Mo replied, okay. Watching Yukinoshita Yukino drive away, Lin Mo walked confidently towards the agreed location. At the entrance of the aquarium, Yukinoshita Yukino quietly waited in a conspicuous spot. With 2 minutes left until their agreed time, she looked around, but still couldn't find her sister. Just as she was about to call to inquire, she was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, hey. Yukinoshita. Good afternoon. Yukinoshita Yukino, Lin Mo, good afternoon. Lin Mo walked over, shaking the ticket in his hand, and said, your sister has something to do and can't make it today, so she asked me to take you out. Let's head out, it's your first time at the aquarium, right? Initially, Yukinoshita Yukino felt a bit upset about her sister's absence, but hearing Lin Mo mention it was his first time at the aquarium softened her heart. She knew about Lin Mo's situation. He had been living quite frugally over the years. So she temporarily set aside her dissatisfaction towards her sister and decided to make up for Lin Mo's regret of never having been to the aquarium, saying, in that case, let's go. As soon as they entered the aquarium, Lin Mo curiously examined every underwater creature, seeing various marine animals that he had only seen on his phone, and in groups no less. He couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Mo, with an excited tone, said, there are so many fish here, I wonder how many days it would take to finish them all. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, not all marine creatures are edible, and even those that are may not be very tasty. The purpose of the aquarium is to allow people to experience the dazzling ocean world, enrich their understanding, and broaden their horizons. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, isn't it just a way to make money? They catch them from their natural habitats and confine them in this small space for public viewing to profit. Yukinoshita Yukino was slightly taken aback and said, why do you always view money so heavily? Not everything in the world is linked to money. Lin Mo, because I'm afraid of being poor. Hearing this answer, Yukinoshita Yukino stood there in shock. Coming from a privileged background, she never placed much importance on money, but Lin Mo had grown up alone and lived in dire straits. The hardships of life must have made him regard the present as exceedingly significant. At this moment, Yukinoshita Yukino deeply understood what it meant to not have experienced another's suffering and to not advise others on goodness. Yukinoshita Yukino, I'm sorry I've been too self-righteous. Lin Mo looked at her in confusion and asked, why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong. Yukinoshita Yukino explained, the reason I advised you not to view money too heavily is that I come from a well-off family and have never lacked for money, which gives me more time to pursue self-cultivation. I foolishly believe that money is not a necessity for life and advised you not to value it too much, overlooking that for some people, merely surviving requires all their effort. For me, a month's allowance may seem small, but for others it could take months of hard work to earn that amount. Lin Mo rubbed his head and said, Yukinoshita, to be honest, you rambled on so much that I didn't quite understand what you were trying to express, but you must be talking about the importance of money, right? Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said yes. Lin Mo, although I don't understand why you're apologizing to me for this and going on about it, my view on money is quite simple. Money isn't omnipotent, but being without it is absolutely impossible. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled slightly and said, I've learned something. Lin Mo, a child can be taught. Come on, let's go explore the next place. As the initial excitement faded, Lin Mo's interest waned after a round of exploring. Yukinoshita Yukino noticed his thoughts and glanced at the time, realizing it was mealtime. She proactively suggested, since I bothered you with my sister's sudden absence, let me treat you to a meal. I'm hungry too. Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up and he nodded, saying, great idea. Where are we going to eat? Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a moment and said, there's a well-reviewed restaurant nearby the aquarium. Let's go there. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Yukinoshita, you could remember that. Let's hurry up and go. Watching Lin Mo rush out eagerly, Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes flashed with a trace of indulgence. Perhaps the joy of a fool is that simple. Oh, just a meal could make him so happy. Yukinoshita Yukino quickened her steps to catch up, saying, slow down. Do you even know where it is running so fast? Lin Mo, haha, I'm just too eager to taste the restaurant you recommended, Yukinoshita. I believe it won't disappoint. Yukinoshita Yukino chuckled helplessly and said, hurry up or slow down, the restaurant won't run away. Just follow me closely and don't get lost. Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling like he was being treated like a child. However, he quickly brushed it off, thinking it was better to eat first. Thus the two arrived at the restaurant, where there were not many people since it was just around mealtime. They found a window seat and began ordering their meals, eagerly anticipating the food to arrive. While waiting, they inevitably struck up a conversation. Yukinoshita Yukino asked, Lin Mo, why didn't you go for the job I found for you last time? Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't say he had no memory of it, as that would make him seem foolish for forgetting such an important matter. But what excuse could he come up with instead? After thinking for a minute, Lin Mo finally spoke, saying, because I found a more suitable job. Thank you for helping me find work. Yukinoshita Yukino asked curiously, what job is it? Can you tell me about it? Lin Mo proudly replied, it's a research position. A salary of 10 million a month. 10 million. Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed in shock. You can't be scammed, can you? You're just a part-timer. How could you possibly earn such a high salary? Lin Mo, don't worry, I'm quite clever. How could I be scammed? He added, besides they already paid me this month's salary. Despite this, Yukinoshita Yukino remained worried. After all, Lin Mo was inherently foolish and the chances of him being scammed were high. Moreover, if they had already paid a month's salary up front, it meant they were likely after something greater. It could even be Lin Mo's life. Yukinoshita Yukino hurriedly asked, where are you working? What job are you doing? They didn't scam you, did they? Did you sign any documents? Lin Mo was taken aback by the barrage of questions and quickly raised his hand, saying, stop. You're asking so many questions all at once, it's like a household registration check. I don't even know how to answer. Yukinoshita Yukino realized she had been a bit hasty. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she said, sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Mo replied, it's fine, you don't need to worry about me. I'm currently working at Evolution House. It's a big company that wants scam an ordinary person like me. Yukinoshita Yukino asked in confusion, isn't Evolution House a biotechnology company? How can an ordinary person like you be of any help? Lin Mo puffed out his chest with pride and said, of course, I'm conducting great scientific research. Yukinoshita Yukino, what kind of research? Lin Mo, research on promoting human evolution. System, indeed, but you're the one being researched. Yukinoshita Yukino widened her eyes, slightly filled with disbelief. It wasn't that she meant to insult anyone, but with Lin Mo's intelligence, she couldn't imagine what kind of scientific research he could do, especially something as grand as promoting human evolution. Thus, Yukinoshita Yukino became even more suspicious that Lin Mo had been scammed. Lin Mo spoke up again, saying, moreover, Sister Yang knows about this. If you don't believe me, ask her. Yukinoshita Yukino frowned. If her sister knew about this, then the likelihood of Lin Mo being scammed was indeed much lower. She would call her sister to confirm the situation once they got back. Wait, Sister Yang. The gaze of Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly sharpened. Yukino, sister, are you very close to my sister? Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and said, of course. We have a bond that could risk our lives for each other. Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes instantly turned cold, but in the next moment her expression softened as she let out a small sigh, unsure of what she was even angry about. Regaining her composure, Yukinoshita Yukino said seriously, Lin Mo, my sister, has a very terrible personality. She always enjoys playing silly pranks, using words to provoke others' emotions, inciting conflicts, and then attacking others in the heat of the moment. You mustn't learn from her. Indeed, only by crossing into the two-dimensional realm can one realize that Yukinoshita Yukino is not merely a character from an anime, she is a flesh-and-blood living person. Not just her, but everyone she encounters is truly real, no longer mere fictional characters from stories. They have their own emotions, their own styles of behavior, and even engage in actions beyond their set characteristics. For instance, the perfect Yukinoshita Yukino also speaks ill of her sister behind her back. It seems she should start curbing her playful thoughts. Lin Mo sincerely said, "Thank you for your concern, I'll be careful." Seeing Lin Mo's earnest expression, Yukinoshita Yukino breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was paying attention, but she also felt a hint of resentment towards her sister. Even if she wanted to help Lin Mo, practical considerations needed to be taken into account. Just letting him work in the evolution house with his intellect, who knows when he might end up becoming the subject of research instead. Could it be that her sister wants to take this opportunity to fix Lin Mo's mind? No matter how much she speculated, there was no solid basis for it. Yukinoshita Yukino could only retract her thoughts, deciding to focus on resolving the dinner in front of her, and would ask her sister after returning home. As soon as the food was served, Lin Mo began to eat heartily, and in the blink of an eye half of it was gone. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled helplessly, pushing her food towards him, saying, "If you don't have enough to eat, you can have this portion of mine. After all, we ordered the same, and I can wait for the next serving." Lin Mo replied, "But that would be too much trouble for you. You eat first, don't worry about me." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "It's fine, I'm not hungry yet. There's no need for us to be polite. We're friends, aren't we?" Lin Mo thought about it and nodded, saying, "All right, then I'll dig in. I feel a bit bad for always letting you treat me. Next time let me take you out to eat since I've just received my salary." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "No need for that, this is just my compensation to you. There's no need for you to repay it." Lin Mo replied, "But we are friends, aren't we?" Yukinoshita Yukino paused, surprised that Lin Mo used the same reason to counter her. Perhaps he wasn't entirely a fool after all. She smiled and said, "It's a promise then." After finishing this meal, the two ended their outing both feeling quite satisfied. Lin Mo said, "Thanks, Yukinoshita. Next time I'll treat you to an outing." Yukinoshita Yukino replied, "Actually, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't come, I would have wasted all that time waiting." Lin Mo said, "Well, that's settled then. This time counts as fulfilling a dream of mine. Next Saturday, I'll take you out. By the way, I just realized we don't have each other's phone numbers. Let's exchange them." Yukinoshita Yukino was slightly taken aback. They indeed lacked a means of contact, which she felt was a neglect on her part. Even though they were already friends, she hadn't noticed this. After exchanging contact information, Lin Mo shook his phone and said, "Call me when you need to." Yukinoshita Yukino replied, "Okay, goodbye." Lin Mo replied, "Goodbye." In the underground laboratory, Kinos was anxiously gazing at the research report in his hand, scratching his head, yet he couldn't think of a solution. After obtaining Lin Mo's cells, he began his research. Through his tests, he discovered that these cells were not something a human could possess. They were simply divine. No. They were even more terrifying than the divine. He named them the cells of the gods. After acquiring the cells of the gods, he wanted to clone Lin Mo with just simple tests. After all, his cloning technology was quite mature. But the results were unexpected. No matter how he operated, he could never complete the cloning. It wasn't stuck at the crucial step, but rather at the very first step. He simply couldn't replicate Lin Mo's cells. These cells were like proud emperors, never allowing inferior copies of themselves to exist. Once discovered, they would devour them, and even during fusion with other cells, they would still devour them. This devouring would only enhance individual cells and would not lead to splitting. This meant that no matter how he operated, he couldn't make them fuse with anything, and the total cell count wouldn't increase, but instead they would become stronger and harder to fuse. Perhaps he could achieve a certain balance with stronger cells. However, the problem lay here. When Kinos brought in Azura's cells for fusion, he discovered a phenomenon that shocked his worldview. At first, Azura's cells indeed suppressed the cells of the gods, but in the next moment the cells of the gods suddenly increased in strength tenfold, and when that still wasn't enough, it increased another tenfold. Moreover, it seemed to possess self-awareness, understanding how to employ tactics. When it couldn't win, it would run away, only to return when it felt it could overpower the Azura cells and devour them. This bizarre phenomenon made Kinos exclaim that it was unscientific. The broad road toward human evolution lay right before him, yet he couldn't even take the first step, which was truly frustrating. Kinos scratched his messy hair and muttered, "Damn it, what method should I use? Is it really impossible to replicate the cells of the gods? Damn it, the cells of the gods are like a proud emperor, not allowing any similar cells to exist. How can I take that crucial first step?" Just then Mosquito Girl brought over a cup of coffee and said, "Dar, Kinos, you've been working for a long time. You should take a break." Kinos sighed, temporarily setting aside this thought. After all, he had been waiting for many years, so a second or two wouldn't matter. Although he thought this way, his fingers incessantly tapping on the table revealed how much he cared. Seeing this, Mosquito Girl said, "Dr. Kinos, last time Lin Mo eliminated most of the biotechnological humans. Now there aren't enough biotechnological humans in the base. How about we create a batch of subordinates first?" Kinos suddenly put down his coffee, stood up, and grabbed Mosquito Girl's shoulders, asking, "What did you just say?" Mosquito Girl, somewhat fearful, replied, "Lin Mo eliminated most of the biotechnological humans. Now there aren't enough in the base. Should we create a batch of subordinates first?" Kanna's eyes lit up as he paced back and forth, saying, I see. Perhaps I should change my approach. Since the cells of the gods do not permit the existence of similar beings, I can create a batch of subordinates for it. Just like the God King has many gods as subordinates, the cells of the gods could completely become the God King within the divine system, holding absolute dominion over its subordinates. Since the path of replication is unfeasible, then I shall resort to clumsy imitation. There's no need for the cells of the gods to possess their original abilities, even a fraction of it would suffice. But how should I carry out the imitation? Right? I can treat the cells of the gods as the brain of humanity, creating a body for it that supplies energy, allowing it to understand that the energy provided by the body far exceeds what it gains from devouring. Perhaps, then it will extend some of its characteristics outward, which might allow me to gain some of the weakened abilities of the cells of the gods. This way, I can not only utilize the cells of the gods to create a secondary evolution potion, but I also preserve the possibility of its evolution into the cells of the gods. Perhaps this potion should be named the Ascension Potion. Inspiration came rushing in like a spring, and Kinos once again immersed himself in his research. Seeing this, Mosquito Girl quietly stepped back. Once Kinos fell into this frenzied state, he could not be awakened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received gloves white. Gloves white are handcrafted. Lin Mo, that's just because I didn't want anything good today. After their usual banter, Lin Mo set off towards school with his backpack. However, halfway there he encountered something very peculiar. A pink-haired girl was engaged in a tense standoff with a white dog. She is the great demon of hell, Katō Megumi. Satania crossed her arms, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and said, "Return my belongings now, and I might spare your life." The little white dog did not respond, merely lowering its body slightly, adopting an aggressive stance. Satania chuckled lightly. "Haha, you dare to provoke the great Katō Megumi. Truly commendable courage." The white dog remained silent, merely gathering strength. Katō Megumi. "All right, hurry and return my pineapple bun, and I will allow you to submit to me." Seeing the familiar scene, Lin Mo immediately recognized who it was. It's the demon idiot. Lin Mo quickly found a place to hide, focusing intently on this classic moment. Seeing that the white dog was still unmoved, Satania, feeling a bit flustered, said, "Hurry up and return my pineapple bun. Let go. Please let go." As she spoke, she tried to snatch it, but the white dog held onto the pineapple bun tightly, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, Lin Mo could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Ha! Ha ha! Satania immediately turned around, alert, and asked who. Lin Mo stepped out and said, "Sorry, I just remembered something amusing which made me laugh out loud." Satania, human. Cough cough. Be grateful, human. Standing before you is the great demon Satania, unifier of hell. Haha. Lin Mo pointed at the fleeing white dog and said that, "Great demon, it seems your pineapple bun is gone." Satania immediately turned around to see, crying out, "My pineapple bun. Hurry and return my pineapple bun. Why is it always my favorite pineapple bun that gets stolen?" Haha. Just then another laugh echoed, and a white figure appeared from another corner. Satania quickly wiped her tears and, pretending to be strong, said, "Who are you? I'm sorry, I just found your appearance too amusing, and I accidentally laughed out loud." Satania clenched her fists angrily, saying, "You mocking me?" Looking at her scheming expression, Lin Mo instantly remembered who she was. She is the scheming angel, by Yulafii Nzwosi. Lafii smiled and said, "Not at all, great demon, I just think your previous expression was incredibly cool." Satania paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "Haha, indeed. I am the great demon, Katō Megumi, unifier of hell. As you are so perceptive, I shall let you off this time." Lin Mo exclaimed, "Truly a great demon." Satania proudly said, "From your uniforms, you must be from Zongwu High School as well. How about becoming my subordinates? I will protect you. After all, I am destined to rule Zongwu High." Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed, adopting an imposing posture as he said, "Oh, you dare compete with me for the throne of Zongwu High? If that's the case, then let's duel." Satania smiled slightly. How foolish to dare challenge the great Satania. Such commendable courage. I accept your challenge. Mortal, state your name. Lafii chimed in, "Then I shall be the judge." Lin Mo. "I am the imperious and unmatched emperor of the heavens." Lin Mo. Satania's expression turned serious. "So you are the Asian dance king." Lin Mo. "Very well, you are worthy to be my opponent. Since you are the Asian dance king, let us compete in dance." Lin Mo. "That's exactly what I intend. Bring it on." Puff. Lafii covered her mouth and said, "It's fine. You may begin." "No, I mustn't laugh. I cannot laugh. I must hold it in. I haven't even seen the most exciting part yet. Ooh, I absolutely cannot laugh out loud at such a moment. Just wait for a minute, and then I can laugh." Lin Mo began to dance first, swaying his body, performing a back lean. Lin Mo, this move has 2.5 years of skill behind it. Can you handle it? Satania, unwilling to be outdone, also began to dance, swaying her head, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Satania, you truly underestimated me. In hell, I am undoubtedly a master of dance. They approached each other, dancing in perfect harmony, as if they had practiced countless times. Lin Mo, it seems your dancing skills are not bad, managing to match me to this extent. Satania, you are not bad either. You can stand up to me, a great demon. They ceased their words and began an even more splendid dance. For specifics, please refer to Stop Fighting. Puff, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Lei finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and laughing madly, gasping for breath. This naturally drew the attention of both. Lei wiped her tears and said, "Ha, sorry. I just, ha." Lin Mo's head was filled with many hash marks. Although he didn't know what she was laughing about, knowing her personality, he felt she must be mocking him. Ding. Sign-in task dance with Lei. Task reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo and Sataniya exchanged glances and walked towards Lei together. The laughing Lei was completely unaware of the situation, and by the time she reacted, the two had already approached her. Lei had a drop of cold sweat on her forehead, and quickly explained, "Sorry, great demon Sataniya, Emperor of the Heavens, I was just captivated by your dance, and I felt so happy to see such a beautiful dance that I laughed out loud." Lin Mo angrily said, "Do you think we are fools? Sataniya, so that's how it is." The two spoke simultaneously, stunned. Lin Mo said helplessly, "This sounds like a lie." Sataniya exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are you kidding me? How dare you deceive me? Lei, I know. Everything I said is sincere. I truly want to see you dance." Lin Mo, "Quit the nonsense, come here." Lei, huh? Lin Mo, "Do you also want to dance?" Without waiting for Lei's reaction, he grabbed her hand and started dancing. Lei, wait. Hold on. Lin Mo led La Fayere into a passionate dance, performing a series of splendid shows in collaboration with Sataniya, while La Fayere clumsily followed along, caught off guard. The two partnered seamlessly, each transition perfectly executed, leaving La Fayere no chance to escape. Perhaps this is the unspoken connection between fools. Finally, after about 3 minutes of dancing, they reached the final curtain call. Fortunately, there were no onlookers around, otherwise La Fayere would be utterly humiliated. Sataniya, panting, said, "Not bad, Lin Mo. In terms of dancing, I shall deem you the strongest." Lin Mo pointed to the sky with one hand and declared, "My strength needs no affirmation from others, for I am the strongest." La Fayere remained stunned, still unable to regain her composure. Shame. Utter shame. She had been dragged into dancing by a fool. This was simply her dark history. Silence must be ensured. There was no other choice but to silence them. The two paid no mind to the soon-to darkened La Fayere, laughing and chatting as they walked toward the school. By the time La Fayere regained her composure, the two had already vanished from sight, making her feel like the true fool in comparison. La Fayere clenched her fists and said, "Damn it. I will definitely get my revenge." With that, she set off toward the school. Fate guides us to reunite once more. You must have endured for quite some time, right? Today let us decide on the name of the strongest. Just as they reached the school gate, Katō Rikka sprang out, striking a peculiar pose and calling out to Lin Mo. Sataniya exclaimed, "Ha! Interesting, how dare you discuss the name of the strongest in front of me? This is truly amusing." Rikka responded, "Oh, who are you?" Sataniya, hands on her hips, proudly proclaimed, "I am destined to unify hell, the strongest and most wicked demon in history. Caduce Sataniya McWill." Rikka replied, "So you are the strongest demon, Sataniya? Listen well, I am the wielder of the evil king's true eye. I possess the most powerful evil king's true eye." Sataniya retorted, "You are but a mere mortal. How dare you claim to be the strongest? Today I will make you face reality." Ding. Sign in task, implant the evil king's true eye. Task reward, the most powerful evil king's true eye. Lin Mo had never had much interest in the evil king's true eye, but every time he encountered Katō Rikka, this task would pop up, piquing his interest. Why not give it a try? With Genos, the biological science genius, around, nothing should go wrong. Determined, Lin Mo activated his overclocking mode without hesitation. Before the two could start their duel, Lin Mo kicked Sataniya aside and pinned Katō Rikka to the ground, lifting her eye patch and caressing her cheek. Excitedly, he said, "Such beautiful eyes. You've been shouting about the evil king's true eye being the strongest, and now I'm intrigued. Katō Rikka, let's make a deal. If you agree to implant the evil king's true eye for me, I will grant you any wish you desire." Seeing Lin Mo's somewhat deranged gaze, Katō Rikka felt an inexplicable fear rise within her, for she sensed he was not joking. The system quickly chimed in, "Host, think twice. There are numerous ways to become strong. There's no need to take this path. Moreover, with the anti-magic field in place, even if you acquire the strongest evil king's true eye, you won't be able to use it." Lin Mo replied, "I know right from wrong in my heart. It don't interfere." Though Katō Rikka was terrified, she still trembled as she spoke, "I am the wielder of the evil king's true eye, the sole user. You cannot gain its recognition." Lin Mo laughed heartily, "Ha! I don't need anyone's recognition. As long as I desire, everything can be mine. Today I must extract the evil king's true eye." At that moment, Sataniya also stood up, angrily shouting at Lin Mo, "What the hell was that kick for?" Lin Mo coldly replied, "Of course, it's to fight for the title of the strongest. I've said it before, there can only be one leader in the Zhongwu High School." Sataniya laughed, "Ha! Lin Mo, I admit you can dance quite well, but isn't it a bit too arrogant? Do you really think you can defeat me, a demon?" Lin Mo countered, "That's because I have the capital to be arrogant. I'm in a hurry, you two can come at me together." Katō Rikka slowly stood up, feeling very ashamed for being frightened earlier. She picked up her umbrella and declared, "The evil king's true eye is the strongest." Sataniya complained seriously, "It seems that unless I make my presence known, you all treat me like a sick cat." The confrontation among the three quickly attracted the attention of their classmates. While they had seen many fights, it was rare to witness two beautiful girls brawling in public. At this moment, La Fayere arrived. Though she didn't understand what had transpired between the three, she was just there for the fun. Why bother with the details? However, just as this epic battle was about to commence, an authoritative voice rang out, "What are you three doing?" Upon hearing this voice, the surrounding individuals instinctively shuddered, quickly stepping aside to clear a path. They saw Hiraizumi Shizuki clad in a white coat approaching with an impressive aura. Hiraizumi Shizuki glanced at the battle stances of the three and asked in confusion, "Are you fighting?" Satania arrogantly replied, "A mere mortal should step aside and not disturb our duel for the title of the strongest." Katō Rikka with a serious expression stated, "Fate cannot be altered, the strongest shall be born here. Stay out of this iron fist, virgin." Lin Mo chuckled lightly, "Teacher Hiraizumi, you should just step aside. Ooh, I fear I might accidentally hurt you later." Hiraizumi Shizuki's anger instantly flared, her fists clenched as she gritted her teeth. "Are you three provoking me?" Satania retorted, "What on earth is your problem, mortal? Don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you're my homeroom teacher. I haven't even done my homework. Do you really think I would fear you?" Katō Rikka added, "Only those who are bad at studying do their homework. As the wielder of the evil king's true, I have already perceived all truths in the world. I have no need for such things as homework." Lin Mo, seeing that neither of them had done their homework, felt a competitive spirit rise within him and loudly declared, "What a coincidence, I haven't done mine either." This was indeed true. After all, the timeline was chaotic and there were few coherent days, such as today being Tuesday. Hiraizumi Shizuki asked, "So you three have not completed the homework I assigned, right?" Lin Mo, Satania, and Rikka all nodded in unison, proudly declaring, "That's right." Haha. Hiraizumi Shizuki suddenly burst into laughter, having been amused by these three fools, but her expression quickly changed as she shouted, "You all better fulfill your responsibilities as students." Bang, bang, bang. The three heads made hollow sounds, and thus the strongest was born. Iron Fist Saintess Hiraizumi Shizuki. The three immediately squatted down, covering their heads with tears in their eyes. Lin Mo, Satania, and Rikka exclaimed, "So painful." After just finishing, Pingjong regretted it. Originally, the three of them were just fools, not to mention Lin Mo had suffered a brain injury. What if he ended up getting even dumber? But now that things had come to this, it was too late for Pingjong to regret. She could only find a way to make it up to them from other aspects. Looking around at the people, she said fiercely, "What are you all doing here? Are we still having class or not?" Upon hearing this, the onlooking students reluctantly left. Pingjong looked at the three fools in front of her, opened her mouth, sighed, and said, "Sai, you three remember, no fighting in school. Hurry back to class." Lin Mo, holding his head, looked at Pingjong and said defiantly, "Just now I was careless and didn't dodge. Let's have another 300 rounds. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, he was grabbed by the ear by Yukinoshita Yukino, who had suddenly appeared. With a blank expression, she said, "Sorry, teacher Pingjong, Lin Mo has troubled you. I'll take him back to class right now." And just like that, Lin Mo, looking bewildered, was dragged away by his ear. Lin Mo shouted, "Wait, Yukino, let go. My ear is about to fall off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Have some mercy on me." Watching Lin Mo being subdued by Yukino with one hand, the other two lost their desire to play, fearing they might also suffer such torture. They glanced at Pingjong death glare and hurriedly walked toward the classroom. Noticing that the few had walked far away, Pingjong helplessly sighed. "Sai, why do I have to encounter three such fools?" Actually, Lin Mo could have mustered the strength to break free from Yukinoshita Yukino's grip, but since it hurt a bit, he decided not to. Lin Mo covered his ear and said, "Yukino, why did you grab my ear for no reason? I don't think I offended you." Yukinoshita Yukino released her grip and sighed. "Lin Mo, if I'm not mistaken, you were about to fight with two girls in public, weren't you?" Lin Mo replied with an inscrutable expression, "You're mistaken. What fighting? We were merely competing for the title of the strongest." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "How is that different from fighting? Lin Mo, you're not a 3-year-old anymore. You should understand the consequences of such actions. What if someone gets hurt? As a friend, I have the duty to stop you from such bad behavior, to prevent you from going down the wrong path." Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino starting to lecture him, Lin Mo shrank his head a bit in fear. This reminded him of the scenes where his elder sister used to discipline him in his past life. He remembered that at that time he was just competing with his younger sister to see who could urinate further, and his elder sister almost lectured him to death. It could be said that Lin Mo's seriousness in his past life was half due to his elder sister's influence, and the other half was his own willpower. By the way, Lin Mo is the 6th oldest. Lin Mo pouted and said, "I understand, I won't dare next time." Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "Well then. You dare next time." Lin Mo quickly said, "Sorry, my mouth slipped. I meant to say I won't dare again." Yukinoshita Yukino sighed. "Well, I'll keep an eye on you. Lin Mo, you should behave. Your previous behavior was like a monkey in a zoo for people's amusement. Do you really want to be watched and become a laughingstock?" Lin Mo imagined himself as the king of monkeys being observed by a crowd and instantly shivered, quickly saying, "No need for that. What's going on with that impulse in my heart? Lin Mo, all your current actions can still be defended by the system, but if you really mix into the monkey group, there's no way to wash that off." "Hold on. I must hold back," Yukinoshita Yukino said. "In any case, you understand this principle, right?" After saying this, the two arrived at the classroom waiting for class to start. Lin Mo said, "System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained BGM Player Green. BGM Player Green can play music at the user's will." Instantly, Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly. "This is it. This is exactly what I need. As the protagonist, how can I not have a personal BGM? It's not an exaggeration to say that I am now a complete person." Ping Zhongjing tried to suppress the anger in her heart and smiled, saying, Lin Mo, do you have any questions about what I taught? Or do you have any opinions about my class? Or are you feeling unwell and want to go to the infirmary? Lin Mo looked at her disdainfully and said with a smirk, Teacher Ping Zhong, I have nothing to worry about. In fact, I feel great now as a complete person. Ping Zhongjing broke her chalk in half. It's too frustrating dealing with a middle schooler who acts like a fool. Taking a deep breath, she silently repeated to herself that he is a fool. He is a fool. He is a fool. Then she smiled and said, Since that's the case, let's sit down and study seriously, shall we? Lin Mo nodded slightly and then sat down arrogantly, especially with that attitude, as if he didn't care about anything, which inexplicably made people furious. And indeed, Lin Mo, who now had his personal BGM, truly looked down on everyone. After all, what did that saying go? In my BGM, there are no enemies I cannot defeat. Having taught for so many years, Ping Zhongjing truly had never seen anyone so audacious in front of her. It's one thing not to study, but he is a fool and wouldn't learn much anyway. Moreover, Yukinoshita Yukino probably arranged good prospects for him. In his next life, he would likely have no worries about food and clothing. Even if Yukinoshita Yukino didn't care, he still had himself. So my only requirement for Lin Mo is to have a happy high school life. As long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, I'll turn a blind eye. But he acts like he has ADHD, unable to sit still for a moment, fiddling with this, and that completely disregarding me. Even when I give him a warning glare, he responds with a look that says, what can you do about it? I can endure, but I can't stand it anymore. Ping Zhongjing slammed her desk angrily, saying, Lin Mo, answer why Oda Nobunaga is known as the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Lin Mo leaned back, propping his head with a fist, and said, Teacher Ping Zhong, is there really a need to ask such a simple question? Ping Zhongjing's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that although he seemed not to pay attention, he had actually memorized all the content of this class? What? It seems this kid also has a heart for learning. The corner of Ping Zhongjing's mouth slightly lifted as she smiled and said, Since you know the answer, why not share it with those who don't? Lin Mo displayed an expression of being at a loss and then stood up and said, Oda Nobunaga is called the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven because he never encountered me. Why were Newton and Gauss born before me? It's simply because they wanted to avoid my brilliance. How many literati have penned hundreds of poems, yet after my birth they all became the empty shells of talent. I know some of you think I'm sweet, some think I'm abstract, and some find me amusing, but I don't care about your opinions of me, because the divine has no form. After saying this, the aura of arrogance radiated from Lin Mo, leaving everyone speechless. Ha ha ha. Ping Zhongjing covered her face and laughed. Really, what was I expecting? Suddenly, Ping Zhongjing slapped the table hard, causing everything on it to fly up. She pointed to the door and shouted, Take a bucket of water and stand outside. P.S. I sat from 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. without even having time to eat. I slept until after 9. I'll post one chapter first, and the other chapter will come later. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, revealing a touch of a devilish smile as he said, Are you trying to pique my interest? How intriguing, but unfortunately I'm not falling for it. With a blank expression, Ping Zhongjing walked up to Lin Mo, patted his shoulder, and then punched him in the stomach. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? I should be invincible. Why can't I see her punch speed? Is it because I haven't activated the BGM? With such thoughts, Lin Mo fell asleep. Ping Zhongjing arranged him in a comfortable position, took a deep breath, and expressionlessly said, Let's continue the class now. The first class soon passed, and Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, confusion filling his gaze. Lin Mo, what happened to me? Yukinoshita Yukino closed her book, looked at Lin Mo, and sighed helplessly, saying, Because you violated classroom rules during class and provoked the teacher so fiercely that the honorable Tobear Ping Zhongjing sent you into a quality sleep. Does your stomach still hurt? Lin Mo instinctively rubbed his stomach, feeling the waves of pain there, and then remembered that he had been knocked out by a punch. Lin Mo, I don't understand, why would I as the protagonist be knocked out by a single punch? Yukinoshita Yukino, I don't get it either. What on earth are you thinking? Lin Mo turned his head and said mysteriously, Child, it's normal for you not to understand, for the divine cannot be fathomed. Yukinoshita Yukino's mouth twitched slightly. How did this symptom become more severe? Has Ping Zhongjing really knocked him silly at the school gate? That shouldn't be the case, right? Ping Zhongjing should know her limits. Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino lost in thought, Lin Mo stopped disturbing her and instead chatted with the system. System, tell me honestly, can I use this BGM player or not? System, rest assured host, the BGM player can be used. Essentially, it is a technological product. Although it cannot connect with your thoughts, I can handle it for you. After all, we are using the same brain, so I can play the host's BGM according to the scene. Lin Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. System, I admit this is the most useful thing you've done so far. System, jam. Ding, sign in task, praise the system. Task reward 1 sign in. Lin Mo immediately replaced his thumbs up with a middle finger. Forget you, system. You still say the task's release has nothing to do with you. Look at this task, isn't it obvious enough? I wondered why my moral standards are so low. It turns out it's all you're doing. System, wronged host. The reason this task was generated is that this system finally proved useful once, so the task template detected that the host wanted to praise me, which is why this task was generated. Besides, such a simple task is a free sign-in. Lin Mo, that's true, a free sign-in should not be refused. For the sake of the sign-in, I'll reluctantly praise you, system, the best in the world. System, he. Ding, Congratulations, host, you received a bag of sunflower seeds white. A bag of sunflower seeds white. These are sunflower seeds bought for the foolish white person. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Wow, system, you're amazing. You can even sign out things from the TV. The system proudly replied, of course. I've said it before, the items from sign-ins come from all realms. Anything is possible. Lin Mo, not bad, worth praising. In that case, let's split the sunflower seeds. System, thank you, host. Looking at Lin Mo, who had changed his expression multiple times in a short time, Yukinoshita Yukino began to feel guilty again. She wished that the earlier incident had never happened. But soon she perked up, realizing that dwelling on the past was meaningless. She should look forward and do her best to make amends for her mistakes. Essentially, this matter had nothing to do with Yukinoshita Yukino. She was also a victim sitting in the car. However, it is well known that Yukinoshita Yukino has a major characteristic: she loves to dwell on things and has a strong sense of responsibility. Although the driver who hit someone was the one driving, and it was just an accident, she couldn't help but think that if she hadn't been so ostentatious and had chosen to walk to school, perhaps Lin Mo wouldn't have become an idiot. She arrogantly took the blame upon herself, believing that her moment of indulgence led to the tragedy, which was why she felt guilt. Even after being guided by Yukinoshita Yukino, her feelings of guilt diminished significantly, but this emotion still lurked in her heart, surfacing from time to time, just like now. Yukinoshita Yukino watched Lin Mo suddenly pull out sunflower seeds to eat and silently made up her mind. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to confess everything. However, she was unaware that Lin Mo had known all along that Yukinoshita Yukino was in the car, rather than just thinking Lin Mo only knew about Yukinoshita Yukino. After all the follow-up was handled by Yukinoshita Yukino, and her existence was never revealed. Coupled with Lin Mo's lack of mention of the matter, the information between them was fundamentally unequal. Yukinoshita Yukino believed her sister hadn't told Lin Mo that she was also in the car that day. Yukinoshita Yukino thought their relationship was good enough that he must have known her sister was in the car, so she didn't mention it. Lin Mo simply couldn't be bothered to bring it up. To him, the past was the past, and it was meaningless to mention it again. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed, and just as Lin Mo was about to get up to go to the cafeteria, he was called by Ping Zhongjing. Lin Mo, is there something wrong, teacher? Ping Zhongjing. Ping Zhongjing scratched her head and said, didn't I give you 2 punches this morning? I felt I might have hit a bit too hard, so I'm planning to treat you to lunch as compensation. Lin Mo immediately nodded in agreement. After all, he was known in the martial arts world as the jade-faced little lord. If he could get a free meal, he would certainly take it. Lin Mo, Yukinoshita, let's go together. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and followed. On the way to the cafeteria, Lin Mo spotted the sneaky Hachiman Hikigaya and casually pulled him along, completely ignoring the bento he was holding and his resentful gaze. Hachiman Hikigaya, Lin Mo, it seems we're not that close yet, right? Why do you always drag me along to eat? Lin Mo said in surprise. What are you talking about, Hachiman? We are best friends. Have you forgotten the passionate bond we share? Hachiman Hikigaya's mouth twitched slightly. No. We've never had that kind of thing. Lin Mo threw an arm around Hachiman Hikigaya's neck, smiling as he said, even if we didn't have it before, we will in the future. All right, enough chit-chat, let's eat. As soon as they arrived at the cafeteria, Ping Zhongjing slapped the meal card on the table and said boldly, this card can be swiped freely today. Eat as much as you want, I guarantee you won't go hungry. The two over there getting their bento can also order some drinks or something. Don't hold back with me, your teacher. Hachiman Hikigaya, no need, I have enough to eat. Yukinoshita Yukino, thank you for your generosity, teacher Ping Zhongjing, but my bento is just enough, so there's no need to trouble you. Lin Mo, look at that Hachiman, you can't even say thank you. You're not as polite as Yukinoshita. Hachiman Hikigaya clenched his fists, caught between anger and frustration. He chose to be frustrated. Thank you, teacher Ping Zhongjing. One should not speak while eating or sleep while talking. Everyone watched Lin Mo with focused attention as he devoted himself to his meal, so they decided not to disturb him and quietly began to eat. Yari Hachiman kept his head down while eating, glancing at Lin Mo now and then, his mind filled with questions. Despite their lack of familiarity, their only connection was that car accident. He had merely treated Lin Mo to a meal, so why was it that Lin Mo could always find him with such precision? And why did he insist on dragging him along to eat? Furthermore, what was with the incident in the restroom where he had pulled down his pants? Yari Hachiman had come to understand Lin Mo to some extent, and based on his behavior and the rumors surrounding him, it was easy to conclude that he was a fool with a bit of a delusional disorder. Emphasis on the fool. Many times Yari Hachiman wanted to curse Lin Mo for being insane, but once he remembered that Lin Mo truly had issues, he found himself unable to voice it. Could it be that he was affected by that car accident? By the way, there was also that dog that got kicked away. Oh, compared to it, he was truly lucky. At least he didn't suffer any fractures. The dog's owner was quite foolish, only knowing how to cry, and in the end, he was the one who took the dog to the veterinary hospital. Yari Hachiman quickly finished his lunch, said goodbye, and left immediately. The four of them sat together in silence, eating. Apart from increasing his own stress, it was no different from eating alone. I should slip away. Next time, as long as I see Lin Mo, I'll avoid him to prevent being dragged over again. After a while, they finished lunch. Lin Mo suggested taking a walk to aid digestion, and they parted ways. Curiously walking around the campus, Lin Mo realized that after so many days of school, he had not properly explored the large school. Apart from his classroom and Hiraizumi Shizuka's office, he didn't recognize any other paths. Today he had some free time, so he thought he would take a look. If some juniors came to ask for directions in the future, and he couldn't provide any, he would truly be a fool. Lin Mo said, "System, open the map, and plan a route for me to explore." The system replied, "I've already told you, don't treat me like a map application." As the system continued to grumble, it successfully planned a tour route. Lin Mo said, "Isn't this convenient? Let's go, I will show you around my school." Following the guidance of the tour route and the system's serious explanations, Lin Mo generally understood the division of several areas of the school. At least he wouldn't get lost alone. However, just as he was exploring, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, Ja Bailey Postfall. At that moment, she was dressed in a disheveled manner, especially her beautiful golden hair, which had many frizzy ends. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Ja Bailey, it's been a while since we last met." Upon hearing Lin Mo's greeting, Ja Bailey's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to say, "It has indeed been a while. By the way, Lin Mo, did I give you money last time?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, "That's correct." Ja Bailey extended her hand with a smile and said, "That's fine, then pay me back now, I don't want to give it anymore." Lin Mo was taken aback and, taking a closer look at her appearance, asked, "Have you fallen?" Ja Bailey replied irritably, "What do you mean fallen? I'm just liberating my true nature. No more nonsense, just quickly return my money." Lin Mo said, "I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Oh, I clearly remember you were fine just yesterday. Well, I can indeed give you the money. After all, I'm not short on cash. But what do you need the money for?" Gore. Before Ja Bailey could explain, her stomach growled, and her little face immediately turned red. Lin Mo patted her shoulder and empathetically said, "Being hungry feels terrible, right? It's okay, or I've been through that experience too. It's precisely because I've been rained on that I want to hold an umbrella for others. How about I cover your meals for this month?" Ja Bailey thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Not to mention the 200 she had initially given him. Even if she were to get it back, she would probably use the remaining money to recharge her games after solving her hunger issue, so it was better to find a long-term meal ticket. Ja Bailey gave a thumbs up and smiled, saying, "Deal. Let's go to the cafeteria now." Lin Mo replied, "Okay." And just like that, only a few minutes after leaving the cafeteria, Lin Mo walked back in. Lin Mo waved his hand grandly and said, "Order whatever you want today, it's on me." Ja Bailey replied, "Then I won't hold back." After saying that, she ordered a pile of delicious food, mostly meat, then turned her head and asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "No need, I've just eaten." "Annie, how much is it in total?" The serving aunt replied, "For all this, it's 7,000 yuan." Ja Bailey was a bit surprised as she had only taken 2 extra steaks, yet it was so expensive. Unable to help but feel a pang of regret, she said, "How about we forget it? Let's skip the steaks." Lin Mo said, "No need. It's just a small amount, eat with confidence. He'll pay now." After saying that, he reached into his pockets, but found no money in the left pocket, nor in the right pocket, or even in his back pocket. Cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead as his hands frantically searched his body. Ja Bailey's heart sank with an ominous premonition. "You didn't forget to bring money, did you?" Lin Mo awkwardly said, "Haha, how could that be? Just wait a moment." He then frantically tagged the system in his mind. "System, what's going on? Didn't I say I was a billionaire? How come I don't even have a single yuan on me?" The system replied, "Host, you are indeed a billionaire, but that money is all in the bank. You've never withdrawn a cent, and the last time you received Ja Bailey's money, you forgot to take it when changing clothes. It should still be at home." Lin Mo, shocked, said, "So what you're saying is right now I'm actually broke?" The system replied, "If you want to understand it that way, that's not wrong." Damn, he actually failed at showing off. Seeing Lin Mo with a face full of despair, Ja Bailey panicked and hurriedly asked, "You really didn't bring any money, did you?" "I've already eaten a tempura from this meal. Can I return it?" Ja Bailey, too hungry, had eaten a tempura to fill her stomach right after getting her meal, but she didn't expect Lin Mo to be so unreliable. Lin Mo calmly said, "It's just that I didn't bring money. What's there to panic about?" Ja Bailey replied, "The food is what I've eaten, not you. Of course you're not panicking." Lin Mo said, "At this point, there's still one way." Ja Bailey hurriedly asked, "What way?" Lin Mo leaned slightly closer to the food window and seriously asked the serving aunt, "Auntie, can we pay by facial recognition here?" The serving aunt replied, "What do you mean?" Lin Mo pointed at his own face and explained seriously, "It means based on my stunning looks, can this meal be waived?" The serving aunt carefully examined Lin Mo, finding him indeed quite handsome, but still regretfully said, "Sorry, the cafeteria is not run by me, so I can't waive the fee." Lin Mo replied, "Then call your boss over. I'm sure that looking at my looks, he will definitely waive the fee for me." Ja Bailey couldn't help but shout, "There's no way they would waive the fee no matter what. Lin Mo, aren't we the best of friends? You mustn't turn a blind eye to my plight. Quickly think of something with your clever brain." The system sighed, helplessly mourning for Ja Bailey for 2 seconds in its heart. Why did it have to be Lin Mo who needed to think? With his astonishing wisdom, who knows what kind of nonsense he would come up with? Moreover, the system seriously doubted Lin Mo's brain. It had been eaten by zombies the first time he played Plants vs. Zombies and was still empty. As expected, Lin Mo started to take action again. He stepped back a few paces and sighed, "It seems there's only one last resort left." Ja Bailey's eyes instantly ignited with hope. Could there be a turn of events? Lin Mo struck a cool pose and said, "In that case, I'll dance for you. If you find it entertaining, how about you treat me to this meal?" Ja Bailey covered her face and said, "Ha ha ha. I must be so foolish from playing games to believe in a fool like the Asian dance king, ha ha." Ja Bailey stopped Lin Mo, who wanted to dance, because she couldn't afford to lose face. She then asked the cafeteria lady, "Can I pay by washing dishes?" In the end, seeing how pitifully poor the two were, the cafeteria lady generously covered their bill herself. After all, such a splendid stand-up comedy was quite rare. Lin Mo sat opposite Job Bailey smugly saying, "See, I said I would treat you to a meal, and I did not go back on my word." Job Bailey angrily replied, "Was it your money that paid for it?" Lin Mo shrugged, saying, "Just admit whether you were treated or not." Job Bailey sighed in frustration. "I really can't believe it. How can you treat someone to a meal when you have no money?" Lin Mo declared, "Who said I have no money? I am a billionaire." Job Bailey replied dismissively, Sure. Now can you please leave? I want to eat." Lin Mo said, "All right, I won't disturb you while you eat. Goodbye." Job Bailey responded, "Never see you again." Watching Lin Mo walk away, Job Bailey sighed, softly wondering how she would live her days without a long-term meal ticket. After parting, Lin Mo returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered, Satania jumped out, hands on her hips, pointing at Lin Mo and saying, "Lin Mo, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's continue the duel we started this morning." Lin Mo refused. "No, I just finished eating and don't want to engage in vigorous exercise." "Is that so? Then how about after school? You must have time then." Lin Mo glanced at Yukinoshita Yukino, who was staring intently at him, swallowed hard, and said, "Sorry, I have to go home after school, so I don't have time." "If you don't have time now, then when will you have time?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, "When I have time, I'll have time." "All right, then we will duel when you have time." The system couldn't help but say, "I thought the host was invincible, but I didn't expect such a fierce opponent." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and said, "Satania is indeed a good opponent, but as you said, I am invincible." The system replied, "As long as you are happy." Lin Mo sat down at his desk, looking smugly at Yukinoshita Yukino, and said, "See, I didn't get into a fight this time." Yukinoshita Yukino smiled as she reached out to pat his head and said, "You are really great." By the time Lin Mo reacted, Yukinoshita Yukino had already withdrawn her hand. Lin Mo puzzledly said, "Wait, do both of you sisters have issues? Why do you both like to pat my head? Don't you know that a man's hair shouldn't be touched?" Yukinoshita Yukino's gaze turned slightly cold as she asked, "Did my sister also pat your head? When did that happen? How many times?" Lin Mo was stunned by Yukinoshita Yukino's question. Wasn't he the one asking her? How did it turn into her asking him? Lin Mo immediately stood up, pointing at her, and said, "I tell you, Yukinoshita, today's incident of you patting my head cannot be easily swept under the rug. Don't try to change the subject. When your sister patted my head, I also patted back, and it's the same logic. Let me pat you back." Yukinoshita Yukino was taken aback, not expecting Lin Mo to say such a thing. But thinking of Lin Mo, it suddenly felt quite normal. With Lin Mo's loud declaration, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they began to discuss among themselves. Yukinoshita Yukino's face flushed red, and just as she was about to say something, Lin Mo, who didn't play by the rules, suddenly attacked her. Lin Mo's hand ruffled Yukinoshita Yukino's hair, messing up her hairstyle. Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino's dazed expression, completely caught off guard, Lin Mo covered his stomach and pointed at her, bursting into triumphant laughter. "Ha! Yukinoshita, you look so disheveled. This is the consequence of you patting my head. Ha ha." Yukinoshita Yukino was not angry. She smiled, tidied her messy hair, and then quietly went back to reading. She was not the type to hold grudges against a fool, especially since this incident was indeed her oversight. Lin Mo was merely returning the favor. Seeing Yukinoshita Yukino's calm demeanor, Lin Mo's heart sank. Could it be that Yukinoshita was really upset? What was that saying again? The calmer she appeared, the more unsettled she must be. But he was just returning what she had done to him. He admitted that he might have been a bit too forceful and deliberately messed up her hairstyle, but it was just a joke. There was no need to be angry. That said, Lin Mo increasingly felt like he had taken the joke too far. He wasn't an unreasonable person. A joke is a joke when both sides are laughing. But with Yukinoshita Yukino smiling slightly and silently reading, it just felt off. When one makes a mistake, one must acknowledge it. Lin Mo quickly approached and asked, "Yukinoshita, you're not really angry, are you?" Yukinoshita Yukino shook her head and said, "No, I'm not upset about this at all." But to be honest, Yukinoshita was indeed angry. He remembered his roommate once telling him that girls tend to say the opposite when they are upset. When they say no, they actually mean yes. In any case, in such situations, it's best to apologize first. Lin Mo quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yukinoshita Yukino found it somewhat amusing and helplessly said, "This incident was my fault for patting your head without your consent. So if we are to discuss who is wrong, it should be me." Troublesome, how does one appease a girl? Looking at Yukinoshita Yukino's calm demeanor, Lin Mo simply squatted down beside her and said, "I agree that you can pat my head now. Please don't be angry, okay?" Yukinoshita Yukino replied with confusion, "But I'm not angry at all." Lin Mo said, Okay. Good. I know you're not angry. Consider it a request. Can you please pat my head?" Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo squatting beside her, a reluctant expression on her face, but she still said the words, allowing herself to pat his head, feeling her heart race. It felt like feeding those stray cats she had, who, although they disliked getting close to her, they still let her pet them for the sake of the food in her hands. Yukinoshita Yukino said with a slightly flushed face, "Is it really okay?" Lin Mo replied, "Of course, go ahead and pat." Seeing that Lin Mo didn't seem to be joking, Yukinoshita Yukino tentatively reached out and patted his head. When she saw he didn't resist, she became more audacious. Yukinoshita Yukino felt like she was petting a large cat, her heart nearly melting, and she instinctively murmured, "Meow." Lin Mo widened his eyes, slightly wondering what this meant. Was she trying to get him to meow like a cat? Well, since he had already let her pat his head, it didn't matter if he meowed a couple of times. Thus Lin Mo said meow meow meow. Hearing Lin Mo actually respond to her Yukinoshita Yukino became even more excited, unable to help but hug him and let him rest on her lap. What a good cat. The feeling is just wonderful. The people around were shocked watching this scene in silence, afraid to disturb the sweet atmosphere. They couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of their hearts, this is content we can watch without paying. At that moment, Hiratsuka Shizune walked in, immediately spotting the peculiar position of Yukinoshita Yukino and Lin Mo, tilting her head and asking, "What new cosplay are you two playing?" Hearing Hiratsuka's words, Yukinoshita Yukino finally came back to her senses, realizing she was in the classroom. Looking around at the curious gazes, her face instantly turned crimson, and she pushed Lin Mo away, burying her head in her book, feeling like she was going to die. Lin Mo sat on the ground, bewildered. Wasn't she his sister? How could she be so ruthless? After enjoying herself, she just pushed him away. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Hiratsuka Shizune came over, pulled Lin Mo up, patted his shoulder, and teased him. Not bad, you quietly managed to win over Yukinoshita. How far have you two gone? Lin Mo replied, Teacher Hiratsuka, please don't spread rumors. I was just apologizing. Hiratsuka Shizune, with an understanding expression, patted his shoulder once more, said nothing more, and then walked to the podium to prepare for class. Time passed slowly, and before long it was time for school to end. Lin Mo dragged his weary body out of the classroom. Lin Mo, sigh, I didn't learn anything today, how strange. I used to grasp things after just 2 readings. Hearing this, the system said somewhat apologetically, host I. Before the system could finish, Lin Mo interrupted, forget it, this is actually quite good. At least there are fewer worries now. Seeing Lin Mo smiling foolishly again, the system slapped itself on the face, realizing it was truly at fault. It must make it up to the host once it recovered. The system said, by the way, host, since you have some free time now, why not go withdraw some money? After all, you don't have a single cent on you right now. Lin Mo clapped his hands and smiled, good idea. I always had others treating me to meals before, and it felt quite awkward. Now I can withdraw money and treat them. Saying this, Lin Mo opened the system's navigation to head to the bank for cash. Since the distance was a bit far, and he had no money for a taxi, Lin Mo had no choice but to walk there, feeling quite miserable. After great effort, Lin Mo finally arrived at the bank entrance. At this point, one might wonder why he didn't go to the ATM. Of course it was because Lin Mo wanted to withdraw 10 million. Plus he wanted to experience the thrill of robbing a bank. Lin Mo excitedly looked at the bank in front of him, suppressing the urge to rob it. After all, his morals were so noble that he wouldn't truly rob a bank. Ding. Sign in task, go withdraw money while wearing black stockings. Task reward, a sign in opportunity. Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up as he exclaimed, system, look at the tasks you're issuing. Forget it, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Fortune lies in danger, oh, let's do it. The system replied, as long as the host is happy. As Lin Mo walked into the bank, he put on the black stockings. Taking advantage of the fact that no one around had reacted yet, he leaned toward the counter and said, hello, I'd like to withdraw some money. The front desk lady was stunned for 2 seconds before immediately pressing the alarm button. In an instant, the crowd scattered in all directions and security rushed over. Hearing the piercing alarm, Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, friend, I'm just here to withdraw some money. Is it really necessary to target me like this? The front desk lady trembled and said, sir, please remain calm. Lin Mo replied, I am very calm right now. He then reached into his pocket to pull out his bank card. Upon seeing this, the security guard's pupils dilated and they rushed over in a frenzy. Lin Mo seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he skillfully dodged. Even though he didn't exercise every day, his body was gradually becoming stronger far beyond these small security guards. One kick sent a security guard flying, and he likely needed to rest for a while. Lin Mo slammed his black card onto the counter and shouted, give me 10 million. The front desk lady exclaimed, huh? Lin Mo knocked on the table and said, I said withdraw 10 million. The front desk lady cautiously took the bank card, noticing it was one she had never seen before, and guided Lin Mo through the process. To her surprise, it actually worked. The front desk lady asked, sir, are you really here to withdraw money? Lin Mo replied, otherwise do you think I'm trying to rob the bank? The front desk lady said, I'm truly sorry. It's just that your attire is too unconventional. Lin Mo helplessly replied, what can I say? It's not my fault that I'm too handsome. It makes me afraid to go out. Anyway, hurry and give me the money. I'm in a hurry to go home. Sorry, but from your face that has been deformed by the black stockings, I really can't see any handsomeness at all. The front desk lady said, I'm sorry, sir, but you might not be able to go home. Lin Mo asked, why? I'm just here to withdraw some money. Why won't you let me leave? Just then, urgent sirens could be heard from outside. The front desk lady, with a face full of apology, said, I'm sorry, you should talk to the police about this. Lin Mo asked in confusion, police? I haven't committed any crime, why do I need to talk to the police? The front desk lady looked speechless. You indeed haven't committed a crime, but you are clearly acting abnormal. Listen up, everyone inside. You are now surrounded. Please cease all criminal activities and surrender immediately. There's still a chance to retreat if you raise your hands and surrender now. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat quickly broke out on Lin Mo's forehead. He was merely indulging in a bit of mischief. Oh, why did the police have to show up? He hadn't even seen anyone call the police. The system said, host, didn't you know that the bank's alarm is connected to the police station? Once triggered, the police will arrive immediately. Lin Mo paused for a moment and said, I really didn't know that. The system replied, well, it's bad news then. Host, you should think about how to explain this. Maybe you can ask the Yukinoshita family to issue you a mental health certificate. Since the door wasn't closed, Lin Mo could clearly see people outside, all pointing guns at him. Facing such a threatening situation, Lin Mo felt an intense panic inside. He immediately raised his hands and shouted, I'm a streamer, don't shoot me. Name, Lin Mo. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lin Mo sat obediently in the interrogation chair, seriously answering the police's questions. The police, looking helpless, asked, why did you go to withdraw money wearing black stockings? Lin Mo replied, to experience the feeling of being a robber. The police said with a headache, do you know how much trouble this has caused us? Lin Mo replied, I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. Just then the door to the interrogation room was pushed open and Yukinoshita Yukino rushed in, anxiously looking around for Lin Mo. After confirming he was okay, she said, great. Lin Mo, you're all right. The police were about to scold him when they were surprised to see the supervisor approach, and they immediately stood up and saluted. The supervisor said, let him go, this was just a misunderstanding. The police, being seasoned veterans, understood the situation and realized it was not something they could meddle in. Moreover, Lin Mo's incident could be serious or minor, so they quickly released him. Lin Mo smiled and said, Sister Yoshino, great. You finally made it. I was really scared just now. Yukinoshita Yoshino angrily pinched Lin Mo's ear and said, how dare you laugh? Do you know how worried I was when I heard you entered the police station? Do you know how scared I was when I heard you were pointed at by a dozen guns? You truly never give anyone peace of mind. She then turned to the supervisor and said, thank you for your help. Let's take Lin Mo away now. Upon receiving the news of Lin Mo entering the police station, Yukinoshita Yoshino immediately sought help from the Evolution House. Fortunately, she had the contact information of the Mosquito Girl, so Kanna was able to use connections to have Lin Mo released. In the car, Lin Mo sat obediently in the passenger seat, fully aware that he had done something wrong, keeping his head down and quietly waiting for a scolding. Yukinoshita Yoshino looked at Lin Mo's dejected expression and sighed, saying, Lin Mo, why do you always come up with such bizarre ideas? Just withdrawing money is fine, or why did you have to wear black stockings? Didn't you consider the consequences of doing this at all? Lin Mo said regretfully, I'm sorry, Sister Yoshino. I didn't mean to. It's just that my mind comes up with ideas on a whim, and I just do whatever comes to mind. I can't help it. Yukinoshita Yoshino's expression stiffened, and she sighed, pulling Lin Mo into an embrace, saying with remorse, I'm sorry, I must have scared you just now. Lin Mo, with a face full of confusion, wondered what was going on. However, he still honestly replied, no. Yukinoshita Yoshino ruffled his hair and smiled, saying, why don't you move in with Yukino? It would be good for both of you to look after each other. Lin Mo replied, wait, did the topic change so quickly? Aren't you going to scold me anymore? Yukinoshita Yukino gently rubbed his face and smiled, saying, silly, how could I bear to scold you? After all, I bear a significant part of the responsibility for you becoming this way, not to mention you saved my life. I truly consider you family. I'm not silly. Lin Mo immediately retorted, even forgetting that he had been patted on the head. Yukinoshita Yukino said, all right, my little brother Lin Mo is the smartest. So what do you think of my idea just now? Lin Mo rejected, not great. I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't like living under someone else's roof, so let's forget it. Yukinoshita Yukino, how about moving next to Yukino? Lin Mo looked at her in confusion and said, why are you so eager for me to move? Yukinoshita Yukino, because I want to spend more time with you. You and Yukino live so far apart that sometimes I can only see one of you during my free time, and it's really hard to choose. So only kids make choices, who I want both. Lin Mo said, then why don't you let Yukinoshita move over? Yukinoshita Yukino replied, Yukinoshita, has my little brother Lin Mo not reached the point where he can address Yukino by name? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, not that I haven't, I just call her by her name. She probably doesn't mind, it's just a habit. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled and said, then just call her Yukino directly. After all, I also share the Yukinoshita surname, so it would be easy for us to mix up who you're talking about. Lin Mo thought it made sense, nodded, and said, okay. Yukino, where are we going next? Yukinoshita Yukino helplessly glanced at him and said, of course I'm taking you home. Because of a certain someone, I dropped everything to rush over here. How could I let him go home alone? Lin Mo nodded and said, that's too much. I didn't expect there to be such a person. Don't let me catch him, or he'll definitely make him pay. Yukinoshita Yukino chuckled and said, haha. What a beautiful thought. By the way, have you eaten dinner? Would you like to have dinner together before heading back? Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he said, no. Yukino, I just happened to withdraw some money from the bank, so let me treat you this time. After all, it's always you who treats me to meals, and I feel embarrassed, but it's only fair. Yukinoshita Yukino teased, ha. I didn't expect you little brother Lin Mo to also feel embarrassed. Fine, today, they'll let you treat me to dinner. Who else should we invite? Lin Mo pointed and said, Yumi Yukino and teacher Hiraizumi. That's it, just the four of us. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, just right, I haven't seen Shizuku in a while. This is a good opportunity to gather and catch up. You call them, and they'll drive to pick up Yukino. Lin Mo nodded and began contacting them. Yukinoshita Yukino heard that her sister was also there and stored the prepared dishes in the fridge, saying she would wait for them at the community entrance. Hiraizumi Shizuku was too lazy to have dinner and immediately agreed, deciding to drive to the agreed location. After preparing everything, Lin Mo turned to look out the window and daydreamed. At that moment, the system cautiously said, host, do you hate me? Lin Mo puzzled replied, System, what are you talking about? Did you take drugs? The system responded, how could a system possibly take drugs? Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, electronic virus. The system fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, honestly, host, your current state is entirely my fault. Don't you hate me? Lin Mo shot back, you're talking nonsense. My handsomeness is innate, all right. The system replied, I'm not talking about that. I mean that you're becoming a fool is closely related to me. If I hadn't occupied your brain, you wouldn't be thinking like a fool, acting impulsively, and doing all sorts of absurd things. Lin Mo angrily said, who are you calling a fool? You're the fool. Your whole family is foolish. How many times do I have to say it for you to remember? I am Lin Mo, clever as a whip. The system retorted, is that the point? I'm clearly discussing something serious with you. Lin Mo replied, system, I get your gist, you probably feel like a burden to me, right? The system said, that can also be understood. Lin Mo added, then I can only say you're overthinking it. Even though you're useless and a burden, I don't hate you, let alone resent you. The system said, but it's all because of me that your intelligence has declined. Not to mention, I've been limited by my own functions, unable to help at all, just like a parasite in your body. Don't you really hate me at all? Lin Mo sighed, why are you also like Yukino, getting stuck on one point? The system earnestly said, I'm not getting stuck. I just feel useless. I clearly possess so many powerful abilities, yet I always end up messing everything up, whether it's during the extraction of Pangu's blood or trying to recover through the host. Even though I had everything planned, who could have known that Pangu would suddenly awaken and the host would sign out of the magic restraining domain? I never wanted things to go this way. I didn't want to mess everything up, but in the end I still did. If I hadn't occupied your brain's processing power, you wouldn't have turned into a big fool. At that, numerous hash marks appeared over Lin Mo's head, each one calling him a fool, a big fool. Who are you cursing? However, seeing the system's unusual behavior, Lin Mo could only offer comfort. System, you're not getting stuck on one point. Of life is full of surprises. No one can guarantee that everything will go according to plan. Besides, just by bringing me from my original world to here, you've done enough to offset everything you've done to me. The system asked, what do you mean? Lin Mo smiled and said, because here I can be myself without restraint, completely free to express my true nature. Not to mention, since you occupy half of my brain, I've lost my sense of shame. You have allowed me to become the person I've always wanted to be. The system replied, really? Is that true? Lin Mo affirmed, of course it's true. In my original world, everyone wears masks and very few can truly live as their real selves. Take my eldest sister, for example. Although she seems strict, responsible, and strong, I know she is actually very insecure and cries a lot. Just because she is the eldest, she always puts herself in the role of an adult, trying hard to be a responsible person. I've seen her hiding under the covers crying more than once, yet she always pretends nothing is wrong. I really dislike her like this. Why must she wear a mask? Why can't she live as her true self? Then I was strongly suppressed by my eldest sister and forced to wear a mask, suppressing my true nature. Until I met you, system. The system said, host. Lin Mo chuckled lightly and said, system, I'm actually quite grateful to you for bringing me to this world where no one knows me and for occupying my intelligence. Now I can shamelessly do as I please and blame it all on you. So, the Classic of Mountains and Seas Illustrated Edition seals the entire Shanghai realm, home to countless rare beasts and wondrous creatures, all of which may be summoned to aid in battle. Note use with utmost caution. Whoa. Lin Mo's eyes widened in utter shock. No way. System, you actually acquired this. System, wait, what? Host, you actually pulled this. And Lin Mo immediately smirked with smug triumph. Of course I did. I'm who I am. Quick, summon a koan so colossal it couldn't fit in a single cauldron. I must taste its saltiness today. And system, sorry dear host. This is a magic prohibited zone. And Lin Mo defiantly flipped the bird. Useless system. Get out of my life. System, don't be dramatic. You'd complain if I really left. Lin Mo studied the cover and description of the Classic of Mountains and Seas intently for quite some time, but discerned nothing extraordinary. Finally he asked, system, are you seriously telling me this slender volume truly seals the entire Shanghai realm? System replied, brimming with pride. Host, please refrain from doubting my capabilities. I am exceptionally formidable, thank you very much, Lin Mo retorted. Then how were you shattered by a single axe strike? System, that's completely different. There's no comparison whatsoever. Besides, a light-hearted, buoyant atmosphere settled over the air. Lin Mo closed the interface as the car pulled up to Yukihiro Yukino's apartment complex. He had already spotted her. And their eyes met. They exchanged a quiet nod. Acknowledgement enough. Then Yukino stepped into the vehicle. Yukihiro Yuna. Yukino. Long time no see. Have you missed your dear older sister? And Yukino replied, expression utterly impassive. No. We saw each other just 2 days ago. Yukihiro Yuna feigned heartbreak, her face crumpling into a tearful pout. How utterly devastating. Without you those days stretched on like endless barren years. Whoa. And Yukino rubbed her temples wearily. Sister, aren't we scheduled for dinner shortly? Let's not linger here too long. Yukihiro Yuna grinned. It's perfectly fine if little Shizuka waits a while longer. And as she spoke, she started the engine and added casually, by the way, Yukino, would you consider moving somewhere else? Yukino declined flatly, not interested. And Yuna sighed dramatically, so cold-hearted. Think again, Yukino. This would mean living with Lin Mo. You two get along splendidly. Perfect opportunity for mutual care and support. Yukino instantly glanced toward Lin Mo in the passenger seat. and an image flashed unbidden in her mind, Lin Mo crouching before her like a docile kitten, submitting quietly to her gentle strokes. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Yukino snapped, flustered, "Sister, stop making jokes that invite misunderstanding." Lin Mo muttered, exasperated. "Yuna, haven't you forgotten to ask me first? Yuna, didn't you suggest Yukino move in with you? I'm simply helping." Lin Mo, when exactly did I say that? Please stop slandering me. And Yuna, are you certain you never said it? Just as Lin Mo opened his mouth to insist, the system interjected. "Host, you did utter those words. When Yukihiro Yuna proposed the move, you remarked, why not have Yukino come live here instead?" Lin Mo stared at Yuna, dumbfounded. "Wait, you didn't recognize that as sarcasm?" And Yuna beamed. "Not at all. I heard only your unwavering resolve to live alongside Yukino." "How profoundly touching." Lin Mo groaned. "Touching? I'm literally too terrified to budge." And amid their banter, the group finally arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Unremarkable in every way except one, portions were massive, satisfying even the hungriest soul. Thanks to Yuna's prior reminder, Lin Mo had reserved a table in advance, so he and the waiting Shizuka Hiratsuka took their seats together. As time passed, conversation flowed freely. In Shizuka Hiratsuka. How long it's been since I've eaten so freely. At past social gatherings, I restrained myself to appear ladylike, scarcely a bite. It was exhausting. Yuna burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Shizuka, even if you eat less, your personality won't change. No one will ever mistake you for a lady." Shizuka shot her a fierce glare and snapped, "Mind your own business. I'll stay exactly as I am." Lin Mo sighed gently. Now, that's unfair. Sensei still possesses undeniable charm." Shizuka instantly swiveled toward Lin Mo, eyes gleaming with hopeful intensity. "Truly, Lin Mo, absolutely true." Shizuka blushed deeply. "In what way am I charming?" Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. "You've got serious manly appeal." Shizuka roared, "Go die," and Yuna laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Yes, Shizuka does radiate manly charm. Her habits are downright uncle-like. If you can't find a partner, why not try us?" "Ha ha ha." And even the usually composed Yukino couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. And after devouring several skewers, Shizuka's irritation finally melted away. Shizuka, skewer in hand, mused aloud, "Speaking of which, final exams are just around the corner. How's your preparation coming along?" Lin Mo cried out, "Hold on. How many days have I even attended school? Already finals." And Shizuka patted his shoulder with pitying sympathy. "This semester's nearly over, and you're still unaware." Lin Mo sighed inwardly, bewildered. In Detective Conan, advancing one grade takes 20 years, yet here an entire semester vanished in mere days. If Conan knew, he'd drool with envy. "Shizuka, fail the finals and you'll face mandatory makeup exams. Repeat it until you pass. Do you feel confident?" Lin Mo thumped his chest proudly. "Confident. Absolutely. I could ace every question blindfolded. In the system's exam assistant, your ultimate academic ally." Watching Lin Mo's unwavering bravado, Shizuka's lips twitched faintly. If she hadn't witnessed his usual performance firsthand, she might almost have believed him. Yukino spoke calmly. "If academic pressure troubles you, I'd be glad to tutor you. To put it modestly, I do excel academically." Lin Mo waved dismissively. "No need. I've got it covered. By the end, you might just lose your title as top student." Yukino offered a subtle, knowing smile. "Then I accept your challenge. Until then, we study together." Though everyone present knew Lin Mo's cognition had been impaired by trauma, none doubted their shared wish for his success. For strong results would signal genuine recovery was possible. Yuna raised a toast with a grin. "Then here's to Lin Mo's outstanding exam results." Lin Mo declared, brimming with confidence. "Naturally, I'll bring home stacks of awards." A beat of silence. Then spontaneous laughter erupted. "And awards. Those colorful certificates hadn't been issued since middle school. High schools abandoned them long ago, reserving such tokens for children's encouragement." Yet recalling Lin Mo's condition, no one corrected him. Perhaps letting him hold onto this sweet, harmless misconception was the kindest choice. Seeing everyone laugh, Lin Mo joined in, though clueless about the joke. After all, laughter itself needed no explanation. As dusk deepened, the group abstained from alcohol. Yuna was driving, and ate until gloriously sated. The bill, over 1 million yen. Lying in bed, Lin Mo rubbed his belly and mused, "System, I swear my appetite's growing daily." And system indeed it is. But rest assured, host, the law of energy conservation guarantees every calorie transforms into nourishment, fueling your physical growth, and thus your daily ascent in strength. Lin Mo instantly tilted his chin skyward, puffing with pride. "No wonder I'm extraordinary. Enough talk. I'm diving into gaming. Tonight, full night marathon." In the examination room of Zongwu High School, Lin Mo stared silently at the test paper in front of him. He had clearly learned yesterday that the exam was still a week away. How could it be today? Yesterday, he got carried away and played all night. He dozed off inadvertently, and upon returning to school, he found himself in quite a predicament. It's the final exam. Lin Mo glanced around at his classmates and then at the invigilator before finally looking at the test paper. He pinched himself, realizing he wasn't dreaming, and came to terms with reality. Lin Mo muttered to himself, "Time is really chaotic. I haven't even finished my classes. Forget it, I have the system as a safety net. I'll just take a nap, a system wake me up when it's time." Then Lin Mo could no longer resist, and fell asleep while maintaining his grip on the pen. Ping Zhongjing watched helplessly as Lin Mo openly slept in the examination room, sighing at his heavy dark circles, guessing he hadn't slept a wink all night. How could he not know there was an exam today and still sleep so late? It's just too outrageous. Though she had a lot to say in her heart, Ping Zhongjing pretended not to see and let him sleep. With half an hour left, the system estimated it was about time and hurriedly woke Lin Mo. Host. Wake up quickly, it's time for the exam. Lin Mo struggled to open his eyes, then tossed aside the pen and slumped onto the table. Forget this time, it doesn't matter. I'm just too sleepy, let me sleep a little longer. The system looked at its host's near comatose state and sighed helplessly, allowing him to continue sleeping. After all, for Lin Mo, the exam results really didn't matter. Thus, the first exam passed, and as expected, Lin Mo submitted a blank paper. Seeing him still in a state of being unawake, Ping Zhongjing couldn't bear it and carried him to the infirmary for a proper rest. Seeing no signs of Lin Mo waking up, Ping Zhongjing sighed, when will you ever let me relax? Just rest well here. Don't attend the upcoming exams, they focus on recuperating first. After saying this, she asked the school nurse to take care of him and returned to invigilate. The sunset poured through the window onto Lin Mo's face. He moved his eyes, unable to endure the glaring light, then turned over and continued sleeping. But after being hit by that beam of light, he was already mostly awake. Tossing and turning, he couldn't fall back asleep and slowly opened his eyes. Lin Mo sat up and let out a long yawn, saying that nap was really refreshing. Ping Zhongjing replied, yeah, you slept straight from morning until school was out. You really can sleep. Lin Mo looked at her in surprise. Teacher Ping Zhong, what are you doing in my house? No way. Have you finally succumbed to the temptation of an old cow eating tender grass and cast your magical claws on me? Ping Zhongjing laughed and tapped Lin Mo's head, saying, no matter what, I would never take a liking to a little brat like you. Do you want to see where this is before talking? Lin Mo then realized that he wasn't at home and stretched lazily, saying, where am I? Ping Zhongjing replied, it's because you were sleeping in the exam room, and no matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. For your safety, I had no choice but to bring you to the infirmary to rest. Who knew you would end up sleeping for a whole day and miss the exam? Seriously, can't you take better care of your body? Honestly, what time did you sleep yesterday? Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, what? I actually missed the exam. Does that mean all my grades are 0? Ping Zhongjing covered her head and sighed, now is not the time to worry about that, okay? I sent a special situation for you so you don't need to retake the exam at school. Quickly, honestly, tell me, what time did you sleep yesterday? Lin Mo was even more shocked. What? I don't even have the chance to retake the exam. Does that mean my certificate is gone? Ping Zhongjing closed her eyes, took a deep breath and smiled, saying there are no certificates in high school, only report cards. So can you tell me what time you slept yesterday? Lin Mo was stunned again. What? There's no certificate. Does that mean? Ping Zhongjing could no longer take it and rushed over, locking her arms around his neck, gritting her teeth, and saying quickly, just confess. What time did you sleep yesterday? Why are you so tired today? Why don't you take care of your body? Knowing there was an exam today, why did you stay up late? Lin Mo repeatedly patted, friend, you're locking my throat. Could you let some air in? Ping Zhongjing clicked her tongue, slightly loosening her grip, but still holding onto his neck, saying, hurry up and explain everything clearly. Otherwise, don't think about leaving this door. Lin Mo said seriously, teacher Ping Zhong, what I am about to say you must not be afraid, because it concerns the ultimate secret of the world. Ping Zhongjing tightened her grip again, saying, don't change the subject. Why is it so hard to ask you one thing? Lin Mo said, all right, actually the timeline of this world is chaotic. For you it may have been a week, but for me yesterday was the day we had dinner together. I just wanted to stay up all night playing games, and who knew the next day was the final exam? Ping Zhongjing exclaimed, what? Lin Mo quickly comforted her, teacher Ping Zhong, I know this is hard to believe, but please don't be afraid. Ping Zhongjing exclaimed, you actually stayed up all night. That means you didn't sleep at all. This is just too outrageous. You think you can just go all out because you're young. You'll crash one day. Lin Mo said helplessly, no, I just revealed such important news, yet the only thing you care about is this. Ping Zhongjing retorted, I don't care if the timeline is chaotic, isn't that just a middle school syndrome? Who hasn't experienced it? Cough cough, as if I've never seen it before. As is well known, Lin Mo is an idiot with middle school syndrome, so what he just said didn't need to be taken to heart, just knowing he stayed up all night was enough. Lin Mo said unhappily, teacher Ping Zhong, I hope you take this seriously. I'm not a middle school syndrome case. Don't lump me with those idiots. What I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Ping Zhongjing replied, oh, how will you prove it? Lin Mo asked, then tell me what date is it today? Ping Zhongjing answered, it's the 16th. Lin Mo asked, what date was it yesterday? Ping Zhongjing replied, the 9th. Lin Mo exclaimed, see. You remembered it completely wrong. Yesterday should have been the 15th. Let me ask you, what comes after 9? Ping Zhongjing answered, 10. Lin Mo asked, what comes after the 9th? Ping Zhongjing replied, the 16th. Lin Mo exclaimed in shock, no, is this correct? What comes after 9 is 10. How can the 9th be followed by the 16th? Ping Zhongjing said, isn't this a common sense question? Lin Mo responded passionately, how can it be a common sense question? I must clarify this with you today. Ping Zhongjing quickly interrupted, no need, I completely believe your words now. The world line has been chaotic, so what does your all-nighter have to do with it? Lin Mo was stunned. Right, what does my all-nighter have to do with it? He pondered for 2 seconds and uncertainly said, changing the subject. Ping Zhongjing tightened her fist. However, Ping Zhongjing did not throw a punch, but stood there frozen. Yes, after 9 comes 10, but why is the number after 9 actually 16? Could it really be, as he said, that the timeline has become chaotic? Ping Zhongjing looked at Lin Mo in shock, wondering why he had never noticed such an absurd thing before. Is this what everyone refers to as a fool being able to spot the unusual? Ping Zhongjing rubbed his temples and said, sorry, I need to head back for a bit. You should hurry home too, by the way. Don't stay up all night again. Make sure to take care of your health. Goodbye. Having said that, Ping Zhongjing turned and left without a hint of hesitation, as if he had made a firm decision. Suddenly understanding this astonishing news, Ping Zhongjing felt an urgent need to go home and sort out his thoughts to calm his emotions, as this was simply too unbelievable. Lin Mo had braced himself for a beating, but seeing Ping Zhongjing turn and walk away, he instantly realized he wouldn't be getting hit, and quickly waved with a smile saying goodbye. Ping Zhongjing sat in his car, his mind once again pondering the question, after 9 comes 10? Why did he ever think that the number after 9 was 16? Wait, after 9 it's perfectly normal for it to be 16. Ping Zhongjing's eyes widened instantly, his face flushed. Damn it. I was actually confused by a fool. After 9 it is indeed 16. Such a simple matter of common sense, and I almost let him trick me. What a disgrace. Of course, Ping Zhongjing merely complained about it. In the end he sighed and drove home, considering it a lesson learned. Next time he absolutely must not let Lin Mo trick him. While walking home, the system suddenly spoke. Host, you still have a sign-in that you haven't used today? Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Lin Mo waved his hand. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained datafication red. Datafication red, your body will be datafied and gain a panel. What the heck? Lin Mo exclaimed. The system responded, I can't believe it. Lin Mo said, I just realized you didn't even give me a panel. I seriously suspect you sold your soul to the god of fortune. As soon as the words left his mouth, they both fell into silence. Lin Mo flipped the middle finger. Useless system. I'm born to be the protagonist. What's wrong with having good fortune? Do you really want to accuse me? Believe it or not, I'll stab you. The system turned red in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Such wild accusations. Lin Mo replied, enough with the nonsense. Show me the panel already. The system stopped talking and silently opened the panel. Name Lin Mo. Race human. Gender male. Age 18 error. Strength 16 error. Agility 30 error. Constitution 17 error. Health 20 error. An average healthy adult male typically has a score of 10 in normal circumstances. Sign-in items: magic restriction field, color Sherlock, timeline color infinite, milk color Sean, hygiene color datafication red, angels power, gold demons power, gold divine revelation, purple death, note purple advanced nutrient solution X 4 green. Inventory 9 million cash, a black card from Evolution Home, a 5 million bank card from Yukinoshita, clothes X 4, unwashed socks X 2, stones X 6, half a watch strap 7, batteries X 2, 91 dead ants, soil 9, leftover bottles of water 65 pieces of household garbage. Looking at his overflowing panel, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't realize I had so many things. I remember I used to worry about money, and now I have. Wait, why is there a 5 million bank card from Yukinoshita in my inventory? When did I put that in? I don't remember. The system, equally curious, replied, yeah, why don't I remember either? Wait, let me check the records. Found it. This was given during the time you were hospitalized, specifically in those skip days. You put it in your inventory. Good job, system. You silently took away my 5 million. If it weren't for you, would I have to resort to stealing Yukino's lunch, wearing black stockings? Quick, tell me how you'll compensate me. Host, this is indeed my fault. Because you always stuff miscellaneous items into the inventory, I got lazy and stopped checking. Don't worry, once I recover, I will definitely compensate you. You know, host, your big wins are partly due to my contribution. Lin Mo paused slightly, realizing this was indeed the case, and he generously said, fine, I don't really need the money right now anyway. Since you have worked hard, I won't make you compensate this time. Thank you, host. Lin Mo didn't dwell on the bank card issue anymore. Instead, he looked around and found datafication quite interesting. It was similar to game panels, and as long as he focused, the names of the items would appear, even displaying a mini-map that marked how many people were around him and their intentions toward him. White for neutral, green for friendly, and red for malicious. This is great, I won't have to fear ambushes anymore. Lin Mo glanced at a dejected middle-aged office worker nearby, who had a health bar automatically displayed above his head, 7 drops of health, but no name appeared. The system explained the introduction of items is displayed according to your knowledge. If you don't know something, it will show a question mark. Lin Mo nodded and said, that's fair, but I guess it is still suppressed by the magic restriction field, right? The system praised, host, you're quite clever to have guessed that. Now you only have the panel, your body hasn't been datafied yet, which means if you're injured, the wounds will still appear. Lin Mo curled his lip and said, do I even need to guess? These errors are practically full. Might as well mark my gender as an error too. The system replied, that's not impossible. Lin Mo exclaimed, ghost. You're joking. The system chuckled, ha. Just kidding, host. Actually, those errors are indeed somewhat related to the magic restriction field, but not directly. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. What do you mean? The system continued, those errors are because your physical constitution is limited by the magic restriction field. Your real level far exceeds what is shown on the datafication panel. Lin Mo excitedly said, so I also have a second form. The system nodded slightly and said, you could say that. Lin Mo exclaimed, wow, this is so cool. After the enemy has fought hard to finally defeat me, suddenly a powerful music will play, and then I will unleash my second form, directly turning the tide of battle. Haha, just imagining it feels exhilarating. The system replied, exactly. Host, you are invincible. Lin Mo laughed heartily, ha. Uh-huh. Hee hee. At that moment, a little girl passing by tugged at her mother's clothes and curiously asked Mom, "Why is that big brother there laughing like a fool?" The little girl's mother looked at Lin Mo, picked her up, and said, "Sweetheart, that's not a normal person. Let's stay away from him." Because he was immersed in his own world and somewhat far away, Lin Mo only caught the gist. He proudly said, "Look, system, my charm is as great as ever. Even an ordinary person can tell him not normal." The system replied, "As long as you're happy." Lin Mo declared, "Enough chatting, let's hurry home to continue gaming. Tomorrow is a holiday, so I can stay up all night again." In the Zhongwu High School, Lin Mo lay on the desk with vacant eyes exuding an aura of despondency. Yukinoshita Yukino asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lin Mo? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, "I just feel like I'm about to die." Yukinoshita Yukino was about to call an ambulance, but considering Lin Mo's tendency to be abstract, she decided to ask further, "So what exactly happened?" Lin Mo sat up and said, "Yukino, I'm just lamenting how quickly the holiday has passed. It ended before I even got to enjoy it." Yukinoshita Yukino smiled, realizing it was just a false alarm. She said, "When people focus on something, time always seems to fly by. You had too much fun during the holiday, so when school started it felt like it was over in the blink of an eye. The new semester has already begun, so you should adjust your state of mind quickly." Lin Mo's face was filled with resentment. Although joyful times were always short-lived, the problem was that he hadn't even enjoyed himself yet. In the end, Lin Mo had no choice but to curse in his heart, "Wasteful system, get out of the group." The system replied. Lin Mo lay on the desk and said, "Yukino, I'm going to take a nap. Remember to wake me up when the teacher arrives." As soon as Lin Mo lay down, the teacher arrived, so there was no need for Yukinoshita Yukino to call him. Pingzhuang Jing simply lifted him up. Pingzhuang Jing said, "Lin Mo, what time did you sleep yesterday? You weren't up all night playing games again, were you?" Lin Mo sighed and replied, "I didn't stay up all night, though I only did so after finishing my exams." Pingzhuang Jing retorted, "Stop lying. You look just like last time when I told you to take care of your health. Why don't you listen? Hurry up and take a leave to rest. It'll save you a good seat." Lin Mo immediately perked up and said, "I want to sit by the window in the back row." Pingzhuang Jing helplessly replied, "Fine, fine, I promise. But for now you should go to the infirmary to rest." Lin Mo made an okay gesture and followed Pingzhuang Jing to the infirmary. The classmates left behind sighed. "Sigh, it's rare to see teacher Pingzhuang being so gentle. Could this be the privilege of fools?" Yukinoshita Yukino frowned, realizing that Lin Mo staying up all night was not a solution, as sooner or later his health would be an issue. She must think of a way to help him quit his internet addiction. The school doctor looked at Lin Mo, who had a pair of deep dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but complain, "Student, it's you again. You stayed up late again, looking like you've got smoky eye makeup. How long do you plan to sleep this time?" Lin Mo replied, "The teacher often teaches us to treat school like our home, so I figured I could just lie down and take a nap." Pingzhuang Jing tapped his head and said impatiently, "I never said anything like that. Sigh, you're a hassle this time too." The school doctor smiled and said, "No problem." Lin Mo found a bed to lie down on and demonstrated what it meant to fall asleep in an instant. The school doctor sighed, "Youth is great, you just drop your head and sleep." This time Lin Mo didn't sleep until school ended, but woke up around noon because he was hungry. After bidding farewell to the school doctor, Lin Mo went to the cafeteria. After satisfying his hunger, he prepared to use the restroom, and just happened to see Hikigaya Hachiman walking ahead. Lin Mo was about to greet him when suddenly the system issued a task. Ding! Sign in task, pull up Hikigaya Hachiman's pants. Task reward 1 sign in. Lin Mo's eyes brightened instantly as he playfully scolded, "System, are you trying to sow discord between us brothers? I absolutely won't let you succeed. I want you to know that our brotherly bond can withstand any test." After saying a lot to himself, Lin Mo stealthily followed behind. At this moment, Hikigaya Hachiman felt a chill in his heart, as if something bad were going to happen. But he couldn't care less at the moment because he was in urgent need of a restroom, walking quickly towards it, completely unaware of Lin Mo following behind. Once Hikigaya Hachiman reached his destination, he immediately opened the floodgates and couldn't help but think of the last time Lin Mo pulled his pants down. He said, "Fortunately, Lin Mo isn't here." He remembered that during that time, he had been avoiding Lin Mo when using the restroom. However, just then someone suddenly patted his butt and said meaningfully, "Oh really? Then look behind you." The familiar voice and tone made Hikigaya Hachiman's heart skip a beat. It was over. This time he was probably in for it again. Hikigaya Hachiman hurriedly said, "Wait, don't pull down my pants." Lin Mo replied, "What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? What do you take me for?" Hikigaya Hachiman's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know who had pulled his pants down last time, but he said, "I trust you. You said it before. We are best friends." Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Of course, as a best friend, how could I do something as despicable as pulling down your pants? That's not something a best friend should do." Hikigaya Hachiman felt a sigh of relief. It seemed Lin Mo had no intention of pulling his pants down again, or he wouldn't waste so much time. Besides, he was already at his limit. However, just as Hikigaya Hachiman had not yet started to tremble, Lin Mo suddenly reached out and pulled Hikigaya Hachiman's pants up, smiling as he said, "This is what a best friend should do. No need to thank me." Hikigaya Hachiman quickly pulled his pants down again, shivering a little before he completely finished. But by the time he was done, Lin Mo had already disappeared. Hikigaya Hachiman's face darkened, indicating that he would definitely get revenge. After doing a good deed, Lin Mo hummed a tune and returned to the infirmary, preparing to catch up on sleep. The school doctor looked at Lin Mo helplessly holding his head and saying, "You really treat the school as your home." After class, Yukinoshita Yukino originally wanted to eat in the classroom, but clearly the long-separated classmates were too excited and couldn't stop talking. So she brought her bento to the rooftop, unable to bear the noise in the classroom. It was too loud. She preferred a quieter place. Perhaps she could start a club so there would be a place to go during her free time in the future. As soon as she opened the rooftop door, Yukinoshita Yukino heard a sigh. "Sigh, what can I do to help Kabakiri quit her internet addiction?" Originally, Yukinoshita Yukino planned to finish her lunch quickly and return, but upon hearing the other person express a similar struggle, she decided to talk to her, hoping that through brainstorming they could come up with effective solutions. She saw a girl with short black hair sitting on a bench with a bento looking distressed. It seemed she was the transfer student Tsukinoshi Vanessa April. Yukinoshita Yukino approached and said, "Hello, may I sit here?" Vanessa was taken aback and quickly replied, "Of course. Thank you." Yukinoshita Yukino sat down, opened her lunchbox, and said, "You are Tsukinoshi from Class C, right?" Vanessa replied, "Huh, do you know me?" Yukinoshita Yukino shook her head and said, "No, I just memorized the names of everyone in the school." Vanessa exclaimed in surprise, "That's impressive." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "It's nothing special. Hello, Tsukinoshi im Yukinoshita from Class B." Vanessa replied, "Hello, Yukinoshita, nice to meet you." Yukinoshita Yukino said, "I overheard you talking about helping someone quit their internet addiction, and I have the same idea, so I wanted to try discussing it, hoping to gain some effective methods from the exchange." Vainit, huh? Yukinoshita Yukino, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation." Vainit quickly waved her hand and said, No, I don't blame you, I just found it quite a coincidence." Yukinoshita Yukino sighed in relief and said, "Thank you for not holding it against me." Vainit, "There's no need to be so polite, it was my own carelessness that led you to overhear me. To be honest, I feel quite helpless about this situation. Clearly Xiaojia used to be a wonderful person, but suddenly she became addicted to the internet and can't extricate herself." Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "Indeed, she had no symptoms before, yet she suddenly became addicted to gaming, staying up all night long." Vainit's eyes lit up as she said, "Exactly. I really don't understand what's so fun about games that one could become completely addicted, not even wanting to go to school. Even if I unplugged her internet cable, it wouldn't work." Yukinoshita Yukino, he is in a similar situation. He has stayed up all night to come to school for the second time. Vainit asked, puzzled, "Are you talking about a boy?" Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "Yes." Vainit, "May I ask, what is your relationship with him?" Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a moment and said, "We are friends." Vainit, "Is it Lin Mo?" Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you think so?" Vainit smiled and said, "Because there are rumors that the flower of Zongwu High Yukinoshita Yukino is supporting Lin Mo. However, I don't find the rumors credible, so I boldly speculated that you two are friends. How about that? Did I guess right?" Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "That's right, we are indeed friends. I just didn't expect the rumors outside to be so outrageous." Vainit, "Right. I also think it's excessive. They even spread rumors that Lin Mo is a fool, a person who would shout for compensation if kicked, saying he is a dummy. Haha, just thinking about it, how could such a thing happen?" The rumor monger Job Bailey stated that this is simply a fact. Yukinoshita Yukino fell silent because it was indeed very likely that Lin Mo would do something like that. Yukinoshita Yukino reminded, "Ms. Anasasan, it seems we have strayed from the topic." Vainit then realized and quickly apologized, sorry, I got carried away. "We were discussing how to help them quit their internet addiction, right?" Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, "Yes, I checked some information earlier, and one suggestion that appeared quite frequently was electrotherapy. By using electric shocks, one can reduce dependence on the internet and games. However, I think it's too dangerous, so I didn't adopt it." Electrotherapy. Vainit's eyes lit up. It really is a good method. While it could indeed harm an ordinary person, let's not forget that Job Bailey is an angel. As long as the current is controlled properly, a little injury is no problem at all. But that's too evil, isn't it? This is exactly something a demon would do. Wait, I seem to be a demon after all, so it's no problem. Vainit thought about it more and more, feeling it might be possible, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Yukinoshita-san." Yukinoshita Yukino was taken aback looking at Vainit's excited expression. She exclaimed, "You don't actually want to carry out electrotherapy, do you?" Vainit smiled and said, "Well, as long as the power is controlled properly, it will be completely fine." Yukinoshita Yukino fell silent, and after a while said, "Ms. Anasasan, to carry out electrotherapy, professional equipment is necessary, or it could really lead to an accident." Vainit, "Don't worry, I'm quite professional. One lightning spell will do the trick." Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Vainit, who still insisted, feeling somewhat scared that something might go wrong, even though Vainit looked very reliable. So Yukinoshita Yukino suggested, "How about we meet with the two who are addicted to the internet? Let's see what commonalities they have, and perhaps we can find a way to solve the problem from there." Vainit, "Good idea." Then it's settled. "Come on, let's add each other as friends." After adding each other, Yukinoshita Yukino said, "Ms. Anasasan, when are you available?" Vainit thought for a moment and said, "I should be free during this period." Then Yukinoshita Yukino sent a message asking if Lin Mo was free after school today. After receiving a positive response, she looked up and said, "Then let's meet after school today." Vainit, "Absolutely no problem. Where shall we meet?" Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a moment and said, how about at a cafe? Vainit, great, I know the location. After that the two chatted while eating, gradually getting more familiar with each other. Yukinoshita Yukino closed her bento and said, Ms. Anasasan, it's getting late. We should head back to class. Vainit, you can call me Vainit, all my friends do. Can I call you Yukino? Yukinoshita Yukino instinctively wanted to refuse, saying they weren't that familiar. However, just as she thought about how they had been chatting happily and shared many common topics, especially about how to care for others. So Yukinoshita Yukino nervously said, can we be friends? It was the first time Yukinoshita Yukino expressed a desire to be friends with someone, and nervousness was inevitable, but it also indicated that she had made a change. Vainit smiled and said, of course. Yukino, from now on we are friends. Yukinoshita Yukino slightly curled her lips and said, Vainit. Then they returned to their respective classrooms. Ja Bailey looked at the always smiling Vainit and curiously asked, what's up? Vainit, have you encountered something happy? Vainit glanced at Ja Bailey and smiled, saying, it's nothing, Xiaojia, I just made a new friend. Ja Bailey, a new friend? Who? Vainit, you'll find out later. We've agreed to meet after school. You must come too, Xiaojia. Ja Bailey immediately refused. No, I have to go home to play games. The people in there are waiting for me to save them. Vainit, that's not allowed. You must go today. Ja Bailey turned her head and said, I already said no. It sounds like such a hassle. That's your friend, why do I have to go? Moreover, there's a major event starting today, I can't miss it. Looking at Ja Bailey's firm attitude, Vainit sighed. Could she really miss out? Right? I can use electrotherapy. Just in time to test how effective it is. Without further ado, Vainit unleashed a small bolt of lightning to shock Ja Bailey. Ja Bailey's body trembled, feeling a tingling sensation as if she had been zapped by a lighter. Ja Bailey looked at Vainit slightly angry and said, what are you doing? That feels awful. Vainit smiled and said, Xiaojia, will you accompany me? For some reason, seeing Vainit's smiling face made Ja Bailey a bit scared. Remembering how Vainit just shocked her, she finally said from the heart, fine, I'll go. Vainit smiled and said, great. Thank you, Xiaojia. Indeed, electrotherapy is effective. It changed Xiaojia's mind in an instant. It seems I have finally found the right method. Making Xiaojia quit her internet addiction is just around the corner. Time passed slowly and Lin Mo finally returned to the classroom for the last class. After all, he couldn't sleep all day. After school, Yukinoshita Yukino sent a message to gather at the school gate, then pulled Lin Mo to wait for others. What are you doing, just standing at the door? Did someone offend you, and you want to block the entrance? Lin Mo became increasingly excited as he spoke, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, talking about this makes me no longer sleepy. Don't worry with me around, I will definitely make the opponent regret it. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said, why do you always like to fight? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, because you can't get to know someone without a fight. Yukinoshita Yukino was exhausted and said, not getting to know someone through a fight is not the point, okay? Lin Mo waved his hand and replied, it's the same, it's pretty much the same meaning. Seeing Lin Mo scanning the crowd, Yukinoshita Yukino was genuinely afraid he would suddenly charge in and grab a lucky target to beat up, so she hurriedly explained, I have a meeting with others at a certain cafe to discuss some matters regarding you, and we are gathering at the school gate. Lin Mo was astonished and said, matters regarding me? What matters could I have? Yukinoshita Yukino looked at the faint dark circles under Lin Mo's eyes and asked, what were you doing last night? Without thinking, Lin Mo replied, of course I was playing joyfully. Yukinoshita Yukino nodded and said, exactly what we need to discuss is how to help you quit your internet addiction and all-night gaming. Lin Mo said helplessly, this is not fun at all. Yukino, here. A friendly call caught the attention of the two. Looking over, they saw the enthusiastic Vignette and the reluctant Jabberwock. Vignette jogged over and said, sorry, I got delayed due to something making you wait for a long time. Yukinoshita Yukino responded, it's fine, we just arrived not long ago. Lin Mo looked at Jabberwock, who had her hands in her pockets and looked tired, and praised the eyeshadow looks good. Jabberwock retorted, you're just the same. Vignette said, Jabberwock, this is the new friend I told you about, the top student Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukino, this is innocent Jabberwock White. Yukinoshita Yukino said, hello, innocent classmate. Jabberwock replied, hello. Vignette smiled and said, so this is Lin Mo, I've heard so much about you. Lin Mo curiously asked, how long? Vignette's smile froze on her face, how should she respond? How long has it been since hearing about his deeds? Uffed. Jabberwock laughed and said, you never change, I'm really curious about what's going on in that head of yours. Lin Mo said mysteriously, the unknown makes a man more manly. Jabberwock replied, what are you pretending for? Vignette asked in surprise, huh? Little Jabberwock, do you know Lin Mo? Jabberwock replied, I know him. Didn't I tell you? I'm friends with this guy. Vignette was shocked and said, friends? You never mentioned it at all. Jabberwock waved her hand and said, now I've mentioned it, okay? Let's not fuss over it too much. Didn't we say we were going to the cafe? Let's hurry up and head out. Yukinoshita Yukino said, then let's set off. At a cafe, the four sat opposite each other. After the drinks were ordered, Yukinoshita Yukino and Vignette exchanged glances and got straight to the point. Yukinoshita Yukino took the lead and said, Lin Mo, you stayed up all night playing games yesterday, right? Lin Mo took a bite of cake and said, yo, what's wrong? Yukinoshita Yukino asked, do you know the harm of staying up all night? Lin Mo replied, of course it's just a collapse of the immune system, cardiovascular overload, deep damage to the nervous system, acute damage to organ functions, severe endocrine disorder, and a psychological crisis too. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo in shock, surprised that he actually knew these things, and asked, if you know these harms, why do you still stay up all night? Lin Mo replied, you're asking as if you're questioning those who smoke, why they still smoke, even though it's harmful to health. Vignette said earnestly to Jabberwock, little Jabberwock, I didn't expect the harm of staying up all night to be so great. You must not continue like this. Jabberwock nonchalantly replied, don't worry, this problem won't faze me. Yukinoshita Yukino frowned and said, is gaming that important to you? You even neglect your health. Lin Mo pondered and said, not really, I just got a bit bored and then got caught up in it while playing. Yukinoshita Yukino said, so the reason you play games is because you're bored, right? Lin Mo nodded and said, that's the main reason. Vignette asked, is that the same for you, little Jabberwock? Jabberwock declared, of course not. I'm saving the world. Do you know how many people I can save in a day? Do you know how many need my help? Vignette, I know what your purpose is for bringing me here, but you underestimate me too much. Do you really think I stayed up late just because of gaming? Am I that shallow of a person? Vignette recalled Jabberwock's identity as an angel and was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat guilty as she said, little Jabberwock. Lin Mo, holding his phone, said, a major raid in a certain game the game Jabberwock plays is about to start. The official just increased the drop rate by 5. Jabberwock exclaimed in shock, what? Vignette, the world still needs me to save it, I have to go now. Vignette quickly realized she had been tricked and slapped her own head in exasperation, saying, at a time like this you shouldn't be thinking about your game. Jabberwock obediently sat down with her hands on her head. Lin Mo laughed, ha ha ha. This Jabberwock is so lame. Before he finished speaking, Yukinoshita Yukino grabbed his ear, confiscated his phone, and said coldly, we are clearly discussing how to help you quit your internet addiction, and you dare to go onto the official game site to look for strategies. Buffed. Vignette instantly glared at Jabberwock, who hurriedly looked down, fearing she would strike again. However, her gaze towards Lin Mo seemed to say, you're not so different yourself. Lin Mo exclaimed, ouch, ouch, ouch. Yukino, be gentle. I want dare again. Yukinoshita Yukino released her grip and sighed, saying, sigh, the essence of gaming is to provide people with spiritual joy and a moment of relaxation, but if you are addicted and neglect your health, it's no longer you playing the game, it's the game playing you. Vignette looked at Jabberwock sadly and said, little Jabberwock, seeing you lost in the game every day, spending money on it, and even unable to afford meals, I'm really worried about you. You used to be such a good person, why have you become like this? Little Jabberwock, can you come back? Listening to the two of them lecturing back and forth, Lin Mo and Jabberwock lowered their heads in guilt, seriously listening to their guidance. Although they wouldn't directly quit their internet addiction or delete games, they would definitely restrain themselves a lot. Yukinoshita Yukino took a sip of coffee and said, what we are saying is not to make you completely quit gaming, but I hope you pay more attention to your health than to the games. Lin Mo and Job Bailey replied, understood. Vinite smiled and asked, after all we've said, what are your thoughts? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said to Job Bailey, what's your game ID? Let's team up for some dungeons. Job Bailey immediately laughed and replied, sure, my ID is Archangel. Ouch. Yukinoshita Yukino pinched Lin Mo's ear while Vinite gave Job Bailey a light slap. She sighed, sigh, you two really are unyielding. Lin Mo exclaimed, stop, stop, stop. I know I was wrong. I will reflect deeply and change my ways. Yukinoshita Yukino released her grip and said, forget it, I will keep a close watch on you. After parting ways, Lin Mo began his daily check-in as prompted by the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received mineral water white. The system commented, it seems today's luck is not great. Lin Mo said, enough of the nonsense. By the way, system, I suddenly remembered my earlier boast about wanting to earn many certificates. It's time to fulfill that promise. The system replied, host, let's not discuss your grades for now. The final exams are already over, where will you get the certificates? Lin Mo confidently responded, I already have a solution. I can just buy them myself. The system exclaimed in surprise, host, you are truly a genius. Lin Mo placed his hands on his hips and laughed proudly, haha, isn't that only natural? System, guide me to see where certificates are sold. The system replied, sure thing. Following the system's guidance, Lin Mo successfully purchased a stack of certificates, not too many, just a few hundred. The system remarked, host, is it really necessary to buy so many certificates? Lin Mo retorted, what do you know? This is how I can showcase my talents. The system cautioned, but it's easy for others to find out. Lin Mo proudly replied, simple. I'll just give one to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo quickly took out a pen and prepared to write on the certificates. He focused intently, lightly tapping the pen on the certificate before saying, system, what are the names of my classmates again? The system responded, so you didn't remember a single one. Lin Mo said, with so many people, could you remember them all? Enough chit-chat, hurry up and send me the list. The system replied, unfortunately, I don't have your class roster either. Why don't you ask Ping Zhongjing? Lin Mo clapped and said, good idea. After saying that, he dialed the phone. Ping Zhongjing answered, is this Lin Mo? It's quite late. What's the matter? Lin Mo responded, teacher Ping Zhong, do you have our class's roster? Ping Zhongjing asked in confusion, I do have one, but why do you need it? Lin Mo laughed, ha ha ha. What else could I be doing? I just want to remember my classmates' names. I suddenly realized I don't even know everyone in the class. Ping Zhongjing sighed and said, "Sigh, alright, I understand. I'll send it to you, but remember not to share it." Lin Mo assured, "Don't worry, I'm a person of integrity, known as the reliable young master." After hanging up, Lin Mo began to write on the certificates according to the list. This one gets the title of Little Learning Expert, this one is for 3 good students, this one is for the one who looks a bit pretty, and this one is for keep up the good work. After spending some effort, Lin Mo looked outside and noticed it was getting late. He organized everything into his items and went to sleep. Host, it's time to get up." Hearing the voice, Lin Mo immediately opened his eyes. After sleeping all day yesterday, he was now in high spirits, especially knowing he could soon flaunt his certificates. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and eating breakfast, he shouldered his backpack and headed to school, even grabbing a bread along the way. Since he woke up particularly early, there was no one in the classroom. Lin Mo immediately took out the certificates and started handing them out. When it was his turn, he simply placed down 100 of them. Moreover, none of the comments on them were the same. After completing all this, Lin Mo placed his hands on his hips and let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha. Now I can really show off." "What are you doing?" A sudden voice startled Lin Mo, and he hurriedly replied with a guilty tone, What am I doing?" Turning around, he saw it was Yukinoshita Yukino. Indeed, as the top student in the grade, she was up early. Yukinoshita Yukino, surprised to see Lin Mo so early, asked, "Why are you here so early? You didn't stay up all night gaming again, did you?" Lin Mo quickly patted his chest and replied, No, I just love studying. Learning makes me happy." Yukinoshita Yukino carefully observed him, and finding no dark circles under his eyes, nodded in satisfaction. "It seems yesterday's lecture truly had an effect. I hope you keep it up." She pointed at something on the desk and asked, "What's that on the table?" Lin Mo exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, what's on the table? I have no idea." "Yukino, hurry and check it out." Seeing his poor acting, Yukinoshita Yukino knew this matter was closely related to him and hoped he wouldn't pull any ridiculous stunts. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed as she walked to her seat and discovered it was a certificate. She picked it up and noticed the comment read, "Top of the grade." Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Did you write this?" Lin Mo replied in an exaggerated tone, "How could that be? My goodness, who put so many certificates on my desk? It must be that the school thinks I am exceptionally intelligent, unmatched in the world, beloved by all, and flowers bloom wherever I go. The comments on the certificates, hence they gave me 100 certificates." Yukinoshita Yukino covered her head and asked, "So what was your intention in doing this?" Lin Mo, sitting at his desk flipping through the certificates, said, "I already told you I don't know. Maybe the school issued these certificates to encourage everyone." Seeing that Lin Mo didn't want to admit it, Yukinoshita Yukino didn't press further. In fact, giving everyone certificates wasn't a bad thing if it could indeed encourage everyone to study. She glanced around at everyone's comments and noticed that most were encouraging them to keep up the good work, so she didn't dwell on it and sat down. At this moment, she also realized Lin Mo's purpose for doing this. During the barbecue last time, he mentioned wanting to earn many certificates, but due to special circumstances, he had no grades. It should be because of that incident that he bought so many certificates. Moreover, to avoid suspicion, he arrived early at school to distribute them, which can't be said to have little impact. It's more accurate to say it had no effect at all. Looking at the 100 certificates on Lin Mo's desk, one could guess with their toes who did this. Lin Mo proudly said, "Yukino, look at how impressive I am. I got 100 certificates." Yukinoshita Yukino said with a doting expression, "Impressive, you are the most impressive." Lin Mo exclaimed, "Ha ha, of course. Forget it, let him be, as long as he is happy." Yukinoshita Yukino smiled at Lin Mo, her eyes overflowing with affection. Just thinking about how Lin Mo bought so many certificates to gain their praise, writing them out one by one last night, and coming early to place them on each classmate's desk. He really is adorably foolish. Time passed gradually, and everyone arrived at the classroom seeing the certificates on the desk. Some were puzzled and enjoyed themselves, but most took them down. After all, it was still a certificate. As for the 100 certificates in front of Lin Mo, 99 were taken away by Yukinoshita Yukino to ensure Lin Mo wouldn't be exposed. She really made me cry. As Hiratsuka Shizun just entered the classroom, a student raised their hand and said, "Thank you, teacher, for giving us the certificates." Hiratsuka Shizun was taken aback and replied in confusion, "I didn't give you certificates, did I?" "No, but we've all received certificates." Seeing everyone holding up their certificates, especially Lin Mo, who was holding his high up, Hiratsuka Shizun immediately understood who had done it and smiled helplessly, saying, "All right, I admit it, those certificates were written by me to encourage you all to study hard and not to give up just because of temporary poor results." "Thank you, Hiratsuka-sensei." Hiratsuka Shizun smiled and said, "Okay, let's start class." After class, Hiratsuka Shizun said, "Lin Mo, come to my office for a moment." Lin Mo proudly glanced at his classmates who all received certificates. Why did the teacher call only him? It must be because in the teacher's heart, he was the best. Haha. In the office, Hiratsuka Shizun smiled and said, "Those certificates in the class were written by you, right?" Lin Mo pretended to be clueless and said, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know." Hiratsuka Shizun replied, "Stop pretending. Yesterday you asked me for the class roster because of this matter, didn't you?" Lin Mo, Hiratsuka-sensei, didn't you admit that you wrote them yourself? Why are you blaming me now? Forget it, let's not talk about that. I have good news for you, I actually received 100 certificates, but Yukino was jealous and took away 99 of them. How about that? Am I impressive, or what? Seeing Lin Mo's eager expression for praise, Hiratsuka Shizun remembered the time they had grilled meat and smiled helplessly, saying, impressive. You are the most impressive. To have received 100 certificates, truly remarkable. Lin Mo said with satisfaction, just a small feat, just a small feat. Lin Mo asked, do you have anything else, teacher? Hiratsuka Shizun waved her hand and said, nothing much, just wanted to confirm with you, but it's better not to do such things too often. Okay, I'll take my leave then. Goodbye. Watching Lin Mo leave, Hiratsuka Shizun couldn't help but show a hint of a fond smile. This child, if I had known earlier, I would have written a few more for him. Without the school stamp, no matter how you look at it, it's still fake. On the way back, Lin Mo said to the system, don't I have a BGM player? When I get back to the class, play me some music. System, okay. I promise to satisfy you. Arriving at the classroom door, Lin Mo took a deep breath, then suddenly pushed the door open and the system began to play the BGM. He's coming, he's coming. He walks in on a cloud. Big Brother the Great. Big Brother can hold up the sky. Lin Mo stood with his hands on his hips, waddling like a penguin, and walked to the podium, pacing back and forth as if afraid no one could see him. Everyone was used to this. After all, after such a long time together, they had all noticed that Lin Mo was a fool who often did silly things, so they all looked at him in anticipation of what he would do next. Seeing Lin Mo's antics, Yukinoshita Yukino couldn't help but cover her face and sigh, then stepped forward to tug at his ear, bringing him back. Student, so are we just part of your play? Not watching anymore, it's boring. Lin Mo grinned and said, Yukino, what are you tugging my ear for again? If you tug my ear again, I'll get angry. No. Yukino has tugged my ear so many times, why haven't I ever retaliated? That's not my character at all. I get it. It must be the system's fault. Lin Mo, useless system, get out of the group. System, not bro. UTM. Ignoring the system's words, Lin Mo exerted force. Forget it, better not use force, it hurts a lot. He gently pried Yukinoshita Yukino's hand away, took a few steps back, crossed his arms, looked up with his nostrils flaring, and arrogantly said, Yukino, as friends I want hold against you the times you tugged my ear, but I didn't expect you to be so bold and tug my ear again. I see the tiger doesn't roar, and you treat me like Hello Kitty. Ding. Sign in task, tug Yukinoshita Yukino's ear. Task reward 1 sign in. You see the system has a sudden task, it seems I have to do it. Seeing Lin Mo suddenly become assertive, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed in exhaustion, wondering what kind of wind had blown in this time. Lin Mo, I've decided I'm going to escalate this. After saying that, Lin Mo reached out to grab Yukinoshita Yukino's ear, but strangely Yukinoshita Yukino showed no intention of dodging and just stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stopped his outstretched hand, furrowed his brow, wondering why she wasn't dodging. Could it be a trap? Lin Mo whispered, why not avoid? Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said, are you done making a scene? Class is about to start, hurry up and sit down, the teacher is coming soon. Oh. Lin Mo quickly sat down at his seat, took out his textbook, and boredly twirled a pen, waiting for the teacher to arrive. No. Why should I listen to her? Even if she likes tugging my ear like my elder sister, she isn't my elder sister, so what am I afraid of? Just as Lin Mo was about to assert himself, the teacher arrived. Forget it, it's not easy for anyone, a better wait until after class to deal with it. A class quickly passed, and Lin Mo naturally forgot about it until lunch break. Oi, Yuka here is true, I use her long time no see. After finishing lunch, Lin Mo saw Tsubakahara Rikka and walked over to greet her. Lin Mo, over here. Turning his head, he saw Veneta waving at him, and beside her were Jabami, Yumiko, Satania, and Raphael. So where should I go? Thinking for a couple of seconds, Lin Mo walked towards Tsubakahara Rikka, took her hand, and headed to Veneta's table, where 6 people just sat down. Only children make choices, ooh, I want them all. Veneta smiled, and said, Lin Mo, is this your friend? Tsubakahara Rikka covered her eyes, and said, I am the Yukihira's true eye user. Tsubakahara Rikka, since you are with the great demon Satania, you must not be ordinary people, reveal your identities. Veneta's face showed a panicked expression, as she didn't expect Satania to expose her identity, which violated the rules of the demon world. What should she do now? Satania suddenly stood up, one hand on her forehead, and said, Waha. Yukihira's true eye user and the Emperor of Silence, I didn't expect we would meet again, what a fateful reunion. Just in time to take this opportunity, let's continue our last competition. Lin Mo, no. Tsubakahara Rikka refused. Satania said somewhat defensively, why refuse? Shouldn't we have a proper PK at this time? Lin Mo, because it's mealtime, I want to eat. Tsubakahara Rikka, because we had a fierce battle with the management agency this morning, and now I urgently need food to replenish my magical power. Veneta listened to their conversation, feeling like her CPU was about to burn out, as she couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. Jabami Yumiko was adding chili to Satania's noodles, while saying, don't mind their conversation, it's just a case of Chinibyu. Veneta said in surprise, Chinibyu. Jabami Yumiko put the chili back and said with a mischievous smile, yes, it's Chinibyu. Satania regretfully said, forget it, after all this is unavoidable. Since that's the case, let's not duel today. After saying that, Satania returned to her seat and expressionlessly began to eat her noodles. Veneta stared blankly at Satania. She was only stunned for a moment, not expecting her to start eating heartily, and couldn't help but say with concern, Satania, is it really okay? There are so many chili peppers in the noodles. Satania smiled and said, of course it's fine. I am the great demon Satania, I feel nothing. Jabali was also quite puzzled by this scene. She had clearly added a lethal amount of chili peppers. How could Satania be unaffected? Curiously, she added some chili peppers to her own noodles and took a bite. So spicy. Vinit exclaimed in surprise, is it really that spicy? Vinit looked at Gabriel momentarily at a loss for words as she saw Satania eating happily. In the end, Lin Mo handed her a bottle of water. Gabriel quickly grabbed the water and drank half a bottle in one go. It's still so spicy. Satania, do you have no sense of taste at all? Satania laughed, ha. Gabriel, you're really too weak. Can't handle this little bit. Just admit defeat and submit to the great Satania. Lafiel, covering her mouth, laughed and said, Gabriel, you can't let her outdo you. Do you want more chili? Gabriel angrily replied, are you trying to kill me? Lin Mo instantly mocked, Gabriel is just weak. Can't handle even this little chili. Gabriel retorted, if you're so great, why don't you try it yourself? Lin Mo immediately grabbed the chili peppers and sprinkled them into his own bowl. What a joke. Clearly you haven't heard of my title, yummy and spicy young lord. He continued until a layer of red chili covered his bowl before stopping and stirring it with his chopsticks. Vinit worriedly said, is this really okay? This must be a lethal amount, even more than Satania's. Lin Mo confidently replied, no worries, this is just the amount I usually use for rinsing my mouth. After saying that, he confidently took a bite and instantly froze in place. Seeing Lin Mo not saying anything for a long time, Vinit asked in confusion, Lin Mo, are you okay? Lin Mo wiped the sweat on his forehead caused by the spiciness and casually said, I'm fine, I'm just savoring the spiciness of the chili. I can only say it's average. Is the cafeteria run by chili vendors? Why is this chili so spicy? Vinit worriedly asked, are you really okay? You're sweating. Lin Mo stubbornly insisted, I'm fine. He then snatched the water from Gabriel's hand and drank it all in one go. Gabriel flushed and said, hey, that was my drink. Lin Mo replied, what's wrong with drinking what you've had? It's still my water. Katō Rikka also refused to back down and picked up some chili peppers, preparing to sprinkle as much as Lin Mo did. My evil king, true, I is no weaker than anyone. But Vinit stopped her, saying, don't do that anymore, it'll really be deadly spicy. Watching Satania eating ramen with a calm demeanor, Lafiel clapped and said, as expected of Lord Satania, no mere emperor of silence or evil king, true, I can compare to you. Lin Mo slammed both hands on the table and shouted loudly, what? You actually say I can't compare to this idiot? Today I'll show you what it means to be the spicy king. He swiftly snatched the chili peppers from Vinit's hand, opened the lid, and directly poured it into his mouth. As Lin Mo sprayed red mist, he said, Satania is just a minor character, how can you compare to me? Vinit's eyes widened as she said, are you okay? Lin Mo replied, what could possibly happen to me? Vinit said, but you're crying. Lin Mo replied, it's just that sand got in my eyes. Seeing Lin Mo in pain while being stubborn, Gabriel smirked and said, in that case, let's down another bottle of chili. Vinit said angrily, Gabriel, stop joking around. Quickly find some water. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, no worries, let me go to the bathroom first. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, then slowly started to run and finally bolted away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Vinit asked, is he really okay? Should we go after him and check? Gabriel nonchalantly replied, don't worry, that guy is not ordinary. Vinit exclaimed. After escaping the cafeteria, Lin Mo found a deserted place and vomited all the chili into a flower bed, spat a few times, and then took out MC Infinite Milk to start rinsing his mouth. Lin Mo exclaimed, ugh, how is the chili here so spicy? Ugh, I'm done. System, hurry up and think of a way. System replied, host, although MC Infinite Milk retains its infinite properties, milk itself can also relieve spiciness. Just hold it in your mouth for a while and it will be fine. Lin Mo quickly followed the instructions, and before long his front was sprayed with a murky white liquid. To his surprise, this method was indeed effective. Feeling a bit better, Lin Mo sighed. I didn't expect Satania to be so formidable, able to eat such spicy food without changing her expression. System said, host, is there a possibility that Satania has a low tolerance for flavor? Lin Mo asked, low tolerance for flavor. System continued, yes, it was shown in the original work. Host, using your own weakness to attack someone else's strength is just asking for trouble. Lin Mo nodded and said, I see, no wonder I was evenly matched with her. I was wondering how I could possibly be worse than an idiot. Next time I will definitely win against her. Having already left the cafeteria, Lin Mo was too lazy to go back for a meal and directly took out a nutrient solution to drink. System, this nutrient solution is quite useful. Raise the drop rate a bit for future use. System replied, understood. As such, Lin Mo drank the nutrient solution and arrived at the classroom, where he immediately spotted Yukinoshita Yukino filling out a form. He walked over and asked, Yukino, what are you writing? Yukinoshita Yukino replied, I'm planning to start a club so that I have a place to rest during lunch. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good idea. How come he hadn't thought of it before? He quickly asked, where will the club be established? I want to start one too. Yukinoshita Yukino said, a club isn't just for fun. Without a proper reason, the school won't agree to you starting a club. So what's your purpose for starting a club? Lin Mo thought for a moment and realized he didn't have any reason or purpose. He just had a sudden whim to start a club. He said, I don't know, I just want to start one for fun. Yukinoshita Yukino had an expression of as expected and said, in that case, how about trying to join my club? Lin Mo then remembered that in the original work, Yukinoshita Yukino had her own club, which was called the Service Club. No wonder he always felt something was missing. Lin Mo quickly nodded and said, I'll join, but I have one condition. Yukinoshita Yukino asked, oh, what condition? Lin Mo seriously said, I want to be the vice president. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled slightly and said, okay. Lin Mo happily said, all right, hurry and bring the form for me to sign. Look at that, I've also become the vice president. Now I have a proper reason to exert pressure on the members. Why is it called the service club? It's obviously to serve the vice president. Huh. My dear friend Hikigaya Hachiman, you wouldn't want others to know you like. Huh. Yukinoshita Yukino shook her head and said, unfortunately, due to insufficient numbers, we don't even qualify to establish a club. Lin Mo patted his chest and declared, how many more do we need? I'll help you find the rest. Currently, it's just you and me, Yukinoshita Yukino replied. Lin Mo with confidence said, no problem. Once I recruit more members, we will definitely bring Hiratsuka Shizen to her knees. Then I entrust this to you, Yukinoshita Yukino smiled. Lin Mo replied, you can count on me. After all the original work had already provided the members, he only needed to bring them into the club. But then again, which class are Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui in? Not understanding, Lin Mo asked. Yukino, which class are Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui in? Yukinoshita Yukino responded, why do you want to know that? Of course, to bring them into the club. They are naturally suited for this line of work. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said they are in class 1D. You need to ensure they are willing to join, not that you force them. Lin Mo confidently said, don't worry, they would love to join. Thus, right after the first class, Lin Mo rushed to Hikigaya Hachiman's classroom. Lin Mo waved and smiled, saying, yo, Hachiman. Hearing the greeting, everyone in the class turned to look, revealing puzzled expressions. Is there such a person in this class? Hikigaya Hachiman's eye twitched slightly. He was already sitting quietly in the classroom, so why could this idiot still come over? Hikigaya Hachiman buried his head in his arms, trying to blend in. Lin Mo walked directly over, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Hachiman, don't sleep anymore. I have something to discuss with you. Hachiman reluctantly raised his head and said, there's nothing to discuss. Lin Mo looked around and waved at Yugahama Yui, saying, can you come over for a moment? I also have something to discuss with you. Yugahama Yui looked around and finally pointed at herself in confusion, asking me. Lin Mo replied, of course it's you. Who else has a bun hairstyle? Yugahama Yui cautiously approached and softly asked, may I ask what you need me for? Lin Mo looked at her closely and said, by the way, I think I saved your dog back then. How is that dog doing now? Yugahama Yui awkwardly replied, about that. The doctor said he broke 2 ribs and is currently recovering. Lin Mo smiled and said, looks like I successfully saved it. I truly am a good person. Yugahama Yui replied, yes, you are a good person. Hikigaya Hachiman pursed his lips, thinking, how could you say that? What kind of good person would pull someone else's pants down while they were in the restroom? Lin Mo said, I almost forgot the main point. I'm here to invite you to join the club. Hikigaya Hachiman immediately refused, saying, sorry, I currently have no intention of joining any club. Yugahama Yui politely asked, may I ask what kind of club it is? Lin Mo replied, it's the servant club. I've forgotten what the purpose is, but overall I need you two to join to establish this club. With no established purpose and not enough members, how dare you even think about starting a club? Hikigaya Hachiman felt the curious gazes of those around him and prepared to quickly end this topic, saying, I won't join a club that lacks interest. Moreover, I am a firm member of the Go Home Club, so give up on that idea. Yugahama Yui quietly said, I also currently have no intention of joining a club, sorry. Lin Mo was surprised and said, wait a minute, according to the script, aren't you supposed to agree immediately? Why is everyone refusing one by one? Hikigaya Hachiman's lips twitched. Oh, what kind of script is this? Lin Mo sighed and said, well, since that's the case, I won't force you to join. However, since I saved your dog's life, you should at least give me something in return. Hikigaya Hachiman couldn't help but shout, what do you mean by dog life? Lin Mo replied in confusion, Yugahama's dog, your life, abbreviated as dog life. What's the problem? Hikigaya Hachiman, somewhat annoyed, said, don't use ellipses on this matter. It's very misleading. Yugahama Yui quickly intervened, saying, please don't argue. So Lin Mo, you want compensation, right? What do you want? Lin Mo replied, actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to help me with a small favor. Yugahama Yui asked, what favor? I will do my best. Lin Mo spread his arms and said, join the servant club. The moment he finished speaking, the two fell into silence again. So how is that different from the initial topic? Lin Mo said, after all, I saved both of your dogs' lives. As a reward, just join my club. Yugahama Yui exclaimed, what should I do? Would it be too harsh to refuse directly? Hikigaya Hachiman thought, isn't this just moral coercion? This must be moral coercion. Lin Mo smiled and said, you don't need to feel troubled. Joining the servant club comes with many benefits. Hikigaya Hachiman asked, like what? Lin Mo said, if you perform well, I will give you some rewards, like allowing you to design the death of someone you dislike. Hikigaya Hachiman exclaimed, are you running some kind of assassin club? Yugahama Yui said, that sounds terrifying. Lin Mo replied, if you don't like that, you can choose something else as long as I can manage it. In the end, not wanting to embarrass Lin Mo, Yugahama Yui said, all right, I'll join. Hikigaya Hachiman remained steadfast in his choice, saying, give up. I will never betray the Go Home Club. Lin Mo sighed and said, looks like I have to pull out my trump card. You guys wait a moment, I'll find someone. Fortunately, he had left a way out before coming. Knowing the class of Hazuka Ayaka, Lin Mo went to her classroom and politely said, Hazuka, can you come with me for a moment? I have something very important to ask of you. Hazuka Ayaka replied in surprise, huh? Me? Okay. The kind-hearted Hazuka Ayaka immediately agreed to Lin Mo's request, allowing him to lead her to Hikigaya Hachiman. Hazuka Ayaka felt a bit shy under the gaze of so many people, blushing as she said, what exactly do you need me for? At the moment Hazuka Ayaka appeared, Hikigaya Hachiman's heart raced violently. This delicate aura-cute appearance and rosy cheeks struck right at his preferences. He couldn't help but turn red. Indeed, Hazuka Ayaka was his ultimate weakness. Lin Mo leaned close to his ear, whispering, Hachiman, you wouldn't want others to know you like cross-dressing, right? Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes widened, immediately shocked. Cross-dressing? What nonsense are you talking about? What a ridiculous joke. How could you say this adorable girl is cross-dressing? Looking at Hikigaya Hachiman's incredulous expression, Lin Mo patted Hazuka Ayaka's shoulder, smiling. Hazuka, let me ask you, are you male or female? Hazuka Ayaka, blushing shyly, replied, even though I look like a girl, I'm actually a boy. See, I still have an Adam's apple. Hikigaya Hachiman's expression froze as he stood petrified. He finally felt his heart stir once, only to lose so completely. Looking at Hazuka Ayaka's shy demeanor, Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed again, feeling even more excited. What's going on? However, when he saw Lin Mo's devilish smile, Hikigaya Hachiman immediately regained his composure and firmly declared, what are you talking about? We're best friends. With our passionate bond, how could I possibly not join your club? Lin Mo smiled and said so. With unwavering determination, Hikigaya Hachiman replied, I'll join. Lin Mo said, okay Hazuka, it's none of your business anymore. You can go back to where you came from. Hazuka Ayaka said, huh? Just like that, Hazuka Ayaka walked out with a bewildered expression as quietly as she had come in. Lin Mo said, remember to come to Teacher Pingzong's office after school to submit the application form together. Got it. At that moment, the class bell rang, and Pingzong Jing entered the classroom. Lin Mo hurriedly sat down at Hikigaya Hachiman's desk, pushing him out, and pretended to study seriously with a pen in hand. Hikigaya Hachiman stood in the aisle dazed, and only realized the next moment that this was his seat, quickly crouching to squeeze back in. While the two were secretly competing, Pingzong Jing suddenly glanced over. They quickly each sat on half of the bench, one holding a book and the other holding a pen, pretending to study. Pingzong Jing just glanced around to see if anyone was absent. After noticing there were no empty seats, she nodded and said, class begins. Hikigaya Hachiman muttered through clenched teeth, why are you sitting in my seat when class has started? Shouldn't you return to your own classroom? Lin Mo smirked and said, isn't it fine to sit down here? Do you know why the club is called the Servitude Club? It's because you're here to serve me, little Hikigaya Hachiman. I advise you to be sensible and move aside. Hikigaya Hachiman retorted, this is my seat. You're the one who should get up. Lin Mo, aren't we best friends? It's time for you to make a sacrifice. Quickly distract Teacher Pingzong so I can escape while she's dealing with you. Hikigaya Hachiman exclaimed in horror, isn't that dangerous? With someone as weak and dispirited as me, a single punch would definitely knock me out. Lin Mo scolded Hikigaya Hachiman. Is this how you treat your older brother? Aren't you supposed to sacrifice for me? What are you doing right now? Hikigaya Hachiman replied, I don't remember agreeing to be your little brother. This is all just your self-righteous assumption. Get lost. And I still haven't settled the score with you for pulling my pants last time. Get out of my seat. Lin Mo replied, no. At this moment, they were bickering back and forth, which quickly drew Pingzong Jing's attention. Watching them shove each other, her eyes ignited with anger. Pingzong Jing slammed the desk and coldly said, do you two want to come up here and argue? Hikigaya Hachiman and Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat, stiffly looking up at the podium. There Pingzong Jing had transformed into a demon surrounded by blazing flames. Pingzong Jing commanded, everyone stand up. Lin Mo, can you explain why you're not in your own class, but here fighting for a seat? Lin Mo sighed and said, looks like I have no choice but to use this. Hikigaya Hachiman felt a wave of ominous premonition rise in his heart. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Mo speak now. He had to distance himself immediately. But he was one step too late. Lin Mo suddenly grabbed Hikigaya Hachiman's hand and said, seriously, it's time for you to experience our exhilarating combo move. He pulled Hikigaya Hachiman's hand into a peculiar pose. Hikigaya Hachiman's face changed dramatically as he shouted, wait a moment. Lin Mo didn't give Hikigaya Hachiman a chance to speak, using extraordinary strength to pull him into a unique dance. Pingzong Jing stared at this scene in a daze, feeling immense curiosity, eager to see what these two would come up with. Lin Mo hoisted Hikigaya Hachiman in front of him and shouted, go. Super Hikigaya missile. Then he kicked Hikigaya Hachiman out, turning around to run. Hikigaya Hachiman stood in front of Pingzong Jing, dazed, looking at her grim face, weakly raised his hand and said, I think I can explain. Pingzong Jing coldly said, sure Hikigaya Hachiman, you seem quite honest normally, but I didn't expect you to be the type to quietly do big things. Hikigaya Hachiman, nearly in tears, said, I'm being wrong, teacher. Pingzong Jing replied, stop the nonsense. Take this. Hikigaya Hachiman felt his consciousness fade, and a sharp pain surged from his abdomen. A second felt infinitely long, as if a year had passed. In the last moment of losing consciousness, Hikigaya Hachiman thought, this is truly a catastrophe. After placing the unconscious Hikigaya Hachiman back in his seat, Pingzong Jing didn't chase after Lin Mo, but turned back to the podium, thinking that she couldn't let this incident hinder everyone's learning. Pingzong Jing scanned the students below, and they all sat upright, as if they had written, I am an exemplary student on their faces. Pingzong Jing nodded, and said, continue with the class. Meanwhile, on the other side, having escaped Ping Zongjing's clutches, Lin Mo exclaimed, I was almost dead back there. Fortunately, my best friend helped me by time. I'm truly touched. Hikigaya Hachiman, my dear friend, truly sacrifices for his brother. Next year on this day, I must offer 100 beauties in his honor. System host, it is truly Hikigaya Hachiman's honor to have you as a best friend. Lin Mo replied, of course, just look at who I am. Not to mention, I need to return to class. Making up an excuse, Lin Mo sat back in his seat, and while the teacher wasn't looking, wrote a note and tossed it to Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukinoshita Yukino furrowed her brow, watching Lin Mo smilingly give her a thumbs up, but eventually opened the note. Through my efforts, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuabin Yui have voluntarily joined the club. We can apply to establish it after school. Yukinoshita Yukino said the club requires 5 members, we still need 1 more. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was indeed the case, but who should be the 5th member? How about finding a ghost member? After thinking it over, Lin Mo decided that person would be Takanashi Rikka. After all, she would eventually have to establish a club, so it fits perfectly to merge them together. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo patted his chest, indicating that he would handle this last member. After class, Lin Mo hurriedly went out to Takanashi Rikka's classroom, pointing at her with an extremely strange posture, and said, Evil King's true, I activate. I need your help to create a private organization. Takanashi Rikka replied with interest, oh, seems like you have quite the foresight. Don't worry, I will help you. Lin Mo replied, great. Let's go to Teacher Pingzong's office after school to fill out the club application form. Takanashi Rikka asked, huh? Lin Mo didn't give Takanashi Rikka a chance to speak and turned to leave. He had already accomplished his goal and couldn't wait to share this good news with Yukinoshita Yukino. Time passed slowly, during which Ping Zongjing did not take the initiative to seek out Lin Mo. Instead, he had someone call Lin Mo to his office after school. If he didn't come, he would have to go to his house to find him, and what would happen then was uncertain. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ping Zongjing's mouth as he prepared to light a cigarette to relax, but the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. Yukinoshita Yukino, Lin Mo, Hikigaya Hachiman, Yugahama Yui, and Katō Rikka entered one after another. Ping Zongjing immediately became alert. Could it be that Lin Mo felt he was going to hit him, so he preemptively gathered a group to attack him? Yukinoshita Yukino spoke up, Teacher Ping Zhong, this is my application for the establishment of a club. I hope you can sign and agree to it. Ping Zongjing was taken aback for a moment, then realized what the group had come for, and sighed in relief. Oh, is that what it is? Since you all have gathered, I can report it to the school. Ping Zongjing briefly looked through it, and then wrote down his name. The club activity room has long been prepared for you. Here, this is the key. Yukinoshita Yukino took the key and said, thank you, Teacher Ping Zhong. Ping Zongjing waved his hand and said, it's just a small favor. You can go clean up the club activity room now. Lin Mo, stay behind. Ooh, I have some matters to discuss with him. Lin Mo asked in confusion, what matters? Ping Zongjing replied with a cold smile, naturally it is of utmost importance. The others then left, leaving only Lin Mo and Ping Zongjing. Outside the door, Hikigaya Hachiman was eavesdropping on the conversation inside. After all, how could he miss the chance to see Lin Mo get beaten up? Yugahama Yui cautiously reminded, Hachiman, eavesdropping on others' conversations is not good, right? Yukinoshita Yukino frowned and said, Hikigaya, don't you know the most basic etiquette? Katō Rikka said seriously, Hachiman, have you really fallen to such a level? Hikigaya Hachiman's lips twitched. Clearly he was the victim, yet it felt as if he had done something unforgivable. Hikigaya Hachiman explained, Lin Mo and I fought over a seat in class this afternoon, which made Teacher Ping Zhong furious. In the end, I got hit for it, while he successfully escaped. I bet Teacher Ping kept Lin Mo here because of that. Eavesdropping is merely my revenge for the evil he has done to me. Oh, the poor teacher being so badly tricked. The so-called revenge was merely listening to Lin Mo's cries of agony. I am truly heartbroken. Upon hearing Hikigaya Hachiman's words, everyone became interested and silently joined the eavesdropping team. Even the upright Yukinoshita Yukino was no exception. Inside the office, Ping Zongjing patted Lin Mo's shoulder and smiled. Don't you want to give me an explanation for this afternoon's incident? Lin Mo asked in confusion. This afternoon's incident? Lin Mo instantly fell into memories, then realized what he had done. Cold sweat broke out all over him. He had just been immersed in the joy of establishing the club and completely forgot he had created such a huge mess. Now it was truly the end. Lin Mo wiped his cold sweat and said, Teacher Ping Zhong, please let me explain. Ping Zongjing tidied his collar and smiled. Go ahead, I'm listening. Lin Mo's brain raced as he tried to find a reason to absolve himself, but he found no suitable excuses and the sweat on his forehead increased. Ping Zongjing rested a hand on his shoulder, mocking, well, why aren't you speaking? Lin Mo sighed and said, Teacher Ping Zhong, I had no choice in the past, but now I just want to be a good student. Ping Zongjing replied, where were you earlier? Go tell that to my iron fist. Bang! Lin Mo fell to the ground, momentarily not passing out. After so many days, he was no longer the same as before. At this moment, the anger in Ping Zongjing's heart dissipated. Looking at Lin Mo, who was kneeling on the ground, a hint of guilt rose within him. He helped Lin Mo up onto the sofa and sighed. Why can't you let the teacher worry less? Even if you didn't return to the classroom on time, I wouldn't say anything. Even if you fought over a seat with Hikigaya Hachiman, I wouldn't say anything. But you had to create such a big problem for me. Lin Mo forced a smile and said, Teacher Hachiman is my close friend. Oh, everything he did was voluntary. Outside the door, Hikigaya Hachiman shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Ping Zhongjing gently patted his shoulder, opened his mouth to say something, but finally sighed, and said, I don't know what to say to you. When will you let me worry less?" Looking at Lin Mo, who was still holding his stomach, Ping Zhongjing softened and said, "This time I agree to your club's establishment. I hope you can be more restrained in the future and not always do things that make people go black before their eyes. Focus on building the club instead." Lin Mo nodded. Ping Zhongjing said, "Take a good rest. Once you're better, go to the club activity room." The few people outside who had been eavesdropping saw that there was no more movement inside, exchanged glances, and then left. Continuing to eavesdrop would pose a risk of exposure. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Yugahama Yui and asked, "Yugahama, can you tell me what Lin Mo actually did?" Yugahama Yui quickly explained the cause, process, and result of the incident. After listening, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed wearily. "I'm sorry for the trouble Lin Mo has caused you. I will discipline him more in the future to prevent him from doing similar things again." Hikigaya Hachiman complained, "What kind of wife-like tone is that?" In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the club activity room. Since it hadn't been used for a long time, it was indeed quite dirty. However, Yukinoshita Yukino, being a versatile player, quickly planned a cleaning schedule and reasonably allocated tasks to everyone. Thus, a large cleaning operation began. Hikigaya Hachiman looked at the mop in his hand and sighed helplessly. Why did I ever greet Lin Mo in the first place? He had a strong premonition that his once peaceful life would soon be replaced by endless troubles. By the way, he still had to take revenge on Lin Mo. He claimed to be his close friend, yet when it came to backstabbing, he did it without hesitation, saying touching words while engaging in treacherous deeds. Life was truly too much. But how should he take revenge? After spending some time, everyone finally cleaned the room. Hikigaya Hachiman looked at the clean space and asked, "Should we leave directly or wait for the president to come back?" Yukinoshita Yukino asked in confusion, "President? I am the president." Hikigaya Hachiman replied, "Isn't the president Lin Mo?" Yukinoshita Yukino explained, "He is the vice president, the president is me." Hikigaya Hachiman thought, "So you're not even the president and still managed to pull so many people in. How much did Yukinoshita Yukino give you to go all out like this?" After lying on the sofa for a while, Lin Mo finally regained his composure and said goodbye to Ping Zhongjing. He couldn't wait to head to his club. Just as he stepped out the door, Lin Mo suddenly turned back and asked, "Teacher Pingzhong, where is my club?" Ping Zhongjing sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I'll go with you. It's also a good chance to see how well they have cleaned up." Thus the two of them headed towards the service department together. The service department was already tidied up with extra tables and chairs placed at the back, leaving only 5 clean sets in front. Since everyone was not very familiar with each other, they were mostly busy with their own tasks, occasionally exchanging a few words, but those conversations didn't last long. Just as everyone was silent, the door suddenly opened, and Ping Zhongjing laughed boldly, saying, "Oh, everyone is here, and it looks quite clean." Zwazixia Yukino sighed and said, "Teacher Pingzhong, I hope you can observe the most basic politeness by knocking on the door when you come in." Ping Zhongjing responded, "Ha, sorry, I will definitely do that next time." Lin Mo looked at the clean classroom, nodded approvingly, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and said, "Seeing everyone working so hard makes me feel relieved. I hope we can love each other like a family in the future." Suddenly, Kawaii Rikka raised her hand and said, "I have a question." Lin Mo replied, "Please go ahead." Kawaii Rikka continued, "What is the name of our organization?" Hikiya Hachiman looked at Kawaii Rikka in surprise. He had only forgotten to look at the president's name, but how could she not even know the name of the club? How could she dare to fill out the form like that? Good question. Lin Mo looked up at a 45-degree angle, his gaze sharp as he said, "Our organization is called the Service Department, which means, of course, serving me, the president." Hikiya Hachiman said, "Who would want to serve you?" Yui Yugahama exclaimed, "Huh? Is that how it is?" Yukino sighed in resignation, saying, "Completely wrong. The purpose of the Service Department is to help others, to lend a hand to those in need to the best of our ability." Yui Yugahama suddenly understood and said, "So it's somewhat like a jack-of-all-trades service, right?" Yukino replied, "That's roughly the idea, but there are still some differences. For instance, we do not charge for our help, and we do not actively offer assistance. We only extend a hand when someone shows a desire to change their current situation and asks for our help. As the saying goes, teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. Only when they overcome difficulties through their own efforts is it considered helping others." Hikiya Hachiman glanced sideways, displaying a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yui Yugahama exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "So cool." Ping Zhongjing gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, Yukino. I didn't expect you to have such lofty goals. Keep it up." Lin Mo clapped and said, "Great job. Here's a reward. Since that's the case, you will accept my first commission, which is to serve me until I am satisfied." Yui Yugahama replied enthusiastically, "Don't worry, I'll serve you until you are satisfied." Lin Mo pulled up a chair, sat down, and smiled, saying, "I'm thirsty. Quickly go pour me some water." Yui Yugahama said, "Hi." Ping Zhongjing quickly grabbed Yui Yugahama, who was eager to go out and buy water, and said with a headache, "No matter how you think about it, this commission doesn't fall within the scope of the service department." Yui Yugahama asked in confusion, "Doesn't it fall within the scope?" Lin Mo said, "Teacher Pingzhong, please don't speak carelessly. You should know that I am the president of the service department. How can a commission issued by me not fall within the scope?" Hikiya Hachiman remarked, "You're just the vice president." Lin Mo slammed the table and shouted, "So what if I'm the vice president? Does that mean I'm not the president? The vice president also has the right to request members to serve me. Yukino said, sorry Yui Yokohama. Lin Mo has caused you trouble. What he said doesn't need to be taken to heart, you just disregard it. Lin Mo glared angrily and said, Yukino, what do you mean? You promised to give me the rights of the vice president. I helped you recruit so many members, and now you're going back on your word burning the bridge after crossing it. Yukino sighed and said, I didn't burn the bridge after crossing it. You can still exercise your rights as vice president, but please do so within the rules, not by making unreasonable demands that make others uncomfortable. Lin Mo said, oh Yukino, you said you would grant it to me. Why are you so quick to go back on your word? Who sets the rules? Aren't the rules of the service department set by you? Whether I violate the rules is not something you can dictate. Has this vast service department turned into your personal fiefdom? Is there still any justice? Is there still any law? Kawaii Rikka raised her hand again and said, wait a minute. I think the name service department has issues. Look at this club. It has the strongest evil king true, I user Motion D Hachiman, the Bodhisattva, the snow woman pink-haired passerby, and the iron fist leftover woman as the club advisors. With such a powerful combination, why should we use a name like service department that sounds so ambiguous? Yukino immediately frowned and quietly asked, then what name do you think we should take? Kawaii Rikka smiled and said, of course it should be called the Eastern Magic Society. Only this name is worthy of our current combination. Lin Mo said disdainfully, it sounds worse than service department. How could you come up with such a lowly name? You must have forgotten about my magic suppression domain. A magic cannot even manifest around me. Kawaii Rikka angrily retorted, the evil king true, I is the strongest. Your magic suppression domain is nothing against my evil king true I. Lin Mo mocked, oh really? Defeated under my hand. Kawaii Rikka instantly lost her reason, drew her umbrella, and shouted, damn. Today I will definitely teach you a severe lesson. Let you understand why the evil king true, I is called the strongest. Erupt reality. Break nerve. Exile, smash, dig road more. The eye patch that had been worn was lifted by Kawaii Rikka, and in that instant golden light burst forth. Everyone stared blankly at her differently colored pupils, forgetting to speak for a moment. Hikiya Hachiman, does this world really have a so-called inner world? Has it finally opened its door to me? Yui Yokohama so cool. Is this the strongest evil king true I? I want one too. Pingzhong Jing, this child, does she really possess the evil king true I, and is not just a foolish middle schooler? Yukino heterochromia. Is this the reason why Kawaii Rikka usually wears an eye patch? Lin Mo, I can't believe it. Weren't we supposed to be talking about middle school delusions? How did you suddenly get such a glorious moment? Clearly, I am the main character. Damn. P.S. Today has been quite eventful, and another chapter is still being written, so please wait a moment. Ding. Quest transplant the evil king's true eye. Reward the supreme evil king's true eye. Seeing this quest appear once again, Lin Mo could no longer bear it. He rushed straight before Takanashi Rikka and shook her shoulders, saying, what are you showing off for? I haven't even had my moment of glory yet. Hand over your colored contact lenses right now. I won't repeat myself. Hearing Lin Mo's words, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Yui Yokohama sighed in disappointment, so it's just a pair of colored contacts. Hikigaya Hachiman gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'd already resolved to bury those dark memories, but just now I nearly recalled them again. How utterly infuriating. Fortunately no one knew. Takanashi Rikka pouted, Dame Disuyo, the evil king's true, I belongs solely to me. No one shall take it from me. Lin Mo sneered coldly. If that's how you wish it, then don't blame me for what comes next. The moment he spoke, Lin Mo instantly activated hyperboost mode. Time itself seemed to slow to an infinitesimal crawl. In that suspended instant, he reached into Takanashi Rikka's pocket, retrieved the contact lens case, used tweezers to extract her evil king's true eye, and swiftly retreated. Takanashi Rikka sensed something amiss almost immediately and cried out in shock, my evil king's true eye. Just as she lunged forward to reclaim it, Lin Mo halted her with a sharp command, stop. You wouldn't want me to destroy it, would you? Furious Takanashi Rikka demanded, what do you want? Give it back, right now. Lin Mo gazed at the still incomplete quest notification and smiled faintly. Over the course of my long life, I've come to understand one truth. Hiratsuka Shizuka reacted first. Lin Mo, what exactly are you planning? Lin Mo said, the stronger my power grows, the more acutely I feel my own insignificance and the ever-present threat of unforeseen peril. Only supreme strength can shield me from such uncertainty. Yukinoshita Yukino frowned. Lin Mo, what on earth are you talking about? Ha. Lin Mo burst into wild laughter. The supreme evil king's true eye is mine now. Then without hesitation, Lin Mo slid the contact lens onto his own eye. Only then did the system chime. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme evil king's eye crimson. The supreme evil king's true eye crimson perceives all reality, pierces through past and future, discerns the legendary unseen boundary, the threshold beyond mortal sight, and grants the ability to anchor oneself across worlds for interdimensional traversal. Note: maintain a heart of sacred purity. At the instant the reward manifested, Lin Mo's eyes flooded with molten gold. His left iris remained irrevocably golden even after removing the lens. Takanashi Rikka collapsed to her knees, her expression shattered disbelief, flooding her gaze. Impossible. This can't be real. The evil king's true eye, it's actually been stolen. Lin Mo stepped forward slowly, lifted her chin with 2 fingers and smiled. I told you. The evil king's true eye is supreme. But you are not. Their eyes locked. Lin Mo watched clear-eyed as despair and fragmentation bloomed within Takanashi Rikka's gaze, and for the first time he froze, struck by the sudden chilling weight of what he'd done. What truly did the evil king's true eye mean to Takanashi Rikka? Was it ultimate power? A badge of theatrical delusion? Neither. To her it was hope, the sole fragile hope of seeing her father one last time. Her embrace of the Chinibu persona was born of simple, unbearable longing to glimpse her deceased father once more. So she imagined herself endowed with the evil king's true eye, capable of perceiving the unseen boundary, a liminal veil behind which lay the realm of the departed parallel worlds, and most fervently the world where her father still lived whole and unbroken. And just now, her only lifeline, her solitary beacon of hope, had been stripped away with effortless ease. Her carefully constructed facade of delusion cracked, exposing the raw, unvarnished cruelty of reality once more. Just as when her father died, she had been utterly powerless. Tears welled in Takanashi Rikka's eyes. She clenched her jaw, refusing to let them fall, yet with the barest flutter of her lashes they spilled over. Papa, I miss you so much. Lin Mo fell silent, watching her weep. In her eyes he saw boundless grief for the departed, searing self-loathing for her helplessness, and a quiet, suffocating ache settled deep in his chest. Seeing Takanashi Rikka cry, the others hurried over, pushing Lin Mo aside. Yui Yugahama, Takanashi-san. Are you alright? Did you get hurt somewhere? Hiratsuka Shizuka, is it your eyes? Damn it, Lin Mo, enough with the jokes already. Yukinoshita Yukino stood wordless, observing the scene in solemn silence. Hikigaya Hachiman placed a hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, sighed deeply, and said nothing. Lin Mo walked directly to Takanashi Rikka, cupped her face gently in both hands, and compelled her to meet his gaze. With quiet gravity he asked Takanashi Rikka, why do you weep? Takanashi Rikka froze. Yes, why was she crying? Why should she cry? She had long vowed, no matter the cost, to find that legendary unseen boundary, to see her father one final time. Yet now what was she truly weeping for? Merely the loss of a contact lens? No, her tears were for reality itself, its relentless, unyielding harshness. After learning of her father's death, especially after discovering her family had concealed it, denying her the chance to say goodbye, her sorrow had torn through her like a physical wound, raw and absolute. But after the tears ran dry, what remained? Numbness. A world drained of color. A life choked by silence. Why then had she chosen the path of Chinibu? It began the day she overheard another student's dramatic self-styled monologue in the storage room, and in that instant a new ember of hope ignited within her. Perhaps her father wasn't gone. Perhaps he waited elsewhere, somewhere beyond reach, but real. The unseen boundary. Yes, beyond that invisible threshold her father must be waiting for her. He must be. To others she was merely a Chinibu, a child clinging to fantasy, refusing to grow up, trapped forever in the past. But to her it was her only hope, the sole slender thread leading back to her father's side. Even if it was self-fashioned, even if it was illusion, she walked that path without hesitation, without reserve. What if it were true? The system chimed softly. Host. Takanashi Rikka's Chinibu arose from the loss of her father. Lin Mo replied simply, I know. Lin Mo had never known the love of parents, but he understood viscerally that such love carved itself into the soul, indelible and unrelenting. Otherwise Takanashi Rikka would not remain imprisoned in memory, unable to step beyond it. That love must resemble Grandpa Director's love for all of us, boundless, unwavering. Since he had shattered her illusory hope, he would give her a true one instead. Takanashi Rikka. Lin Mo rose and called out, voice ringing clear, look into my eyes. He lifted the golden contact lens from his eye, and beneath it his iris still burned with radiant, unblinking gold. He placed the lens gently into her palm. She stared blankly at it, confirmed its authenticity, then lifted her gaze to his left eye, its golden light shimmering faintly, and whispered, trembling, this is the evil king's true eye. Lin Mo pointed to his eye and nodded yes. This is the supreme evil king's true eye, and I am its wielder, the second sovereign of the evil king's true eye. I possess all its powers, including the ability to perceive the unseen boundary. Takanashi Rikka's eyes widened slightly. So that means, Lin Mo affirmed, exactly. What you cannot accomplish, I will fulfill in your stead. The unseen boundary, I will reveal it. I swear I will reunite you with your father one last time. Takanashi Rikka felt her heart lurch violently. Its softest core pierced, ignited anew with a hope fiercer than any she'd ever known. Perhaps he truly could make her wish come true. Lin Mo drew a slow, steady breath and said, if even this is not enough. He produced a halo of angelic light and settled it upon his head, then with effortless grace fastened a pair of demonic wings to his back and declared with utter solemnity, heaven or hell, I will tear both asunder if that is what it takes to keep my vow. Takanashi Rikka stared stunned, not alone. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, as though the friend who always ate instant noodles had just revealed himself to be a billionaire. Tentatively she reached out and brushed her fingertips over the halo and wings, confirming with wonder that they were undeniably real. Lin Mo extended his hand, earnest and unwavering. Grandpa once told me, when you err you must strive with every fiber of your being to make amends. So, will you trust me? Even if I cannot do it today, I will fulfill this promise. One day without fail. Takanashi Rikka did not take his hand. Instead, she flung herself into his arms, burying her face against his chest, and wept, freely, fiercely, unreservedly. It was catharsis. It was joy. It was hope, and at last release. Takanashi Rikka felt the warmth of Lin Mo's embrace, and for a fleeting tender moment, she was a child again, running tearfully into her father's arms whenever sorrow overwhelmed her. No matter how he comforted her, the tears would not cease. Yet as she wept, held close, safety would gradually seep in until the storm passed and stillness returned. Everything felt like childhood once more. Pressed against Lin Mo's chest, she murmured softly, "Papa." "Lin Mo. Hold on, buddy. I agreed to help you find your dad, not be your dad." Takanashi Rikka stepped back from his embrace, met his bewildered expression, and boldly leaned in. She kissed his lips, brief, tender, fleeting, then clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and smiled. "Lin Mo, shall we forge an eternal covenant?" However, before Lin Mo could respond, Yukinoshita Yukino rushed over and shielded Lin Mo behind her, frowning as she coldly said, "What are you doing? This will teach the children bad behavior." Lin Mo looked at Yukinoshita Yukino in confusion, wondering where the children were. Seeing Lin Mo's foolish expression, Yukinoshita felt a surge of anger. "Look, you've scared the child." Originally, everyone thought Lin Mo had come over to admit his mistake, and they silently stepped back, leaving everything for Lin Mo to handle. And indeed, Lin Mo took the initiative to acknowledge his error and began to comfort Katō Rikka, seeking to make amends for his wrongdoings. But in the next moment, things took a magical turn. Lin Mo pulled out an angelic halo from somewhere and placed it on his head, and before anyone could react, he unexpectedly produced a pair of demonic wings to attach to his back. An angel's halo and demonic wings, no matter how you think about it, these two items shouldn't go together. In an instant, everyone was caught in a whirlwind of confusion, doubting whether they were dreaming. After all, how could one person possess both an angelic halo and demonic wings? Then an even more magical event occurred. For some unknown reason, Katō Rikka unexpectedly kissed Lin Mo and even uttered words that were almost a confession. Magical occurrences unfolded one after another, leaving them at a loss for words. Hachiman Hikigaya thought to himself, if I didn't see it wrong, did Lin Mo just suddenly produce an angelic halo and demonic wings? By the way, how ridiculous is it for these two things to appear on the same person? What does this mean? The love child of an angel and a demon. And why did Koyomi suddenly kiss him? Are they really that close? Just a moment ago, he was crying. And Yukinoshita, your reaction is too absurd. Even if Lin Mo is a fool, he should understand what just happened. Oh, why are you acting like a mother hen? Teacher Hiratsuka, why are you just standing aside watching? Didn't you see that Yukinoshita and Koyomi were almost about to fight? And Yui Uebin, you. Never mind, it's not your business. Yui Uebin, although she didn't understand what was happening, nodded anyway, as nodding seemed correct. Lin Mo was also stunned for a few seconds before reacting, pushing away Yukino's hand that was wiping his mouth and saying, I am no longer a child. Koyomi Rikka pushed Yukinoshita Yukino aside and said discontentedly, Yukinoshita, aren't you being too meddlesome? You keep trying to control Lin Mo, can't you give him a little freedom? Yukinoshita Yukino's expression was frosty as she coldly replied, Koyomi, from the beginning, I have not restrained Lin Mo. I have even indulged him. I am merely afraid that someone will lead him astray. Koyomi Rikka said earnestly, regardless, Lin Mo has nothing to do with you now. He has formed an eternal contract with me, and he possesses the strongest evil king's true. I'm making him the second generation of the evil king's true eye after me. We have already agreed to seek that invisible boundary together. Whether in heaven or hell, we shall always be together. So please do not meddle. Yukinoshita Yukino crossed her arms and said, this is merely your one-sided belief. He only agreed to help you find your father to atone for his mistake. But have you considered the dangers involved? Is it so easy to enter heaven or hell? You are merely lost in your own world, ignoring the safety of others while indulging in your self-pity. Koyomi Rikka exclaimed passionately, absolutely not. I will face it with Lin Mo. We. Yukinoshita Yukino interrupted, what will you face it with? Is it your delusions? Or your already taken evil king's true eye? I. Koyomi Rikka clenched her fists tightly, wanting to find a rebuttal, but couldn't come up with a suitable argument. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Yui Uebin hurriedly said, please stop arguing. Aren't you all friends? Just clarify things, and there won't be any misunderstandings. However, the two ignored her words, continuing to stare each other down. Hachiman Hikigaya sighed internally. At a time like this, stepping in was definitely unwise. The immediate priority was to change the subject. And also, Teacher Hiratsuka, why do you look like you're watching a show? Don't you know you should intervene? At this moment, Lin Mo sighed and said, speaking of which, you all have been talking about yourselves for a long time. Have you considered my feelings? Koyomi, we have formed an eternal contract, right? Lin Mo looked into Koyomi's expectant eyes and shook his head, saying, I did not agree to this matter. Koyomi Rikka's eyes widened in shock, nervously saying, that can't be. Lin Mo interrupted Koyomi, I have a question for you. Did you like me before this? Please answer this question seriously. Although Koyomi Rikka didn't understand why Lin Mo was asking this, she thought for a moment and replied, I don't know, maybe yes, or maybe no. Lin Mo said, so before this you viewed me simply as a friend, someone you could play with, right? Koyomi Rikka nodded blankly. Lin Mo continued, therefore the affection you feel for me now is merely an impulsive whim. There are no profound memories between us, nor any heart-fluttering interactions. Everything is merely built on a misunderstanding. My initial intention was not to win your affection, but to atone for my errors. Because I caused you to cry, I agreed to help you find your father, so you could see him one last time. So you don't have to feel indebted. This is my compensation. You should not fall for me because of this. Such impulsive affection cannot last long. Any kind of affection requires memories to build a stronger foundation. Our interactions are still shallow. We have only known each other for a few days, so to say you like me is premature. I do not wish for you to make such a significant decision due to a moment of impulse. Please calm down and reflect on your feelings after your emotions settle, and see if your heart still holds the same choice. Then you will realize it was merely a moment of impulse. Moreover, I have no intention of dating, not now nor in the future. Unless something unexpected occurs, I should not get married in this lifetime, so I will not reciprocate your feelings. Hachiman Hikigaya looked at Lin Mo in shock. No matter who you are, or what your purpose is, hurry up and get off Lin Mo. The real Lin Mo cannot be this articulate. Everyone looked at Lin Mo in surprise, clearly not expecting the usually unserious Lin Mo to say such words, but they could all see Lin Mo's attitude towards the matter. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo with a sense of satisfaction, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Mo was finally not just a mischievous troublemaker. Hinatsuki Seiki smiled and gave him a thumbs up, indicating that his actions were commendable. Nyaruko understood Lin Mo's meaning as well as she admitted that her feelings at this moment were indeed the result of impulse, as there weren't any beautiful memories between them. She understood the reasoning, but at this moment her heart was racing even more. Nyaruko nodded and said, I understand. I will definitely work hard. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Nyaruko, a user of the Evil King's True Eye. And you? Lin Mo smiled and said I. Nyaruko's situation wasn't really troublesome, just as Lin Mo had said. It was more about impulse than anything else. However, while walking home, Lin Mo touched his lips and clicked his tongue, saying, my first kiss, just like that, is gone. What a loss. The system suddenly chimed in, saying, host, why did you refuse Nyaruko's confession back then? Didn't you like her before? Lin Mo replied without looking up, none of your business. Let me know when you can counter the magic suppression field. I've already bragged, and if I can't deliver, I'll have to deal with you. The system, fine, I shouldn't have asked. Does Lin Mo like Nyaruko? The answer is affirmative, and his affection extends beyond just Nyaruko to include many other two-dimensional heroines. But liking someone is different from just liking. It's like enjoying instant noodles. Can you marry instant noodles? Lin Mo's initial affection for them was akin to his fondness for certain items. He could buy numerous figures and merchandise of them and call them wives, but he knew they were ultimately fictional characters from the two-dimensional world, making his affection lack any substantial reality. In fact, when Lin Mo first arrived in this world, he subconsciously treated it as a false reality, as if playing a deceptive game. It wasn't until he went to the aquarium with Yukinoshita Yukino and discovered her displaying a character different from the original work that he realized the world was genuinely real, and they were flesh and blood individuals, not just simple character archetypes. Thus, Lin Mo took his feelings for Nyaruko seriously because it was a responsibility to others and to himself. But as he said, marriage was impossible. At this moment, he had completely liberated himself and could do whatever he wanted. Why would he seek out someone to control him? Being alone was great. Back at home, Lin Mo washed up briefly and lay down, falling asleep. The next morning, Lin Mo felt a heaviness on his chest, thinking it was a ghost pressing down on him, and with a forceful movement, he tossed the ghost off. Ouch! Turning his head, Lin Mo realized it wasn't a ghost, but a dragon laying on him. It was Kanna, who had fallen to the ground. Lin Mo looked at Kanna on the floor, who was holding her bottom and looking in pain, and felt his heart nearly melt. Indeed, one had no resistance to adorable creatures. Lin Mo got out of bed, patted her head, and smiled. Kanna, you climbed into my bed so early. Let me rub your bottom. Does it still hurt? Host, what are you doing? She's still just a child. Lin Mo, are you talking about a child who is tens of thousands of years old? At that age, she could be my ancestor. Useless system, you can't even understand this, just quit. However, before Lin Mo could reach out, Kanna spoke up. Lin Mo, it doesn't hurt. Kanna withdrew her hands, indicating she was fine, and then said, it's been a while. Kanna, missed you, so I came. Lin Mo laughed heartily and immediately brought out the MC Infinite Milk, saying, I missed you too, Kanna. It's like a day apart feels like 3 seasons. Here, let me treat you to some milk. Kanna's eyes lit up instantly as she picked up the metal bucket and drank, her eyes narrowing in delight. The system watched this scene and felt inexplicably irritated, saying, host, I see that Kanna isn't missing you at all, though. She just wants to drink your milk. Lin Mo, shut up. Can't I tell if she misses me? I will determine what's right and wrong. Don't interfere. In the system space, the system was hopping mad, wondering why, even though it was also a white-haired lowly, Lin Mo couldn't treat it as well. Isn't it said that white-haired lolas have a special appeal to Huasha people? The system decided not to bother with this foolish host anymore, refusing free gifts to seek out wild ones. Kanna quickly finished drinking and said, seriously, thank you, Lin Mo. Lin Mo replied, it's nothing. Since you missed me, I'll skip school today and stay home to keep you company. Kanna's eyes widened instantly, and she excitedly asked, really? Lin Mo, of course it's true. Let me just make a call to take a leave. After saying that, he dialed Hinatsuki Seiki's number. Hello. Teacher Hinatsuki, I won't be going to school today. No reason, I just want to play for a day. That's it, bye. On the other end of the line, Hinatsuki Seiki gripped her phone tightly, her eyes filled with endless fury. Oh, you. Not only are you skipping the final exam, but you don't even have a proper reason. How bold of you. After hanging up, Hinatsuki Seiki got up, changed her clothes, and drove to find Lin Mo. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Alright, I've taken my leave. Oh, let's go out and have some fun." Kanna raised her hand and said, "Okay." Lin Mo, is there anything Kanna wants to do? Kanna shook her head and said, "I don't know." Lin Mo thought for a moment, clapped his hands, and said, "In that case, let me take you to visit my school." The system hesitated, unable to express its frustration, ultimately saying nothing, as trying to comprehend the foolish host's thoughts was simply impossible. Then Lin Mo took Kanna to Sobu High School. Ignoring the strange gazes from those around them, Lin Mo pointed to the school and said, "Kanna, do you see? This is my school." "Kanna, I see it. It's so big, and there are so many people." Lin Mo, "Come on, let's go inside and take a look." However, just as they were about to enter the school, a school discipline committee member rushed over to stop Lin Mo. "Stop. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed near the school." Lin Mo said unhappily, "What unauthorized personnel? I'm a student at this school." The discipline committee member looked at Lin Mo in slippers and pajamas in disbelief. "A student? Lin Mo, do you know who I am to dare block me?" The discipline committee member shook her head and said, "I don't know, but your outfit clearly does not comply with school regulations, so I must stop you." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Not knowing makes it easier to handle." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo activated super speed mode, holding Kanna, and dashed into the school, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving the discipline committee member standing there in confusion. "P.S. I hit a writer's block. Just bear with it for now." Avoiding the gaze of the disciplinary committee, Lin Mo arrived at a secluded area, finally putting down Kanna's hand and saying, "Come on, Kanna, let me show you around here." Kanna nodded seriously, her eyes shining with excitement. Ever since she arrived in this world, she had been staying at the Lin household and hardly went out. Now with Lin Mo as her guide, she could finally see the world properly. Ignoring the peculiar looks from those around them, Lin Mo pointed to a tree and said, "This is a flower bed." Kanna replied him. Lin Mo continued, "This is the bulletin board." Kanna responded him. Lin Mo added, "This is the playground." Kanna said him. Lin Mo meticulously introduced each item to her, but despite this, everything was new and fascinating to Kanna. She was curious about everything in this world, so she listened attentively. Lin Mo said, "This is Hachiman Hikigaya." Kanna responded him. Hachiman Hikigaya interjected, "Please introduce me with a quantifier, thank you." Lin Mo made an okay gesture and said, "This is Hachiman Hikigaya." Hachiman sighed wearily, realizing he should not have had any expectations. His gaze fell on Kanna, who was holding Lin Mo's hand. Looking at her adorable face, his pupils abruptly constricted as he incredulously exclaimed, "Have you really fallen to this level, you guy?" Lin Mo looked at Hachiman in confusion, and in the next second, he understood that Hachiman definitely misunderstood. He couldn't help but say somewhat speechlessly, "She is old enough to be your ancestor. What are you thinking?" Hachiman was even more shocked. Although Lin Mo had explained his angelic halo and demonic wings last time, everyone had tacitly refrained from asking further. But everyone actually knew that Lin Mo's identity was definitely not simple. After going home and doing research, Hachiman concluded that Lin Mo was likely a fallen angel, Lucifer. Of course, after receiving this news, Hachiman was initially quite anxious. However, when he thought about Lin Mo's usual behavior, he simply couldn't imagine him in such a context. No matter how powerful he imagined Lin Mo to be, he ultimately couldn't escape the label of being a fool. To be honest, the thought of Lin Mo being a fool made him feel exceptionally at ease, no matter how he changed. Hachiman looked at the expressionless Kanna and couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is her identity?" Lin Mo replied, "She is a dragon." Hachiman swallowed hard, images of evil dragons from films flashing in his mind. But the next moment he reassured himself that anyone who could play with Lin Mo probably wasn't that bad. Hachiman feigned calmness and said, "Hello, I am Hachiman Hikigaya. What is your name?" Kanna replied, "I am Kanna Kimui." After saying that, she turned to Lin Mo and asked Lin Mo, "Why does this human have fish eyes?" Haha. Hearing Lin Mo's laughter, Hachiman twitched at the corner of his mouth, pointing at his own eyes and saying, "It's because I contain rich DHA, so I look very smart." Lin Mo patted his shoulder and said, "I know, dead," fish-eyed Hachiman. Hachiman's face darkened and he felt like he didn't want to talk to him anymore, turning to leave. Lin Mo called out, "Wait." Hachiman turned his head puzzled and asked, "Is there something else?" Lin Mo was actually feeling quite conflicted. He had arrived in a hurry and his outfit was too conspicuous, making it impossible for him to properly show Kanna around the school. Now he happened to encounter Hachiman, who was wearing a school uniform, so he wondered if he should take action. Ding! Sign-in task change into Hachiman Hikigaya's school uniform. Sign-in reward 1 sign-in. Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and he sighed dramatically, saying, "It seems everything is fated." Hachiman, noticing Lin Mo's exaggerated demeanor, immediately felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He was too familiar with this posture. Every time Lin Mo wanted to trick him, he would act like this. Without any hesitation, Hachiman turned and ran, but how could he outrun Lin Mo, who was growing stronger every day? Lin Mo easily caught up to Hachiman, grabbing his hand and smiling, "My dear friend Hachiman, I'm sure you'll be willing to help me with a small favor." Hachiman protested, "No, I don't want to." Lin Mo replied, "You have no say in this. Kanna, wait here for me. I'm going to the restroom to discuss something with him." Hachiman's expression changed, recalling the scenes from the last 2 times Lin Mo had slapped his butt. He suspected that Lin Mo might be gay and intended to make a move on him. Otherwise, why would he reject such a cute girl like Rikka Takarada's confession? Hachiman exclaimed in horror, "No, I don't want to go. Help, help." Thus, Lin Mo forcefully dragged Hachiman to the restroom. Hachiman retreated to the corner, arms crossed protectively over his chest, trembling as he asked, What do you want? Lin Mo looked at Hachiman aggressively and licked his lips, saying, Of course I want to see how well you've developed. Hachiman exclaimed, fearfully, Calm down. You must stay calm. Lin Mo smiled and leaned closer, saying, I am very calm right now. Come on, take off your clothes and let me see how well you've developed. Hachiman clung tightly to his clothes, shouting no. Lin Mo insisted, Let me see. Let me see. Hachiman pushed Lin Mo away, forcefully shouting, I don't wanna. Lin Mo sneered, Looks like I have to get rough. I already told you to let me see. No. A little over 10 minutes later, looking at Hachiman, who was left with only his underwear, Lin Mo said with satisfaction, I hope you don't tell anyone about today, or you know the consequences. Hachiman's eyes were filled with anger and despair. He felt unclean, he was no longer clean. Lin Mo said, By the way, this death note is a gift for you. As long as you write down the name of someone you dislike, they will die instantly. Of course, you can also design their death, consider it compensation for you, Kanna. After saying that, Lin Mo turned to leave. In the next moment, Hachiman put on Lin Mo's pajamas, gulping as he looked at the death note in his hand, realizing Lin Mo was not joking, especially considering Lin Mo's mysterious identity. Hachiman stammered, This ridiculous thing, do you really want to give it to me? Leaving the restroom, Lin Mo felt refreshed as he approached Kanna, who was now surrounded by several girls chattering and complimenting her on how cute she was, although it was clear that Kanna was not enjoying it. Kanna warily glared at the surrounding girls, fearing they might take advantage of her inattention to pat her head or pinch her cheeks, and perhaps even use a face wash on her. At the same time, she was looking for Lin Mo, hoping he would come out soon to resolve her concerns. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, Sorry, Kanna, for keeping you waiting. Seeing Lin Mo, Kanna immediately rushed over, hiding behind him and cautiously watching the group of girls, whispering, Lin Mo, you have to be careful, they are scary. They will use their seductive bodies to lure you and then kill you. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is there such a good thing? However, he also understood the gravity of the situation, so he held Kanna's hand and said, Everyone, please give way. You've scared Kanna. We still need to continue our school tour. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that their enthusiastic actions had indeed frightened Kanna, and with exams approaching, they all dispersed. Lin Mo said, Let's go, we'll show you my classroom. A primary school student suddenly appearing in a high school campus is quite eye-catching, especially since Kanna is particularly adorable, and with Lin Mo a remarkable figure, everyone is eager to catch a glimpse of her. Under such circumstances, Lin Mo brought Kanna to his seat amidst everyone's attention. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo, who was holding Kanna's hand, and frowned slightly, saying, Lin Mo, who is this child? Where did you bring her from? She was genuinely worried that Lin Mo had brought home someone else's child who had gone missing. Lin Mo introduced Yukino. This is Kanna, a dragon, who could be considered your ancestor. Kanna, this is Yukinoshita Yukino, the academic genius who ranks first in our grade. Yukinoshita Yukino raised an eyebrow. A dragon. Given Lin Mo's identity, it can't be simple. He must be telling the truth. Yukinoshita Yukino extended her hand and said, Hello, I am Yukinoshita Yukino. Kanna replied, Hello, I am Kanna Kimui. Then she tugged at Lin Mo's clothes and asked Lin Mo what kind of god is an academic genius. Very powerful. Lin Mo said, Of course, she's unmatched at Sobu High. Yukino's strength is quite formidable. Curiously, Kanna asked how formidable. Lin Mo replied, as high as a 34th-story building. Kanna looked at Yukinoshita Yukino with astonishment, not expecting this seemingly weak human to be so impressive. Yukinoshita Yukino pressed her lips together and said, I'm not as powerful as you think, I just study harder than everyone else. Alright, you've seen my class, now let's visit another one. Yukino, see you later. After saying this, Lin Mo eagerly pulled Kanna away. Yukinoshita Yukino took a moment to realize that she had been so focused on Kanna's dragon identity that she forgot outsiders were not allowed in the school. Realizing this, Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and quickly got up to chase after them, needing to arrange everything before Lin Mo got into serious trouble. Lin Mo led Kanna toward the servant department while Yukinoshita Yukino searched classroom by classroom based on Lin Mo's earlier words perfectly missing each other. On the way, noticing Kanna was slightly out of breath, Lin Mo simply picked her up and carried her. This saved time and avoided being surrounded by curious onlookers. Lin Mo proudly said, Do you see that club ahead? That's my club, the servant department. As the name suggests, everyone there serves me, the president. Kanna exclaimed, Wow, that's amazing. Lin Mo patted her head and said, Don't worry, I will definitely let you experience it when I get the chance. Kanna replied, Okay. Thus, Lin Mo's impulsiveness led him to dash here, and they're making it impossible for Yukinoshita Yukino and the discipline committee to catch him. On the rooftop, Lin Mo and Kanna leisurely ate bread, enjoying the breeze while watching the students below. Lin Mo asked, So Kanna, are you having fun? Kanna nodded earnestly and said, Yes. I saw so many things and met many people today, and you gave me so many delicious treats, so being with you, Lin Mo, makes me very happy. Thank you, Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled, Ha. It's nothing. Since we've finished exploring the school, let's go out to play this afternoon. Kanna replied, All right. Just then a sudden strong wind swept through the sky and a giant dragon was seen diving toward the rooftop. It looked like Thor. Kanna suddenly exclaimed, Ah. Oh no. I forgot to tell Thor I was coming out to play. Lin Mo shrugged and said, What's so bad about that? It's not too late to say it now. At that moment, an unusual event occurred as a golden barrier rose enveloping the entire Sobu High. Thor slammed into the barrier and was rebounded. Lin Mo looked at this scene in shock. What is going on? How could he collide with the glass while flying so well? The system then chimed in saying not good host. Because Thor's recent dive made Jabberwock and the others think he was trying to destroy the school, they opened the barrier to stop him. But such a thought clearly angered Thor, and they are about to fight. Host, you need to stop them quickly. Lin Mo's eyes widened in excitement, nearly overflowing with joy as he covered his face with one hand saying haha. Seeing Thor blocked by the golden barrier, Kanna initially wanted to help, but upon hearing Lin Mo's eerie laughter beside her, she quickly asked with concern, Lin Mo, are you okay? Lin Mo smiled and said, I'm fine. I feel great. Finally I've waited for this day. The dragon descended from the sky and angels and demons intercepted it. A chaotic battle was about to begin which would lead to barren lands within hundreds of miles. However, at this critical moment our savior, Lin Mo, was about to make a dazzling entrance. With just a slight movement he resolved this crisis, saving countless lives without anyone knowing. Cough cough. Kanna, Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I just choked on my own saliva. Kanna, you just need to watch from the side. I will handle everything. In the sky, several figures imbued with cognitive magic faced off against each other. Thor angrily said, damn angels, I don't want to fight you, I'll just get lost. Jabberwock rarely showed her angelic demeanor, if I don't stop you the whole school will suffer. Dragon, no matter what your intention is, this is not a place for you. Go back to your own world. Raphael remarked, such powerful strength, I almost couldn't withstand it. I'm curious what gives you the confidence to act so boldly in the human world. Bennett said, though I don't know why you are attacking this school, I'm sorry my friends are on the other side, and I won't let you harm them. Satania laughed, wahaha. Foolish dragon. Standing before you is the great demon Satania. Hurry up and bow down to me. If you become my servant, I might spare your life. Wahaha. Thor's eyes ignited with furious flames, growling, very well. You dare to provoke me. Since you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lin Mo looked at the figures in the sky with his arms crossed, wearing a confident expression. After equipping both the angelic and demonic outfits, he quietly stood still. Kanna's eyes widened. She knew Lin Mo was extraordinary, but she didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. Lin Mo stood still with an angelic halo and demonic horns atop his head, 2 pairs of wings, angelic and demonic, attached to his back, and a tail extending from his spine. This combination of angel and demon attire was unprecedented and unheard of. Kanna looked at Lin Mo with anticipation, eager to see what kind of power he possessed. Lin Mo remained motionless, facing away from Kanna, sweating profusely. When he thought about flying, he suddenly remembered that there was a magic suppression field rendering him powerless. The system said, it seems we can only rely on luck. Luckily, you still have 2 sign-in opportunities left. Lin Mo replied, what are we waiting for? Let's sign in quickly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Burst Color Nutrient Solution 10 green. Burst Color, when you encounter an enemy stronger than you will gain power exceeding that of your opponent until the problem is resolved. A protagonist exclusive buff? Lin Mo exclaimed excitedly. Finally, it's my turn to perform. I believe that under my persuasion, they won't fight each other. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure emanated from Lin Mo's body, causing Thor and Gabriel, who were about to clash, to turn and look. They could clearly sense that the owner of this power could easily kill them without breaking a sweat. Oh! A shrill scream echoed across the sky as Lin Mo suddenly knelt down, his eyes filled with despair. What have I done? The system concernedly said, host. What's wrong? Kanna also rushed over, calling out, Lin Mo. But Lin Mo remained unmoved, his eyes filled with chaos. The Berserk Color skill was even more useful than he imagined, breaking through the magic restriction in that instant, allowing Lin Mo to become his true self. What does Lin Mo's complete form look like? Of course, it's when his intelligence is intact and a plethora of extraordinary talents and abilities are not sealed. When Lin Mo triggered the Berserk Color skill, everything he had lost returned to him, including that sense of shame that was different from normal people. Lin Mo's trembling hands could not comprehend why the clever person he once was would perform such breathtaking actions. Even though his previous self was quite abstract, he never let himself go like this. He was merely occupied by the system's brain power and had actually become a well-known fool. Such a dark history should not exist. Lin Mo stood up expressionlessly and dusted himself off. The system asked, host, are you okay? Lin Mo coldly replied, what could be wrong? I feel better than ever. I just figured out a few things. The system suddenly felt an ominous premonition of something about Lin Mo now felt particularly off. Lin Mo flapped his wings and flew to the middle of Thor and Gabriel, declaring expressionlessly, good morning, everyone. Gabriel looked at Lin Mo in shock, especially when she saw both angelic and demonic traits manifesting on him. She incredulously said, Lin Mo. What is going on with you? Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, I've just regained some power. Thor asked, Lin Mo, Kanna is with you, right? Lin Mo replied, that's right, I've been playing with her all morning. Wynette exclaimed, do you know each other? Lin Mo said, in a sense we can be considered friends. Gabriel's expression changed instantly, and she said, what? So you are friends? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought a dragon was attacking humanity. By the way, how did you end up like this? This is the first time I have seen such a thing. While Gabriel spoke, she attempted to move closer to Lin Mo, but was stopped by Leifei, who said with a serious expression, Gabriel, don't go over there. He's very strange right now. Satania boldly said, what's so strange about him? Hey Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to have this form. Since that's the case, let's settle this once and for all. With that, Satania charged forward, wielding a steel fork, purple magic swirling around it to enhance its destructive and penetrating power. Hearing the name Emperor Mo, Lin Mo's expression darkened as various dark histories resurfaced in his mind. He roared, "Don't call me that name." He casually threw a punch with such speed that no one saw it coming. Satania was struck in the abdomen and flew backward, only to be caught by the quick-witted Winnet and Leifei, but even so the two were pushed back several meters. Seeing Satania's dazed state, Gabriel realized that something unknown had changed in Lin Mo. She quickly discarded her lazy demeanor, and with her body radiating holy light, said seriously, "Lin Mo, what exactly do you want to do?" Lin Mo, clutching his hair in a somewhat deranged manner, said, "You know him, just an ordinary person who lost half his intelligence and completely lost control, doing things that make one's mind go blank. I even wish I could travel back in time and kill my past self." Gabriel asked, "What does this have to do with your attack on Satania?" Lin Mo replied, "Of course it relates. Because she made me commit several dark history acts. Especially now that everyone compares me to Satania, I have never experienced such humiliation." At that moment, Kanna flew up and was about to rush over, but was immediately stopped by Thor, who said very seriously, "Don't go over. Lin Mo is very dangerous now." Kanna looked at Lin Mo with a concerned expression and asked, "Lin Mo, what happened to you?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "I'm fine, Kanna. I just want to completely eradicate my dark history." Leifei asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Mo, speaking excitedly, said, "Of course I want to erase everything about my dark history from your minds. Since my intelligence returned, my sense of shame has come back with it. Whenever I think of those suffocating actions, I feel like there are 1,000 ants crawling on me. That feeling of social death, that desire to live on a different planet, that desire to kill my past self. It torments me constantly, so I've decided that no matter what, I must erase all traces of my dark history. So, I want to create a world without my dark history." Winnet spoke up, "Lin Mo, we never thought you were a fool, and it's too excessive to erase others' memories. You should know those are beautiful memories we share with you." Lin Mo's face contorted as he said, "Stop it. Those beautiful memories are only for you. For me, it's just endless shame. Every time I think of those things, I want to commit suicide on the spot. Just think whether in heaven or hell I would still encounter you all, making me even more desperate. You must have some dark history too. If you think carefully about what happened back, then don't you still feel ashamed? Don't you want to kill everyone who knows about it? I not only have more dark history than you all, but it's also widely known. You should understand how I feel now." "Enough," Winnet said. "Lin Mo, I won't deny that I've had such thoughts too, but ultimately those are just indispensable experiences in life. Even the dark history known by others is a testament to friendship. You are being too extreme. Just because you feel ashamed of your dark history, you want to erase everyone's memories of you. That's too selfish. Those are our shared memories of friendship." Gabriel remarked with a thumbs up, while said Winnet, "Let's not waste our breath on this guy anymore. Let's team up to wake him up. Hey, you over there, dragon, do you want to join us?" Thor resolutely refused. "I want team up with angels," Leifei added, "but you would also have your memories erased, right? And your companion seems to care a lot about Lin Mo." Kanna's eyes widened as she quickly asked, "Lin Mo, will you erase my memories?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "How could I bear to do that? It's just a necessary sacrifice. Kanna, forget those bad memories. After this, we will create even more beautiful memories." Kanna exclaimed excitedly, "I don't want to. There have never been any bad memories. When I was hungry, it was Lin Mo who fed me, and every time we met, he would give me milk. Today, he even took me to visit your school and introduced me to many new things. How could that be bad? Those are my most precious treasures." Kanna does not want to forget the memories with Lin Mo. Kanna. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback seeing Kanna in tears. Could it really be true, as Vinoite said, that he was being selfish? Just for his own desires, he wanted to erase everyone's memories of his dark past, completely disregarding others' thoughts, acting on what he believed was right. When did he become the very person he despised? No. Why was he thinking this way? Lin Mo suddenly realized in horror that his thoughts were gradually becoming dull. It was the forbidden magic domain. The duration of the rage color would last until the issue was resolved. He had initially intended to prevent a fight while putting on a show, and now that both of these objectives had been accomplished, it meant that the time for rage was nearly over. Absolutely not. He could never return to that state of halved intellect. At that point, he wouldn't know how much more dark history would emerge. There could be no hesitation, no waiting. He had to take action immediately. Lin Mo's eyes immediately filled with determination. "I apologize, but I have my reasons for doing this. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when the next one will come. Thor, I don't know what exactly happened to you, but you dared to make Kanna cry and wanted to alter my memory. I don't mind waking you up. To the angels over there this time, I don't mind cooperating with you. I hope you won't hold me back." After saying that, Thor launched an attack riding on the super-level magic. Hundreds of magic circles overlapped, bursting forth with immense power, but this was merely a test from Thor. After all, the true power of the dragon lay in its physical form. Seeing this, Gabriel and the others quickly launched their attacks. To protect their memories from being erased, to restore Lin Mo to his former self, and to vent their anger, everyone unleashed their not-so-weak moves. Lin Mo smiled contemptuously, lightly flicking his finger in the void, causing all attacks to instantly shatter like reflections in a mirror, not stirring a single wave. Lin Mo said with a smile, "I have always been analyzing the rules of this world. What have you all been doing? With the talents surpassing those of Horlin Fei and Luo Luo, combined with the boost from the rage and the powers of angels and demons, as a foundation, Lin Mo began to analyze the rules of this world in less than 3 seconds of regaining his intellect. Lin Mo snapped his fingers and a gigantic magic circle instantly enveloped the entire world. It wasn't merely composed of magical energy, but was more so formed from the powers of heaven and earth and the forces of the rules. It contained endless mysteries. Merely looking at it would yield great benefits. Of course, Lin Mo also added a layer of cognitive interference so that those whose power did not reach a certain level could not see the magic circle enveloping the world. Looking at the seemingly endless magic circle, Gabriel swallowed hard, incredulously saying, "Are you kidding me? How could something like this be possible?" Lin Mo, you think it's impossible simply because your power is insufficient. For true powerhouses, destruction and creation of a world is merely a matter of an instant. Isn't that how God operates? Though it is said that creation took 7 days, most of that time was spent merely on conceptualizing it. Gabriel sensed the implication in Lin Mo's words, daring to compare himself to God. How arrogant. Lin Mo, although time is tight, and I have only analyzed 90 of the world's rules, it is still sufficient. As his strength grew, the unknown became fewer and fewer. The forbidden magic domain had ceased to serve any purpose other than limiting himself. Thor's expression turned grave. She initially thought Lin Mo's strongest move would merely defeat her in one blow, yet she never expected him to be this powerful. It was simply outrageous. The combat strength of the two was not even in the same dimension. Lin Mo was already on the path of creation. Once he fully analyzed the rules of the world, he could take the time to create his own world, becoming a true creator god. Lin Mo suddenly covered his face with one hand, laughing, "Ha! Everyone, at this moment I have ascended to divinity." Gabriel sneered. "You are being so ostentatious about wanting to alter this world, it will definitely attract God's attention. At that point you won't be able to escape." Lin Mo shook his head. "What makes you think I would lose? It's just God, and I already have 3 methods to deal with him." Gabriel rolled her eyes, thinking he was bragging. How powerful could God be? Had he seen it to make such claims? Yet unbeknownst to her, Lin Mo indeed had 3 ways to defeat God. The first is the rage. Once God makes a move against him, it will instantly trigger the rage color. At that time he could turn God into a little girl with white hair and red eyes. The second is the forbidden magic domain. This ability activates with his cognition, and no matter how omniscient or omnipotent, he could simply erase and silence them. The third is creation. As long as he fully analyzes the rules of the world with his talent, he absolutely could create his own world in a short time, elevating himself to the rank of creator god. Then he could shout a few phrases the height of the fountain. Come. Even if God came, he would have to kneel twice to leave. Lin Mo sighed, saying, "Why do you all act like I'm the villain? I just want to erase my dark past. Is it necessary to stop me?" Vinoite. Memories are the most precious things to a person, and the act of erasing memories is no different from killing someone. Lafiel. After all, no one likes their memories being tampered with. Gabriel, what difference is there between you and a villain now? It's just like being a boss in a game, waiting to be raided by others. Lin Mo sighed, saying, "All right, the time is about up. I can't delay any longer. At this final moment, what should I say?" "Got it." Lin Mo cleared his throat and said solemnly, "The time for farewell has come, and I shall abandon the world." In the next moment, the magic circle enveloping the entire world shattered instantly. An old man with a white beard suddenly appeared in front of Gabriel, wearing a benevolent smile. "Child, stop. I can feel that you don't truly wish to do what you are doing now." Gabriel and Lafiel hurriedly bowed and said, "God." Indeed, the visitor was none other than God. "Lin Mo, I'm really curious, how dare you appear before me? With your omniscience and omnipotence, you should see the outcome of opposing me, right?" God smiled and said, "In this world, everyone is my child. Not to mention you possess the power of angels, which is stronger than Michael. Although I don't know when you were created, it's undeniable that you are also my child. As a father, I cannot let you go astray any longer." "Ha ha ha." Lin Mo suddenly laughed wildly. "How hypocritical. You only covet my powerful strength, yet you speak so grandly. Don't you find it disgusting?" Gabriel and Lafiel looked at Lin Mo with anger, but said nothing. From the moment God arrived, they all became insignificant. It didn't matter what they said, especially since they had to maintain their angelic demeanor in front of their Lord. Gabriel, speaking of which, doesn't the omniscient and omnipotent Lord know about my fallen life in the human realm? He wouldn't cancel my angel status, would he? No, as the top angel graduate, I am a model for everyone. How could I possibly fall? Lafiel, it's been a long time since I've seen the Lord. This time Lin Mo will probably be dealt with very severely. Should I add fuel to the fire at that time? The reason they thought this way, aside from their personalities, was that they both knew Lin Mo wouldn't get into any major trouble. After all, Lin Mo was recognized as a child of God. The significance of that is self-evident. P.S. I've been working these days with work starting at 8 a.m. and ending at 10 p.m., but I still have to write novels. There's also the preparation time for work, which means my total sleep time is less than 7 hours. This has left my brain in a state of chaos, making it impossible to conceive the plot. Just like now, the protagonist's highlight moment has fallen far short of my expectations. These days I switched shifts, gaining an extra hour of rest. I won't take this time to adjust my state. As always, I hope you all can bear with it. God did not show any emotional fluctuations at Lin Mo's words. He simply smiled kindly and watched quietly. Lin Mo patted his head, realizing that time was becoming increasingly urgent. He had just had a moment of doubt about when he had a dark past. He absolutely could not delay any longer. Although using the anti-magic domain could end the battle in an instant, he had just acquired such powerful strength, he should put on a show first. So Lin Mo stared at God and said with a smile, "God, have you ever been defeated?" Before God could speak, Lin Mo suddenly flashed behind him, launching the first surprise attack. God did not feel anger at this. He vanished in a flash, saying, "Child, you should understand that if you do not use your peculiar abilities, you have no chance of winning." Lin Mo pouted and said, "Who can't boast? If you lose your omniscience and omnipotence, you're just a nobody." God sighed and waved his hand, creating a small world that enveloped him, and Lin Mo saying, "There are no living beings here. You can unleash your abilities freely. Even if you break it, it's fine. Oh, I can create another one." Lin Mo's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wow. Is it you who's cheating, or am I? Creating worlds at will is incredible." God smiled and said, "With your talent, it won't be long before you can do similar things." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, his face filled with pride, as he said, "I am indeed impressive. However, even if you praise me, I won't hold back. In the dormitory, I've always played the role of the guardian. You want me to be your son? You're the first to ask. If I don't knock your teeth out, I wouldn't be worthy of this power. Get ready for this next move." Lin Mo extended a finger, and various peculiar powers gathered in his hand, forming a small black. Lin Mo said, "In the long course of research, humanity discovered that everything in the world is composed of atoms. Atoms can further be divided into protons, neutrons, and electrons. When a heavy atomic nucleus absorbs a neutron, it undergoes fission and releases enormous energy, and the neutrons produced will bombard other heavy nuclei, triggering a chain reaction that, if not halted, will continue indefinitely. Thus, humanity invented the equalizer of all beings, the nuclear bomb. Based on this principle, I am very curious if the extraordinary has similar fundamental units. Through my efforts, I found that there indeed exists such a fundamental unit. I don't know if anyone has discovered it before, so I'll refer to it as the spirit particle. According to the mass energy equation EMC superscript 2, it is possible to create a spirit energy nuclear bomb, which could be hundreds of times more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Theoretically, if not stopped, the explosion caused by spirit particles would continue until this world is destroyed. However, the spirit energy nuclear bomb ultimately has its limits, for above it there are rules that transcend the world. Since atoms and spirit particles can achieve similar effects, can the rules do the same? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Thus, while analyzing the world's rules, I conducted countless calculations and simulations in my mind. Hard work pays off, and I finally found a feasible method. Although over 90 of the rule analysis made it difficult for me to obtain accurate results, I believe the power would not be too far off, and the chain reaction would lead to the world's destruction. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Originally, this would only remain as a hypothesis in my mind, but I didn't expect you to create a small world. This is simply a natural experimental site. Since that's the case, I'll use this move against you. I want to see whether you can create a world faster or whether I can destroy it faster. Lin Mo became increasingly excited, completely forgetting his initial purpose. All he wanted now was to develop this powerful move. When the time comes, who would dare to provoke him? He would face the world heathen. At that time, whether he walked sideways, backwards, lying down, or being carried, no one would dare to touch him. He would be free to do as he pleased. Hee. As time passed, the black orb at Lin Mo's fingertip, no, it could no longer be called black, but rather a dreamlike spectrum of colors, was deadly yet beautiful. This was the rule nuclear bomb Lin Mo envisioned. At this moment, it had grown to the size of a ping-pong ball, more than enough to destroy a world. Lin Mo gently pushed the rule nuclear bomb, watching it waver as it floated forward. Its internal structure was very unstable, and its form constantly changed, but it generally maintained the size of a ping-pong ball. After doing all this, Lin Mo immediately broke through the barrier of this world to escape, but the next second, he reappeared in the same place. He saw the rule nuclear bomb obediently staying in God's hands like a weak little girl, completely powerless and unable to exert any strength. God smiled and said, "This is an interesting thing, but it's too powerful. Sealing it would be better." Lin Mo retorted, "I hate you privileged dogs. Oh, being omniscient and omnipotent is impressive. Does being omniscient and omnipotent mean you can trample on others' research? Is there no law? Is there no king's law?" God replied, "Child, I can feel your power slowly fading. The wisdom you temporarily gained is also dissipating. Your time is short." Lin Mo said angrily, "You're full of shit. What do you mean by temporary wisdom? I am clearly clever beyond measure. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, Gabriel and Thor won't be able to fight. I absolutely do not allow my friends to harm each other. Old dang, I advise you to hurry back to your heaven, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." God's smile became even more benevolent. "Good child, I hope you can always maintain your current mindset and have a heart of a child. However, I don't think I've ever said I would stop you, and your goal has been achieved from the very beginning, right?" Lin Mo asked in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean?" God waved his hand, and the two reappeared beside Gabriel and the others. He smiled and said, "Look, during our absence, haven't they been getting along well?" Because they did not intend to attract attention, a few people had come to the rooftop to wait. When they saw the two suddenly arrive, Kanna directly pounced on Lin Mo, tears streaming down her face, as she said, "Lin Mo, so good you were safe." Thor watched Lin Mo warily, but felt relieved to find that he seemed to have returned to normal. Gabriel and Raphael knelt on one knee, saying devoutly, "Praise my Lord." Vinit stood nervously in place, wondering whether she should kneel like little Jia. But I am also a demon, officially part of the opposing force against heaven. However, since God is personally present, kneeling wouldn't be an issue, right? Satania scratched her, but turned around and went back to sleep. Lin Mo looked at everyone in good condition, stunned, and then said, it seems like everything is indeed fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the ability Explode Color was instantly suppressed by the anti-magic domain, and Lin Mo transformed back into an ordinary person. P.S. I finished writing this chapter yesterday and suddenly felt a bit dazed, so I hurried to sleep. My life is important. Let's see if I can catch up after work. For now, just this chapter. Looking at everyone's different reactions, Lin Mo thought for a moment and took out a piece of bread, saying, have you all eaten? God replied, haha. Children, everything has been perfectly resolved. Your Lin Mo has returned, and I as an old man will not disturb your reunion. However, before that, Lin Mo asked, old dang, what is it? God suddenly said seriously, although you are not my creation, you indeed possess the power of an angel. Thus I hereby appoint you as the 8th angel, day of God, governing the non-existent 8th day. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at God in shock. They knew that God held Lin Mo in high regard, but they never expected it to be to such a degree. From Monday to Sunday, each day has its representing angel, and each one is exceptionally powerful, standing at the pinnacle of all angels. They are also known as the daily guardian angels. But now God actually established the 8th angel for Lin Mo, governing the non-existent 8th day. One must know that each day of the week has its own metaphor embodying the powers of its representative angel. So what is the metaphor for the 8th day? Nothingness, chaos, eternity, reincarnation, beginning, end, existence, non-existence. These are all metaphors for the 8th day, which also represents God's recognition and expectation of Lin Mo. It can be seen that God practically treats Lin Mo like his own son, almost willing to give up his own position for him. Lin Mo was also stunned, thinking, what the heck is the 8th day? Is there an 8th day in a week? Lin Mo tentatively said, am I up early on the 8th day? God smiled and shook his head, taking the bread from Lin Mo's hand, saying, I have done all that I needed to do. Let everything take its natural course. I must return now. After saying that, God walked downstairs. Looking at everyone's still stunned expressions, Lin Mo scratched his head and said, though I don't know what happened, I suppose I'm officially part of the organization now, right? Seeing that God had left, Ja Bailey immediately stood up, grabbing Lin Mo by the neck, saying, what on earth just happened? You were shouting about erasing your black history and wanting to alter the memories of the entire world, and then you started fighting with the master. You nearly scared me to death. Lin Mo stuck out his tongue and said, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Kanna pushed Ja Bailey aside, standing in front of Lin Mo with arms wide open, shouting, you can't bully Lin Mo. Otherwise he'll kill you. Vene also chimed in, saying, little Jia, Lin Mo has just recovered, be careful. Ja Bailey pouted and said, I know, I was just anxious, okay. Thor covered his head and said, seriously, I just came to find Kanna, and who knew so much would happen. I was almost scared to death. Raphael said, who can say otherwise? But thanks to the master's arrival, we really couldn't have stopped Lin Mo in that state. Praise my lord. Vene said with relief. Fortunately, everything has been perfectly resolved, and no one was hurt. Ja Bailey said viciously, you tell me honestly what exactly was going on just now. Lin Mo fell into deep thought, furrowing his brows, and wore a serious expression. Seeing this, everyone also became tense, fearing they might hear some bad news. If Lin Mo in that state were to appear again, they truly could not imagine how the world would collapse. Lin Mo, looking troubled, said, this is bad. Everyone's hearts immediately tightened. Lin Mo suddenly slapped his hand in frustration, saying, old dang actually took my bread when he left. Ja Bailey sighed, feeling exhausted, and said, what can I say? As expected of Lin Mo. Vene nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, that's truly an unsurprising response. Raphael remarked, it seems he has completely recovered now. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves and said, that damn old dang actually dared to take my bread. No way, I must get it back. After saying this, he wanted to open the door to chase after his bread, but he was interrupted by the suddenly activated system, which cried out, wow, host, great to see you back. You were truly terrifying just now. I was locked in a small dark room and couldn't feel anything. I couldn't move at all. I was almost scared to death. Thank goodness you're back. Lin Mo fiercely gave a middle finger, saying, useless system, get lost. You couldn't even take him on, you're truly the worst of the worst. The system asked him. Lin Mo nodded and said, that's right, it's him. Just now I had a righteous severance with him. He actually dared to call me an idiot, it's simply too much. Even if I said it myself, I can't tolerate it. Who doesn't know I'm incredibly clever? The system, shocked, said, can you really sever with yourself? Lin Mo disdainfully replied, I would never admit that guy who is bound by his own sense of shame is me. He came out rambling nonsense, constantly stuffing knowledge into my head. Did he ever consider my feelings? Even now my head feels itchy. Ooh, I almost became a sweet girl. The system curiously asked, knowledge? What knowledge? Lin Mo shook his head and said, I don't know. It was all a jumble, I couldn't understand any of it. The system replied, come on buddy, the knowledge is in your head, and you still can't understand it. Lin Mo spread his hands and said, things I don't understand are just things I don't understand. No matter how you say it, I can't do anything. It's like when you're doing a math problem. Even if you have the formula for it, you still can't solve it. After a long silence, the system finally spoke. Host, I have to say, in some aspects, you are truly a genius. Lin Mo, with hands on his hips, proudly said, I've always said I'm incredibly clever. In the outside world, seeing Lin Mo once again engaging in incomprehensible actions, everyone breathed a sigh of relief realizing that Lin Mo was truly fine. Thor suddenly spoke. By the way, is everything really okay? Bailey replied. What could possibly be wrong now that everything has been resolved? Thor pointed at Lin Mo saying, the old dang Lin Mo mentioned should refer to your god, right? Did you all hear that? Aren't you going to react at all? Bailey crossed her arms and said earnestly, the Lord does not mind. Raphael smiled and said, after all, he is the 8th angel personally appointed by the Lord. Even if we heard it, what could we the weak do? Thor said somewhat speechless, I'm really curious how you all became angels. The demons beside you look more like angels than you do. Vane exclaimed it. Thor casually grabbed Kanna and said, forget it, I can't talk to you angels. Kanna, we should go back. It's been so long since I last saw you, and little Lin is anxious. Also, next time you come out to play, can you let me know? It's really worrisome like this. Kanna lowered her head and said, I know I was wrong, Lord Thor. Lin Mo, let's play again next time. Lin Mo suddenly came to his senses and waved his hand with a smile saying, okay, next time I'll show you the great stone-crushing chest move. Kanna seriously said, it's a promise. Lin Mo replied, it's a promise. Then Thor took Kanna and flew away. Thus this incident came to a complete end. Watching the two dragons fly away, Bailey let out a heavy sigh saying, sigh, I'm so tired. I really want to go home and play games to recharge my spirit. Vanette, with a forced smile on her face, said to Bailey, little what do you think of me? Bailey replied in confusion, Vanette, you are really nice and have helped me a lot. Of course it would be even better if you didn't mind me playing games. By the way, why are you asking me this? Hearing this response, Vanette froze on the spot, looking at Lin Mo for help, asking, Lin Mo, what do you think of me? Lin Mo thought for a moment about Vanette's usual behavior, and then smiled, giving a thumbs up saying, you're just like an angel. Puff! A sword pierced through her heart. Vanette fell to the ground crying, why? I clearly am a demon, why do they all say I am like an angel? Raphael smiled and said, because Vanette is really kind, always helping others completely without a hint of a demon's demeanor. You're really nice, like an angel, completely without a hint of a demon's demeanor. Each word felt like a sharp blade stabbing into Vanette, and she cried as she ran out saying, why is it like this? Lin Mo looked at the door in confusion, unable to understand why Vanette was like this. Could it be that she was going through a midlife crisis? Speaking of which, do angels and demons even have midlife crises? The system sighed, saying, what foul language. It must be the case after all. Just earlier he had praised Vanette, and she actually cried out loud, easily losing her temper, a typical characteristic of a midlife crisis. By the way, if there is a midlife crisis, then would there be a physiological period? So Lin Mo asked, system, do you have a physiological period? The system instantly turned red, saying, you pervert. Silly Lin Mo. Perverted Lin Mo. Why are you suddenly asking such questions? Could it be that the host wants to have a child with me? Oh, how embarrassing. What kind of attitude should I use to agree? How many children should we have? Hearing the system's unusually excited voice, Lin Mo nodded, confirming that the system indeed had a physiological period, and it was today. Thus it can be concluded that angels and demons also have them. Lin Mo exclaimed, as expected of me, I'm so smart. Bailey yawned and said, since everything has been resolved, I'll head back first. I played games until midnight yesterday, and I'm so sleepy. Raphael said, then I shall take my leave as well. Seeing everyone leaving, Lin Mo decided to leave as well. After all, he took a day off to play with Kanna, and now that she had already gone back, it would be no fun playing alone, so he might as well go back to class. After all, who let him be a diligent student who loves to study? Lin Mo said, strange, I feel like I forgot something. Whatever, since I forgot, it can't be anything important, so forget it. This time the rooftop was completely empty. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, and Satania shrank her neck, then turned and continued to sleep. Hiratsuka Shizun drove to Lin Mo's door, knocking angrily. She was really furious right now. Having been a teacher for so many years, it was her first time encountering such a bold student. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response at all. Calling also went unanswered and messages were ignored. The phone was in the item bar. Hiratsuka Shizun shouted angrily, Lin Mo. Hurry up and open the door. I know you are home. Don't you know today is the final exam? Even taking a leave, you don't even give me a reason. Hurry up and come back to take the exam, do you hear me? If it were another test, Hiratsuka Shizun might have let it slide this time. After all, everyone knew Lin Mo's intelligence, but this was the final exam. It was related to many things, and regardless of the final score, there had to be an exam. After shouting for a long time, without seeing Lin Mo come out, the neighbors from a few adjacent houses came out. Hiratsuka Shizun was astonished, saying, why are Lin Mo's neighbors so shy? They came out too late just to ask if Lin Mo is home. Could it be that he has already gone out to play? The more Hiratsuka Shizun thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and finally feeling exhausted, she said, really, when will you let me rest easy? Forget it, I'll call the school first. Hiratsuka Shizun said, Teacher Tanaka, isn't today the final exam? I just wanted to inform you that Lin Mo cannot attend the exam due to some special reasons. Please don't mark him as absent. Yes, I will arrange for him to take a makeup exam later. That's all, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Hiratsuka Shizun knocked on the door again, finding that there really was no one there, and only then did she turn and go to work at school. Really, taking leave for the final exam is one thing, but I can't even get in touch. I hope nothing happened. At school, Lin Mo had just returned to the classroom and couldn't wait to tell Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukino, do you know how amazing I was just now? Yukinoshita Yukino did not respond, but worriedly said, Lin Mo, are you okay? I think I heard your scream just now. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand saying, what could happen to me? Let's not talk about that. Yukino, you might not believe it, but I just had a fight with God. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Lin Mo, who seemed the same as usual, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Maybe she had misheard. After all, he was fine now. How could he scream? She really was overthinking just because they had been apart for a little while. Yukinoshita Yukino said, is that so? You're amazing. Lin Mo said proudly, you should see who I am. I am the Emperor of Silence, unmatched in this world. God is just a passerby before me, and in the end I made him submit and gave me a title. Now I am an angel acknowledged by God, the Son of God. Yukinoshita Yukino laughed, saying, I know you preside over the non-existent 8th day of the week, right? Lin Mo was stunned in place, asking in confusion, how do you know? Yukinoshita Yukino said, you are an angel, a demon, and also a mortal, the next trinity after God, and acclaimed as the number 1 person under God. Lin Mo was shocked, saying, what? When did you put a camera on me? Yukinoshita Yukino laughed and said, a camera is too exaggerated. This is how it's described in the Bible. By the way, the number 1 person under God shares your name, also called Lin Mo. Speaking of which, when did you read the Bible? Lin Mo replied, the Bible. No girl, is there such a character in it? Yukinoshita Yukino responded, of course there is, and he is quite famous. After all, he is the number 1 person under God. Moreover, he shares a very similar personality to yours, being blindly foolish while also possessing noble character. When he regains his wisdom, he will initiate the destruction of the world. Of course, when I say that you are similar, I mean the former. Lin Mo felt increasingly familiar, and then angrily said, isn't this just me? How dare you, old dang, publish my deeds without permission and write a book? Did you pay the copyright fee? Yukinoshita Yukino shook her head with a smile, still as carefree as ever. Speaking of which, it is indeed quite a coincidence that the Lin Mo in the Bible has the exact same name as the Lin Mo here, and even the translation is identical. No, perhaps this is not a coincidence. Yukinoshita Yukino's pupils suddenly constricted as she remembered that day when the characteristics of both an angel and a demon appeared on Lin Mo. Could it be that? P.S. Just 1 chapter today, let's take a break. The more Yukinoshita Yukino thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, as Lin Mo resembled the descriptions in the Bible too closely. Combined with that peculiar form, it was almost certain that Lin Mo was indeed the Son of God recorded in the scriptures. Understanding this, Yukinoshita Yukino felt little emotional turmoil. After all, regardless of Lin Mo's true identity, he remained the Lin Mo she knew. However, on the other hand, if Lin Mo was indeed the one from the Bible, then doesn't that mean his foolishness wasn't due to his own car accident? Lin Mo said angrily, Yukino, let me tell you that old God is really bad. He suddenly appears and claims he wants to be my father, showing no manners at all. You better not give him a good face when you see him, and as for being the number 1 under God, he really can brag. I don't even know who I beat that he wouldn't dare fight back. Seeing Lin Mo incessantly complain about God's various misdeeds, Yukinoshita Yukino smiled helplessly. At this moment, dwelling on these matters was meaningless. Initially, she had indeed cared for him out of guilt, but now, if she ignored him, he might end up causing a bigger mess, so it was best to continue as they were. Looking at Lin Mo's unending tirade, Yukinoshita Yukino hurriedly interrupted, all right, we have an exam later, let's talk about this later. Exam? What exam? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Yukinoshita Yukino replied, don't you know there's a final exam today? Lin Mo bewildered said, I didn't know, no one told me. Since there's a final exam today, why did teacher Hiranuma agree to my leave? Yukinoshita Yukino responded, you asked for leave. Lin Mo replied, Kanna came to visit me, so I asked for leave to show her around the school. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yukinoshita Yukino was momentarily at a loss, staring blankly for 2 seconds before saying, so, did you ask for leave or not? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, I probably didn't ask for leave. Why care about that? Anyway, I'm at school now. Yukino, last time's final exam was just an accident. This time I will definitely show you my true strength. The top spot in the grade belongs to me. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled and said, okay. In that case, I look forward to it. Soon the time passed, and the exam arrived at its final round, which was also the only time teacher Hiranuma would supervise Lin Mo's class. Teacher Hiranuma looked at the students who were on high alert and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Last time Lin Mo missed the final exam due to special circumstances, so she issued a certificate to the entire class. This time, missing the exam again, she wondered what kind of trouble he would cause. Forget it, or I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Let's start the exam. While handing out the exam papers, teacher Hiranuma noticed Lin Mo was actually sitting in his seat. She stared blankly for 2 seconds before saying, what are you doing here? Lin Mo replied with an expression of disbelief, come on, I'm a student. Where else would I be during an exam? Teacher Hiranuma asked, didn't you say you were taking leave today? Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, right, I took leave to hang out with a friend, but she had to leave early, so I came to class. Teacher Hiranuma was taken aback. This reason didn't seem unreasonable. She softened her tone and asked, oh, I see. By the way, how many exams have you missed? Lin Mo proudly declared, of course, not a single one. After all, I am determined to take the top spot this time. Teacher Hiranuma slammed her hands on the desk and shouted, you dare make a fool of me. Not missing a single exam meant he had been at school from the very beginning. His so-called leave was merely a way to pass the time. How foolish she felt for standing in front of him and shouting for so long. Now thinking back, it was truly embarrassing. Teacher Hiranuma gritted her teeth and said, "Good lad, you're deliberately making a fool of me, huh? Fine, you have guts. After the exam, come to my office." After saying that, she patted his shoulder heavily. Lin Mo felt a bit confused. Everything he did was clearly legitimate, and he had informed her in advance. Why did Teacher Hiranuma still look so angry? Moreover, she wanted him to come to her office. Did she want to challenge him to a real-life PK? The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more it seemed possible. After all, Teacher Hiranuma was invincible throughout the entire Sobu High School, dominating for many years. She must feel lonely inside, always longing for a worthy opponent. And naturally, he had become her target. Why choose him as her opponent? Obviously, it was because Teacher Hiranuma had high hopes for him. Otherwise, why would she pick him over so many others? Moreover, when his strength just recovered, he didn't even call out the names of his moves. It felt unsatisfying. This time he must shout them out. Lin Mo looked serious and earnestly said, "I understand. I will not let you down." Teacher Hiranuma's eyelid twitched. She felt as if this kid misunderstood something. He wouldn't pull another stunt that made her feel dizzy, would he? So Teacher Hiranuma slightly warned him, "You better be careful." Since some time had passed, she quickly finished handing out the exam papers and let everyone begin the exam. Looking at the questions on the desk, Lin Mo confidently said, "System." The system replied weakly, "I'm here." Lin Mo commanded, "Start." The system responded, "Understood." The system then scanned the questions, sent them into its database, derived the correct answers, and guided Lin Mo on how to write them down as he had done in previous exams. "What? You say I'm cheating?" Laking in my eyes. "Then let me ask you, isn't the system my golden finger part of me? Not to mention we share the same brain. Oh, what's wrong with using my external brain to solve the problems? Is there a problem? Tell me, baby." Thus, with the system's assistance, Lin Mo quickly finished the exam and then glanced at Yukinoshita Yukino, who was still working on her problems, and smiled confidently. "Forgive me, Yukino, the top spot in the grade will be mine from now on." After the exam ended, Lin Mo adjusted his state and went to Teacher Hiranuma's office to wait, where she was currently grading papers. Lin Mo sat upright on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he immediately opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Teacher Hiranuma, startling her. Once she recognized it was Lin Mo, Teacher Hiranuma said somewhat speechlessly, "What's going on? You look like you want to fight." Lin Mo stood up and said, "Teacher Hiranuma, I already know why you called me here. I understand you've always had high hopes for me, but it was only today that I realized it. Don't worry, this time I will not let you down." Teacher Hiranuma nodded with satisfaction. The child has finally grown up. It's not easy. She smiled and said, "It's good that you understand what the teacher means." Lin Mo, Teacher Pingjong, I will never let you down. You who have always been invincible at Zhongwu High must feel very lonely, always yearning for a rival who can match you. Since you have such high hopes for me, I absolutely cannot disappoint you. Take this. Crows fly. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Scythe sweeps the ground. The number of hashtags on Pingjong Jing's face was increasing, and she was certain that Lin Mo and she were definitely not on the same wavelength. "You stop right there." After dodging Lin Mo's attack, Pingjong Jing threw a punch directly at him. Lin Mo quickly reacted and caught the fist catch. Transform. Using the momentum, he pushed her away and even gave her a kick on the backside. Pingjong Jing lay on the ground, her expression blank, shocked that she had been taken down. Lin Mo, with his arms crossed, proudly said, "How about that, Teacher Pingjong? I won this duel, didn't I meet your expectations?" Pingjong Jing stood up, gritting her teeth, and said, "So I clearly wanted you to let me relax. How did you take it as a challenge to duel me?" Lin Mo, confused, replied, "Am I not enough for you to relax?" Pingjong Jing, enough with the nonsense, take this kick. Lin Mo hurriedly took a defensive stance, staring intently at Pingjong Jing's leg, but didn't expect her to choose to punch instead. Lin Mo clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground, unable to speak for a moment. Pingjong Jing patted his shoulder again and said, "All's fair in war, kid." Lin Mo said with difficulty, "You don't play fair. A duel should be about restraint. You, a woman in her 30s, sneak attacking and bullying a young man. How can you be so shameless? I advise you to hold back." Pingjong Jing clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and with all her strength swung a punch, shouting, "Old lady, I'm just in my 20s. Get lost." KO. Lin Mo fell to the ground, unable to get up. Pingjong Jing looked at the unconscious Lin Mo, sighed tiredly. "Why can't you just let me relax?" At that moment, the office door was suddenly opened and Xiao Niao Yuluhua walked in, looking at the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground, then at Pingjong Jing standing beside him. Her expression changed dramatically, shocked, as she said, "Murder scene." Pingjong Jing hurriedly explained, "Wait. Things are not what you think." Xiao Niao Yuluhua said angrily, "Damn you, iron fist leftover woman. How dare you sneak attack and kill the Emperor Emotion? I will avenge him, take this." Ah, Eternal Spear. Black Shield. Night Walker. War God Explosion. Dark Matter Flame. As Xiao Niao Yuluhua shouted, she swung her umbrella and charged forward while Pingjong Jing dodged and anxiously said, "I already said, wait a moment, it's not at all what you think." Xiao Niao Yuluhua said sternly, "Shut up. I must kill you, old woman, to avenge Lin Mo." Her fists became harder again. Pingjong Jing, filled with rage, threw a simple punch, shouting, "I already said I'm just in my 20s. KO. Xiao Niao Yuluhua fell to the ground, unable to get up. Pingjong Jing looked at the two unconscious people on the ground and sighed tiredly again. What kind of karma did I create in my past life? Murder scene. Pingjong Jing turned her head to see Satania looking at her in shock. Ping Zhongjing's lips twitched, feeling a familiar sensation, wondering what she would say next. Let me think. Your next line is I will kill you to avenge them. Satania angrily said, I will kill you to avenge them. Ping Zhongjing covered her face and said, I knew it. Satania, shocked, said, how did you know what I was going to say? Was this also in your calculations? Damn, I will never yield to you. Ping Zhongjing said expressionlessly, come here, I will give you a buff. Satania, last time I was defeated by you was an accident, this time I will defeat you completely along with them. Take this, Demon Tornado, Demon Punch, Demon Kick. Ping Zhongjing couldn't be bothered to explain anything and directly let her fall into a deep sleep. Looking at the three lying on the ground with peaceful expressions, Ping Zhongjing first went back to lock the door, then lit a cigarette, and said somewhat on the verge of a breakdown, if I am guilty, please let the police arrest me, not send us three to torment me. After a few minutes, Lin Mo slowly woke up. Ping Zhongjing was still quite gentle, the three were just unconscious for a while, and wouldn't be hurt. Don't argue, that's how it is in the two-dimensional world. Lin Mo touched his somewhat painful head, looked around, and found that Xiao Niao Yu Lu Hua and Satania were also asleep on the sofa like him. Lin Mo shook his head and said, Teacher Ping Zhong, what happened to me? Ping Zhongjing said expressionlessly, you just fell asleep because you were tired. Lin Mo said in surprise, when did I fall asleep? I had no idea. Ping Zhongjing, how fresh. Can you even realize the exact moment you fell asleep? Lin Mo thought carefully and seemed to agree, then said, I see, thank you for taking care of me, Teacher Ping Zhong. What about those two? Ping Zhongjing was silent for a moment and said, youth is great, you can just fall asleep anywhere. Seeing that Lin Mo wanted to ask something, Ping Zhongjing quickly said, it's getting late, you should hurry home. By the way, don't engage in fights and violence, remember you are a student and must prioritize your studies. Lin Mo, I understand, thank you for your concern, teacher. Goodbye. Ping Zhongjing, goodbye. As there was an exam today, there were no club activities, so Lin Mo returned home somewhat disappointed. After all, since he became vice president, he hadn't even used a privilege once that was truly unacceptable. He decided that next time he would draw lots to see who would serve him. With this determination in his heart, Lin Mo returned home with great enthusiasm, not knowing that he would soon live a life akin to that of an emperor, and couldn't help but smile foolishly. Fantasy Theater. Lin Mo comfortably lay on a recliner while Yukinoshita Yukino was giving him a head massage from behind. On one side, Xiao Niao Yu Lu Hua held a drink, and on the other side Yugahama Yui was feeding him, while in front of him Hikigaya Hachiman was dancing the Milk Dragon dance. Suddenly Hikigaya Hachiman missed a beat and jumped incorrectly. Lin Mo immediately stood up and said, Hachiman, the Milk Dragon dance is not done like that, your movements are too stiff. Don't focus on your limbs, move with your heart. Let me demonstrate. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful music started playing. Tonight the stars are shining. My heart is full of love for you. Lin Mo opened and closed his hands in all directions, shouting, I am the Milk Dragon, I am the Milk Dragon. Yukinoshita Yukino said with admiration, as expected of Emperor Mo, you effortlessly do what we cannot. Xiao Niao Yu Lu Hua said in admiration, Emperor Mo, you are the strongest. Yugahama Yui with a love-struck expression screamed, Emperor Mo, you are so handsome. The universe's invincible #1 handsome. Hikigaya Hachiman knelt on the ground pleading, I beg you, please teach me how to do the Milk Dragon dance. This is my lifelong request. Onaga. Lin Mo turned around, leaving everyone with a view of his back, then turned back and said, wanna learn? I will teach you. Fantasy ends. Ha ha ha. Looking at Lin Mo drooling with a smile, the system sighed, thinking that actually this was quite good. Host, get up. The sun is shining on your backside. Lin Mo yawned widely, sitting up and saying, I know. Then he got up to wash up and prepare to go to school. The system host, today is Saturday, you don't need to go to school. Lin Mo paused in the action of grabbing his backpack, then angrily said, why the hell would you call me if I don't need to go to school? Are you crazy? The system, I can't help it if this is what you decided yourself. Lin Mo, you're talking nonsense. How could I not sleep until I wake up naturally during the vacation? You system, you've even learned to lie, right? Quickly tell me, what are you really after? The system, please refer to the VCR, chapter 40. Lin Mo looked at the ugly face of himself in the video and awkwardly laughed, saying, haha, just kidding, no need to take it seriously. Next time during the vacation, don't wake me up. The system, during the vacation, not calling you results in scolding, calling you still results in scolding. Sigh, it's so hard for me. Lin Mo, ahem, alright, this is indeed my fault. I apologize, okay. Let's not talk about it, I'm going back to sleep for a bit. Without waiting for the system to respond, Lin Mo burrowed back into bed, engaging in a fierce battle with the blanket demon. Not knowing how long had passed, Lin Mo's phone by the pillow kept ringing. After he casually hung up the call, it rang again, so he simply shoved it under the pillow. But just then there was a knock on the door, and Lin Mo could no longer bear it. He took out his phone and saw that it was Yukinoshita Yukino calling. Lin Mo answered the call and said irritably, are you crazy? We don't have school today, why are you calling me? Yukinoshita Yukino replied coldly, Lin Mo, did you forget what you're supposed to do today? Hearing her tone seemed off, Lin Mo quickly thought back to the events of the past few days. After realizing he hadn't forgotten anything, he replied, no, not at all. Yukinoshita Yukino sighed and said, open the door now. I'm outside your house. Looking at the hung-up phone, Lin Mo puzzledly said, how strange, why are both of you having menopause early? What did I do to provoke her? I must find out what's going on. Thus Lin Mo opened the door and let Yukinoshita Yukino in. She first scanned the room, then looked at the disheveled Lin Mo, and frowned, saying, "You just woke up at this hour." "Lin Mo, we don't have school today. Oh, what's wrong with sleeping a bit more?" "Yukinoshita Yukino, hurry up and wash up." "Lin Mo, wait, what do you want from me?" Without saying anything, "You just want me to wash up." Yukinoshita Yukino sighed slightly and said, "It seems you really forgot. Do you remember what you said the last time we went to the aquarium together?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Did I say anything strange?" Yukinoshita Yukino helplessly covered her forehead and said, "That day we agreed this Saturday you would take me out to play and let me call you. I didn't expect you to completely forget." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately remembered what he had said that day and exclaimed in shock, "No way, sister, is that true? Is the timeline really that jumpy?" Yukinoshita Yukino adjusted Lin Mo's messy hair and said, "All right, forgetting is fine. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's quickly wash up while there's still time." Lin Mo hurriedly said, "Give me 5 minutes. I never expected that the skills I honed in high school would actually come in handy one day. 5 minutes for brushing teeth, washing face, washing hair, drying hair, and changing clothes." 5 minutes later, a refreshed Lin Mo walked out and said, "I'm ready. So where are we going to play?" Yukinoshita Yukino, it seems you have no plan at all. Did you just say that casually that day? Or did you not take it to heart at all? Lin Mo instantly broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly smiled, saying, "How could that be? I have always kept this matter in mind. I was really looking forward to this outing. I just woke up and my brain hasn't started up yet. I've already prepared where we would go." To be honest, Lin Mo did indeed forget this matter. Ever since he gained the ability to manipulate the scientific timeline, he had been too lazy to keep track of which day was which. Of course, even if he wanted to remember, he couldn't, and everything relied on the system. Hearing Lin Mo say he was looking forward to this outing, although Yukinoshita Yukino knew he was lying, she still felt happy inside and smiled as she reminded, "All right, I believe what you say. So where are we going to play today?" "The shopping center." Lin Mo frantically tagged the system in his mind. "Useless system. Get out of the group. Why didn't you remind me? For such an important matter, you didn't even think of sending a memo. Hurry up. Are you doing this on purpose?" The system widened its eyes and said, "No, how can this be blamed on me? So it's just that whenever you encounter trouble, it's all my fault, right? Is it going to be my fault if your wife gets pregnant?" "Lin Mo, enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for you failing to remind me about the timeline, would I have forgotten this matter? Hurry up and come up with a solution, or I'll be at odds with you." "The system, what can I do? I'm just a broken system, not even as free as you host." "Lin Mo, I don't care. If you don't come up with a solution for me now, I'll turn into a magical girl and torment you all day." The system helplessly said, "No matter how much you torment me, I still can't help you." "Wait, I might have a solution." "Lin Mo, quickly tell me." "The system host, you still have a crossing card that hasn't been used. Why not just take her to another world to play?" "Lin Mo, who knows what world we might cross into? What if we encounter danger? When going out to play, I at least need to ensure her safety." The system, "Don't worry, host. Don't you have a magic suppression field? As long as she stays close to you, it will be the safest. Plus, you can choose to return at any time. If danger arises, you can just escape. If you're still not at ease, how about trying to sign in first? I'll set the drop rate for life-saving items to the highest so you can give them to Yukinoshita Yukino later. Even if you accidentally get separated, her safety will be guaranteed." Lin Mo sighed and said, "It seems this is the only solution. System, let's sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained MC Infinite Immortal Totem Color. MC Infinite Immortal Totem Color, infinite revivals, retaining 1 drop of blood when suffering fatal injuries, clearing all statuses, 40 seconds of fire resistance, 45 seconds of life recovery, and 5 seconds of damage absorption." The system host, "Look, it's colorful again. This is a good item. Now you can rest assured. Colorful items are forcibly bound. No one can take them without your permission." Lin Mo proudly placed his hands on his hips and said, "As expected of me, my luck is as great as ever." Yukinoshita Yukino watched Lin Mo change expressions again and sighed slightly. It seemed her hints were still too difficult for Lin Mo. "Should I make it simpler? Or simply arrange the place myself?"